pleasure purposes and not for procreation. Is that a thing in Islam, or is that like haram, or what?
That is haram. You shouldn't be doing that. So obviously in Islam, that's haram.
Who's married, when you're married, like your wife, your husband or wife, can you have sex with them purely for pleasure and not for procreation?
Yes, you can. Yes.
All right.
But if the baby does come, you can't abort it. So we have like a big abortion culture in the UK. Like, it's hard to find a woman that's not aborted a child in the UK. You know, that is big in our culture. Like, abort the children, you know, it's fine. Just wear a condom. If it splits, just get an abortion, babe. It's fine. And that's what we say to each other as girls after a night out.
Well, in those people's defense, I've seen like the British kids in London, right? So, you know, it's like, I'm not sure what's wrong with the education system, but the kids on the streets and the public bus, they're not very nice people.
What about oral sex? Is that frowned upon? Because if I can't eat it, I ain't putting my thing in it.
I mean, if it's bad, then definitely frowned upon.
What do you mean if it's bad?
If it's no good, you know, as in, like, if it's not pleasurable, then definitely you should frown.
Well, it probably wouldn't happen if it was not good. You know, you find out pretty quick.
You've never experienced, like, you know, like, braces before?
Racists?
Braces.
No, braces. So yeah, obviously if someone's doing it and it doesn't feel good, they need to stop. That doesn't mean all oral sex is bad. So it's a pleasurable experience. So what's wrong?
Taking nothing. Cool.
Unless they are infected with something.
This is what I'm saying. Look at the men. You've all become, I don't want to say the word, but the word for a female dog. There's a woman here. You're not respecting her. Like, for me to even hear these lewd words, it's an offense. You're tainting my womanhood. You know? You're tainting me for my husband.
Yeah, but you grew up in the UK, though. You should be used to it.
Well, no, I'm not used to it because I'm the girl that got bullied in school. I'm the girl with the glasses in the corner. Okay? I never liked this stuff. I never ever conformed to the rest of the school. I wasn't the popular girl with the skirt on. I was the one with the overalls. So, guys, this is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not interested in a conversation like this. I'm gonna leave.
Is it like between you and your husband? Is it acceptable to talk about those types of things with your husband? Can't hear. Hello?
I mean, she brought it up, right?
I think so. I can't remember how we got here. I think you started it actually, Jefferson, by asking about cuddling or whatever in church when people die or something.
Jefferson was asking whether at Muslim funerals do people get sad or what's the emotional state or are they sad? Right. Yeah. So then I said yes, generally sad, and then Jefferson was like, why should they be sad? And then I was saying, well, generally speaking, people are sad because, you know, they have to spend the duration of their time in this quote-unquote prison without the people that they are fond of, right? So now they got to go on and break the routine, you know, and that's like most probably why people are sad, right? Because it's a change and they're going to miss having the people that they're fond of around, right?
Well, from my perspective, I understand that. That's why I would be sad too. But from your perspective, aren't these people going on to a better place?
Yeah, so then after that, that's where the comfort comes, right? So then, you know, like after 3 days of mourning or whatever, then you start yourself, whatever, and looking at the, silver lining or the bright side of things, and you realize that, everything's going to be okay, and you got to move on, and you got to, so on and so forth, so that you don't feel so bad about the people that passed, as it did when it just happened.
Yeah, but it's like these people won the lottery, right? They moved on to a paradise. I don't understand why that would make you sad. I understand that.
Yeah, the saying is normally, you don't feel sad about the people that pass away. You're sad for yourselves because you're the one that has to continue on suffering or enduring the worldly trials, right? So that's why you're sad, because you're sad because your friend is not there to accompany you on this sad journey that you're on.
Well, I'm sad because I'm going to miss this person. I won't see them anymore. I understand that they're dead now. They won't be around to enjoy anything of his life or my life or her life, whatever. And I understand being sad for that. But if I was a believer, I would be like cheering this person on, like they won the lottery.
Yeah, but you're sad for yourself. So, like, for example, imagine you're in love, right, with whoever, a guy, girl, your choice, whatever, right? And then that person has to work abroad, 13 hours over in a different country, and they have to live there now. You are going to be sad, even though that you're going to meet her or him in a month's time, fuck it, or a week's time. You're going to meet them in a week's time. You're still going to be sad. You're going to, oh, baby, why are you not here in bed with me, blah, blah, blah. It's like, just because you're going to reunite, and that person is a great job, making $1 million a month or whatever, you're not going to be happy for that. Of course you're going to be happy, but you're going to be sad because you don't get to be with that person that you want to be with. So you're selfish, right? But that's why people are sad, because they are the ones who have to endure the pain without you.
No, I would say no. If someone was going away for a week or a month or a year that was a friend of mine, I would not be sad. I would be happy for them. Like, I don't see friends of mine for months at a time. And then when I see them, hey, it's all cool. But I'm not sad because I'm not seeing them.
Yeah, and those friends, when they go, like pass away, you might be sad, but you won't be as sad as you would when you're thinking about you being sad for other people, right? Those friends that you don't, feel that, when they're gone, you're going to be sort of sad, but you're going to be okay. You're not going to be like, because that's how you are when they're away now. You don't see them for 3 years. You see them, hey, you get together, everything's fine. When they go, you're going to be sad, but you're going to be okay. You're not going to be like pain, So there's only a selected few people that you're close to that you're going to be bawling over, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, I know, but my point is that, like, if I have the understanding I'm going to see this person again, I'm not going to be sad that I'm not seeing them, right? But not sad in the same way that when my, uncle dies or whatever, I'm going to be sad about that. I'm never going to see him again.
I hear the point that you're making. I hear what you're trying to say. I understand and I appreciate where you're coming from. Yes.
That kind of assumes that both you and your lost partner or late partner are going to the same destination, right? Because it's not your choice where they go. You could be going in that direction.
I mean, I'm sad after watching what was that movie, the one with Ethan Hawke and Julie Delpy? Shit. It's like, I'm fucking sad after a romance movie, man. I'm bawling at the end of that movie. Why the hell am I bawling at the end of that movie? It's not real. It's fiction. So just because somebody cries and they're sad, it doesn't mean anything more than emotions astir, right? You're overcomplicating and you're over philosophizing this thing. You're gonna cry when you hear a sad song. It's not that complicated. Maybe not you, but I am.
All I know is that sad songs say so much.
Name that artist.
Elton John, baby.
There you go.
Hugging
I
is a
almost
wonderful
cried
thing.
at the Elton John movie. Right.
Actually, JCC, let me ask you a question, because I haven't got kids. I know you mentioned that you've got kids, right?
Yeah, I have an amazing teenage daughter. Even though there's trials and tribulations, she's still amazing.
Yeah, how from an atheist perspective do you deal with like death? Like when I don't know if your daughter ever like asked you about it at a young age, or when someone passed away or a pet or something, they ask you, "Oh, where did they go?" Like how do you approach those kind of conversations, or how would you hypothetically?
It happened at a young age, so she learned quite rapidly. She understands it. She accepts it that they're no longer alive. They no longer have. They can't experience the joy that they did when they were alive, and so they're now gone. They're not going anywhere. They don't have any more experience. I put it to like when you have a broken toy and it can't be fixed and you can't play with it anymore, you can't interact with it anymore, we have to get rid of it, it's gone. Same thing with a living animal, a family member, they're gone. We miss them, however, the memory of them lives on, and that's the most important thing.
So just the cold, harsh truth, essentially.
Pretty much. And when she was like 5 years old, I dumbed it down for her, made it as pleasant as I could. She got it, so I'm super proud of it.
Yeah, I suppose that's like maybe there are some benefits to like fiction or fictional kind of stories or whatever to when they're at a young age or whatever. But then maybe there'd be like some trust issues or whatever if you did lie to them or whatever, and then they realized, oh, you told me this when I was young, and now you're telling me
exactly.
This. I realize this is the case.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think that the naturalist perspective can be just as beautiful as ascending into heaven. I mean, if you can explain it correctly, essentially you become one with the greater universe. It's like you go back to the earth that bore you, and the earth is bore of the universe and celestial beings and bodies and cosmic gases and stardust, all of that stuff. You go back to that, all of that. So I think that our perspective of heaven is just as powerful as like a Christian perspective of heaven, to be honest with you.
JCC, do you know what a black dimension is? Do you know what a dimension is?
I understand dimensions, but I've yet to hear of a black dimension. Black hole?
Okay, so I was told by a flat earther, and he wrote down some math equations that I couldn't keep up with. So, and all he said that we're basically in a dimension, right? So when you look at the Earth, it does look like a sphere in a globe, but it's not, because the dimension that we're in, we're basically on a flat dimension. And the reason why that we get this globe shape is because the Earth is circular in motion. So from our personal perspective, if we go about 250,000 miles in the sky, right, it'll look like that we're looking at a globe, but like the closer we get, the whole playing field is actually flat. So the only way we can actually see the true width of the planet is if we were, let's say, even further away, like past the moon. Then we could see the whole size of the planet, and it'll actually be which has a flat plane in the surface. It's just the light, the gases, the atmosphere is giving us this. He said is giving us this global circular illusion from our perspective, when it's really a flat dimension.
That doesn't explain like traveling though. Like, if you go on a plane and you travel the circumference of the Earth, you would end up where you bought it?
Well, yeah, so he explained that the airports don't have enough gas to make a full circular motion. So they have to like move at a certain diameter to like give the idea that they're flying across the globe.
So, hey, RPG, we were having a really good conversation about life. I don't want this to devolve into a flat Earth. Snip it in the bud when we go down the pathway of flat Earth, please. You can go to flat Earth rooms and talk all you want, but please, thanks.
You don't do flat Earth, JCC?
It's not that entertaining to me that much, to be honest with you. I'll dabble and listen here and there and maybe chime in a little bit, but yeah, it's pure fact that our planet is a ovate spheroid. It's not flat. Now, it's been this is the final thought. Our universe is kind of what they say a flat plane.
A disc,
in that regard.
you know.
Yeah, like a disc. Yeah, sure. But things within the universe have shapes. Like all these planets and celestial bodies are spherical.
It's like imagining all the life forms that can live on and in a sheet of paper.
Exactly, right. So this is a one-dimensional universe. However, there's hypotheses. There may be another paper above, another paper below. That's just a hypothetical hypothesis, right?
Hypothetical hypothesis.
I was grabbing at words. You got me.
Good morning. It's 10:07 a.m. in California.
Yeah, I've adopted a rule for this app is that I choose personally not to get involved in discussions that I don't think are debatable, essentially. So like things that scientists are not like around the table debating whether evolution is true or whether we've been to the moon or, you know, those kind of things. Like flat Earth, they're not sat around debating those things. Like JCC said, they're facts. So like I don't think facts are debatable. They're just facts.
The thing that upsets me about flat earthers the most is that they can't even approach their own hypothesis like philosophically. I can understand the argument of flat earthers regarding like the appeal to authority and maybe arguing that some people are hiding stuff from us, which I agree with. But I don't think everything is being hidden. And it's just, I've always felt like the flat earth argument was better as a philosophical debate against like the fears of overreach of authority more than anything. Not necessarily a literal argument, but I feel like it's lost its basis over the past few years. People are really taking it serious.
Yeah, I mean, there tend to be typically like conspiratorial on most things. So you ask if we...
And I'm fine with that.
Climate change or, yeah. I mean, I think the only conspiracy I kind of sometimes entertain is people who entertain like conspiracies around 9/11. Because there's a lot of material for them to latch onto. But yeah, generally I just don't debate those types of things.
I think that's
no way. They wouldn't be able to keep that shit. What's up? They wouldn't be able to keep that shit hidden from us. No way. It was Barack Obama was on Brian Tyler Cohen's show like a few days ago, and he just let loose. He let loose some like little joke. He's like, I believe there are aliens. And then like Trump, like a few days later, he's like, I want the government to release all the alien files.
That idiot, Trump literally tried to say that Obama fucked up, and it was like, well, you made a mistake, and you know they might try to pursue something on him for speaking out something he wasn't supposed to say. But you're the idiot who actually validated the question and the claims, like by saying that Obama said something he wasn't supposed to say, and then later saying that you're gonna have people release fucking footage. You're the actual one who let the fucking shit slip. Obama came back and he said, you know, I think mathematically and statistically, we're not the only people like in the universe, you know, and that's what I mean. It's like, I think that they exist. I didn't see them, but I think they exist. And Trump is just like, no, we're going to release all of the evidence because you guys want it so bad. Like,
Obama's last Brian Tyler telling Brian, he was like, so when you first got elected president, you know, and you became like, you know, the president, what was the first question that you wanted answered? And Obama was like, where are the aliens?
Yeah, he asked those questions right at the end of the interview, right? Because it was like a normal conversation interview throughout the whole thing, and then right at the end, he just like completely like threw me off guard with the alien thing. Like I guess he wanted to make it a fun ending or whatever, but yeah, I was taken off guard.
He's no longer a president, and I feel like part of the response that he gave is him just being able to say what he wants to say now with more liberty than he was able to say before. And I respect the fuck out of that. Yes, he was president at some point. Yes, he's also a human on this planet who's like had questions and has beliefs and their own ideology not tied to any political affiliation. That conversation had nothing to do with politics. This was him as a person. Like, you as a man, how do you feel about things beyond this planet? Like, that's basically what it...
I don't know if he was trying, but he actually sounded like him just then. But yeah, just as a side, when they're former president, do you still refer to them as president when they're former president?
Yes. They will always be president. You get to retain the highest standard that you achieve. So I will always be a corporal. You can always address me as a corporal of like people, even though I'm far removed from the military. It's the highest title that I've ever like held and served. So there you go.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I only noticed it when Trump's first term ended, and noticed that like Fox News was referring to him as President Trump, and I was like, is that like some kind of cultist thing, or is that like the norm? But thanks for clarifying.
I would assume the same goes for members of parliament too. Like if they you know, after they've done with their tenure, they would still be considered, you know, even formally, you know, member of parliament. They would still have that kind of respect given to them because of what they may have did or may not have done. I don't know, for, you know, their...
I think we don't refer to them as prime minister if they've like served their term or whatever. Just refer to maybe as former prime minister at best.
Okay.
Or more commonly known as hey, you twat.
Yeah, the hated one, which they all are.
What is that other role? What was Margaret Thatcher and what's his face? The one who was really blonde.
Yeah, they were
Winston Churchill. What were they?
Yeah, they were prime ministers as well.
Prime ministers?
Yeah,
okay.
It's the equivalent of president. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, the Tories are like equivalent of Republicans, and Labour is like the Democrats, essentially. Pretty much like for like.
What kind of name is Tories? What does that derive from?
I don't know how you hear it.
Yeah, go on.
I was gonna say you guys are right the title shit. I don't know if you guys know who Leon Panetta was when he was former Secretary of Defense, and he lives like around in my like area, and I did a job for him once, and like I interacted with his wife, but like I was at their house, and his wife was like, I don't know, she's like, yeah, and the secretary, yada yada yada. And she kept referring to him as the secretary, even though he hadn't been the Secretary of Defense for like decades. Like his old wife talked about him in that way.
Talk about abusive relationship. That's crazy. Your spouse still addresses you by your title, but maybe that was because she was addressing him to you and not like him directly. And so the implication would be that you call him the secretary and you call him as maybe.
That'd be funny if she was like, Mr. Secretary, please pass the salt. In the morning, having coffee.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mitt Romney was famous for referring to his wife as mother. That's weird. I think that's kind of a Mormon thing.
Yeah, that's either a Southern thing or a Mormon thing for sure.
Yeah, I heard it's cultural, and religious,
Or Southern Mormons.
Still weird. I think Hispanic culture does it too.
Yeah, but they're just sexy when they do it. They do it in a whole nother language. It's exotic.
Ay, papi.
It's just weird to be married to a woman for 50 years and then call her mother. It's just weird.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, in front of the kids, I get it.
For sure.
Go ask mom.
Y'all's kids are in their 30s now. Like, they call her Carol.
Is that a Mormon thing, or I don't know? Is it a Mormon thing? Yeah, I don't even know what we call the Conservative Party, the Tories. I just looked it up. Apparently, it dates back to the 17th century. Some Irish word, Gaelic word. Yeah, we've always called them the Tories, but yeah, they're officially the Conservative Party, which is a bit boring.
Our history's boring. We should learn Chinese history. We should get a jump on it now before, the next turn of it.
Yeah, those Tories, the name Tories sounds like the name of like a fucking Muppet.
Yeah. What is it? What the hell does that mean, the Tories? I've never even heard that before.
They're like our Republicans. They're kind of like represent the elite class of Britain.
Oh, it's a British thing. Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty much like for like representation in the UK as the Republicans, and Labour are the equivalent of the Democrats.
Gotcha.
It says that in the U.S. or early in U.S. history, a Tory was a person who remained loyal to the crown.
We had the Whigs.
That's interesting.
Under any circumstances, even when the king was bankrupting y'all, like.
Well, there were loyalists, like all along. I always thought they were called loyalists, but I think it's just another, like a slang word for a loyalist. I mean, loyal, nothing wrong with being loyal. That doesn't sound like too much of a dig, right? Gotta call them something worse than that.
Depends on the circumstances. Y'all are loyal to the crown, but the crown didn't always, well, not y'all, but crown wasn't always doing the best it could. Like,
well, that's what I mean. I'm talking, this is an American thing. So
yeah.
In America, like during the Revolution, calling somebody a Tory was basically calling them a traitor.
Oh, facts.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring that shit back. I'm going to start calling MAGA Tories. That's when I start.
Oh, that's good.
It's just a bloody Tory!
Well, because that goes along with like the whole No Kings thing. So I like that.
Yo, facts. Yo, I'm going to make this shit pop.
Heard it here first.
You're not going to understand it, though.
They don't need to understand it. They don't understand 6'7", but it's all over the place. So, I mean, I miss rubbing elbows with atheists. So lonely out in the world.
You're an atheist, right? All right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you normally hang out in theist rooms if you come on the app?
I have a space, or I have a conspiracy theorist space that I typically frequent, and where everything, mostly there are theists. I have a couple of friends that are like native descent that are animists that will also plan atheists with me. So, you know, but I haven't really been there very often, but yeah. Just come in here and sit with like-minded people.
Yeah, to be honest, I normally hang out in theist rooms for the majority of my time on there. Like I sit there and listen to their crazy conversations, like interfaith discussions, or listen to atheists and theists go back and forth. Like, but yeah, I like to go into the lion's den, as it were.
I've honestly, like, most of the time in those rooms, it's just like Bible book club, you know, where people like argue about lore of different characters. This guy did this and this way, and said did this for this reason. It's like, man,
honestly, Supernatural did it better.
Yeah, the only ones I don't listen to is like about scripture. Like those ones I find boring. But,
you know, I don't mind scripture debates. I rather enjoy them. I do find that like the theological books have a little bit of like, dare I say, like philosophy in them. There's like some of the scripture debates do kind of make sense to me, especially the ones that are grounded in more historical kind of like connotation. Nothing that's just like the glory of God and all of the, you know, like abstractions, but definitely the ones that try to like, I actually like Romans, the book of Romans and all of that stuff. I feel like the ones that are snapshots of actual history, I think they're pretty cool.
I like hearing people talk about scripture who are like actually knowledgeable about like I like listening to like Caleb, who's a rabbi, talk about the Torah and stuff and talk about it from their like this is what we think it means, and you know, and I'm kind of cool with that. It's like history. It's like I want to know what people think about it, but I also think it's really weird when you sit in these rooms and there's people who don't seem all that knowledgeable and they're super opinionated and they're super they go through it like it's a legal document with like numerical precision. It's like a significant error. I don't know. It's like a confusion of significant digits. You know, it's like they talk about it with more precision than it really deserves to be talked about. And they think they're doing a math proof, but it's just poetry and stuff, right? And history. So I that's always weird to me. Like that they spend so much time. Okay, I gotta take it.
It's early poetry. I appreciate that he said that. A lot of it is. I believe that they have reason to believe that for portions of it, you know, they had the most famous writers of the time that were engaged in this writing project. So you had Shakespeare and whomever else was in there, you know, like I have no doubt that there's a lot of symbolic poetry. There's a lot of nuanced alliterations, like all of that stuff. I think that it is, it's like one of the humanity's like oldest things that we still kind of maintain. It has a sense of beauty in it. I question its authority. It's the only thing about it that I genuinely question. I think that it does have a place. It just shouldn't be in everybody's heart all the time.
Yeah, and also when I said history, I didn't mean it was historic, like the stories.
No, of course not.
What I mean is like that's what people back then were thinking, and somebody wrote this down, and it might be something like what they wrote down now, like it's just so when people get super, like when Benjamin talks about it, genocide, I'm always like, oh, this is a record of what people were thinking. This is how shitty people were back then. Like actually, this is how shitty people have always been. But like, this is, people write down their stories. Life is hard. People are violent. The earth is violent. So yeah, there's a lot of crazy stories. But this is it's just like, how can you can't ignore it, right? This is what people wrote down, and the same goes for the Indian texts and the whatever texts around the world. Like you can't throw that shit away. That's like the earliest glimpse into like human beings when they started writing shit down, and all this wacky ideas they had. I don't know. It's just interesting. I actually read something recently that well, I didn't read it. I was listening to a video. And it actually kind of blew me away. It was in a way that hardly ever happens. I was listening to a thing about the Gospel of Thomas, and like the one of these like non-canonical books, Gnostic. It's not really Gnostic, but it's just, and in that, and of course, this isn't really accepted by most of Christianity. But in that book, Jesus said this thing about God. What was it? It was like actually, I wrote it down because I thought I was like, did he really say that? I mean, it was basically he said something like, he's like, if this body, if this physical like body of ours comes from spirit, like because people say like consciousness is fundamental and shit, and a physicalist like myself would say no, the physical world is what's real, and that is what creates mind and consciousness. But Jesus actually said, according to this thing, if this body comes from the spirit, like that's crazy. Or no, he said it's crazy. He's like that's incredible. And if it was the other way around, if the body, if the spirit or consciousness or whatever came from the body, he's like that's even weird. That's even more fantastic. And he said something like, "How could such a wonderful thing, like if that were true, how could such a wonderful thing, meaning like our consciousness or whatever, come from this like gross physical reality?" He said something like, "How could such richness come from such poverty?" or something like that. And I thought, whoa, like that, did Jesus really say that? Because like, that is exactly the conversation I've been having on Clubhouse for years with people about, physicalism versus idealism or whatever. And it kind of blew me away. So, whatever. It's not an accepted text, but
would you mind?
I still thought it was interesting.
Would you mind expanding on physicalism or physicalists?
Physicalism? I mean, physicalism, I think, is a slightly more modern term for materialism. I mean that everything we see is just a physical reality, that there's no magical realm and spiritual realm. It's just, But physicalism, I think, is a slightly more... Materialism sounds like it's just stuff. It's like freaking the particles are just marbles and whatever. But physicalism kind of includes, as physical stuff, to be the forces, magnetism and strong force and gravity and space itself. And so the idea of what is physical includes a lot of weird stuff. Like magnets are weird, but we think that's physical, right? Like we don't think that's magic. So yeah, what you see is what you get, and that's sufficient to, you can create a brain with stuff, and you can create consciousness with a brain. So that we don't need, we don't need a soul. We don't need any persistent experience.
So where does is that in line with, can that exist with naturalists? Are they like?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I would even make a distinction between those two things. Maybe somebody else would. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no distinction. It's definitely part of naturalism.
Okay, great. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I didn't want to assume.
I think words like naturalism, physicalism, materialism, I think some people make distinctions between those things. I'm not really sure. I think it's kind of fashion which word you use, but I'm not that into philosophy to know to know all the fine distinctions.
I've recently stopped telling theists that I am atheist, and I have decided to just tell them I'm a naturalist instead, because atheism only tells them what I don't believe in, and that apparently offends them. So I should open in kind with what they open with what I do believe in, and I think that makes it a more even footing.
Nice. I like that.
Hey, John.
John, you promoting neo-deism?
Well, I've been casting about, as you probably all know, for kind of a D-ish, atheish perspective. And I like this one when I search on deism, this site, neo-deism, comes up that distinguishes between different types of deism. And I think that their type is neo-deism, which kind of resonates most with me. Because I really like it kind of in line with what Ori was saying, if I said that correctly, sorry.
You're correct.
Okay, good. I feel like it's good to toss a little bit of a bone, right? And the bone I like to toss is that if they want to say that God is the thing that created the universe and wrote all the laws, I'm down with that. It's just the trying to say that God manifests itself in the present day by intervening in the physical laws it wrote, or making things happen that couldn't happen according to those laws, thereby making science impossible. I just don't believe that kind of stuff. So I like the idea, whatever it is, and that's what Einstein thought. Right? Whatever created the universe, that's God. However, wherever the universe came from, or the universe itself is God. That's fine. Somebody wants to use that word for it. I have no trouble with that.
I agree as well. A couple of nights ago, I was talking to a friend who's like on the fence, and from her worldview and perspective, I told her that she might be suited for looking into pantheism. And she was, well, what is that? And I was like, well, that is the idea that the living universe is God. And then that we are like derived of God. And she's like, oh my God, I never knew that, and all of these things. And it's like, there's such a vast world of explanations out there. And we get so like mollywopped and pigeonholed into like certain things, but there's so many different ways to kind of view and understand reality, even without having like grasped most of it or whatever. It's weird to me that we haven't explored like 0.1% of the universe, but people are so certain of all of the frameworks, all of the rules, regulations, and guidelines that the universe has. We technically haven't even really left this little area like our robots have, but we have not. We don't know anything about that.
Well, I'd like to give you some karma points for using mollywopped in a sentence.
Hey, I just noticed today I've lost, I think because I haven't been spending as much time on Clubhouse this last week, my karma level is going down. So.
Mine's going.
I filed a complaint, John. That's probably why.
It doesn't really get talked about that much. Is like what the word God means. People don't know.
It's just like some little simple thing that everybody seems to like overlook. Like the word God just means supreme or ultimate. It like very loosely. That's what the word means. And I don't know. Like when I think about stuff like I don't know, the classical laws of logic or something like this, like or I don't know what is like an atom or a molecule or an electron or something like that. I look around for like definitions for these things, like in physics, like like an electron isn't defined in terms of like its essence. Like it seems like all of physics defines these natural things in terms of like their behavior and their relationship with each other rather than like what their essential properties are. That point, that seems to tell me like it doesn't seem, I don't know if there might not even be like some kind of ultimate thing. It could just be that things are like, things exist because of their relationship to each other or how they behave. I don't know. I'm not even convinced there is like an ultimate, even could be an ultimate kind of thing.
I think more things are emergent than we'd like to assume. And I'm going to land there because someone else was going to get in there.
Oh, well, thanks. That's kind of you. And I was just going to say, I don't think we can what you were getting at, Elliot, is if nothing happened, we couldn't. There wouldn't be any possibility for knowing anything, right? Nothing happening is kind of the same thing as nothing existing. There's no way for anybody to know stuff exists unless stuff happens. And so electrons participate in happenings that have a particular signature. And then we encapsulate that as charge and spin and all of these things. But all of those things are not, in some sense, about the electron. They're about the way it interacts with stuff. But at some level, those are the same thing.
Yeah, okay. I was just gonna say, like, I don't know, some of these things that seem like, I don't know, almost like first principles, like the classical laws of logic or something. they're obviously not propositions. They can't be true or false in that sense. But why are they? Why do they seem like why do we even call them laws at all? Like, why are they so ubiquitous? They seem to hold universally in all cases. I think it might just be like because of how things relate to each other, and that's what makes the classical laws what they are. I don't think I could go and prove that.
I think one of humanity's biggest problems. Nigel, you're new on stage. Go ahead.
I was going to say I agree with what Elliot said. I mean, laws of logic it is what it is, basically. I think that's a great pointer to everything else up there. It's impossible without them. I mean, it would surely be gibberish. So not utilize it. I think logic is God sometimes. Carlos, go ahead.
I was gonna add real quick. I find that humanity has a real issue with learning backwards, and oftentimes when we find a step one, and we start working from that, I want to say maybe our ego stops us from looking for a potential step 0 or a step -1 or a step -2, and like our combined sort of mentality, because our mind works better when it's coupled with other minds. Like we just have this propensity to keep moving forward, and we don't really take a lot of time to figure out going back. I mean, we are, but not nearly as much time as I feel like we should. Like, there's clearly a step 0, and I'm pretty sure there's a step -1 that humanity might not even be in the position to uncover. And we keep running with step 1 as if it is the end all be all, and we really just have no clue. I just killed the room. I'm going to lose karma points for...
No, not at all. I'm enjoying the conversation. But yeah, I mean, like, I guess obviously there are aspects of the universe or the observable universe that we can understand. That whatever's fundamental or ultimate, as Elliot was saying, like, to think that we could even be able to understand it, to cognize it, like, is an assumption. Our brains are emergent, just like anything else. If you see it, like if you're a physicalist. So yeah, like, it's limited to how our brains work. Our brains work in a logical way, which is how we use logic, and it helps us to understand the world. We create patterns, or we recognize patterns, and we connect them, and that's how we understand the world. But doing that doesn't necessarily give us like a way to understand in principle what the fundamental nature of reality is, or what it's like, or if there is such a thing. I think for me, like, the understanding the ontology of time is probably like the biggest one, because that, like, our brains work logically, so we want to say, oh, there's a beginning, there's a start, time works in this way, but obviously it's just how we experience time. How we interpret it is how we're going to come to a conclusion about the ontology of time. But yeah, I think that for me is like the biggest question, and I don't think we have the capacity to understand it. So, but yeah, the universe is not obligated to make sense to us. So
there's a lot of things that are like just really counterintuitive to like the way that human beings understand things. Like we think like in the way that Carlos thinks, and that's why the classical laws of logic are so ubiquitous for us humans who sort of like intuitively understand like concepts like A equals A, and this is not that. There's no middle ground. Like that stuff's really intuitive to us, but like that kind of approach kind of breaks down sometimes when take the superposition in quantum mechanics. The superposition is it's a lot of things, but one of the things that it is like you take like an electron, the superposition of an electron is both spin up and spin down. That seems like to slightly like fly right in the face of like the law of non-contradiction.
It's paradox, right? A fuck up, like it just messes with you, as though it's supposed to be like all just comical, and we take all of this shit so seriously. Like oftentimes I have to remind myself about how freaking paradoxical all of it is. Like with the experiment that you just posited, I think it's just supposed to be just some kind of joke sometimes, like where we are. I don't know if you guys have experienced that. Today's one of those days when I really think all of this is a joke. It's all just theatrics. And it's always been so. So far as humans have lived on Earth, right? Maybe it was just all there for our amusement.
Maybe the Buddhists are right, Nargis. Is it like wasn't like the Buddha like a big joker? He had lots of jokes.
What else? I mean, he freaking supposedly, delved in a lot of austerity, so much so that Buddha was just skin and bones towards the end, with the not eating and overcoming needs and physicalism, etc. I mean, eventually he just like ends up seeing this fat boy with like a bunch of sweets that he's taken to his aunt's house. And after 40 days of like seeing the blue light, the first thing he does is ask the boy for the whole freaking dish and just gobbles it up and says, this was all of it was just this joy of the moment, where like that amount of eating, hogging up the boy's sweets. Maybe that's what all of this is, that he was so austere and serious about it. And eventually, what gave him joy was just that in the moment, that he couldn't compare with like any other joy that he experienced during austerity. Yeah, maybe you're right, Elliot.
With really only happiness, when you look at like the fundamental emotions, and like there are different arguments. Some say that there are 5, some say that there are 6 or 7 of them, but everyone pretty much agrees the only good one is happiness. It's like all of those emergent emotions that we have for like anxiety, anger, fear, like sadness, like all of these other things, at best they're neutral, but the only one that is genuinely good is happiness. And so it does stand to reason that of all of the things that you can feel innately, you should feel the best one. Like whenever possible, in any circumstances, regardless of what's kind of like happening to you. It's kind of how I take.
But then human beings would not have survived through time if they just, if you look at happiness as a good feeling, right? Like,
But statistically, they wouldn't be feeling happiness most of the time. They'd be feeling one of the 5 to 7 other emotions, probably 90% of the time. So that's when I say, why would facts? But the happiness kept them alive too.
Exactly. I was going to mention, like during wartime, I think there was musicians that played symphonies that performed to keep the happiness vibe going.
It's joy, also joy, just like happiness is these little pockets of like fleeting, sweet nothings. Joy is that ability to elongate happiness and let it have some kind of stillness. It's like multi-orgasms, but happiness is just an orgasm. So I don't know where I read this, but
I don't know, but seeing like happiness is like the only good feeling or something like that. It's like seeing like sweetness is the only good taste.
That's why, like even in Quran, I think I read this verse where it says, like in adversity there is relief. It's not what follows it. Like within it, we must find that kind of still state of joy, even though we experience whatever temporary sorrow or brokenness. Maybe that is the very challenge. We're here to sort of solve that paradox. I got up in the morning like today thinking, there are many mornings nowadays I'm getting up thinking, what the fuck are we doing here? Not I, we, like as human beings. And I feel like nothing has felt familiar. We have made it look familiar to us. Perhaps like mother's womb was the only like safe, familiar place we ever felt, right? I don't know. It's just all amusement. Like that's how I'm seeing it today.
Do you remember the feeling in the uterus? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Sometimes. I spoke to a therapist about it a while ago, and she said, "I don't want to get all woo on you, but there is some concept that they had called like the indigo, something like that." And she said that. I was like, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah, there's some kids that have always remembered like how safe it felt, and there's nothing phenomenal about it. It's just that memory sort of extends itself." Some shit explanation she gave. The thing is, I can't distinguish whether it's a real memory or that I've thought about it at some point, and sort of that's sort of tattooed itself in my head, Hanging with these freaking atheists has made me so skeptical. And so, you mofos.
I think it's just a bonding a child has with whether it's mother or father, that gives them that comfort, right?
Right. And that's all we've been looking for, JCC, all our life. We just want that moment of comfort every now and then. And why then do we want it? Perhaps because the world is not that comfortable. Right?
It's out to get us.
It's out to get us. But is it?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
I don't think that it's out to get us. I think that nature just natures.
Right, yeah.
From nature, you can either get life or death. It's toss-up.
Right, I realized I said it's out to get us. It doesn't have intent. However, we live in an environment that is very hazardous to our life.
Or very plentiful for our life. See, nature goes either way. Like, it literally feeds you while pelting you with rock balls of ice.
It doesn't resist. It doesn't feel. And what we see as fear, like animals running, whatever, when they're getting hunted down, is not the case at all times with the animal. It's only when it's being hunted down. But the seed, like, it doesn't strain. It looks to us like it's stressful when it's sort of trying to pierce the earth and become a sapling. But I don't know who it was who said that. The seed never complained about the hard work it has to do. The earth never said no to the seed to cut through it. It just allows things. What is it within us that doesn't allow things?
Well, why have the necessity to anthropomorphize the earth and the seed, right? So there's no thought, intention of it allowing or it not allowing.
Why not? How do artists make art? Like, it's the only way. Yeah.
But yeah, JCC, I liked how you walked back your statement as soon as you were implying intention.
Yeah.
Because that's like literally the most important difference between atheists and theists.
Do you remember, Carlo?
But yeah, I think like in discussions that's the thing I try to target the most is like showing why intention isn't necessary, or maybe even why it's simpler to say there's no intention. But for a lot of theists, a lot of them that I speak to can't even conceptualize like an unintentional universe. Like they can't even like get a conversation off the ground because they're not even like willing to like either conceptualize it or think of what would be evidence of unintention, sort of thing. Like all theists, but most theists.
Can you just quickly define like intention?
Something that has awareness, something that's conscious. Because I define God as an eternal conscious creator. So the conscious part is the part that has the intention, and that's like the important difference. Because if you believe in just like nature, or something that's unintentional, you can just have an eternal creator. So the creator part is just whatever has the ability or capacity to bring about the observable universe, and it's eternal just to mean that it always existed. And that's the difference that I see between the atheist and the theist.
Yeah, but there are many theists that think of it. I think of my model entails eternalism, right? So I think it is the only position that theists, in fact, a monotheist can take to show like an eternal God. Yesterday, Matthew was struggling so hard with eternalism, and I think theists usually really struggle with the concept of eternalism. That has always existed.
Not if you consider pantheists.
Yeah. I hold to that actually. Pantheists, Neoplatonists, just people who hold to the model of like a divinely simple God. By necessity, eternalism becomes like part of the model.
Winnie the Pooh was an anti-pantheist.
I think it was nice. It's quite beautiful. So much gratefulness and gratitude for nature and for an awareness and a closeness. And you put in the God element and all of it. It's not separate than you or the things you touch and feel and see, right?
That all sounds like then it's an intentional stance, or like you take something like you take anything like a car or a rock or whatever, and just throw some intentions on it. And the reason people do that is to try to predict or try to explain like what it's doing now or what it will do in the future. Like the rock wants to fall down the hill, but of course like the rocks aren't like people or persons or conscious or anything like that. We just they're just trying to understand like what's going on. I think theists have like taken that and ran with that to its extreme.
I had this conversation, if not yesterday, the day before, and the thing that was conveyed to me was that, how can I rephrase this? Because the perceivable world that we live in has order, it logically follows that there is a order given, like something that sets that order, something that puts that into motion. And they always cite the same kind of examples. Like if you see writing on a beach, you assume that somebody wrote it, or a clockmaker has a designer, or and it's just, yeah. And in some regards, if I do limit my understanding of the universe to this planet, which my understanding of the universe is limited to this planet, I could possibly come to that conclusion. But knowing that this planet is part of a larger system, that we have no clue what like the fundamental principles are, like we don't know anything about it. We don't know where it came from. I think that is slippery slope at best. Like it's the order giver, and it's a hard argument to fight. But I also look at the whole situation, like I personally see it happening in a septenary spiral. That is a spiral with like 7 steps altogether. And essentially, I think that the universe in itself is a regressive thing that goes through all of these cycles constantly. Well, and it's an unbroken cycle. It's decay, it's life, it's existence, it's subatomic particles swarming and forming each other. It's a whole bunch of things. I can't prove that or anything like that, but I don't know. I feel like because we provide order on this planet, the assumption is that something has to apply order on the planet, I suppose. And I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, no, I think if I'm being charitable to the theist, like if we were to rely purely on just like intuition, then it might be rational to think that there's like some like orderer or lawgiver or like some ultimate purpose to the universe. Like if we was to just rely on intuition alone, and then like maybe a time before we have like any scientific evidence. But like I was saying earlier, like if we just rely on how our brains work, then we're probably going to come to the wrong conclusions. I think like Elliot mentioned about like quantum mechanics. I mean that we literally have to think counterintuitively to make sense of aspects of reality. We shouldn't assume that like the way that our brains work is literally like how reality is ontologically. You should never assume that like classic logic is absolute or whatever, because now we have to have quantum logic to understand other aspects of the universe. So, and we only realize that through like scientific experiment. So with that, then that's what makes atheism more rational. But I think if we're to just rely on intuition alone, then yeah, I would understand where the theist is coming from if I'm being charitable.
So what's up with math?
It's invented. I was having this conversation quite recently. The debate was whether math is invented or discovered. And I think it's invented. And I think logic is invented.
Did you get it from the pariahs? What are they called, guys? Those that the Amazon pariahs. They never had a number system, and still don't, I guess. So they're not counting really. They're saying many or less. I think they had like maybe one existed, but they still function quite efficiently without a number system. Absurd.
They have no number system. So they're a group of people who exist in a society or a civilization, and they don't number things.
Correct. There's many and there's less. There's a relation to quantity. It's relational.
I want to live there. My bank account would be much better.
So you see how they communicate with each other? They hardly have many words. Looks like the less of something we quantify allows for more joy and like well-being.
I agree.
The freaking scream, like you just check out the language. It's so funny.
I wonder if they subsequently catalog less as well.
They have, their present is, they don't have a concept of God. They've never had. How can it be like people that ancient never once thought or ever discussed a higher being? So all they do is somehow innately know that the present moment of the now is all there is.
They probably had some like animism, like before, the Greeks came around, and then the thing is, like, Nagas, you think that the earliest form of spirituality was this monad. That's not.
No, it's not. I don't think so, no.
First it was like, animism and attributing agency.
They didn't have that. That's what I'm saying.
Nuggets. So storm systems, right? Trees, nature.
I know that.
They had some of that, yeah.
They never had animism.
All right, you want to look it up?
Look it up. They give reverence to nature, and they just don't worship it. That's spiritual.
Practic Amazon maintain a unique non-theistic belief system rooted in immediate experience rather than abstract remote gods or myths. They believe in spirits that can take the form of animals or people in their environment. So animism, like I said, their spirituality is experiential, focused entirely on the present moment with no concept of creator, God, creation, myths, or afterlife. Those are like more, you don't have those without an advanced society. So it's not like it's really special, the spirituality of these people is quite...
They don't worship it. They don't worship it.
We were saying the same thing, though, because an animist doesn't worship God, they exist with reality.
Yeah, who cares if they worship it or not?
Animists worship material,
No, that's only one definition. Worship anything. Hold on, I got this. I'm good. So you don't have to worship anything to attribute agency, right? Just because I think a tiger is making decisions doesn't mean I worship the tiger.
They don't give the spirit agency. They say it just is, right? These are just stories, one thing amongst them. That's what
the whole
I'm saying.
point of that's the only reason why you would think that they're spirits is if things around you have agency, right? You're attributing agency to a storm system, right? Or a tree, or whatever. I don't know, where you can go off on these weird tangents with this stuff. I think you're trying to stick everything into your weird perennialist thing, and they don't belong there.
What are you talking about? It has nothing to do. Perennialism is not a religion. It's just a way of looking at the world.
I didn't say it was a religion. You always stick extra words and ideas into things where they don't go.
You're telling me there's an agency. Don't judge my mind. You don't know what I'm thinking.
It's not that deep, Marcus.
Well, what has agency? It could just be like a course of
animals, things around you, life forms, storm systems, things that seem like if you don't know any better, you're gonna think that an earthquake is like, I don't know, some kind of being or something. Like, did you ever study sort of Socratic society? Well, animals, well, all right, maybe not all animals, but certainly many animals do have agency. So maybe are they really being spiritual then? Because a tiger is an agent. Right. Well, they think that the tiger is a form of a spirit. Right. So it's those are the material forms of this spiritual being. That's how they would see things. Right. Which is the Native Americans, very similar to
I was about to actually bring up Native Americans and owls, right? So if they see owls, that is a bad omen. That is a bad messenger. And they know that, or they feel that something bad is going to happen or in the midst of happening or currently happening, et cetera, in line with that.
And these raw people, that's right. I was reading this now. I remember they would see these beings on the beach, these spiritual beings walking around on the beaches,
and they would have like a, they'd all share in that hallucination. But it's like a primal hallucination. It's almost like we try to attribute more to it than there is. They have an intricate naming system connected to their cosmology, where they believe in spirits that influence the creation of their bodies and destinies. But at the same time, they don't really speak about the abstract futures. That's where they think of destiny. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. I think this is, a rough synopsis. There's probably more to it than
we discussed this for hours and hours, for a whole week, day after day on this app. This is so interesting. And it's not as simple as saying that they just allotted agency to something. It's like an emergence that they thought of. Because you have to see, like, their primary focus has never been something has agency. Nothing has agency. It just is. That's how they see it. So no, it has nothing to do with realism.
So then why do they see things as spirits in material form?
Just think it emerged out of something, that's all. And they don't think
of course it emerges from something that's trivial.
Agency is not a thing for them. Otherwise they would have a God.
Powerful people have agency. If you don't have power, you have no agency.
Therefore, there is no powerful God amongst their system.
What? Donald Trump is powerful.
In a civilization, that's why.
They're talking about a group
you have to live in a civilization that has like monarchs and these like very centralized form.
We have no government.
No, I guess I know you're excited, but like you see,
I'm not excited. I think you're dumb. Like you haven't thought about this. You're saying it with such.
I don't think you have.
You're a little skeptical about it. Like,
I'm not skeptical about anything. I don't give a shit. I'm not religious. I'm trying to.
Then don't talk about it if you're not.
I can talk about it.
It's an atheism room.
Like, who the fuck are you, Nargis? Seriously. You're doing this thing where you're being a dickbag. I know. You think you're really deep and interesting, but you're not. Okay, just chill the fuck out.
I didn't say I am.
Around me, you can do that around like
we're actually saying things that contradicted each other.
But don't do it around me.
I weren't saying things that contradicted each other. I just want y'all to know that, like.
Yeah, Nargis is being pretentious. She's being a pretentious ass. You're not that deep, Nargis. Chill out.
Like a society that doesn't have a centralized God or a mono deity that they worship, that believes in nature around them, can ascribe whatever principles individually on a macro level to the nature.
And why don't they have that? Because they don't have a civilization. You need to have a big society and a centralized power, and then you can sort of have this God like fucking thing. It's all based on like kings and fucking tyrants and shit. They don't have the kind of society, so of course it didn't emerge, as Nargis likes to say. I mean, it's fucking common sense, right? No?
I've never made that connection before, Royvis, that religion started off in an animism state until one individual stepped up and said that nature granted them the right.
Okay, so this is about social cohesion, okay? So you start off, right, in these real small tribes, and then societies grow and grow, they get bigger and bigger, more unwieldy. And then the religion, their spirituality tends to, like, imitate their society, the power that they exist in, right? As civilization grows. And it's like you get to, like, the Greeks, right? And they have these, like, very philosophical, intricate systems of, like, whatever the monad is or the prime mover. But like a tribe like this isn't going to come up with that. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the scaffolding for it. They might, if their group grows into that. You see how religion's related to society. Like, where else do you think it comes from? Like a bunch of idiots saying pretentiously, like thinking this stuff like out of nothing? No.
So they just didn't get big enough to get to a God.
Right.
Essentially.
Yeah, they don't have to, because their society isn't centralized like that. There's like some tribes that are completely, like indigenous people in Central America, they're completely like democratic. They don't have a leader, And then look at their spirituality, tends to follow suit,
And they're egalitarian.
Pretty deep, Nargis, isn't it? I mean, wow.
I've learned in the last couple of days that innately in successful egalitarian societies don't necessarily require a banking system. like that isn't something that wouldn't be a logical conclusion that they would come to because of just based on the principle of ownership that they would have. They live in a completely different kind of mentality, whereas another individual who doesn't live in egalitarian, they don't share everything. Banking is pretty much fundamental.
Well, see, egalitarian, you're already like off the mark here, because if you use words like that or justice, they don't have a concept of justice. That's something that the colonial oppressors use to balance their issues and their problems. They have no need for justice. You know, that's you have to understand, like, we're in this fucking prison, man. Like, this society we live in, you know, we don't even see the shackles anymore. But, you know, I guess, like, how much you gonna control it? It's a crazy beast.
So, do I understand? So, like, if the pariah folk are hanging out eating, like, if one person takes, like, an item of food from the other, they don't get any qualms about that, right? They're like, oh, cool, I'll just grab another one from over here, kind of thing, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know, like how they deal with their issues like that. I mean, I'm sure they have some sense of, like, fairness. I mean, even animals have that.
Right, yeah.
I'd have to look into that. That's a good question.
Like, hey, man, I gathered these berries, dude. Go get your own berries, bro. There's a big bush over there, dude. Come on, bro.
Go worry about yourself, bro. I don't know. Let me see. Do they have like a legal sense? They have like lawyers.
They don't have numbers, but you've got more and I've got less. You've got more, I've got less.
You get less. And that's just how it...
Yeah, exactly.
So Prague does not have a socio-political structure because they prefer to ostracize. I think it is it's kind of like what, please forgive me, I'm not being racist, kind of what chimpanzees do. It's more like they use the system of, like, this ostracize, they kick you out of the troop. If your behavior
is it more than just chimpanzees? Don't wolves kind of like other animals?
I think everything that kind of lives in a sophisticated society ostracizes the lesser.
Yeah. Where they eat them. So instead of justice or egalitarianism or these highfalutin concepts we have, it's just sort of like, okay, Joe's behaving strangely. Let's kick him out. He needs to go over there somewhere.
Joe, you've been voted off the island, bro.
I think even ants have like some form of that. They'll take like like if if an ant is like infected with some parasite or it's like heart disease or something like that, it'll just get carried off by the other ants that get tossed into like a mass grave or something.
Every single clubhouse room.
Right, these concepts like difficult to understand. Like, I don't know why Nargis comes in here with their fucking bullshit. It's just like it's having a conversation about religion, spirituality, history. It's like it's not that deep.
As in every single clubhouse room runs in that fashion, right? Like toss the person who's the troublemaker out, toss him down, toss him out.
Yeah, get him out of here.
I'm usually the ostracized one. Yeah, that is true.
You've been here for a while, though. You're overdue. JCC is slipping.
Well, I've been kicked out of most. Well, I don't know if I'll be permanently kicked out of this one. There are some atheist rooms that I can't go into because they're fucking bitches, and I pointed out I don't like that. Mostly theist rooms though. Because I try to be patient, and I just can't. It's so hard for me to sit there and listen to this long streams of bullshit. It's crazy.
Some rooms invite the ostracized individuals for the content.
Right, we could have like the ostracized room. That'd be a weird thing where we have to like bring in certain people who are like.
Well, that's what Andrew R does. Andrew R likes to, put on the ostracized as a pedestal to have content.
You can't do that with me though, because the incels have reacted very strongly to me.
Does that include atheists too, in that group of ostracized people?
Depending on how controversial, depends on how controversial you are. Like Andrew loves to bring up honey badger just to get the hornet's nest going.
A honey badger likes to be on stage to piss people off. I call that symbiosis.
Exactly. Yes.
And also, like, I switched to Italian coffee, which just makes me completely insane. Like, this shit's like you're being kicked in the head by a fucking donkey.
And its caffeine level, or like what attribute would you ascribe that sensation to?
The caffeine level is very strong. It's basically like a full coffee cup of espresso. That's what it is. I use this, it's called a mocha, which is like it's not a percolator, but it just uses heat and pressure to force the water through the coffee. You gotta grind it a certain way, and this is very strong.
But is the bean itself, is it a light roast? Because the darker you roast the bean, the less caffeine.
Yeah, I use light or I have medium right now. Ooh, medium. Yeah,
medium roast is high. Yeah.
And then if you start fucking with that, like you go darker, you have to change the grind, the coarseness. And I have it all tricked out for this particular kind.
I would enjoy a cup of coffee from you. I bet you don't burn coffee.
No, you have to watch it. This is like they're like $40. They're not super expensive, and but they're a little fuzzy, you know. Everyone's got those Nespressos and the fucking Keurigs now. It's just like
they burn coffee.
Oh, Keurig, fuck that. I do a pour over every morning. A pour over every once in a while. Do a press. Basically a drip, but 1 cup, 2 cup pour over.
Like the ghetto way to make coffee.
Why is that ghetto, bro? Come on now.
You're talking to a guy who was a barista for like 2 years.
Pour-overs are ghetto? Why?
Because they're like unsophisticated. Come on, Nargis, help me out here. I mean,
she left.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like a pour-over gamer.
I generally consider it more sophisticated than other methods of coffee because of the clarity that it potentially has to offer.
Yeah, the thing in my PTO, that's the mocha.
Oh yeah, those are good machines. Yeah, those are good.
What's the pour over?
It's just you have a little holder. You grind your beans to a consistency for your drip coffee, fine, and you put it in the paper filter, and you steam your water and boil your water in a kettle, and you slowly pour it over, and you let the coffee bloom, right? You pour it in, and it froths the top that's blooming, and then you keep pouring as it drips slowly into your cup.
Yeah, that's like a Costa Rican method. It's like, you have that kind of wooden thing, and then why is that low class or whatever?
Because it's not sophisticated, it's simple.
I don't know, I think that's fine. Hell yeah, I was a barista too when I was 18, but that would just be too time consuming. I think that's the reason why I wouldn't.
It is time consuming, yes.
So it's not ghetto at all. It's actually the opposite. It's actually bougie. It's bougie as fuck, is what it sounds.
Yeah, a girlfriend I dated, she goes, damn, you go through a lot of steps to have a good cup of coffee.
Yeah, it sounds like a really bougie process.
Yeah, I grind my coffee beans, and then I, have the kettle steaming, and then boom, pour it. Yep.
All you're really doing is you're putting like a filter over the top of your cup, and you're just pouring water over the filter into the ground of the cup.
Yeah, like what did you do with your pinky out, JCC?
When I was an assistant at the studios, you have to make coffee for people. And if we did that, like someone needed decaf, we were not going to make a whole giant thing of decaf. So I just put like a filter over a fucking thing and just make 1 cup that way. Yeah, it's fine.
I admit I probably am a little, I don't know what's the word, jaded or snobbish. Maybe. Like making coffee for, man, Some people are like extremely fucking uppity about like the exact specific nature they want their coffee. Like,
my first time getting in trouble at like my first good job was because I made a bad cup of coffee. Like they pulled me aside, had a whole fucking talk about it. It was crazy.
Yeah, like doing like I said, the studio work. Like if you had to make good coffee. It was almost like being a waiter at sometimes, and it's very important. But like Elliot, how do you make your coffee now? Like since you've had that experience, like what's your go-to?
I think I've drank so much coffee. I think I've like lost all my coffee taste buds. Like all coffee just kind of tastes the same to me now. I don't really give a shit. It doesn't matter. I'll get coffee you get from 7-Eleven, how it tastes like the same you might get from Starbucks or from.
Really?
I heard him. He does his South Park style anal tampon.
I think Elliot's lost his coffee mojo. We gotta help
Elliot, no Starbucks, Elliot. Starbucks is bitter, bro.
Once you go anal, you never go back.
I mean, all coffee is bitter. All of it.
No, why is Starbucks like that? It's got almost like a sourness to it.
Yeah, I don't like their coffee.
I usually drink black coffee, but Starbucks I have to put half and half. Break that shit up.
Yeah, the one thing I'll get from Starbucks is an Americano, and I put some sugar in the raw and make it a little sweet and bitter. So
yeah, it's fine. When I was driving to San Antonio, we stopped at any Love's, Pilot, whatever the fucking other, those truck stops with the showers.
Did you stop at a Buc-ee's at all?
No, what's funny, there was a...
Oh, dude, you didn't see a Buc-ee's? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Bro, Buc-ee's is
It wasn't in the area we were in.
You need to tailor your trip to go to where Buc-ee's are.
Well, we had to see my friend's mom up in Sedona, Arizona, then we ended up going the 40 instead of the 10, so maybe that's why.
Oh, yeah.
But we did you say, Ray? There was a funny sign.
Why?
Just do it.
You haven't given me a handy yet. Why would I do that?
So why would I give you a handy?
You said that's what you do.
Because you wanted a mod.
Don't do that.
Don't you want to mod?
I did see a sign that said the next Buc-ee's 2,600 miles or something. It was someone put a sign somewhere in fucking New Mexico or something.
Yeah.
Not 2,000 miles.
That's how you market it.
Yeah, it was a clever marketing thing, yeah.
Listen, as a Texan, the first Buc-ee's, they were built a few miles from where I kind of grew up, right? And they just sort of sprang up out of nowhere. And for many years, I was against it.
Is Luling, Texas, the first Buc-ee's?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm from Hayes County. I'm from Kyle, which is literally just right up the street.
Yeah.
And so I was against them for many years. I would go once in a while, but it pissed me off. So it's all these gas stations, what the fuck is the point? And then I moved to Georgia, and coincidentally, I moved down the street from the first Buc-ee's that they built in Georgia, and I lived in that motherfucker. It was completely different. I completely found the appeal for it. It's I love it. I love Buc-ee's.
So what I had the puffy tacos. I went to this place called Henry's.
Yeah, that's a classic in San Antonio. Yep.
And then the barbecue, I took, because he had some important call to be on for an hour. So I took his car and I drove up to Seguin. I told you about the Burnt Bean Company barbecue place. I went there. I got brisket and one of the sausages, and then this elote thing they have, a corn mash, and then mac and cheese. That's probably 5 billion calories. I took a bunch of pictures of the smokers, and it was pretty cool. I never had Texas barbecue before. I've had Oklahoma barbecue.
They say Tennessee barbecue is the best, but the people who make Tennessee barbecue, I think they come from Texas.
There was a place in Mississippi I stopped at on one of my road trips bike racing. It was fucking the best barbecue, and I can't fucking remember it for the life of me. I think it was Mississippi.
Brisket's pretty good.
Yeah.
Brisket's pretty good.
Brisket's badass.
Yeah, there was this tall dude behind the counter, and I guess he overheard me talking to and I was like, I've never been here before. How do I do this? And he was like, I've never been here before. And he just handed me a piece of brisket he was cutting. He just gave it in my hand. He's like, here, man.
You gotta try this.
It's like a drug dealer. Yep. He goes, there you go.
First hit's free, then you're okay.
You're putting it in your mouth. He gave that to you because he gave you the best cutoff of what he was working on. That was probably a customer's order. And he was just like, here, I'm going to give you this.
Right.
Now get back in line.
James, which coffee would you recommend I try to, change my mind about the shittiness of coffee, particularly like the bitterness? I think like all coffee's bitter.
Like go to a grocery store coffee or go to an establishment? Because I go to local coffee places here in San Antonio. There's a Theory Coffee, and they have their bean is wild roast bean, and I don't know where it gets roasted from, but Merit Coffee is, I think, a nation brand, and their beans are pretty damn good. And from what I hear from the ethics behind the beans, it's cultivated quite ethically, so it's a good company, Merit.
Oh, and I fucking went to P. Terry's. So I've heard about P. Terry's, and it's just a hamburger chain.
Yeah, it's all right. It's nothing really. Yeah.
But I like the guy's like ethic and everything. Like, and there's all the potatoes in there, and he's like, he doesn't like fuck his customers over. Like you can get like one of their side orders like $1.80 or something.
If you really wanted a good burger, I should have told you to go to Mr. Juicy on San Pedro and Hildebrand. That is right now, I think, the best burger joint in San Antonio. It's a restaurateur. He has some fine dining establishments, and he opened up a burger joint, and he puts a lot of love in his burgers and fries. They're all the meat, the buns, the fries. You can get a burger, fry, and a drink for the same price at a fast food joint. And this stuff is phenomenal.
Well, I should have hit you up. Instead, I was being shown around by a vegan.
Yeah, you were busy. No worries, bro. No worries.
Yeah, it was like, it was like a fun trip.
I just don't want to go back home. This was like.
So that means you ate at Green Vegetarian Cuisine, and they probably took you to Earth Burger.
We went to one vegan Mexican place. It was actually really fucking good. That's where I discovered that my friend does not like mole. And they had mole enchiladas, which were done really well. And he was like, he's kind of finicky eater. And I'm like, yeah, it's supposed to taste like this. It's it's hard to make. And they make everything in-house, and it was really good. I mean, that's what it was called.
Yeah, there's a couple of good Mexican restaurants that are vegan. They're pretty tasty. Yep. I did a vegan chick for a bit.
Nice.
When I lived in San Antonio, my wife at the time was vegan. So that was 2017. So we were always going to Green. Earth Burger. There was another place up north, I don't remember.
This place is called Viva Vigeria or something. Vigeria? Viva. It was kind of, let me see, it's like Collins Gardens. It's really good. I mean, it's really bad for leaving food.
I think I've eaten there. It's kind of downtown area.
Yeah, because we went to like the historic market area, whatever it's called. Yeah.
Nagolitas.
I like matcha.
Oh yeah, matcha tea is good.
Yeah, that shit's like stronger than I expected when I first tried it. It's like, jeez.
It's very earthy.
Does it have more caffeine than coffee, or is it comparable?
I think it's a little bit higher, yeah. I think, is it black tea the highest caffeine? I forget.
I'm doing this thing now. I gotta stop doing it because I'm getting used to it. But I got this Guatemalan chocolate. It's like they make it into they press it into discs. It's like cocoa nibs and some sugar. And I have just packs of it, you know, because I've been in Guatemala, and my ex goes there and brings me back more, and I keep like mixing that in with the Italian coffee, and it's like fucking crack. It's so strong, wakes me up. Sort of like a mocha, but no dairy in it. I heard there were these crazy prison riots in Guatemala this week. Did you read about that?
I did read about. You guys are talking about San Antonio for like a couple seconds. Some kid named I forgot his entire name. Last name Martinez. Apparently, like a year ago, he was shot and killed by ICE. I read the story. It was like I don't know. They had like some perimeter set up of some kind or whatever. And I think this happened to San Antonio. And his kid, he had like I don't know, like a little 4-door kind of hatchback type deal or something like that. Anyway, he like drove through it, and then the agents were like, stop, pull over, get out of the car. And then as they stopped, he pulled over, but he didn't get out of the car. And then he started trying to drive away, and then they shot him through the driver's side window and killed his ass. Yeah, fuck. We just heard about.
Yeah, Elliot, Merit Coffee is Texas, but I don't know if you can order it anywhere. I think you can. It's really good coffee. Whole Foods has it. Toast, what's up? Why are you a coffee hater, bro? Coffee doesn't have a sexual preference, dude.
What?
I'm making fun of Toast because he says coffee is gay.
Oh, yeah, that is pretty gay.
As Toast is new thing, he's like, I'm gay, you're gay, we're all gay. Your coffee is gay.
Toast just drinks whiskey and smokes fucking cigars. Blow shit up. Oh, the coffee's coming out of the mocha. Oh, it is. This is pretty gay. Yeah, look at this.
It's so cute.
We'll show you.
It's fucking hilarious.
I think maybe if you go to San Francisco, maybe you could make an argument that the coffee is gay there. Maybe.
See my little mocha. Isn't that adorable?
Yeah, that's nice.
You gotta watch it because, like, once it starts getting to where it's like maximum capacity, it'll start spurting out, and then that's when it's gonna turn bitter. So you gotta really watch it.
Your stove is very much similar to my stove. It's hilarious. I love cooking with gas.
Yeah, like the gas is very good. Yeah, it's super basic stove, but it gets up to like 560 degrees. You can make pizzas in my oven. Surprisingly, I was like,
yeah, my oven doesn't get that high. 500, I think, is all it gets. I just do the frozen pizzas, or I buy the already pre-made pizza at the grocery store and just bake it at 450. I fucking burnt my lip on a fucking home run pepperoni pizza the other day. God damn it.
sucks, man. Let's go.
Clubhouse is funny. The red ticket overpowers the metal. Toast ticket overpowers him brandishing his gold medal because he's only 5%. Never mind. He does not have a gold medal. That's so funny.
I'm only 32 fake points getting up to top 3%.
All right.
Does that make me a loser?
Yeah. If Clubhouse wants to give rewards or awards to folk who participate more, they need to give like increased emojis or increase something, not some fucking stupid icon and a number, right? What's the fucking benefit?
I like Reddit's version better. It's just, everybody understands that the karma is just total bullshit. All the little medals or whatever, it's all just for fun. You just collect them like they're Pokemon cards or whatever, and they have no value. Here, it seems like way more sophisticated and even insidious.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not a Reddit. I pop on every once in a while, but I think I do have a membership, but yeah, I don't use an app or anything like that. Yeah, they put a link to Merit Coffee in case you want to click on it and maybe order some Merit bean. See how you like.
Oh, okay, that's the name. I had a freaking phone call like halfway through that sentence. Merrick Garland.
No, Merit. MERIT. Merit.
Oh, okay. I think I have heard of that one actually.
Because you're West Coast, right?
Yeah, California. You know, that's a very Texas-sounding name, like Merrick.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Yep. All I know is the local place I go to is they're always fucking busy, man. That place is making bank.
Oh yeah, we got all kinds of little random, one-offs, coffee shops here and there. I love their damn coffee over here.
Here too.
It's probably a lot more expensive.
Yeah, here too, man. Like we got coffee trucks all over the place, and none of them are, hurting. I think they're all thriving. This one guy made a whole little commune on an old closed gas station at an intersection, a corner. They now have a burger truck, a churro truck, a breakfast taco truck, and it's fucking just thriving every day. They're rocking.
The Mexican food over here is really fucking good. I've had Mexican food like kind of all over the United States. Like, it's just better here than it is like everywhere. A lot of those little, I don't know, like trailers you pull behind like a big truck or something. A lot of those like professional type things. Yeah, there's a lot of those things around. You just get like a little, a few little tiny tacos.
Oh yeah, food trucks are a rave. They've been kicking for a while.
My thing is like when I try a new Mexican place, I go for usually they have like a Chile Verde style burrito. I go for that. That's like my that's how I test how good the rest of their food is.
Yeah, I'm curious, Royvis, you here? How different is the Mexican food here versus California? Because I've yet to have California Mexican food. I've had New Mexican. I've had that's both Texas or from Mexico. I've been to Mexico, but
yeah, I'm pretty careful where I go around here. I mean, it can be terrible Mexican food and then really good shit. I just have to know where to go.
So, your taste of the San Antonio Mexican food versus where you're at home, what do you say?
Puffy tacos seem super Americanized. Like, I wouldn't go out of my way to get that. The vegan place I actually liked a lot.
Yeah.
That was pretty much it. Like, the thing is, with my friend, he doesn't eat meat, so I don't know. I don't think I got really a good sample of what you guys have to offer.
Yeah, so true. But the vegan was probably good quality, so yeah.
Like here, I like to go to Huelahuetza because it's Oaxacan. They make their own mole sauces. They have like 4 different ones: yellow, red, brown, black. And you can get crickets there. It's pretty hardcore. And there's like tons of like some of the street food's really amazing. But if I was to take something from out of town, I have like 4 restaurants, sit-down places that I swear by, and that's it. And like, there's this place called El Coyote in Hollywood that celebrities go to. I think it fucking sucks. It's like just terrible, but it's trendy, so you gotta deal with that. It's like Hard Rock Cafe kind of thing. It's like a big name, but like the food is not see him try to call Toast gay. It was like, Toast is yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. shut this thing down. We're stalemates. We'll bounce around. You guys have a good Friday. Catch you elsewhere. See you around, Elliot.
Yeah, next round probably.
Yeah. Yep. Peace out.
But they chose not to take that approach. And similarly, it seemed like the Supreme Court criticized the sour side and said, why are you not just saying that these tariffs are just an importation fee or a processing fee, which the president would have the ability to impose if he wanted to. So I'm just curious, where your agreement with this standing comes from.
What is your understanding of the major questions doctrine? To the room. Explain to the room, please.
My understanding of the major questions doctrine is that when Congress gives up a power that it's expressed to given, such as in this case, taxation, that the Supreme Court has a high standard for specificity with which that power is given up, therefore protecting the powers that are supposed to be given to certain branches of government. So would you say that's an accurate understanding of the major questions?
My understanding is a little different, but,
So what does regulate importation mean to you guys? Why did you feel like in this case Congress had not given up its right to do so?
my understanding is that it requires clear, explicit congressional authorization rather than being vague before decisions can be made about economic matters. But again, that was your argument. So I just wanted to see what you understood it to be. So.
Yeah, and it's not my argument, it's John Sauer's argument. But I think that, they
But it was your argument that you brought to the room.
Sure,
so
yeah,
now take ownership of it.
Sure. I'll take ownership that I agree with John Sauer's argument. But I'm just saying that to say if I'm misrepresenting his argument, then I apologize to him. But my understanding is, so in the IEPA law, it does say explicitly that they're granting the president, one of the 9 powers that they grant is regulation of importation. And so Sauer argued, this is regulation of importation. What else could Congress have really meant? And they really weren't clear, so that's where I do think it would have made so much more sense to have argued that this isn't actually an emergency, and therefore IEPA doesn't apply at all, but they chose not to make that argument. So I'm just surprised by the Supreme Court ruling. I think it's going to have pretty intense consequences, whether or not you agree with it or not. I think if we get to a position where everyone has to be refunded, all of the importers have to be refunded, I think that would be I don't even know how we would handle it economically, realistically, bureaucratically. So I think it was a really important decision, and I think it's worth evaluating whether or not, I guess it doesn't matter because the decision's made, but I still think it's valuable to evaluate whether or not we agree with the decision.
What does our evaluation matter at this point?
It probably doesn't, but I don't know. We're just here in this room talking about it, so.
Okay, just asking. Why so sad?
They'll probably set up like a department that would handle all the applications for refunds for all the people that, all the tariffs that they paid. So, but it is going to cost, administratively, it's going to cost money to, for that staffing to process that. So it is going to be more expensive.
Refunds to who?
The people that pay the tariffs that
They're
just
not.
got overturned.
Are you talking about businesses or individual?
Yeah, the importers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all the
I was trying to get mine. I don't know.
No, not the tariff checks. Unfortunately, you paid for a product. You didn't pay a tariff. The tariff got paid by the importer, and then they just passed that cost down to us. So technically, we didn't pay a tariff. It made everything cost more, but technically, we bought a product and paid for a product or a service or whatever. So no refunds for us, but for the importers, if you're an importer,
It's a tax increase.
Let's remember that he did tariffs his first term, right? People keep focusing on what's happening now, like we don't have a historical context for it, right? And during the first term when he did that, the import costs definitely rose, and we definitely paid a higher price point on the products, right? Then there was retaliatory tariffs, specifically by China, that really hit the farmers heavy. We supplemented that to the tune of somewhere around 20. Well, I don't remember exactly how many bill he had to put in there. I think it's around 20 or so. And they said that was still meager in comparison to the losses that were taken. And a lot of the smaller farms had to shut down because they did not get the tariffs, right? It went to the larger farms. So they were so hurt by the retaliatory tariffs, they lost their share in the market space. Overall, it was not effective, right? It did not help the GDP. So the economists that study this and know a lot more about it than me told him, again, like they told him the first time, right? This is a replay. They told him the first time, it didn't work out. He had to bail out. They told him, like, it's going to cause more inflation. It's going to cause retaliatory tariffs. It's not going to be effective, right? And he went against them and still did it again. Like the delusional aspect of doing the same thing and expecting a different result with enough idiots around him that forget that he did the same thing and failed dramatically the first time, and all of a sudden think the second time this is it, guys. Fucking retards.
And for the folks that think that prices are gonna go down because of this, why would a business charge less when you guys are already used to the prices they are now? They just have less to pay on the tariff, and then they can pocket that if they wish to. So don't think that it's like, they're going to do it out of the kindness of their heart. If they're willing to take that additional profit, and you guys are already still going to buy the products at the price that it's at, don't think it's going to be easy.
We've always had tariffs. We know that tariffs have existed. But in order for him to do this, there's a criteria. What is the criteria? National security is one, and unfair trade practices is the other. And actually, there's a third, trade deficit. So if he can prove any of these, sure, state your case, figure it out. But again, it cannot go beyond 150 days without congressional approval.
Divine.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. So he's back to squirrel.
Matt, let me ask you this, right? Because you keep saying, you got food, the prices turn up. All right, if we go by the CPI, food prices have increased from December 2024 to December, what's wrong with me? To December 2025 by about 3.1%. That is not a decrease. That is a very clear-cut increase. That is documented. So what we're saying is backed by facts and stats. There are sectors that are not as impacted or not impacted at all. But overall, inflation is still hitting us, brother. I'm sure most people go to the grocery store and purchase these food products that the CPI is referencing. I'm pretty sure that's how we eat and function, which means they're being impacted directly.
One of Thomas's other arguments was that this would be kind of a major castration of the president's foreign policy powers. And it seems pretty obvious to me, pretty evident that
these tariffs have been utilized for foreign policy negotiations. Whether or not they produce good outcomes, I think, is a question mark. But it does seem like, I mean, look at what's going on in Cuba right now. Even Mexico is barely even daring to go against the White House on this, even though they've generally been pretty allied with Cuba. And a lot of that is because they don't want to be hit with these tariffs. So does it not seem like that the White House was pretty limited in now with their foreign policy powers?
Well, previously, EPA was used to, like during 9/11, they froze terrorist bank accounts. So that was and when it was created, it was to basically fine-tune the power that they gave FDR. So you have to do things decent and in order. And when they're not decent or in order, they get out of pocket. And that's why we got this decision today. So 6 of the justices decided that this was, although I don't know how I want to say this, but at this point, the decision is the decision. And the people who dissented didn't have the numbers.
I want to hear the MAGAs talk about how
Yo, I gotta correct Gemini on something. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. I want to hear about how the MAGAs are winning when they're even losing. Go ahead.
So, yeah, you are correct about, inflation going up, food prices going up. However, that's offset, and it's basically flatlined by the overall household income in the United States went up. So it doesn't really mean that, like, they feel like it's, like, that much of a difference and, like, the prices are less. It offsets. So there's not much of a change. So I just want to, say you're not wrong, but we got to give it context on the other side.
And that's also been offset by the employment rate going up as well, because so many more people have been employed because the tariffs stimulated the manufacturing and American industry to the point where the employment rate rose and offset. Oh, never mind. Unemployment rose. Shut the fuck up.
Right. No. You see, this is why I am how I am. And sometimes I got to step on people's necks because you just come and disrespect, That's why I am how I am. But it's all right. You got your opinion. It's all good. I don't know. I guess I'm not poor, so I don't really get it, but.
Now, as if you're poor or not, this has nothing to do with whether you're rich or poor. It's just something that's impacting.
Gemini, I said something, you got triggered. But what I said was factual.
Not at all. We're just highlighting it, being sarcastic. If you felt disrespectful.
But if you go to college and you get a degree, you are going to get employed.
Can I be polite to you, brother? Give me a second to be polite.
For all those muscles, you sure know how to focus just like a little bit.
Quit staring at my body and focus on my mind, bro.
Look, no, I'm just saying, for you
Get off my body, bro. Get off my body, bro. Get off my body. What I'm trying to say is this, bro. If you felt
always do it.
If you felt disrespected, sir, I'm trying to offer a public apology.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, there we go.
Jonah, you said you don't consent.
I don't consent to him tweaking my nipples, brother.
You already know I be pushing, bro, so you don't want to go there.
Little Trump, Little Trump, we hear people give very good presentations, even from the right. You're not one of those persons.
I made a great point, and people in the comments, I made a great point, and I'm actually being reserved right now.
Well, he is being reserved, but the thing, you can't go by the people in the comments because the person in the comments that you're referencing is Matt, who's too afraid to actually come on stage himself. So he's going to booty clap for anybody that says anything remotely Republican right now.
I could have sworn Matt's been on stage, not today though, but Matt, what's up? Where you at?
Matt said that, let me clear this up. Matt said that he will come on stage once certain people go to his room and appear on his stage. And then he'll return.
Why are you even speaking about
Matt,
he doesn't even have a room. He wants
a quit. Is this a quid pro quo, bro?
Oh my God. So I put a couple of things in the chat. So one, semiconductors and pharmaceuticals, that's national security. Investigations into these sectors allow for tariffs up to 100% or more. Steel and aluminum duties remain at 25 to 50%. And there was one more. There's one more. I guess it didn't paste. Steel, aluminum. Oh, automobile parts. Automobile parts. Hold on. Coming at you right now. I don't know why it's not going through. Oh, I said that. I put that away. So there's another one about automobile parts. So some of the things will remain in effect, and it's there in the chat. Semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, steel, and automobile part.
Semiconductors, they're trying to protect the CHIPS Act, and that's one of the reasons Biden did it himself as well. That's something that is bipartisan if you think about it.
Where's the content?
Just arrived. Welcome.
There we go. Content has arrived. One mic on Hurricane. Thank you, Hurricane.
Oh, y'all want to crash out content, don't you?
I don't have anything. I don't have anything to say, but I'm happy that the Supreme Court told Trump to relax and, fall back a bit. I'm happy about that. Oh, and one more thing is, I think that if people consider this within the greater context of how things have been going for the last 9 months or so, we will find that Trump is getting the most pushback in courts by judges, some liberal, some conservative, who just believe that he's gone too far. He's not getting as much pushback in Congress. He's getting pushback in the courts. So
even outside of the Supreme Court.
So maybe when next there's an election and you have a chance to choose a president, think about who you'll pick, because the courts seem to be the most effective pushback to authoritarianism.
This is true. It is true. Even outside of the Supreme Court, if you think about it, like when he's trying to get people indicted and they have to try it about 3 or 4 times, and even then it's a weak ass indictment that probably will go nowhere. Like that the courts have been the biggest pushback for him all the way around the board, from the Supreme Court to the criminal courts.
Yeah, that's why I said federal courts, not just the Supreme Court.
I got you. I was just highlighting that what you said was completely accurate.
You don't like sharing the limelight?
Huh?
You don't know by now that nigga don't like sharing the limelight?
Who, Trump though?
Alright.
That's the definition of narcissism. But y'all being weird in the chat with just trying to lure me to other locations. This giving white van, dirty ass white van with raggedy shit over the windows, not real tint, like kind of peeling off a little bit. And then Matt Cool, Notorious, is hanging out, looking sinister, like the hetero-adjacent party that they affiliate with.
One thing I did find interesting, when they asked him what is going to happen with the money they collected so far, and he said that was not in the decision. I think that should have been in the decision. Do people get some money back? Do these companies get some money back? Like, what? Or he just has a whole purse? Does Congress direct him on what to do with these funds? Does anybody know what happens? Do they have to go back to court? A bunch of questions with that.
He had questions, but like, if you notice that, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, so Divine, the way these decisions typically work is that the Supreme Court decides only the question presented to it. So if the question hasn't been presented to the Supreme Court properly, the Supreme Court is not going to address the question. And this case did not require the Supreme Court to determine anything about refunds. So the question that you're asking was not before the court.
That's why it's not in the. That's why the court didn't address it or answer it one way or the other in the majority decision.
I was wondering about that because Trump seemed pretty confused about that as well. One second, Anthony, we're gonna give it right to you. I'm glad you're brave enough to come on stage, unlike your MAGA brethren. But with that being said, Trump seemed to have the same question, Hurricane, like during his submission. He was saying he didn't know what was going to happen. It's going to be tied up in litigation for the next 2 years, and he doesn't understand why there wasn't at least one sentence. So I appreciate that clarification. And you're saying because that question wasn't a part of what was posed to the court, they won't address it until they are forced to directly address it.
Still, I hope all is well. It's good to see some of y'all. You know what cracks me up, man? This is what cracks me up. For months and months and months, we were regaled with stories of how biased the Supreme Court was. It's a Republican Supreme Court. That you can't get a fair shake from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is bought and paid for. The Supreme Court is garbage. All kinds of stuff about the Supreme Court. Now today, the Supreme Court is everybody's best friend. Yo, how soon they forget, man. This shit, it's just so consistent. It's so wild.
So who are you talking about? Because you're not talking about this room. This room listens to the oral arguments. Do you not remember? We haven't said too much other than what the Supreme Court. I don't know what room you were in. It was definitely not this room.
So endorsing a decision is not the same thing as endorsing the conservative bloc of the Supreme Court. The fact that we welcome the decision doesn't necessarily mean that we've forgotten what the conservative bloc is wont to do. They usually don't go against Trump. I mean, granted, they've ruled against him in some cases, but we're quite aware that they're conservative, that they're right-wing, that they've been hijacked by wealthy right-wing donors who want to change this country into something that we all understand is dangerous. We know that. We just happen to welcome this decision. That's it.
All the deaths have been coming from the Democratic side, though. That's crazy. All the liberals have been killing people. So what do you mean by dangerous? Because last time I checked, the transsexual father... Hold on a second. Let's not. A transsexual... Hold on a second. Relax. I will tell you. A transsexual...
Let's stay on track here.
A trans killed his family in a hockey rink. Liberal. Okay, so it's not as far as I remember, there was a father. As far as I remember, there was a father that just killed his daughter over a trans liberal man.
Do not engage. Anthony, go on mute. Anthony, do you want to respond?
You guys are the killers. You have blood on your hands. There's been more blood from the right than ever. Like, this is a factual lie from the right. More trans have killed people than ICE all year. More trans people have killed people than ICE this year. That is a fact. Look it up. Thank you.
Politically motivated murder.
Thank you.
Gemini, do not engage. Do not engage.
More trans people have killed people than ICE this year. That is a fact. Not entertain him. Shoot him.
One mic on Divine. I'll be in a...
Anthony a chance to respond to what Hurricane said, because we all wanted Anthony to come up. We know he's active in the chat. People have questions for him. Anthony, do you want to respond? Because I totally agree with what Hurricane said. He left?
He's gone.
Oh, shit. Bounced.
Doesn't matter. What he said was wrong anyway, so we can move on from those lies.
Why are people hyper-focused on trans and I don't know?
No, because he said it's still the
So Gemini, you really know what it is, man. You know the Dominican little guy over there is in the fucking closet. He can't say he's gay.
You see it?
Like, come on, no one cares about sexuality. I agree with PWA. I'm gonna tell you why. Like, as a proud heterosexual male, I have a lot of
Stop derailing. I don't care about the little comments
on their sexuality. Like, what the fuck is that?
I don't care about the personal attacks. Stop pivoting.
All right. I never see a guy and say, like, what does this guy do in the bedroom?
You can't argue that.
Like, yo, he's looking like a freak.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You can't take away from what I said.
Think about dick
what
too
I
much,
said
man.
is true.
Not tonight, yo.
What I said stays true. The people will not be distracted by your comments.
All right, one mic. We got my brother Christian is back in the building. Christian, did you check out the Trump presser today? Brother Christian Lamar.
Yeah, I watched it.
Thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think obviously the fact that the court did not say as to where money goes only add insult to injury that they really shouldn't be ruling on it in the first place. And then I'm starting to hear, people try to make it seem like this ruling didn't actually happen today because of how bad it sounds for a number of reasons. But the fact is, not all of these tariffs are transferable. There's certain tariffs that are, and certain ones that aren't. Also, it's going to be harder to impose it as well. So that's my other takeaway with this. But I think
something you said didn't make sense. You said it's going to be hard to impose it.
Can I finish? If anything, this coming up right before his State of the Union speech, I think it really paints a picture of basically Trump with a majority of U.S. citizens against the world. I mean, that's basically the way this will be felt. And also, too, they did this on payday, which a lot of people get paid on Fridays, at the end of the week. So a lot of people look at their bank accounts. They look at, how much money they've got to spend for the weekend. So, there's that too as well. Now, what were you asking me?
What are your thoughts? Thank you for sharing. What about the sweeping 10% that he mentioned during the press conference today?
I mean, he will do it, but, I think anybody would be almost a little slow on the uptake to not think that the Dems are going to run back to court again. I mean, Trump even said that they're going to be in court for the next 5 years over this. So, I mean, I don't.
He said a couple of years. He didn't say 5. Go ahead.
He said more than. I know he said more than 2.
It's all a couple of years. Next couple of years, literally. That's what he said verbatim.
I could go back and watch it.
Yeah,
it
doesn't change anything. 5 or a couple doesn't change anything.
That means right. Because the reality is, every time they do every time something gets challenged in court, it takes time for it to go through the federal. Then it goes through the circuit federal appeals, and then all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. Usually that takes about a year to do. So, I would imagine as soon as these executive orders are added to the Federal Register and they're released to the public, there'll be a federal judge in the 9th Circuit or the 2nd Circuit, which is on the East Coast, that will immediately challenge it. So, we'll be back having the same conversation in 2027, or maybe they'll hold it off until 2028.
So my sister Tiandra brought to the table that whatever he does today, it can only hold for 150 days, and he still needs to get congressional approval. So we'll just to move away from that really quick. So where and how is this administration going to prove the case of national security, the case of trade deficit, or I think there's one other criteria, if in order to get Congress to approve any tariffs that he's trying to put to the table?
I mean, that's not going to happen. I mean, that's a total non-starter. Congress, as I said earlier, is useless. It is a no longer functioning branch of government, and the only thing that they do is write checks. Congress is basically totally incompetent, and they aren't functioning anymore.
That's Trump's fault, Christian. And this is a failure of Trump, Christian. You have to deal with that. You're not dealing with that, brother. You got to deal with it.
Well, I mean, you can say that it's a failure of Trump, but at the end of the day, most citizens are going to interpret this as let's just say, the machine coming against our decision.
I don't know about that.
Because again, if in fact that Trump received a majority of the popular vote,
he did not.
Of course he won the electoral process.
He did not win a majority of the popular vote.
But let's just say that Trump, a majority of the states elected Trumk, or they're on the side of Trump.
That's well, at 24. It doesn't mean they are now. It's 26.
Right. You could say that most citizens, when they view this ruling or decision, they're going to view it as the system rising up against our decision.
Well, a couple of things. One, I like what you're saying in terms of the tariffs. I totally agree. Everybody's like, oh, they're still in place. He can just reinstitute them in Section 302-889-476. That's Alicia Keys' phone number. Oh, yeah, I totally agree with you on that. But here's the problem. One, I don't know if the majority of Americans like the tariffs. But two, and this is the real problem, it'd be one thing if it was 5 Democrat appointees versus 4 Republican. There were as many Republican appointees as Democrat appointees who struck it down, and 2 of them were his. The majority of his people went against him, brother. It's a mess, and I mean, this is why it is Trump's fault that Congress is the way it is. He don't have his boys in check, Christian. He's supposed to be the leader. Let me just get it out. You got yours out. Let me just get mine out. Joe Biden was pooping on himself. Joe Biden was he couldn't walk. He didn't know what day it was. He didn't know the time of the day. He was sniffing people's hair. He was essentially dead. And somehow, with a 50-50 Senate, he was able to pass massive, sweeping legislation. He got his boys and girls in check. Trump don't have his boys in check. I've always said this, and you MAGA people on here who I don't love, but will engage with you. Y'all never deal with this. I know he has y'all in check. He's not the leader of the Republican Party politically. They don't listen to him, brother. Did you hear the breaking news about the SAVE Act, Christian, recently?
No, I didn't.
Mitch McConnell refuses to schedule a meeting in committee. It's stuck in committee. They can't even get it to the floor for the filibuster. Mitch McConnell said, I'm chilling. He's in the hospital. He said, we're not scheduling it. He's sitting on it. We don't have his boys in check. That's your problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've said on more than one occasion that from the standpoint of the political power, that starts at really the local level, and then the county, state, parishes, districts, or congressional districts, or state legislative districts. Trump or the voters that vote for Trump, we don't control the Republican Party, because the GOP, it's basically about 20% Trump vote. Let's just call them Trump voters, or true Trump voters, and which would back the policy, not just dumping a ballot or checking a box on a ballot. Like, they actually support the policies. So it's 20% Trump voters, and 80% are held by rhinos, overwhelmingly, and that's true across state to state. So I mean, you don't get any argument from me. There is absolutely no control that MAGA or Trump has over the GOP, and that is just math. And anybody that says otherwise just doesn't know the math.
a piece of news on the SAVE Act. I'm sure many of us on the stage were not aware. And this is what they do. Not even going to bring it to the floor. And this is supposed to be his party. But again, the mic is open, everyone. We are talking about the Supreme Court ruling today regarding the Trump tariffs. It's been a pretty decent conversation, but we enjoy the pushback. So we, again, want all the maggots to come up and explain to us why this is not a good thing, is a good thing. Anthony came and left. I really wanted to engage more with him because out of all what he said in the chat, the last thing he said to me was just crazy. But again, the mic is open, guys. Whoever wants to come up and engage, trying to keep the train on the track. This is today's hot note.
The way he scurried off, I'm disappointed. Anthony usually hoses on him. I'm going to assume that he was at work and took a moment to address what he could and did bounce. We'll go with that.
Can I say something? I'm old, very old, but I look at Donald Trump, yes, as a detriment to our country, and I think on the world stage he has failed. And I worry if we get in any kind of trouble with China or Russia, who's going to jump in to save us? He's disgraced most world leaders except the Chinese and Putin. So I'm thinking that no matter what he does, he's done more damage than good. Thank you for letting me.
Next time, please, Jenny, don't lead with I'm old. Lead with I have a lot of experience. There you go. Thank you for your submission. She got to take. Let's be real though. Since you want to address her, you said that most of the political violence comes from the left.
I said, yeah.
Let me finish. Okay. And then I'll do the same for you. And then you went on your transphobia and the gays are coming for us. And there's one.
Oh, you called it transphobia?
Yeah. I did. Let me finish. You just use your ears, not your mouth right now, brother. I do the same when you talk. And then you went on about the trans in your closet, which I didn't need to know about. But well, that's your business.
So you want to get sued for defamation or?
Bro.
Nigga, sue me. I know you fucking gay. I'll tell who your boyfriend is too, nigga. Hold up. Fuck out of here.
I'm very happy conversation, brother. Hold up. So if we look at the stats and facts, right? And let's just take the last decade. Let's go from 2015 to 2024-ish. Let's do that, right?
How about this last week?
Let's do. I think a larger time period would give a better perspective, don't you?
Right. How about we do last week for the current?
I think the last decade would be better than the last.
You don't want the.
No.
Yeah. You can't buy something today with the money you made 5 years ago.
I'm gonna give it right to you, brother. You can say whatever you need to say, which is going to be irrelevant at that point anyway, right? Over the last decade, 76% of the murders that were politically motivated came from the right.
Look at you Googling shit.
70, I like stats and facts.
That's not facts, bro.
I'm not emotionally based on this.
Brother, you said I was trying to literally.
Can I finish what I'm saying, brother? I'm literally sitting here feeling no feelings. I'm sorry that I'm not.
Feeling no feelings, but you guys personally attack me all the time.
But that being said, 2024, stop interrupting. I'm gonna put you down. Let him land, and you can respond.
And I'll be quiet when he responds. In 2021, 26 of the 29 murders were committed by right-wing extremists. In 2022, all 25 were committed by right-wing extremists. In 2023, all 17 were committed by right-wing extremists. So with that being said, no matter what you can say about the last week, the last decade clearly indicates what side the political violence is coming from. And it is not the left, brother.
All right, are you done? Are you done? Okay, just yields. All right. He said he yields. All right, perfect. You yield. So in 2026, today, currently, right? I don't care who you were 10 years ago. Show me who you are today, right? I'm gonna have to actually fact check those things because I will pull up what the left has done for the last decade. All right. So there has been more murders by trans people than ICE. Everybody's uproaring, protesting. For real. I thought you guys said you were gonna. I thought I was for Dominican bitches, bro. I was not gonna get interrupted.
There are
How many times for $40? That's what I said. Go argue with your grandmother. I said what I said.
You're fucking stupid.
I said what I said.
You're more straight in the last week than trans. Like, this is fucking stupid. Why do we entertain them?
It's a slow content day.
I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I'll post a link of mass shootings and you can go through who was trans and who was straight.
I'd rather hurricane crash out with a dog again.
Also like to be rendered impotent.
Sorry, we couldn't hear your whatever that was. You were gonna make.
They heard me.
Oh no, Hurricane, you were in the Matrix for real.
No, I asked him if he wants to be rendered impotent. That's what I asked him.
Yeah, I rebuke all of your curses in the name of Jesus.
You're not a believer.
Peace to the gods.
I know your mama.
Hey, your mama.
Peace, God. Peace, God. Don't forget to her.
Hey, your mama, it's warm. Aren't you excited?
What? They wearing sundresses already?
I mean, I'm gonna let you know in about 5 minutes. I'm about to dip out.
I like sundress season. I ain't gonna lie.
So I chat GPT, who has more blood on their hands, the far left or the far right? It says globally and historically, both far left and far right extremist regimes have caused massive human suffering.
Yo, you really need to get a fucking life.
So
man.
I don't
you can't be this miserable, man.
Global?
You really cannot be this fucking miserable and bored in your life, bro.
I think you're slipping my bad.
He said globally.
It's probably
the global far right.
Honestly, whenever you start,
I looked it up on ChatGPT. Like, you should just be booted. That should be the rule.
The global far right is crazy.
Can you imagine how polluted his ChatGPT is to that memory function? With the stuff that he's looked up, with what it knows about him, it's gotta be
Trans, left, trip.
I would love just to see what prompt he's putting in, because I know it's retarded. For it to even respond about the global left and right means you have to input the global left and right.
I'm surprised he didn't bring up the Symbionese Liberation Army. If you know, you know.
Gemini, since we're here and there's a lull in the content, do you want to talk about Bitcoin?
It's on the rebound, sir. It's on the rebound. I'm glad I caught it at a discount. That's all I'm going to say.
It's at 67,000.
It's rebounding. It's rebounding.
Have you heard about the open interest at 50,000? Or is it 60,000?
Communication in the room, so I'm going to refrain from doing so, sir.
Okay, sir. All right.
Wait, Gemini. So you're a hodler. You're a Bitcoin maxi. What's going on?
I can neither confirm nor deny those allegations at this time.
Michael Burry said that if Bitcoin hits 50,000, I think it was, it's going to go into a death spiral.
I'm so glad you did not.
Don't jinx that shit.
Quote. I'm so glad you did not quote Michael Saylor, but I'm going to go on mute. To the moon!
Michael Saylor has got to be a operative for all the investment companies. He is the one that he's the Pied Piper. He's the one that got all the lemmings to like go in one direction. It's crazy.
Wait, Concrete, are you Satoshi?
No. I'm rational.
Do you know they tried to say Epstein was Satoshi at one point? That was a rumor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was recent, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yo, Mama, do you agree that Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme?
I do not.
Why not?
Because all of the large banks are now in the Bitcoin business. The large, systemically important financial institutions, that is. Specifically, I'm being very specific about which banks.
All right. Do you think altcoins, separate from Bitcoin,
you cut me off?
Spiritus, what I will say is that all stable shitcoins, altcoins are not created equal.
So your mama, unfortunately, if we just go to the most significant bank in the world, I would say so JP Morgan, we can see that they are regularly engaged in all forms of niggatry. I can give you one example where they depressed the value of gold for a substantial period of time through, I think it was like short contracts or something. I forgot how they did it. But while they were suppressing the value, do you know what they were doing on the other end?
I know this much about it, that one of the largest cryptocurrency companies banked at JP Morgan.
That's not dealing with what I said. So JP Morgan, we're going to use them as an example, systemically significant bank, one of the biggest bank in the country, one of the biggest banks in the world. They are regularly engaged in all forms of market manipulation. They did it with gold, they did it with silver, and also they did it with Bitcoin. Jamie Dimon had a famous statement where he said, if any of my traders are caught buying Bitcoin, I will fire them. You know what they were doing simultaneously?
Buying them.
Great. He did that with gold, he did that with silver.
He also said that in front of Elizabeth Warren during the 2023 annual Senate banking hearing with all of the CEOs of SIFIs. And she asked him if he believed that, I think her question was something like, do you believe cryptocurrency is fraudulent or something like that? It's very similar to the question you asked me. He said yes.
You could have.
She said yes.
He said yes.
Okay, great. So we now realize they talk out of both sides of their mouth.
Yes, just as I just did.
What?
Just as I just did, yes.
That's not a good thing.
I mean,
It means your credibility just went into the,
No, it's not. Because do you know who just heavily invested in Bitcoin in the last month?
It doesn't matter.
I'm just asking. Do you know?
No. Which person invested heavily? Whatever heavily means, and obviously it's only one.
The biggest DJ on Wall Street. Like literally the biggest DJ. If you know, you know.
Biggest DJ on Wall Street?
Yup.
So I don't get that one. I've never heard of that. What's a DJ?
Diesel?
Yes. The CEO of Morgan Stanley is also a DJ. He moonlights.
Oh, what is a DJ? Right? What are you talking about?
I mean, Goldman Sachs. Yeah, Goldman Sachs. Sorry, I said Morgan Stanley. I meant Goldman Sachs. Yeah. He, so much so, DJ, like a disc jockey, like, you know, ones and twos. I'm on the ones and twos. Like, so much so that his board had complained about at one point, not recently, but in the last 5 years, complained about his shows.
Well, maybe if you would stop DJing, the uppercut business would have been a success. Instead of them selling it to Morgan Stanley, one of the big banks.
No, JP Morgan has the best.
Oh, JP Morgan's bank. Yeah, JP Morgan. Yeah.
Oh, you anti-Goldman. Got you. But I just find it funny that he's a DJ, though. It's kind of cool, right?
I mean, how are his sets? Are they actually good?
He started off so strong, your mama. I was just gonna stay on mute. I was like, she got this. And then it pivoted to the biggest DJ.
He is.
So let me do this. Let me help y'all in this way, right? I wasn't gonna do it because I was trying to reframe it. Concrete is being concrete. So look,
let that hurt go, brother.
60% of the U.S. banks are involved with Bitcoin on one level or another, which means at this point in time, the majority of U.S. banks has adopted Bitcoin to some extent, right? And if not, they're building that infrastructure. So that's very telling to me, right? Once I see the majority of the bankers starting to adopt a utility coin, which it does have utility, then I'm going to be a lot more optimistic about it. Then you have BlackRock. Then you have the president himself directly being very pro-crypto. So, you know, all signs are still pointing towards it going up. Eventually, it's going to have severe dips and streams and dips and rebounds because we're in an extreme market that's not very stable, especially with rulings like today, right? And that market is going to be reflected, like it's already a volatile market, more volatile than stock. So it is heavily impacted by, you know, market analysis. That being said, if you were to take the end point for the last decade, like you start at the beginning of the year, you draw a line all the way to the end of the year. Don't look at the dips, just look at where it started and where it ended. 98% of the time, it ended higher than it started. Now, if you start talking about the shit coins, which for me are the majority of the coins that are not Bitcoin. There's, I wouldn't consider, outside of Ethereum, because that has a lot of utility. A lot of them are built around community instead of utility, such like the Trump coin has no utility. That's straight community. That's a pump and dump at its finest. It is straight fucking.
None of y'all have utility, brother.
Okay, all right.
Brother, you're right, brother. Concrete. The issue is the issue is that when you argue against these cryptocurrencies, you can't say that none of them have utility, right? Because there is utility, and in my mind at least, stable coins provide the best utility out of all crypto, right? And you know, I generally am on your side, Concrete. I kind of think of it as all bullshit, and whether or not, you know, JP Morgan has a crypto arm, or, you know, I don't know, any of the other major banks have a crypto arm, doesn't tell me that much about the quality of the assets. And so in my mind, at least, you know, the crypto bulls will say, yeah, you know, you should buy Bitcoin. It's always going to go up. It's going to, you know, keep going up as people start using it more. And my response to that is that, like, you know, in a regulatory environment where you have increased, you know, adoption and crypto folks getting all that they want, like the price is still falling and it's still based on vibes. So to me, it's kind of like meh.
I'll go after you, ladies first.
Go ahead, your mama. I'll go to her too.
I was just gonna say, Mel. I didn't answer the question. obviously. But I will say the one thing that I think Bitcoin and maybe cryptocurrency more broadly has for going for it at the moment is the way in which governments, or Western governments in particular, maybe I don't know about Asia, but Western governments in particular have started to put in benchmarks, regulatory guardrails. This is why I think Brian Armstrong from Coinbase has been. I think he was in DC this week. I think having those things ensures the longevity, whether it goes up or down. Like, that's a different question, but the longevity of the asset, I think, only exists because of those things, the regulatory guardrails with the CFTC or the SEC rules, and also the bills that they've been focused on getting through Congress.
That's true, but in my mind at least, like the viability of the asset isn't solely based on whether or not it exists. It's whether or not it continues to go up in price and appreciates in price at the expectation that people have for it. And so, we can, Brian can, talk his book and, get all of his guardrails and tooling in place and trying to normalize it, right? But the core of it is whether or not people continue to adopt it, and whether or not that adoption leads to increased price. And it, in my mind at least, it's always had this tension between trying to, increase adoption by being a good currency and trying to appeal to the masses by being a good asset that appreciates. And those two things will fundamentally be incongruous, in my opinion.
So I try to understand. I try to look at Bitcoin as a currency, quote unquote. And they talk about, you can transfer money from here to there. You don't got to pick up the gold, the blah, 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 blah. And then I've been struggling to find an analogy on why that doesn't make any sense. That you would pay $67,000 or $125,000 to transfer, quote unquote, billions of dollars, right? So Bitcoin would be the protocol that you're using to transfer money, but you just paid $67 to use the protocol. Where's the money that you're transferring?
Wait, concrete. The transaction cost, right? The price of Bitcoin is related to the transaction cost that you may pay on a network, right? But they're not inextricably tied.
What concrete is trying to say is the dollar. You're putting in dollars to get what?
Well, if you got in at the right time and you get in at the right time, and it's very similar to stocks in this manner, right? When you say, you got to put in $67,000 to get it. But what if you dollar cost average in? And
but you just transfer Gemini. Let me finish. Okay. Damn it.
What if you dollar cost and when you dollar cost average in, you are an early adopter, so your average.
No, you're missing my point.
You see, listen. Your average price per coin comes around, let's say, 28,000 to 30,000, and now it's at 67,000 in a volatile market, mind you. And you decide to make a transaction, you're still spending 50 cents for the dollar that you spend at that point.
No, look, you just turned it into an
appreciation question. Concrete's asking for currency and transactions.
Exactly.
And concrete.
No, I've got the analogy. I think let me land the analogy and you'll see what I'm saying.
Go ahead, concrete.
All right, thank you. Ellie, you're robotic, brother. You're in the matrix.
LA, we can't hear you in the matrix, bro.
Come back to the light. Come back to the good Wi-Fi service.
Anyway, you can hear us. Go ahead.
So the transfer, I'm only talking about the transferring of money now. And so to move $1 from here to there, I don't buy Bitcoin, so I don't know what the process is like to move a Bitcoin from here to there. And so when we're talking about moving it, like being a currency, I get dollars for labor, or I get dollars for a product, and then I use those dollars and I move those dollars around, right? When is Bitcoin isn't option that dollars have, where people are paying in their employees in Bitcoin, and then those employees are taking that Bitcoin to the local Piggly Wiggly and then buying, hog moss and chitterlings, whatever it is that they like to.
Ew, what is that?
so Gemini. So wait, I'm gonna let. Is equivalent to me, like I use Cash App a lot. It's like me paying $67,000 to use Cash App or download the app, and then I'm transferring the $67,000 over.
No, Concrete, you're getting it wrong.
Okay, go ahead, explain it.
The transfer of any amount of Bitcoin on the network, right, is not equivalent in cost to one Bitcoin. You essentially, how this works at a high level is that when you initiate a transfer on the network, you attach a small fee to that transfer such that it can be acknowledged and executed upon by other participants in the network. The major selling point that the Bitcoin bills and gals have is that this fee that you pay to transfer is much, much smaller than the equivalent fee that you would pay to initiate a transfer. Using for example, like the normal US rails.
You're talking about like a wiring fee?
Exactly, and also has much less regulatory slash
okay, you got a cheaper fee. I'll grant you that cheaper fee.
So if I was buying illicit item, well, it's not illicit. If I was buying items from a supplier in Igbo land, right, I can transfer $1 million worth of Bitcoin much easier than I can transfer $1 million USD.
Are you saying I saved? Okay.
Hold on, Concrete.
Well, I know you want to get there, LA. I'm trying to get a little clarity. Hold on.
1 second, Concrete.
Let me work it out with my brother Mel. Please, brother.
Concrete. He left us out. That's vital.
Please, I'm trying to get the understanding, brother.
Concrete. I'm gonna give you a bit of understanding that he didn't tell
me. Much. All right, go ahead.
There's ways to purchase Bitcoin with no fee.
I don't care about that.
Well, hold up. It makes a big deal because he's talking about minimum fees. I can literally buy a code. Like there's people that are networking, and this is peer-to-peer type shit, which is what it's built on, right? Decentralized, where you can just purchase Bitcoin directly. I can just buy a wallet. You know what? Transfer 20,000 to a cold wallet. I'll buy the wallet. Boom. Hand it to me. They get the 20. That's it. There's no transaction of that. Now that Bitcoin is in my custody. I pay no fees. And that happens all the fucking time.
Okay, all right. So,
and I'll give you an example.
Oh, come on, bro. I don't care about that, bro.
I'm done, brother.
You're telling me something that's
believe it or not, because we're just now getting rescheduled instead of descheduled. A lot of cannabis transactions happens in crypto.
I'm buying any drugs, bro.
That's only because you want to go around the dollar.
You're talking to each other now instead of me. But go ahead, LA, because they want to talk to each other instead of listen.
What it is look, just like everybody's trying to do this Brexit thing and they're trying to do away with the dollar, you would have to do away with the dollar for crypto to really take over in the transactions that Concrete is trying to explain. So they're going to go to war before they just let the dollar take over. I mean, anything else take over other than the dollar is going nowhere. The dollar is not going anywhere. So hold on. So that's why they're putting in investments in understanding how crypto works for the government, so they can use that and so they can have control. If they let everybody openly do what they do, it will have control. Open the dollar, the number one first.
Sorry, you pick up a little bit, but building on what you said, the funny thing is in my mind is that crypto's most successful product and innovation is inextricably linked to the US dollar, which is the stable coins, USDT, Tether, etc. Like it's funny that like the people who advocated for a system that would exist outside of the traditional banking system have made a product and have made a popular product that's basically married to the traditional banking system. And so I'm not in the crypto world. I don't work at a crypto company, and I never have. But I follow people on Twitter, and in my mind, like the discourse has shifted from being, we're doing this thing outside and we're going to do our own thing, to we're going to be embedded inside and have can capture the public's mind and have the regulatory standing so that we can grow from the inside. And stable coins, which are effective for major companies, are effectively, a database role that you would have in your PayPal account, right? Like these to me, these are essentially the same thing, and different just based on branding. If that answers your question concrete as to why why there's some utility there.
No, I'm not. When I say utility, I'm talking about something that is unique to Bitcoin that cannot be duplicated. Anything else such that it warrants a $67
No, it was just first to market.
Oh my God, bro.
No, I'm agreeing with you. It was first to market. There's nothing unique. Matter of fact, Ethereum has more utility than Bitcoin. Like, bro, Ethereum literally has a lot of networks are based on Ethereum.
Bro. This really can't be happening.
I'm literally giving you an answer.
You're losing it.
I'm literally giving you an answer.
We're in the middle of a conference. We're discussing
literally
topics, and you're losing your ever-loving. You're losing your ever-loving.
Duplicated on another network.
Your ever-loving Trump mind. And here goes Mel again. I'm getting hijacked. I can't even get a point out.
No, ask the question again, Congressman.
Listen, when I say utility, I mean unique to this coin, such that it cannot be duplicated by somebody else. Right?
I literally answered you. The answer is no.
Okay, great. So you agree
no. There's
don't have any. So
matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you one better.
Why are you cutting me off? Let me land.
Because I'm answering your.
What do you mean let you finish? I'm trying to finish the last 30 days.
Question. Not only does it have no unique properties to it, there are other coins, especially Ethereum, which is the king to Bitcoin being the queen, that has more utility, that has other networks that are based on it, other coins that are based on it. Like when they were doing NFTs, that was all based on Ethereum, on its network. And it's more secure in its transactions, but it doesn't have its market share. Bitcoin is like McDonald's of the crypto. It was first to be adopted. It's heavily adopted. So there's going to be better burgers, but it's still more popular. That's all.
I would, to answer your question concrete,
I'm not asking a question, bro.
You literally asked the question in question form.
Oh my God! I said what it means to me to have utility. So I'm not asking.
And there goes into that conversation. Patty says, "Turn to a crypto room," and I told you this was going to happen, which why I didn't want to engage from the beginning.
No more crypto.
Concrete's gone.
And Patty let me back up. Thank you, Patty. It's you.
I had to shut the question, Concrete.
Anyway, I'm gonna land with this point.
Go ahead, Concrete.
I'm gonna land with this point, and y'all take it from there. You're not saving me. You're missing the point. So when we go open up a bank account, we say, I want to have this as a store.
Patty just says we don't want to hear no more about crypto. What are you doing, brother?
Come on, Patty. So it's turned to a crypto room. She just asked a question. Patty, can I land real quick? Because these niggas been blocking me out the whole conversation.
Nobody want to hear about this shit. Hey, any good? Y'all want to hear about this crypto shit?
Let me just land.
Can I rant about tech for a little bit? Okay, I'm just gonna go. Oh well, please interrupt me at any point.
Go ahead, Mel.
Mel's gone, and you about to be gone too.
Mel's my bro.
Mel said you want to talk about tech.
All right, I wasn't gonna talk about crypto. I've been talking about crypto. I was gonna speak more generally about the tech industry and how the tech industry, interacts with the broader public. I think that, I haven't been in the industry for a long time. so take it with a grain of salt. But I think there is this like master of the universe kind of approach that a lot of people in the tech industry take to technology and how it interacts with people. I've become a little bit, I guess, drained, you know, on how people discuss the impacts on people. And I really do believe that, you know, if it weren't for this whole AI craze, the departure from a zero interest rate period would have knocked the sail and wind out of a lot of VCs and tech leaders coming down from COVID. We've allowed these people to have such massive control on our daily lives, and I've seen how, like, in order to maintain this control, they've done this whole, you know, we're just some nerds in hoodies, and, you know, we all care about the common good, and, you know, we're all quote unquote big liberals. And it was all bullshit from the start. Like, we should have never allowed these companies to grow in the way that they did. It was a failure. I'd say it was a failure of multiple administrations to not clamp down, and I think that the left was also naive to ally with these people. But that's all that's what box says today.
Yeah, but Mel, like, look, if you do have a product and you have somebody who wants to invest in it, where is the government going to clamp down on that?
The government should clamp down when it has a distortive effect on the broader market. So an example being like the duopoly when it comes to mobile operating systems, right? Like Apple and Google combined are able to exert such a suffocating force on these platforms, in my mind at least, blocks innovation. Like, and the block on innovation, right? It's such that, you know, they impose their rules and standards in a way that shapes what products and things are built on these platforms. And these platforms, right, are equivalent in some ways to the broader internet. And so that's where I think the government should stand concrete.
I see what you're saying, but I think this started back in the Microsoft days when Bill Gates was fighting his monopoly, or he was fighting them trying to stop his monopoly, right?
So
they lost that war a long time ago.
They didn't lose because IE got slapped, right? Remember
But no, it was before that. It was
even before. That's fair.
It was before that. The operating systems, if I remember correctly, I think Bill Gates was doing like $1 million a day in fucking legal fees.
Yeah, but back then at least there was sufficient competition, right?
There's sufficient competition now. Stop playing. What's happened to you? You left the industry like everybody does, mad because they couldn't make more money and control a team. What's going on? It's plenty of operating systems. You just don't use them.
Please name me 5 operating systems that have more than 10% market share right now.
See, that's a different question. You didn't say. So you don't measure an antitrust. You don't measure market share that way. Market share and switching are all components of a competitive environment. It's not just about market share.
Yes.
Because there's nothing in U.S. antitrust law that does not say that there cannot be a monopoly. It doesn't say that.
No, but you said that there were plenty of options. So I'm asking you to name some of your options.
No, you didn't. You asked me to name options based on market share.
Okay, fine. No, fine. Get rid of the market share. Name me 5 options.
Wait, is this like the cynical approach?
No, here you go. You added something else to the You added something else.
Okay, fine. My bad. Name me 5 options.
No. I think what's happening, your mama's being very legalistic about it as opposed to in the spirit of competition. competition in the spirit of the market.
There is no spirit.
Hold on, concrete.
The spirit of competition are based on three things in the United States of America: the Sherman Act, the Clayton Act, and the Hart-Rodino Act.
Oh, that's legalism.
Concrete. Hold on. Your mama, go ahead. Could you name me some options?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be 1-to-1. That's what I'm saying. Like, what my point is, when I said to you initially, it's about switching and being, but no. Technology. Hold on, technology does not look equal 1-to-1. For example, there was a major antitrust trial in the United States that ended just this past year, where the Federal Trade Commission made the argument that the market was defined by Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp versus Snapchat and MeWe. You cannot tell me Snapchat looks anything like Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. So what my point is, do you even know what MeWe is? So my point is, like, some things don't look 1-to-1, but I would argue that Meta competes with Google. They don't look the same, but the competition is there. So, like, that's why I think,
what?
Like,
where?
No, but hold on.
Because
Google has 200.
Hold on, concrete.
I know you don't want to understand it, but they're.
No, see how you're letting her off the hook, bro.
No, I'm not.
Hold on,
he's letting you off the hook.
We were talking about operating systems. Could we get back to that?
Yeah, we were, and I was saying that you're not going to have a 1-to-1, like you keep trying to narrow the definition.
Okay, and I got rid of a mobile qualifier. So could you said there were plenty, so could you name some for me?
Yes, absolutely. Roku, Samsung, Snap has its own operating system. Oculus has its own operating system. Do you see why I qualified as not 1-to-1? But you said there were only 2 operating systems. I don't think that's true.
I was talking about Microsoft and...
I said, no. You said mobile, and I said, hold on, you're tightening again.
But even in the traditional sense of what an operating system is, like, no one would say Roku as an... Right, that's not an traditional sense of Roku as an operating system.
Well, it is.
No, it's not an OS. It's not.
It is.
It is not an OS.
Okay, it's not a mobile OS.
No, it's not an OS, period. I've never seen a laptop with a Roku OS. I've been that.
Roku is a slave. Roku is a slave.
You think, hold on, wait. You think operating systems are just on computers and cell phones?
Roku is a flavor of Linux, like fundamentally, right? Okay. So when I asked you to name a handful of operating systems, right? I wasn't expecting you to reformat, a Linux name. It's like somebody saying Fedora and Ubuntu are 2 distinct operating systems.
But it's still our operating system, and that's why I said when you started trying to clamp me down.
I wasn't clamping you down.
Can I just finish? Let me just finish.
It focuses more on TV, though. You know.
I understand that, but that's why I said it's not 1-to-1. What's going on?
All right, but what's the relevance of, like...
She's saying we have nothing to worry about. She's saying we have nothing to worry about. Everything's fine.
Mel's just mad at tech now. Here's where I fundamentally disagree with you. I think Democrats made a huge miscalculation. They did not love tech, actually. They loved tech for Obama, and then they didn't love it anymore. And they immediately, and if you really want to talk about the far left, they never loved it. And they immediately did everything to attack all of the major tech companies. All they did was formulate the executives that you see today, in my opinion. All of the antitrust investigations that Trump started that was echoed by the House and Senate committees that were investigating those companies, all of the sort of consistent bringing and dragging tech executives to Capitol Hill to berate them, I'm reclaiming my time. All of that stuff created the monsters that you have today. All of it.
Wait, what? Wait, so do we have perfect competition or not? Wait, hold on.
There's never a perfect competition when you have tax deductions and subsidies. There's never perfect competition.
Well, you said we
don't operate in a pure free market society.
Isn't that what you said we had?
I did
Enough
not.
competition?
I did not. I just said here's what I would say this. Competition is alive and well.
Yeah, we would take that to be perfect competition.
And I fundamentally disagree with that when it comes to specific segments of the market. So a big example, mobile. Philosophically to me.
Went back to mobile. I'm not talking about mobile.
And I'm using it as an example.
You made multiple arguments.
And I'm using it as
that's different. But to say that the Apple iOS App Store and the Google Play Store are the only examples of anti-competition.
I didn't say they were the only examples. I was speaking.
Well, you keep going back there.
That's where I'm starting from.
I'm gonna let you get it all the way out, and then I'm gonna go. Go ahead.
There we go. So I think that it's incredulous to me that Apple can, impose the 30% tax on all transactions and at the same time block developers and engineers creating applications that link to payment rails that exist outside Apple Store. It would be incredulous to me if you bought any Windows PC and Microsoft charged a 30% tax on any and all software that you installed on your laptop or desktop. That, to me, is anti-innovation and anti-consumer. And it's an example, right, of what the consolidation of technology over the last couple of years, decades, has led to. That's one example. You may go now, also, if you want to.
Okay. I don't disagree that there are gatekeepers in the form of the Apple App Store and iOS, and the Apple iOS, and the Google Play Store. I do not disagree that they are gatekeepers to the internet, but for them, you wouldn't be able to have access to all those things. I also agree with your point about the 30% tax. Now, the bigger argument that you made, I don't think necessarily applies to this, but what I will say is that there are other examples of innovation and growth in the technology industry, which is where you started. But if we want to just focus on Apple and Google as examples of a very stymied market, and you call them a duopoly. They haven't been. Usually when people are talking about the duopoly, they're talking about Google and Facebook, talking about the advertising market. People call them gatekeepers. In fact, I think in Europe, Google and Apple are called exactly that in the Digital Services Act and the DMA. But what I will say is that Apple's tax on developers is also based on the fact that there's a sort of limit to the amount of money that they can make by selling devices. So in the way they're using their position, because people buy Apple iPhones, and they're using their market position on hardware to try to foreclose the market in the App Store. So the only way that their growth strategy cannot be focused just on devices and wearables, because there's only so many phones that they can sell, right? And in fact, I think it was a shock to people that they were able to grow this past quarter, because there seems to be a ceiling on how much they can sell, partly because the products are so expensive. So the only way that they can make money as a company is this 30% tax. And there was an effort by Apple at one point to enter into the advertising ecosystem, hence why they changed the rules for apps to track its users to sell advertising, because they were trying to enter into the market, so they used that position. So I would agree that, again, that if we're just talking about the Play Store and the Apple App Store, I would agree with you that there is a problem there, but I don't think it's a problem of I don't even think it's a problem of the 30% tax. I think the problem is that Apple is a walled garden. Once you get an Apple product, a phone, an iPad, or a Mac computer, a laptop, you're not likely to leave it, because you can cross device, to text, share, share documents, all that stuff. It's like you don't have to leave. So it's a walled garden, and that would be the argument that I would make. But I don't disagree with you on that. I think there are other areas of the industry though that are much more vibrant.
Yeah, I can agree with you that, and I also agree with you that the issue isn't necessarily the tax; it's the lockdown. And I take the most issue with that. Like, if Apple wants to charge 30% for registering stuff in the App Store, sure, go ahead. People can make a choice to go and leverage some of the embedded parts of the OS and all of that ease and all the investment Apple puts into that. That's totally fine. But their policy of blocking users from using alternate rails and blocking developers from creating applications that use alternate rails is just blatantly like it. I just always found that incredulous.
Wait, I forgot you meant to mention the payment rails, which I didn't discuss at all. Can I just say?
Yeah, go ahead.
That Facebook, now Meta, tried to solve the problem, and guess what? The left said fuck no. That was the entire game around, remember Libra and Calibra?
That crypto bullshit. Yeah, go ahead.
It wasn't crypto. It wasn't. It was a blockchain. It wasn't crypto.
Come on, your mama. Come on.
But the goal was to create a payment system so that if I'm a Facebook market seller in Europe, I don't have to figure out 4 or 5 ways how to send money or collect money from the person in the United States who buys a product on Facebook Marketplace. Like, you're talking about the same thing that they were trying to solve for, but nobody liked it, because guess what? It was Mark Zuckerberg doing it.
Yeah, fuck him. Like, this was like 2020, right? Or 2021 or 2019 around that time.
Also, yeah, 2019, yeah. I mean, they created the model, right? Like, I mean, unfortunately, PayPal has been really the only solution to get around having to go to a bank, right? I mean, it was like the oldest. It's not the only, but it was the oldest one. Huh? Well, yeah. The argument around cryptocurrency is that the financial institutions in this country have long been actual utilities. Not monopolies, but utilities, meaning that they are the only game in town, and there's nothing incentivizing them to innovate and to build new ways for people to send and receive money. So all of these companies were intended to not only break in through technology around those large, around banks, but to make it easier for a family who is sending money home to the country that they came from without having to, go to Western Union, for example. Like,
that's true, but that only works for stable coins. There's no way where Ethereum or Bitcoin or any of these other, cryptocurrencies in a traditional sense are good currencies that enable these type of transactions. And that's my problem with the crypto industry as a whole, because deep down I think they know they're selling bullshit. I can see the bullshit, but we have to pretend that there's this this is greater good that's going to be happening by us increasing adoption of the cryptocurrency. Your point about them realizing that there's a utility in the payment rails makes total sense, and I agree with that. As a lefty leaning person, my response to that is go and build a public-private partnership like Kenya did with M-Pesa, which is I think it's 40% owned by the Kenyan government, 30% by Vodafone, and then our public shareholders. Or go and look at what India does with their mobile payment system, which is also publicly owned, or what Brazil also does. There's no reason that FedRAMP in the United States, should have been hampered the way it has been. Sorry, Ashley, my bad. Should start saying we're being boring.
But man, I'm trying to understand this. So I built this hotel, and I want to govern how this hotel is going to run, right? And you're saying, well, I don't like that you're putting the hotel the way that you want. You could go build your own hotel. It's like saying that they're gatekeeping. Someone has to maintain the platform. Someone has to maintain the code. Someone has to approve all the apps that get in there. There has to be some coverage. And also, it's very dependent upon if you're an app that's selling something versus if you're free. So it's not a 30% across the board when you're making it in the app on their platform. There are different monetary ways to monetize things through the platform depending on how you set your app up.
That's true. Then why doesn't it also extend to the Mac? Why don't they block individuals from installing software on their computer, right? Because someone has to maintain someone has to do the work for the iOS releases. Someone has to maintain the work for the network drives. So someone has to do the forward and backward compatibility, all that kind of stuff.
I mean, you could jailbreak your phone if you wanted to. When I had my first iPhone, I jailbroke the hell out of it. And I put whatever apps I wanted on there. So that's completely possible.
Yeah, but they've made that process increasingly difficult in the name of security, and I agree with that. I agree with the broader goal of having better security, right? But the jailbreaking process in 2010 is not the same level of complexity as the jailbreaking process in 2026. And I understand the argument that Apple has to maintain the App Store. I get it. I don't know whether or not that maintenance is a 30% tax on transactions, on intangible transactions. And that's my issue.
I mean, I think it's kind of the other thing where people Apple products are really expensive. It's then don't buy it. Right? It might not be for you. Right? No one is forcing them to buy their products. Sometimes people think their manufacturing costs are only cost. When there's so much more that goes into the product and development, that is part of the cost that people don't want to pay attention to. They're that's why the phone should cost less. When this thing is so much more than just a phone.
Oh my God! I got another show.
I get that argument.
Y'all mad because y'all want y'all phones to be broken every 5 minutes.
There she goes.
And you want the FBI to be able to break in your phone when they seize it, but because of Apple's commitment to security,
oh my God,
because of end-to-end encryption,
shit,
they allow you to say whatever the fuck you want to say on your phone. They not like Verizon and AT&T that literally hands over your phone records, will tap your phone line. You could type and text whoever you want on yours, and that iMessage is encrypted. So when the feds get it, because you are illegally sending money on the blockchain, they can't see.
And we thank the engineers and the designers and the product managers of Apple for this. And we are happy to compensate them, for the investment that they put in. Should they be able to block us from compensating others?
So you would rather so here's the thing. I know plenty of engineers who get frustrated when they're trying to ship products quickly, right? They're trying to move fast and break things. Shout out to Mark Zuckerberg. I know when engineers are trying to ship products, they hate using going to Apple because Apple puts you through so many hoops. But wouldn't you rather have them being in Europe? There's a term, I'm forgetting it now, but it's like you admit that you're doing this thing because you know your platform is going to be used. I would much rather for Apple to require these apps to go through any hoops so that there aren't any random security breaches. Operating systems have to take on some risk.
True. And I as a normal consumer, Apple has sold this image that if you go into the Apple store, the apps there, are vetted by Apple and they have all the security and all that fancy jazz. Yes, that's the trade-off that they sell you. Now, whether or not, all the other bullshit in the Apple store with apps that, do some dark patterns to charge your credit card and not charge your credit card, but apps that do all this bullshit when it comes to monetization. I don't know. All I want is freedom for computing, and in my mind, Apple is bucking.
So you want freedom of computing, but the value. So what any sort of you talk about competition. The reality is the reason why we like Apple and it's so popular is because they provide a product that is valuable to us. And so if Nokia or BlackBerry or any of these other players were able to create a product that was that provided value to consumers, they would still be thriving. But they failed at that.
They did fail, yes.
Because they were not innovating. They didn't innovate. They compete with Apple. But remember, Apple was not a big player when BlackBerry first came on the scene, or when Palm Pilot was on the scene.
Trio, shout out to Trio.
Yeah, they continue to innovate. So the game about competition is to provide a product that people find valuable and useful, and they'll keep using it. There's nothing wrong. In fact, there's nothing illegal about a natural monopoly. There's nothing. The problem becomes when they start to do things. So when I talk about whenever I talk about competition, I always say it's the verb that gets companies in trouble. It's the anti-competitive behavior.
Yeah, like blocking developers from linking out to the browser to make payments.
Now you don't went to the browser. See this whole lot. You don't went to the browser.
No, not on the browser. I'm still on the App Store, but blocking the ability for developers to show an in-app browser view to do their payments.
Yeah, Epic tried to do that and they got slapped out.
So here's the thing. Actually, during the pandemic, Facebook rolled out a payment option so that people can do events. You didn't have to. They absorbed the cost. They decided to absorb the cost, the 30% tax that you called. They decided to absorb the cost and let the consumer or the small business get all of its money. So to me, that is the competition at play. They decided that we want to make, hold on, what happened? What's going on? Oh, everybody left. We boring. We done ran all the mods out, everything.
Damn. The crowd still seems to be healthy.
We just boomed the room.
Oh, don't boom the room. Keep the boring content going. Let's go.
I'm just saying that, like,
Bitcoin.
I'm just saying that's competition. I mean, even though it's not one-to-one and everybody is not buying through Facebook, like that, they made the specific decision to do that. They were very loud about doing that, but they also think that that Apple in particular is a gatekeeper.
Well, it sounds like you're okay with that.
No, she's not gatekeeping. It's really She earlier she said, "Oh, sorry, go ahead, your mama."
No, I'm not. I actually agree with that. That the Play Store and the Apple App Store are gatekeepers, but I don't necessarily think there's anything stopping another competitor from entering into the market.
Billions of dollars. That's what's stopping competitors.
I mean, Microsoft has an has a Windows phone and it has an operating system. So it's there are.
When we say market, do you mean like the phone market or the app delivery market on?
So what I'm saying, it has to be both, right? Because you have to have a device for the operating system to first operate on. So this is when I mentioned Snap earlier, people probably laughed and rolled their eyes and were like, she don't know what she's talking about. But on their glasses, their AR/VR glasses, they created an operating system. But the problem is the glasses have to be in the market for the operating system to provide any valuable to consumers.
Is it Arduino? You know what?
No, it's probably running Linux. Go ahead, your mama.
No, I'm done. I'm just saying that Microsoft has like the ability to do this, right? They have the resourcing to do it, and they have. I just think that what's happened, and this is why I say competition is not 1-1 and innovation is not 1-1, is because I think that like what ends up happening is that instead of a natural competitor coming into the marketplace and competing with Apple or Google, there's a new form of computing that's coming on. This is why the glasses are a huge thing. I think glasses are going to move us away from tablets and phones to wearables. And I think that's what people are driving towards.
Well, Even can continue to burn billions of dollars on its spectacles trash pile. I personally don't see this AR VR thing working until we have fundamental breakthroughs in optics. But that's just my opinion. And if you are a Snapchat stockholder, you should be. No, not you, but people in general. They should be very, very, very upset with this.
I may or might not be an Apple Snapchat.
You should be very upset with the dilution that's funding Eben's big mansions and spectacles.
I'm just saying that, like, I think the bet is for these companies is not to create a new cell phone or a new computer, but to move people away from devices and move them, sort of handheld devices to wearables. And that's why you're seeing a lot of investment with Apple Vision Pro, Meta Ray-Bans, Oculus, Specs, Amazon Echo frames, on and on.
I guess we'll see what Sam Altman and, his $8 billion investment in Johnny Ive will cook up.
Yeah,
and
they already came out with a car.
The car was cancelled. It was a massive failure.
No, but it was a concept. It was production, but the design of it.
Yeah, but they can design it as long as they want. The whole product was cancelled. The engineers were reassigned. It was a massive embarrassment for Apple.
No, I'm talking about the one with Johnny at AI. He's come up with another.
Oh, you mean the device that they?
No. There's I'll find out later. I'll find out.
No worries.
I'm gonna jump in here real quick. I think that car he's talking about is called the Avila. I think it's Honda, and I thought it was Sony. But I was in the Bay Area right before the holidays, or a little bit before the holidays, and they were showcasing that.
Oh, are you saying Johnny's designed a car with
No, not that car in particular, but there is a AI car. It's AFELLEELA. I think that's the name of it, Afila. But I thought that was Honda and Sony. I could be wrong, but I do know that there's an AI car that they've been working on. Johnny and Sam Altman specifically are working on, from what I understand, like some type of AI pen. But they've been pretty secretive about it.
Yeah.
AI pen.
I'm gonna make a power market and bet it goes the same way as the what was that thing that AI thing that we had last year called the humane pin.
Yeah, the humane car with like the rabbit pin, and
there's an electric car with Ferrari. I just put the link in the chat.
Yeah, on like the bar to replace the phone is high. You know, you can do so much shit with your phone, and you get so much performance. It's so optimized that like
same thing with the dollar.
Remember that people said this a lot before the phone became so small. Remember?
That's true,
right? But you know, here's the thing, because I don't know.
But we did have you know, Denard scaling and just traditional semiconductor processes that were scaling components of a phone in a similar way that we just can't scale the components that go into glasses because of the optics.
Yeah, but what you need on the back end, you do need some compute. And so, but I think that like what's happening in the industry, like, or at least is that they are trying to really push everyone having their own agentic type of AI assistant. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention the last couple of weeks. There was Claude and then they changed it to Moltbot, and now it's OpenClaw. And there's been like a sellout of Mac Minis, is because so they want to give people this ability to like run their own AI assistant from their homes, running it on like pulling an AI model, and then having an app or some type where you just have the thing either working from home, doing things, or you're calling it, but like you still use your phone or some type of device to get it to do you that you may not necessarily want to do. But that's kind of what I've been seeing, like a lot of just agentic AI assistants really pushing that.
Yeah. Your mom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What are your thoughts on the whole, copyright issue? Do you have any?
I mean, I think this is like what happened with Audible and the audiobook. A similar thing whenever new technology comes into disrupt. Sort of the legal lines have to be drawn so that there's some rules of the road. And I just think that like it's going to create rules of the road over time, and that will sort of frame the industry moving forward in terms of copyright and AI. There's actually a very good case that just was filed, complaint that just was filed recently about people using content. So we always talk about like, oh, there's no competition, but like the ease by which content creators, for example, this is very specific, so it doesn't apply across. But the way ease in which content creators can post content across platforms. So if you're a TikTok content creator, you can post your content on YouTube, you can post it on Instagram, you can post it on Reels on Facebook as well as on Instagram, but also you can post your content on Snapchat or Twitch or whatever, right? And so the cross-platform sharing of content and using of music that's copyrighted across platforms are gathering up some of the platforms, social media platforms right now, and on LLM copyright issues and IP.
That's fair. So I guess if you're a martial actor, the best thing you can do right now is to go out and download as much content as you possibly can, and get all the complexities as much as you can and training models as fast as you can before these rules get put down.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the natural thing to do.
And that's what they've been doing. That's why, like, you saw the Meta case a while ago.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what they're doing, is try to get as much information, much data that they can across the internet, as many books, as many songs, as many things before their actual rules, and that will impact the future of like who are the most successful LLMs. So you may see the market consolidate for sure. I think.
Yeah, there's. I agree with you on that. There is going to be a shakeout in the foundational models, as we call them, space. And so you'll have the ones that will be standing there, saying that they'll lead in their own respective areas, and then the rest of them are going to just fall to the wayside.
Well, we already have XAI falling out of the race. So
yeah, I mean, what's going to be interesting about that, in my opinion, is when I think they're going to be IPOing soon. So SpaceX, XAI.
Yeah, that's a scam.
And so when they IPO, we're going to have to learn. We're going to have to learn how they train their AI models. That will have to be disclosed in their IPO documents, at least to a level that will be acceptable to investors. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, we'd have to know, like, we were going to get information that we probably wouldn't get if they did an IPO.
If you're a SpaceX investor or, equity holder, you must be really upset about this whole matchup.
Yeah, I think many people are, because he's using SpaceX and its success to shield from what.
Yeah, to shield from the failure that XAI is.
Exactly. Yeah.
And the failure of Tesla.
And just wait. I have a question. Why is XAI a failure?
Because it's burning billions of dollars and lagging all the major model providers on all benchmarks. It's so much so that most of tons of employees have left or been fired.
Yeah, losing employees, burning billions of dollars, and lagging competitors doesn't mean it's a bad product. Right, CEO?
Good one, Concrete.
Well, I'll say
it generated.
Go ahead, CEO. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so from what I'm reading, it generated $107 million in Q3 last year.
Told you.
I mean, I'm talking about XAI. I mean, I think that's pretty good for how old it is. Like, what are we talking about? That's really good for how old it came out. What
generated what?
Sure. Wait, hold on.
It generated $107 million just in Q3.
$107 million?
it came out at the end of 2024. That's its first year.
Okay. Wait, hold on. CEO, just saying the revenue doesn't mean anything to me, right? Like, I just Googled this on Reuters. Elon Musk's artificial intelligence XAI reported a net loss of $1.46 billion for the September quarter.
Of course it did.
Compared to a loss of $1 billion.
Like a credible person, so let me ask you another question. Do you consider $8 billion in profits to be a good number?
$8 billion in profits has to be contextualized by.
So what if you generate $16 billion in revenue and you have $8 billion in profits? I'm asking Mel a question. Is that a good? No.
I heard you ask 1 second, brother.
I'm asking Mel.
Why are you not letting me? Why are you not letting me participate?
Mel, a 50% profit margin.
CEO, just relax, bro.
Is that a good number?
50% margin for what kind of business? For software business?
Come on, let me respond now.
Sorry, go ahead.
These are SpaceX.
CEO, what are you doing?
SpaceX did $8 billion in profit.
You're being very anti-intellectual.
Would you
Let me
call that a
respond.
scam?
Let me respond.
Would you call $8 billion?
Can I respond? I'm confused. Sorry, go ahead.
He won.
He said SpaceX is a scam. He said that IPOs would be a scam. That's what he said.
He doesn't want me to respond. Go ahead, Mel. He's not gonna let me speak uninterrupted. Obviously,
go ahead.
That's a sign. That's obviously the sign of great. That's obviously the sign of. No, you asked him a question. You finished when you asked him the question.
Go ahead.
You finished when you asked him the question.
You go ahead.
So obviously you don't want me to add extra context. I'm doing it now.
Go ahead, just go concrete.
I'm doing it. You have to mute. You have to mute too. Fucking A, bro. Y'all are weird. Anyway, so the whole point is you can have off-balance sheet obligations, right? That don't speak about what their true obligations are when you're looking at their financial statement that says they made $8 billion. Do you know what the off-balance sheet obligations are, CEO? And how they move debt to the off-balance sheet to show more profit than they actually have? Do you know that about that, CEO? Yes or no? I'll take that as a no.
What do you know about it?
Can we focus on the XAI?
What do you know? What do you know about it? What's the off-balance obligation? What is it?
Normal,
or is it just speculative?
Hold on, can we focus on the XAI concrete? Because that was the original thing, right? CEO said they made $100 million. No,
doesn't know about off-balance sheet transactions. He doesn't know that companies have off-balance sheet obligations.
Can I lodge a formal complaint?
Well, sorry, Concrete and I have a little rivalry going on here, so if you can let us work through it. And Concrete, by the way, I do have the entire history, if you want to go through this now. If you feel like
history of what?
I'm happy to.
History of what?
Of Musk innovation. Do you want to go ahead and
No, please no.
Would you like to get embarrassed now, Concrete?
I don't think you're gonna fight fair, so go ahead.
Please note Musk innovation talk. CEO.
Yes.
You agree with me that XAI is lagging competitors?
Is doing what?
Lagging.
Behind its competitors? Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
Of course.
And the original premise was that if you were a SpaceX investor, in my opinion, you'd likely be miffed merging with this AI lab company based on its cash burn and its current performance.
Oh, okay. So maybe, because the thing XAI has is it has that active user base and is gathering all that data all the time, right? So that it being within that X ecosystem gives it a higher potential than the other platform. That is a strategic advantage it has. So you are right in the sense that as it sits today, it's behind, but I would say its potential is higher than the others.
I would disagree with that. Just a little secret. I actually work in this space, and so we track that type of stuff. And I'll be honest with you. Yeah, the assumption is that they have a lot of access to information because of X, but the fidelity of that information is often challenged. And when we run, and I work in the AI vulnerability space. When we run vulnerabilities against OpenAI and ChatGPT and Grok literally ranks the worst.
Yeah, I mean, in which way? I mean, because I don't think in which sense? I mean, because
I'll give you the way.
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'll give you the way. So you know that all AI models, they have guardrails, and so you kind of rate them on their weights and their guardrails. When it comes to guardrails like self-harm or tell me how to make crystal meth and things like that stuff, it ranks really, really low. Like
I can see
literally.
that. You don't even have to.
So I'm like, it's doing things it's not supposed to.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, I'll give you that one. That's fair. See, Concrete, these are actually real substantive critiques, not your emotional huffing and puffing. Do you see the difference?
Do you know what an off-balance sheet that is? Do you know anything about that? Know about the names? And XAI and SpaceX aren't publicly traded companies, so how are you getting what financial information are you getting to talk about their income and profit? Go ahead.
Well,
bro, I'm asking CEO, bro, please.
Yeah. So Yahoo Finance is reporting it. That's one source, and there's many others.
Okay, so is it a publicly traded company? Yes or no?
it's getting ready to.
Is it a publicly traded company? Yes or no?
Actually, it looks like it has a.
Is it a publicly traded company? Yes or no?
Oh wait, it has.
He doesn't even know. So you want to have a debate about XAI and their profit, but you don't even know that they're not even. You don't even know that they're
reporting.
You don't even know that they're not publicly traded.
They're reporting.
You don't even know that they're
They are
not publicly traded. What are they reporting to?
SPAX.PVT.
What?
Go ahead, look it up.
Concrete is correct insofar as we can only go after, second party reporting. Like, we don't have an S1 to read and dive into details. But, like, the VCs that sit on SpaceX cap table get reports. They can, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't lie about SpaceX gross margins based on, whatever accounting standard they're using there. And so I think it's totally fine for CEO to cite that number concrete. Now, whether or not whether or not that's like, a quality, earnings, but whether or not it's quality earnings, I don't know. CEO doesn't know. Nobody in the public.
Well, here's what we do know: that we're going to raise more than $50 billion at a valuation of $1.5 trillion.
Yeah, and
we know about the $1.5 trillion.
Yeah, and
How do you like that number, concrete? Does that make you feel good?
Listen, you are a blind felon.
Concrete, I think you need to apologize to mine in the chat.
Can you please stop over talking me? I barely get to speak uninterrupted. Fucking.
I just feel Concrete to the audience. Concrete always speaks. He
does always speak.
Always. You know who doesn't speak? A lot? Me.
Email.
Lord.
Yeah, Chia, what's up?
Have you heard the talks that
what's going on?
That SpaceX IPOs at like this 1.5 trillion figure, it'll crash the market.
Why would it crash the market?
I don't know. Some people said that because people just dump the stock. They said people dump the stock.
Like people would dump their holdings in other major tech companies to invest in SpaceX and IPO.
Yeah. To like,
I see what you're saying.
To sell the stock.
There's some sort of guideline that they want to be able to trade for a certain time period.
They couldn't. I don't. What is it? 6 months? Is it mail? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Something like 6 months.
No. So there are two ways to formulate this. One is based on what Chia was saying. My interpretation is that he was saying that people think they would crash the market because there would be so much interest in the IPO that people who are cash strapped would sell other assets to invest in SpaceX's IPO.
Oh, got it. Okay.
And I don't think so because, $50 billion.
Do you think concrete will sell a house? You think concrete will liquidate for it?
No, $50 billion raise can be swept up by the market pretty easy. No liquidity issues at all.
Okay. What about the idea that the people who hold the SpaceX stock will just dump it?
Well, if
that day,
I don't know if
they can. They can't do that.
Well, it depends on what kind of listing they're doing, right? I believe like being underwritten by investment banks with Morgan Stanley leading the way. So there's probably going to be a lockup period for insiders. It's not going to be a direct listing. Anyways, I got to run. I'll see you guys in a bit.
AACTO.
I wanted to ask a question. What is like the advantage of wearables over like something like a smartphone? What is the big advantage? Like, are they more marketable? Will they make the companies more money? With this type of platform, or like, what is the advantage?
So just one thing real quick. So I just looked it up. It is going to be a 6-month period for lockup on the IPO, just FYI. You're asking about wearables, like in general? Or like what it is? You're asking like what's so good about a Fitbit wearable? Or like what are you asking?
I think the lady said that the industry is trying to move away from like smartphones and go towards things like wearables. And I'm like, what is the advantage of wearables? What is supposed to be the advantage of it?
And you're talking about this like as a few years into the future, or are you talking about like right now? Because it's a different answer based on what you're talking about.
Well, you can do both, like right now and then in the future.
Okay, I got it. So I know one of the applications we're talking about is essentially you have a wearable and then you'll be able to project out, the conversation almost like you see in some of those futuristic films. So I know we're talking about that being a few years out. So that's the application I know about.
Okay. But it's like my whole thing is like if I'm in a conversation, I don't want a holographic projection because I want people to know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Because you ain't in Gen Z, man. That's why.
You know what I mean?
But the kids like it.
So okay, maybe the kids like it, but
you won't be getting a wearable. You won't be getting a wearable. That's it. You ain't gonna have to.
Okay, cool. It doesn't make sense. Even when they had that stuff in like the movies back in the day, I know they had it in the original Star Wars. I mean, it looked cute for the movie, but it's like, how practical is this thing? I could see if you're like a business or a company and you're doing like a conference or something and you have like a projection or something like that, or even if you're in entertainment and you want to have like an AI artist perform on stage and you want to do a projection, I can see it like that, but like just day to day, I don't see where I would need one, over my Bluetooth headset to communicate, that's just me.
Hey, CEO, do you fuck with SpaceX? I'm gonna buy SpaceX stock when it is listed. Yeah. Okay. Immediately. Yeah. Do you like Rocket Labs? I don't know Rocket Labs. No. Oh, they're already listed. Okay.
Let me ask. Let me ask you. Do you think SpaceX will ever evolve into something other than just like commercial rockets? Like, do you think that they'll ever get into something like making like personal spaceships for like individual consumers to buy, or even like a low orbit spaceship that you could like use to travel to like a private space station that's in low orbit or something like that?
Yeah, they probably will. I mean, like, look, everyone's dealing with like going to Mars, and like if if they try to do data centers on the moon and all this and that. So yeah, I mean, they're gonna have quite a reach in the long-term future. I mean, it is.
I heard that Elon. I heard that Elon. Or I heard that I fell off a little bit. I heard that Elon on the Mars concept. Or I heard that he just wants to focus on instead of Mars. I don't know what it means because I'm having some connection issues.
Well, Mars is like a vanity mission. There's no money in it.
Well, there's resources on Mars.
There's a lot of money in it, though. If you think about it from the perspective of whatever technology and innovation you need to get to Mars would make life on Earth better, right? Yeah, sure, but I mean, like in terms of like, because he's been funding a lot of SpaceX personally, and through government contracts. Government contracts, like going to the moon landers, launch services, and then, his Starlink stuff. Mars is like a vanity project. Well, it started as a vanity project. That was like their mission. He needs money. So that's why he's talking about the moon right now. The SpaceX was the Artemis mission. Looks like the government's going to drop. They want Starship to do Artemis 3, so to take people to the moon. It'll be like the booster rocket taking people to the moon, if they can get it in time. I think the government, if I'm not wrong, doing that right now. That's why he's talking about the moon, because he knows the government's going to. And them and Boeing have been competing for a lander. Like the government, they have Boeing, Blue Origin, Leidos, a couple companies all competing to make different landers. So you'll see more of that. You can make money on Mars potentially, but it's very fuel intensive. There's no immediate benefit.
Well, see, that's the thing. Like, my theory, in order to make Mars feasible, it's gonna have to be around some sort of commercial venture. It can't just be, oh, we're gonna send people to Mars just to send people to Mars, or it's gonna be a tourist attraction to go to Mars. No, there has to be some sort of commercial venture, which means that you're gonna have to have some sort of mining operation going on.
I mean, there really isn't a commercial venture on Mars. Like, it's pretty much research.
Yeah, well, what I'm trying to tell you, there's going to have to be one. Okay, even if they're just getting iron ore, you know what I mean? Because I know there's rare earth minerals up there. I know there's cobalt up there. There's lithium up there. Well, see, you gotta think. Okay, if we can go there and mine it, okay, because we can mine those things on Earth, but you have to look at things like geopolitical things and environmental impact. But if I can go up there, if you got a company and they're able to have, hold on, buddy, let me finish. You get a company there that's able to go up there. They have spaceships that can go up there, and they have like a colony that they can build up there and put workers on there with advanced like drilling equipment to drill the resources there, and then you don't have to worry about government regulation, environmental impact. You're away from Earth. You're away from the governments and stuff on Earth that are going to, regulate your industry. It could potentially make a lot of money in a very short period of time.
Yeah, but you're not. Okay, the reason I'm saying Mars is like a vanity mission science project is because the conditions on Mars are actually impossible.
Yeah, no, I mean, so you're right from an angle, but like if you think about what it would take to be successful, so you're talking about terraforming, you're talking about developing, have some materials that allow you to live in a structure that could survive the environment there. So if you end up creating the innovation to do that for Mars, how much is that innovation going to be worth on Earth is my point.
Yeah, and I would say that most of that is, I say decades away, probably. It's probably like 2100, 2080.
It's difficult to say that, though, right? Because look at the rate of technology just the last 20 years. If you just play out how fast things are happening.
Well, you said terraforming.
Yeah, I mean, with terraforming, okay. But like developing some materials that can survive the conditions out there, though. I mean, that doesn't have to be, that could be 2050.
Well, it's not just materials, it's like all the testing. Because essentially, the people that go to Mars, they're pretty much sacrificing their lives on that trip. They're gonna be permanently damaged when they come back. It's literally you're sacrificing your body, and there's no way to reverse it. The radiation, the lack of gravity. So like even if you have like a pressurized dome habitat, the difference in gravity it reduces your bone mass by 30-40% just being a couple months in low Earth orbit, let alone going to Mars. That's what I'm saying. It's literally like, it's a pipe. People will go to Mars, but it's going to be for science, for the foreseeable future. It's not going to be a colony. There's some serious health challenges that they got to figure out before it becomes viable. Because it's about, depending on how close Mars is, it could be anywhere from like 6 to 8 months, 9 months, a year to 2 years. Well, it's like a year and a half travel time. So you're flying for about 6 to 9 months, a year plus, no Earth gravity. Your bones are done. They're fucked. So I have to figure out a lot of health bills.
So you ain't going?
I'm just saying, but just before it becomes like we're just gonna send people there, mind shit, the health part is very key. I'm not saying I'm saying that is a big challenge.
Well, my thing is this, and this is how the engineering side of my mind works. What about the development of some sort of nuclear-powered gravity generator that they could develop and use? They could use this thing in spaceships, and they can use them on Mars for the initial settlement. But I think that the long-term solution to Mars will be just to terraform it and get it as close as they can to Earth's atmospheric conditions.
I mean, that's probably
and that I don't think it's impossible. I think that there's a way to do it. You know, there's a lot of smart people.
Where are you gonna get the air from? Where's the
air is what elements make up
nitrogen, oxygen,
air, H
on Earth.
Nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, right?
Those are the three main components.
So you would need See, here's the thing. Here's where agriculture. This is where agriculture and stuff comes into development. If you're able to get cows or any type of animal that humans use for agriculture, okay, if we're able to take some of the soil on Earth, right, and put it on Mars and grow something on it, grow something basic, grow some wheat or some beans or whatever, okay. Put some cattle out there, have them chopping on some grass. Okay, that alone begins the process. Okay, of turning that planet into because when you start that whole process of where you're creating carbon and you're releasing carbon into the Mars's atmosphere. Okay, that is what will create the conditions. That'll be the beginning of the terraforming of Mars. You know what I mean? You got to get living things up there first.
That's not going to work.
Don't say it's not going to work. It's going to be part of it. It's not going to be the whole thing. No. It's going to be a part of it.
No, it's not. You wouldn't even get enough air. You wouldn't even get enough. Okay, so the big problem is Mars's atmosphere is like 1,000 of Earth's. So it's like literally 1 divided by 1,000. That's how thin Mars's atmosphere is. And the air pressure on Mars is 0.5% what it is on Earth. That's what you're talking about. That's why I said it's literally impossible. That's what I'm saying. It's impossible. It's almost impossible with anything we know we could do today. You're talking maybe hundreds of years in the future, and even then, you have to ask where is the air coming from.
I don't think it's going to be hundreds of years in the future. At the most, it's going to be maybe 5 or 6 decades. But when we talk about terraforming, right?
You can't even fill a planet's atmosphere.
We have the concept for. Okay, look, we have nuclear power. Okay,
I'm just saying, brother. There's quite a lot of research on this. It's pretty much not. You're talking on a time scale of hundreds of years or thousands of years. There's actually a good video. PBS Space Time, they go through the mathematics of this, how to make it work. It's like thousands of years.
Yeah, I mean,
hundreds of years
but the
to fill
issue,
that.
but the thing about it is you gotta update those scenarios every couple of years, right? Because of like the advances we're making. That's the crazy part about it is, like we keep beating our own expectations in a lot of things.
I mean, there was one idea there are a couple ideas. There's one where you send a bunch of dust in Mars to melt the ice caps, but even then, they could only get you like 1 or 2% of Earth's atmosphere, and that's all the that's majority of the carbon dioxide on the planet that you could release realistically. There's another one where they say just take giant asteroids from the asteroid belt and just ram them into Mars to help heat up the planet even more. But like, you see what I'm going?
So you remember Total Recall, right? Like they just couldn't go outside. They had like structures for everything. They couldn't go outside or you would die.
I mean, maybe there's a way to pressure.
I think the first question is, can you build the structures? Can you build the structures that within those structures you have gravity and you can and you can withstand the conditions? That's the first question. Because you're right, like the whole making it breathable or whatever. Yeah, that's a long way off.
So do you know how this is going to be done on Mars? Elon Musk already said, and his accountant said he was not going to work for Elon anymore because Elon already invested $8.9 billion in 2014 on his own money into Mars exploration. Why do you think the Boring Company is going to go ahead and go to Mars? Why do you think Optimus robots are going to be the people going to be doing that? Why do you think the Tesla's going to be all electronic cars and the grid and the solar companies that Elon has? He's going to be able to do that all by satellite. And we're going to be able to control 100,000 robots digging in the ground for us to survive and terraform
this is an interesting point, Chicho. What do you think of that? Like the Optimus robots doing so much of this work. What do you think of that?
There's going to be 100,000 going there.
But see, here's the thing.
First, you got to wait for Starship to get finished because Starship is the only thing that makes continuous flight to Mars even economically feasible that you could send to all those. I think the exact figure. I think it's about Starship isn't ready. What do you mean? It's not ready.
Musk has the capability of doing it.
I mean, he has the Falcon. The Falcon 9 rocket can't get to Mars. That's why he's doing Starship. It can't even get to the moon.
When is Starship supposed to be ready?
It's supposed to be ready like 3 or 4 years ago. But it'll probably be ready by 2030 at the rate it's going. Maybe by, Artemis 3 is probably going to rely on Starship. So maybe hopefully 2028.
Here's my problem with it, though. It's like, if they go to like an all robot model, how expensive is that going to be? Like that's because I can see them, and then who's going to do, like, how are they going to do the maintenance on these robots? How are they going to do? Okay, what if there's a latency breakdown, or what if there's there's a geopolitical issue, and there's like a sabotage involved to the communications, stuff like that.
So it's all AI, and it's going to be done by Starlink, and Elon's going to supply everything on his own. He'll never see the day humans will live on Mars, but he'll probably see the day that all his stuff is there ahead with Neuralink, with all that, because you're going to be able to have Gronk and AI control those robots. They're going to be able to set up satellite solar panels that they'll be able to go back to charge at. They're going to be able to connect and download their information on a daily basis, a weekly or monthly or updates. That's all going to happen. You think about what he has.
Here's the thing. The problem with solar power is that, and I used to sell solar panels. I used to get solar panel sales. So the problem with solar panels is that they degrade over time. So that the amount of energy that you collect from them when you first install them, as the years go by, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20, but 20 years or whatever, that collection of the energy, it degrades. It goes down over time. So and they haven't found a way around that problem. So my whole thing is that I don't believe in, here's why I disagree with you. I don't believe in just one company. Like, oh, this one company is going to go and do this. But we know that when we talk about complex industrial processes, it takes literally dozens of companies to accomplish this stuff. And in doing that, you create a whole industrial ecosystem. Tesla's gonna have. Well, hold on, buddy. Tesla's gonna have competition. There's gonna be other companies up there trying to do what they do as well, and trying to do it better, and trying to do it different. You know what I mean? So it's not just gonna be Tesla. There's probably going to be Chinese companies up there, Russian companies up there, Indian companies up there, all trying to get, extract these resources.
Who's going to supply the transportation for all the other companies if Elon's supplying the only one transportation for his?
Because there's going to be
no one else going to supply it.
Well, see, here's the thing. There's going to be dozens of other companies that are going to get involved in this thing. And it's just like, it's just, all right, listen to me.
His part is they're going to be late. So you're right. There will be other companies getting involved. You're absolutely right. But his point is that they're going to be late, right? So is Jeff Bezos' company prepared to go all the way to Mars? How far behind are they from SpaceX? Meaningfully behind, right? So
they don't have it's the only commercial company that's even close to making a rocket that can get to Mars is SpaceX. All the other ones, they're concerned with low Earth orbit or like small satellites.
Okay, well, okay, but see, here's the thing. Here's how these things work, right? When you had the International Space Station, right? It came online when it was different.
That's different.
Brother, I'm not done. All right, you have the International Space Station, right? It came online in I think the 70s. Okay, and at first, America was the only one that had the technology to resupply the International Space Station because we had the space shuttle. Okay, and then guess what? The Russians came along and they developed a rocket that could supply the International Space Shuttle. That could supply the International Space Station cheaper than the space shuttle. And then guess what? Guess what happened to that? Then the Chinese came along and they created their own space station.
So
that's the point I'm trying to make is that
why would Elon Musk, with his company, send any other robot to Mars when he can't control the building, when he can't control the digging, when he can't control the solar panels, when he can't control the cars that are going to commute on the Mars? That's the thing. He had everything thought in place. Why would he want Chinese robots to go there to fuck up his planned situation?
Okay, because here's the thing.
He's financing it with his own money, not the government.
Okay, let me respond. Well, you gotta let people respond, man. You can't just keep yelling.
Not letting anyone else go there.
You gotta let people respond. You can't just keep going on and on. Okay, but here's the thing. That's what I said. I don't believe in just one company or one man. And what your whole belief system is that there's one person, one company that's going to do all this stuff. And what I tell you time and time again, there's something called the market, right? And so with the market creates a force called competition. And that competition causes there to be multiple actors within a space. So you keep saying Elon Musk, and there's going to be dozens of other companies, okay, that are going to do the same thing that his company is doing, okay. Just like there's other companies Tesla is not the only company that makes an electric drivetrain. Okay,
Wait,
they both make electric drivetrains. They make a better electric drivetrain. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
why is he going
No, but Mr.
Why is he going to allow someone else's drivetrain to go there?
Because of the market, he might be forced to. Economic reasons, he might have to.
I mean,
listen. You know, China is
pretty
making
much
their own.
puts all the SpaceX stuff like open. He
Here's the
doesn't
thing.
allegedly he doesn't patent a lot of SpaceX stuff, but I'm just saying, just look at Starship, type in Starship on Google, and see how big it is. Now, I want you to look at everyone else that's making a rocket, and then compare how big Starship is to their rockets. Starship is supposed to allegedly get 100 tons, to be able to get 100 tons to low Earth orbit, which he quotes himself as what is needed to make launching cost effective, to even get you to Mars, to be able to get enough equipment to do all the stuff you want to do. There's no other rocket that's commercially available that's even close to getting 100 tons to low Earth orbit. And even then, once you get the 100 tons to low Earth orbit, you still need low Earth orbit refueling to get it anywhere past there. So like the booster is just to get you into low Earth orbit, then you need to refuel to get it somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like it is that complicated, and most people aren't close, like anywhere close to that. I mean,
and that's why when you look at the pattern on Starlink, if you look at the design, it's two rockets intergaging from two different places leaving the Earth to meet as one. That's what Starlink is. If you look at the design on there, he explained it. It's launched from further away, then another launch with the refueling station, and it meets up at a certain point, and then gets it out of orbit. That's what he was talking about. So why would someone with that kind of capability have anyone else destroy his future?
Okay, what I told you is...
Why would China...
let me finish. What I told you, it's the market. And what I said is if you look at China, right? China's developing their own jetliners. They got the C919. Okay, they wanted to compete with Boeing and Airbus. But guess what? Even though this is a Chinese airliner, guess who makes the engines? You want to take a guess?
Boeing.
No, General Electric, an American company. So even though the Chinese want to develop their own jetliner, the market is forcing them to use an American company to develop the engines, because developing engines is a highly complex process.
I get that.
And it's expensive, and economically, the only way they can do it is if they team up with General Electric, which is an American company. That's how this stuff works. So I don't care what system Elon Musk says he wants to do. Because here's the thing: if Elon Musk wants to mine with robots on the moon, right? He might have a vision to do that. Okay, but if China is the one that's making the most economical robots, he's going to have to buy all those robots from China. That's just how it's going to be.
He's not.
So he may own the system, but he might have to use Chinese robots. The Chinese, they're good at making cheap robots. Way more so than America is. So that's the thing that you have to understand. You know?
The problem is, he already stated this last week, that the robots for Optimus are so far advanced than the Chinese robots. Even though the Chinese are making good robots, why would he put them up in space when he needs his technology, his stuff? That's what I'm saying. He's got $1 trillion to fuck around with. He could take that $1 trillion and build anything anywhere in the universe on his own. He could even create a new small planet on the asteroid belt coming by if he wants to. I'm just saying, why would he allow China to invade his technology? He can't control Chinese technology. Why would he allow it there?
Elon Musk. Okay, here's the thing. Here's what's funny. Elon Musk is heavily invested in China.
And he's actually been very successful in China, more so than other American companies. Like Tesla was more successful in China than Amazon, more successful in China than Walmart, and it's because of their ability to listen to the Chinese consumer and give the Chinese consumer what they want. So I don't think Elon Musk has any problem with China. I mean, he's making a lot of money over there. He's been very successful in China. So
I don't disagree. But with a $20,000 Optimus robot that's going to learn at your pace on the ground or on whatever AI platform, why would he allow some? At this point in time, it's probably going to be 100 years past the time.
I'll be honest, man. I'll be honest, man.
We may never get to Mars, though.
Okay, well, look, I'll be honest, man. I've used Gronk, and I just don't see the. You know what I mean? It's nowhere near as good as ChatGPT. I just don't see why it was even developed. It's awful. It's really horrible to use. It just, So he might even have to use someone else's AI developed by another company to do this stuff.
I'm pretty sure he has his own.
It's possible.
Plan.
Yeah.
Why would you? That's what I'm saying. He's got the burn. He's got the Neuralink. He's got the Vision company coming into existence next month. He's got the Tesla cars. He's got the Optimus robots, which are the Teslas of the future that are going to be $20,000, and every home is supposedly going to want a Tesla robot to fold your laundry, clean your house, and everything. For $20,000, cheaper than a car, you have a personal slave in your house that's a robot that updates daily, nightly, weekly. And yeah, not everybody's going to have the money for him, but there's going to be enough of it in existence. And that's what I'm saying, that technology. Tesla's not a car company. It's a technology company, if you think about it. What they were getting was the technology from the cars driving around and existence on the roads to learn stuff. It was a learning technology. Tesla's all about learning. And their technology goes beyond our human minds. And that's what it's all about, because the space exploration, the burn, he's going to be able to do those things. He's going to be getting his own shit up there. He doesn't have to depend on anyone but the government allowing him to fly out of Earth's orbit. Because the U.S. is going to be the only country that will allow him to fly out of U.S.'s orbit to try and create civilization for the future of the world. Like, yeah, I get it. China's going to want to go to Mars. Russia's going to want to go to Mars. But they may already know we don't have the money or the resources. Elon does. We'll let him do the initial thing. Everybody left. Quite amazing. Proving my point. I don't know. So where's the leaders of this house? No one comes up on stage because no one can be brought up. Technically, now we've got to give back 170 million tariffs, which is over half the tariffs collected, which is crazy because they were designed to get business back here to the U.S. Black & Decker went overseas. You got all these companies, even Atros Perot, when he ran for president, said, you got the sucking sound. It's like a vacuum. Everything leaving the U.S. to go other places. And yet, we won't have the business capability, like they were saying earlier, to actually get stuff here and build our own stuff. We've now given it all away. And now China, technically, instead of charging $3 to get a T-shirt back here to the U.S. could say, okay, we're going to raise the income of all these people. Now you're going to pay $200 for that same T-shirt. China could do that since they're making this shit over there. They can technically control how much the U.S. pays for everything. Like from cell phones, unless we start ultimately bringing over 100% of the iPhones and 100% of the Samsung phones and the Google phones and all that, these countries are going to be able to whip our ass and say, okay, it's now $300 to get that same T-shirt, that Ralph Lauren polo shirt that cost us $3 to make. Then you got to get it on the ship that costs $40,000 with a whole ship packed of it. Then it's got to come by truck to the local warehouse. And then the local warehouse, they get shipped to the store. And then from there, they then go to the store, and the store's got to put them on their shelf. So that $3 shirt that you originally got over in from China is now $120 on the shelf at Sears or whatever, JCPenney or whatever store it is in the mall. That mall now has $40,000 electric bill a month or a rental fee a month. So now, by the time the shirt's on the shelf, you could actually get it from China, and they're going to start charging us $300 for that same shirt. We'll be fucked because they control the production of it. It's amazing if they control the production of everything. Why not pay Americans $30 to $25 an hour to make that same shirt? It's made, sent to the warehouse, sent to the store, and you don't have to pay the tariff to come across the pond or the oceans. And it'll still be $120 on the shelf because it was made by someone local. And if you supported someone locally making the T-shirt or making the Black & Decker tools at $30 an hour, you think how much more they're willing to spend their own money to buy something made American? Because they made it? Or a fellow American did? As soon as we gave it away, it sucked all the energy out of the U.S. That's what tariffs were designed to do, to bring back production. I mean, we just heard Russia said they were willing to pay $14 trillion to be part of the U.S. production stuff. $14 trillion from Russia. They want to pay $1 billion to join the peace thing as well. So, I mean, they're willing to do steps. And it's going to be a global power. Russia, U.S., China. It's just the Democrats don't want to see us do that. They don't want to see us make money. They don't want to see you get productive. They don't want to see a foreign truck driver who's here illegally, can't read or write English, all that, take my job as a truck driver because they're over here on a visa or they get a non-domicile permit, go through trucking school. No. ICE was at a truck stop last night. They picked up one person illegally. Thank God. That means more jobs for someone else here in America. Literally. And we're not thinking about that. The jobs for Americans. And we got these queer lesbians and QT plus community. What the plus is leaving is for Mandela. Man, infant children or whatever. Aboriginal are exactly excited for what they got. Their rights to marry, their rights to health benefits. It's the queer agenda pushing on your kids that are fucking you over. Because literally every Western or every other country is pushing it on America because they know America's going to fail with that kind of agenda. It's crazy how that shit happens, but it does. Because these foreign countries are pushing the queer plus agendas on us, besides our Democrats, because they think it's going to help us, yet it affects everyone else, and you fuck around to find out you end up dead. Because you did something stupid. You didn't think about your own people. We don't see Somalians getting up to protest. We don't see illegals getting up to protest because they know they've done something wrong. Why go to somewhere to protest when you know you're going to get caught and you've done something wrong? All legal immigrants are not going to go protest either because they don't want to get caught up in that shit. If they came over here and came legally and did the process, did their 10 years of service, paid their taxes and dues, they're not going to want to do that shit. If you think about it, it's definitely an interesting fact when you look at everything. These foreigners who are coming over here illegal, and the Democrats are using them to affect our voting system, to gerrymander it, because there's more people in this community than there is that, but yet you give them an ID and now they can go vote, even though they don't have the proper stuff to become an American citizen. But they got an ID because they went to the DMV or whatever it is in your state for licensing. But now they can vote, and guess what? They took your vote. It's amazing how we're fucking up America in a way that yes, we want people here. Yes, we want legal people here. We want people who are willing to give money back to their own country, to our country, the U.S. Not send $1 million suitcase with a person who they got it through the Leering Center in Minnesota, sending it back with a person to go back to Somalia with $1 million in a suitcase. That's taking our money away from us and giving it to them. And where it will be used to multiply and wash the money clean and bring it back here. It's crazy as fuck. We allow that shit to happen. It should be America first. America, America, America. And the immigrants who came here will agree that it's America, America, America. I mean, we can't see that we need to think about the U.S., United States. We can't see we need to think about oil and foreign interests and actually helping the world get better. Thank you for whoever gave those angry faces or whatever you did. But we got to think of America first. Ice, baby. Because they provide you jobs, they provide you income, they provide you opportunities. And with that, someone may be able to work as a house cleaner again, because they're going to require more money as a house cleaner than someone getting paid $7 under a table or $10 under a table cleaning rooms for a hotel. Imagine you actually got quality work, quality job at a hotel. It would be worth it. You would be worth the pay, would be worth knowing that you get quality workers there. I mean, you do get quality workers with foreigners there, but imagine if it was an American person working there and their money was then being spent in America, not going back to a foreign country. I mean, God bless America. And help us become a great nation again. We're already a great nation, but we need to be a better one. Making sure our veterans are taken care of, making sure our homeless are taken care of before illegals, making sure they get benefits before illegals, and setting up systems in place. Because imagine instead of tariffs, Trump started for every deported citizen requiring $1 million from the country that they're deported back to, or $100,000 from the Venezuela or Guatemala or China or Scotland if there's someone here illegally. Imagine getting $100,000 for every person that was sent back. America would be rich again. Instead of what they should do. Every illegal immigrant deported, get money back. Because they depleted us of $1 million by coming in here to New York City, getting $10,000 a month, living and food expenses on Visa cards provided by the government of New York. I mean, the government of Pennsylvania, California, giving them money, health benefits better than people on disability or anything. So some countries who we deported the people back to would start paying us for them, so we could recoup some of the money we lost by having these illegals here. I mean, you got 11 million illegals here. Imagine $11 million back in the U.S. economy, or more. It would be an interesting fact. Instead of tariffs, we start doing that. Charging for every illegal immigrant here to their home country. Hey, you need to pay us to keep your people. If you want them out of there, pay us. Or we send them back and charge you for what they already consumed. How many apartment complexes they ruined? How many neighbors they scared with their MS-13 and their Guatemalan gangs and Somalian pirate shit going on over here. Taking your money back to their own home country under...
Hey, I'm about to shut this room down.
Cool.
All right, bye.
Bye.
And as Gary mentioned in this opening salvo, that's far from whatever 150 days or a specific threat during a war period. That's why it's called the IEEPA, International Emergency something Enforcement Act or something like that. So this was established in 1977 in the special period of time where there was a war. That's why it's called emergency. So the Supreme Court, the six justices of them at least, thinking tariffs have been imposed, the general tariffs, if you will, it's too much. They cannot bear that anymore. This does not mean they're becoming more liberal or leftist or left-wing, et cetera, et cetera. In fact, they let standing the other powers of this administration imposing tariffs under the Trade Deficit Act and several other acts as well. So essentially, legally speaking, it's relatively a quote-unquote simple matter. Basically, there's a statute, and the president did something ostensibly according to the statute, and the judges are saying, I'm sorry, the statute does not provide the support for your action, period. Go back to the drawing board, use some other statutes, and you can still do whatever you want in terms of the tariffs, which is what he did. The so-called national security tariffs, they are not touched by this decision. Now, couple of couple of things, paragraphs in the opinion that I want to share with this room to demonstrate that this decision did not indicate a single signal that the court is changing, which is sort of bad news for the Democrats and sort of good news for the Republicans, conservatives at least, liberals. I shouldn't say political party, liberals versus conservatives, because the majority actually utilized the major question doctrine to support its decision this time, which in fact is relatively conservative ideology basis, if you will, to support the administration. In fact, there are ways, much easier ways, without relying on the so-called major question doctrine, by just simply saying the statute does not provide the basis for the president's action. And that some of the so-called liberal justices argued in their concurrence, even though they agree with the decision, but in their rationale, they're saying we don't really need to go to use the major question doctrine. We just say there is no support. That's point number one. Point number two, the dissent, Justice Kavanaugh in particular, is saying basically, the court should not interfere with the president's ability to issue tariffs. So he has a much more wider range of giving Trump the leeway of doing basically whatever the heck he wants to do under whatever the statutes he's relying on. And not only, as others have mentioned, the dissent used the so-called messy situation of refund, which is very ironic because if the injustice is done, we need to have recourse. Just because recourse is kind of messy doesn't mean we should not give justice, right? Kavanaugh also really was expressing a sentiment that content and context should be utilized in statutory interpretation, even though the statute does not provide certain sort of word by word textualism in support of the president's action, which is very ironic because that's actually what's supposed to be liberal justice would do, meaning the living, breathing constitution approach versus the originalism, the textualism approach. So I think what Justice Kavanaugh said in the dissent, it'll be used and cited, even though not as a holding, but I'm sure in future brief writing, lawyers would actually utilize that paragraph to indicate, hey, not just the liberal justice are using context and intent of the lawmaker, but rather the conservative ones like Kavanaugh is using that as well. So all in all, I think this decision is really very mild, if you will. I wouldn't even say it demonstrates independence, because to me, if it were really independent decision making, but on the part of the court, it would not need to resort to the so-called major question doctrine. It would just basically rule on lack of statutory word sort of textualism approach supporting for the tariffs that are being struck down. And the last thing I want to say is that regarding Alan's idea of maybe getting this money, this $170 billion collected in tariffs to pay off national debt, that may not fly, because for those importers that were harmed by this illegal executive action, they can seek recourse against the United States government at the United States Court of Federal Claims for monetary damages, not for anything civil rights violation, but for money-wise. For example, tax refund, government contractor, et cetera, et cetera. So the money needs to come back to those importers and relevant entities that are being charged this $170 billion. Now, it may not come back to you and me, not to me, excuse me, for those of you who are paying $13 for coffee or $60 for cigars, but still the money needs to go back out of the U.S. government treasury back to the importers. So all in all, it's much ado about nothing really in terms of the question of this room, but still, it's a nice Friday topic. Thanks, Gary.
Okay, well, I'm glad you think it's a nice topic for a Friday. Thank you, Ben. We'll go to David, and it's David Katz, followed by Mira.
I guess I have just some random thoughts today, but I don't think the president has to worry because Clarence Thomas, Kavanaugh, Alito, their heads are so far up the president's ass, he needs a window in his stomach for them to see through, okay? So I really appreciate the last two speakers' analysis of it. I also read somewhere that during the second year of a president's time in office, the Supreme Court does take up things where they might not agree so easily with them, and maybe initially they have cases where it's easier for them to agree. As far as tariffs, any tariffs that we've collected, the billions or whatever they are, have been offset by the tax reductions he's given to the wealthy. So this has only hurt small business. We can make fun of our coffee going up, but there are a lot of small business people in this country, goods in containers over the seas, and tariffs are being applied on before they even reach the port that they had no way to even anticipate or plan for, and you have to pay before you product. So this is a serious issue, coffee going up. The same ruling was also made against Biden when he made executive orders of some of the things he wanted to do. So there has been this ruling on both sides. I think that's a book of what I want to say.
Thank you, David, and thank you for painting that picture of a look through any window. Seth, you remember that song?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, David. We'll go to Merrill, followed by William. Merrill. Bueller. We'll go to William, followed by Barang.
Hey. First of all, I think I know the country where the country's located. I think it's located in thin air, which is where the assertion was pulled from. I don't think there.
Which country you mean influenced the decision by the Supremes?
I was trying. Yeah. I just
want to make sure people.
Well, the other way to identify the country was that he pulled it out of his butt, but I didn't say that at first. But in any case, with respect to left or right, when the Supreme Court says that the president exceeded his authority to impose taxes, that comes from Congress, I don't see that as a left or right issue. And I'm not surprised that conservative justices would say, hey, you exceeded your authority. I just don't see that as all that partisan. I think it would be much more partisan to say that he has authority not delegated to him by the Constitution. On page 16 has an interesting analysis of IEPA, and I have no expertise in this statute, but they basically say that IEPA wasn't designed to is revenue. It doesn't give the president authority to raise revenue. That's not the purpose of IEPA. I thought that was an interesting interpretation of the statute, and I'm not an expert in the statute. In page 20 of the order, and I didn't read through all the dissents and concurrences, but it says that The president asserts extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of an unlimited amount, duration, and scope. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it. And they said it's just not there. They even say, we claim no special competence in matters of economics or foreign affairs. We claim only as we must the limited role assigned to us by Article 3 of the Constitution. And in fulfilling that role, we hold that IEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. I don't see that as necessarily a liberal or conservative position to be taking. It's just. I think it's unfair to characterize it in that way, because a lot of the decisions of the Supreme Court have been purely political. But I don't see this one as being really political. It's just you exceeded your constitutional authority. It's not that. It's not that dramatic, saying that the court went left or so on and so forth. I just don't see it. As far as the refund, when you pay taxes and you're entitled to a refund, if you're the guy that pays the taxes come back to you. The people that paid the tariffs are clearly identifiable from the records of whoever collected the tariffs at the port. So the payer of the tariffs is the one that gets the refund. Now, if the person that was the importer was under some kind of contract and it said that they can pass those increased costs along to their buyers under contract or something like that, or they couldn't do that, maybe there's some contractual claims that might go back and forth, but though that's going to be pretty attenuated. The person that if they say, well, you've got to pay more for this because the price went up, and then the person pays it, the consumer's stuck, just like I'm stuck paying a higher price. The consumer's stuck because there's a paper trail at the port with the importer who paid the tariff, and there may be a paper trail between the importer and, say, the retailer. I don't know how many different hands are exchanged, but we'll just leave it at that short chain. I mean, it could be like a big retailer. Hold on, William. Let me finish before you respond, please. But how do you show that Scotto is owed $30? You can't do it. There's no contract that would entitle Scott to a refund because of the increased cost of tariffs. Well, there may be an implied contract, but there's no way to prove it, so it doesn't matter. The coffee price went up and I paid it, or Scott paid it. Too bad. That's just the way it goes. I think you're wrong. And so, yeah, but I think the most important thing is not to mischaracterize things as being left or right, because that's necessarily divisive, especially where it's at least in the majority opinion, straightforward analysis of limiting executive power, which is what the Supreme was. That's their job, to interpret the Constitution and limit the power where they see fit. So I think the left and right, we should be a little bit more. Just consider it as not necessarily being a left position or a right position, but just as a legitimate position. That's it. Thank you. We're now at 6 o'clock New York time, which means we will no longer be inviting people onto the stage, but we are going into extra time to give everyone on the stage an opportunity to speak, and we have a huge number of guests today, for which I am very appreciative. You want to join the Critical Thinking Forum and be part of the in crowd. Barang, followed by David.
Hey, Gary. I'm going to be quick because some of the things that I was going to say, William said it. But I think Supreme Court just did their job. Good on them. That's what they're there for. these tariffs, I think Alan pointed to it too. The small business was the one that was hurt the most, I think, along with consumers. But the reason that small business was hurt more as a small business owner is because it's not easy for a small business to pass on the cost to consumer like a business can. The small business usually competes on quality, convenience, customer service, personal relationship with customers. Those are the things that small business usually thrives on and competes. Small business can't compete on price with big business. That's why when Walmart moves into an area, they destroy a lot of businesses. When consumers are squeezed and they have to pay more, they usually price shop. Because I saw that exactly happening for my own business. They start price shopping, and price is one thing that the small business cannot really compete with big business. And then the small business will get hurt. I think most small business owners that I talk to in my own area, compared to 2 years ago, compared to last year, they're down. And these tariffs were not helpful at all. So good for Supreme Court for stopping it. I am not going to get a dime back on the refunds of these. The big guys, the importers, they're going to get it. Maybe they have some sort of contract with the middlemen, middle businesses that they work with. They might get something out of it, but I'm way down the food chain. I'm not going to get a penny from those refunds. So, I'm just leaving it to that. Thanks.
Presuming there are refunds, and I think the president is correct, it's probably going to be litigated, and he's anticipating, I don't know how he does this, but he's got this crystal ball apparently that it'll take 2 years to litigate. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I don't know how long these things take. Thanks, Barang. We'll go to, and I don't know who does the litigating, by the way. We go to David, followed by Austin. David.
Yes, hey, Gary. Well, we can say maybe that the Supreme Court finally got it right, irrespective of partisanship and party lines. I think ultimately they had to do this. They had to rule this way because Congress wasn't doing its job. They weren't holding the president to account. They never authorized these kind of tariffs in the way that the Trump administration invoked them. And so the checks on power worked. It was a great victory. Trump obviously deviated to criticisms of Gorsuch and the other justice. I think it was I can't remember who gave the nod, but somebody he nominated decided not to give him his win. But no, this is the countries around the world descending Kavanaugh and the other spoils of the tariff money, and how do you refund these countries? And what happens going forward? Does this throw a kink in his backroom dealing capabilities? Leveraging his great power of the pen to invoke, punitive tariffs. I mean, poor India has been still suffering from the hikes that they were receiving, and I understand their farmers are really hurting badly as a result of Trump's impetuous response to Ukraine and whatnot. So Gary, I think the courts did their job today. I think it was a very important statement, with regards to some of Marshall's comments about, Republicans get their votes sometimes and Democrats get the other ones. I know that there's a history of give and take on both sides, but we have seen an overreach with regard to the right, with regard to the justices that were nominated in the face of judicial committee inquisitions where they were going to honor, Roe v. Wade, that it was precedent. We just call the balls and the strikes. So there has been a pattern, in my opinion, of being more politicized than I've seen in its history. And I think going forward, Trump going into the midterms is going to have to realize, and obviously his
point was more when the Republicans seem to have when the conservatives seem to have the judicial majority, there is an attitude by Democrats of the court must be expanded. It must be reformed. We need to clobber that majority of conservatives out of the way. Well, when the truth of the matter is, no. You're totally fine, your guys. But when it's our guys, all of a sudden nobody is fine anymore. And it's not about how the court works, and it's not about how people are supposed to talk to each other. It's about a raw exercise of political power. One that says conservatives cannot have the majority ever.
But that's not what happened. Look what Mitch McConnell stonewalled Obama's appointment of Merrick Garland for a whole year. And then when we lost it.
McConnell said to Barack Obama, not just to Barack Obama, but to Harry Reid, that if Harry Reid got rid of the filibuster for lower court judges in 2013, that there would be a charge, there would be a price to pay for that. If they wanted to be fair and protect the rights of the minority instead of being able to stuff the lower courts with their appointees, then it would have turned out totally differently.
Okay, well, we're talking about a Supreme Court justice here, Marshall. We're not talking about little hoinies. We're talking about nine people who checked the constitutional power.
Chose to disregard its rules and get rid of them because it didn't want to have an argument with its Republican colleagues. That's why it did it.
Okay.
They're going to do that. Mitch McConnell said there will be a price for it. And the price was not getting Merrick Garland, because you decided to take the rules of the chamber and distort them to your own advantage so that you didn't have to actually have an argument on the merits, the kinds of judges that they wanted to put in on the lower court.
This is not dissimilar from the argument about the filibuster. When the filibuster is good for one party, the other party opposes it. When the filibuster is good for the other party, the one that otherwise would support it opposes it. So this is just how partisan politics work. But go ahead.
In the last, say, decade or 2 decades, the party has said it's not wanted the Democratic Party. The Republicans, for at least 20 years, have defended the right of the filibuster to trip. That has, the Democrat power, they didn't take it out. They opposed the filibuster under the Obama presidency. They didn't take it out when they had a veto-proof majority. So yes, it is how politics works.
But I believe Obama just recently said that the filibuster should remain in place. So there you go. There's a flip right there. So it depends on the contemporary situation and what benefits them contemporarily without concern about the long-term view of things. And I think that's very short-sighted. And another example of why I'm not just a nonpartisan, I'm an anti-partisan, but that's not the topic of today's discussion. So go ahead with your point.
Well, I'm done.
My point basically was that the court with this majority, conservative majority. We saw how Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was a lion on the court, just like Marshall was. We had Amy Coney Bryant ran down our throats within 6 weeks of the election, or whatever it was. So my point is that they've had a lot of wins. They've had a lot of power with regard to reshaping the presidential power that Trump holds, women's right to choose, the Voting Rights Act. There's been a lot of things that the Supreme Court has tilted in a way that I don't think we're ever going to get that power back to the people unless there's some legislative, laws that are passed in spite of those rulings. So my point is also, Gary, is that I think the court had to make a statement that was right, and this was accurate. And I think for what it's worth, Roberts is also looking at his legacy and his ability to show that he has that he's a impartial jurist, that he hasn't given this guy Trump. I'm sure they're obviously Gary also behind closed doors, talking about the way that this president of ours has become unhinged, and I think they have to sort of chip away at that lofty perch that he finds himself in with regard to everything that he's doing on the foreign policy front, judicial wars, extrajudicial killings in the high seas, and then we got this Iran and other countries sort of mobilization missions.
Right. So this speaks to his overall approach to things. And I don't know if you caught the press conference. Yeah. One of the questions that he was asked by a reporter was, why didn't you just go to Congress for approval? Because as the Supreme Court ruled today, the Congress has the power of the purse strings. It's up to Congress to determine what tariffs are established. So they said to him, that a reporter asked him the question, and by the way, just to point out, it was a respectful way of asking, because most reporters are going to respect the office of the presidency, but they're going to ask in the Washington press corps, especially the White House press corps, at least historically, before they brought in podcasters and made them supposedly legitimate reporters, they're going to ask very pointed questions, but respectfully. So the respectful question that was asked was, why didn't you just go to Congress to get the approval? And his answer was, because I didn't have to. And I think that spoke volumes about where his attitude is with regard to the balance of powers in this country. He believes in the imperialism of that office. It's not just by his actions. His response to that question today solidifies your observations, I believe.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great point.
Yeah, I agree with him. An imperial president.
That's that.
So I agree with you that he's an imperial president. He's chosen to be explicitly imperial.
But it's almost king-like. It's not even a president. He's like I'm divine right, my divine right of rule. And of course, we can blame the MAGA side as well as the GOP congressional Congress people that are giving him this green light. They're basically saying, whatever you want, our dear leader, we won't stand in your way, because they're not going to the floor of the House and rebuking his decisions. Nobody wants to take that stand, right? Without worrying about being primary by Musk's money. So this war chest is going to be coming out of nowhere. We're going to see in short order. Is going to be funding a lot of those guys that have given him this king-like power. I think that's part of the survival of being a congressional representative in this country today, unfortunately. You got 2 years.
I think the president has king-like power, but I don't think this is the only president that has king-like power.
Yeah, but we're not talking about previous presidents. We're talking contemporarily about what's happening today.
And make the criticism that the president has imperial power and he's acting like a king, then we should be consistent.
Well, I'm sure there have been consistent criticisms of previous presidents like Nixon, for example.
Not of Joe Biden, not of Barack Obama's imperial power. Certainly of George W.'s, not of...
Well, there were criticisms of President...
Certainly not Ronald Reagan's.
Well, there were criticisms of Mr. Obama. I'm just anecdotally responding to you. There were criticisms of Mr. Obama for the one and only acknowledged extrajudicial killing of an American citizen by unilaterally defining him as an enemy combatant. So, yes, he was challenged. Maybe not to the degree that this president was challenged, but maybe he wasn't acting to the degree that this president is acting either. So I don't understand why, when there's criticism of Trump, we say, but what about the previous presidents? Are you suggesting it's unfair to criticize Trump for his actions when he's outside the guidelines?
Why is the president?
You're underwater, Marshall.
And
sorry, Marshall, you're underwater. I wanted to hear your response, but I can't hear you. Look, the next president of the United States could be a Democrat. The next president of the United States could be a Democrat. And I don't want to hear Democrats coming up and saying, well, why are you criticizing him? You didn't criticize you didn't criticize George H.W. Bush. You know, that's not a response, in my opinion, to a contemporary discussion of a contemporary president. I don't know why people do this. I'm really at a loss.
Have the discussion about this guy having king-like power because it presents the impression that he's the only guy to have king-like power.
I never said he was the only guy. I'm talking about today, and I think David is talking about today, and I don't know where you extrapolate that anybody is saying this is the fourth president in history. Nobody has said that. So you may get that impression, but I don't think anybody's expressed that. So I don't know how one gets that impression. You're reading into what people say beyond what they said. And I don't know how you can do that because I can't read beyond what David said. And I hope nobody reads beyond what I said. I don't have a hidden agenda here. Austin, followed by Brett.
Thank you,
David. Thank you, Mark.
And I want to complete my point before questions and answers. I'm not a deep expert in this area, so I might have some answers, but I want to finish my point before there's any back and forth. Did the Supreme show independence today? Yeah, I think the adults in the room are starting to behave like adults in the room, and Trump is continuing to behave like a toddler. I don't have deep expertise in the Supreme Court. I know a good bit about political economy, and I know how childish and delusional Trump is behaving. It's very, very odd. There was an article in The Economist from a few years ago called Political Nausea When Feelings Start to Replace Facts. And what we saw from Trump's reaction was clearly that paradigm. We could see the emotion he had tied to the idea of being the powerful person. Oh, I can't do tariffs anymore, but do you know what I can do? I can completely cut off trade to countries. It's really odd. Tariffs widely are not considered a very sage tool of economics. As I mentioned before, they're used for the purpose of an infant industry to potentially help a developing nation develop a growing industry and have it thrive. Trump is not existing in the 21st century. When you're a highly developed nation and you have brain gain and potential for more brain gain, you utilize realistic 21st century tools for economic development. Like if you want a factory somewhere, you issue tax credits, and the GOP generally does that. So, and I really like the earlier point is why are we thinking about left and right? And why are we thinking about left and right justices? Let's think about sage leadership and wisdom and what's good for the country in the long run. And let's think about precedents. Because let's say there's this law for the sake of national security and then threatening to put 100% tariffs on your neighbor when you claim to be a person of faith president following some evangel of sorts, and the primary commandment in Christianity is love thy neighbor as thyself. And these nations he's threatening aren't enemies. In fact, something very cool about economics is a lot of interactions are win-win, where if folks collaborate and are in harmony, you end up getting a better outcome than before. And Trump he likes to box with brass knuckles in a boxing ring that should have boxing gloves. He wants to hurt people. and hurt nations and hurt people that upset him emotionally. And he's incredibly childish. I think he should be impeached as soon as possible. I'm glad to see the GOP growing a spine and staying true to its brand of being people of faith, because the first time I saw them standing up in recent history was saying, no, these tariffs on Canada are not okay. They are our neighbor. They are our neighboring nation. Oh, and Gary, please send my apologies to the dignitaries from Canada for some of the rudeness that was experienced on stage, because I love Windsor, and it's an important part of the economy. We collaborate.
You love the Windsor Ballet. Come on now and say it. You go there for the culture of the Windsor Ballet.
It sounds fabulous.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
I haven't been there, but I'm already there.
There, buddy. By the way, for those who don't know what the Windsor Ballet is, let me just say that it's very explicit nightclub entertainment. So to Mr. Marshall's question about why are we only concentrating on Trump? Why have previous presidents contemporarily who have shown imperialistic tendencies not been criticized during their presidencies?
This is happening right here, right now.
Okay, wait. But to his question, and I'm going to post this to the main chat, several U.S. presidents have been accused of harboring imperialistic tendencies involving unilateral action, foreign intervention, disregard for Congress. Key examples, and this is according to a paper published by, of all organizations, the American Legion. I just looked this up. The paper I'm reading from is called A Question of Power, the Imperial Presidency. And I am going to link to it in the main chat. And they say in this article, key examples include Andrew Jackson, William McKinley, Richard Nixon, Harry Truman, and I'm sure Marshall, as an historian, could probably think of others, but it's not as if it has not been discussed contemporarily, apparently, according to the American Legion paper, during those presidencies. And I am linking that now, even as I introduce Bren, followed by...
Hey, Gary. So, to direct it straight to the title, did the Supreme show independence today? I think that gives credence to a claim that they don't always show independence and that this court is not consistent. And to me, one of the biggest mistakes that the general public makes is that we look at the fact that Supreme Court justices are nominated by a president and confirmed successfully or otherwise by the Senate as making them these political pawns of the party that puts them forward. The reality about judges is the party that puts them forward is irrelevant the minute they get that seat. They have lifetime appointments. For anybody who understands how the federal judiciary works, they may be very friendly prior to that appointment with whatever political party that they sit with. However, once they're there, it's damn near impossible for them to get impeached. So they don't owe anything to anybody. And it negates the reality that judges operate on judicial philosophy and interpretive style, not anything to do with the political apparatus that put them forward. And so when we look at the court and people say, oh, it's a 6-3 Republican majority court, that waters down the reality that Amy Coney Barrett is not anything like Clarence Thomas in judicial philosophy or interpretive style and the way she looks at how she reads precedent-setting cases or the Constitution. And so it's lazy to me, if not just misinformed, to operate under this assertion that, this is a Republican court engaging from Republican stances. No, it's a court that has a majority of justices who were appointed by Republicans. But they operate and do their job under judicial philosophy. That's why Clarence Thomas and Justice Alito will always lean into originalism
and will lean into giving this administration far more of what it wants because this administration makes originalist arguments. And so you're going to see Alito and Clarence Thomas lap up the arguments that are put forward by this administration because they're being catered to them, right? They're being written in the cadence that they believe in. They're being written in and made, the arguments are being made in front of them in a way that softballs it into their ideological field. Whereas Chief Justice Roberts, Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, they don't sit anywhere in that same interpretive or stylistic stance. They do not have the same judicial philosophies. And so if you subtract the D and the R and you look at their consistent rulings, nobody should be surprised by the way this came down, because Amy Coney Barrett and Roberts consistently lean into the specifics about what is enumerated in a statute. Does it actually give you the explicit right to do something? Does it spell it out? And Gorsuch will lean with them sometimes on that. But consistently, you're going to be hard-pressed to, or anybody is going to be hard-pressed to find a case that Amy Coney Barrett, anywhere in her career, or Roberts, anywhere in his career, leaned towards a vague interpretation over statutorily explicit language. And so in this case, they simply came to the conclusion that the president's interpretation of the statute in question was wrong, that it does not give him the right to do what he thinks he can do, and they leaned into the fact that it doesn't explicitly say he can. And the minority opinion, written by Kavanaugh, leans into saying, well, it doesn't have to explicitly say it. We believe in the vague implication that he has this right. Anybody who understands how these judges have operated could have predicted this 6-3 split without any sort of an issue. So this isn't like any of the justices moved ideologically or put on a hat to be part of the resistance or fight the good fight. They did what they've been doing their entire careers. And every single one of them ruled in the most predictable manner that nobody should be shocked by this. But because we as a population engage in this politicking, and our media pretends that the justices sit up there and operate from political ideology and not judicial philosophy, we lose track of the fact that a lot of these decisions are predictable. Donald Trump had to have known he was not going to win this one, which is why he came out angry and throwing a tantrum like a child and attacking justices that he nominated, because they're doing exactly what they've always done.
That is the most excellent analysis and observation. And I appreciate that you presented it. And I will tell you something that happened today that shows how right you are. Prior to his press conference, while they were treading water on CNN, blah, 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 blah. What's the president going to say? Blah, 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 blah. He was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. We're going live. Look, the lights are dimmed. Look at that. The lights are dimmed in the press room. This is what they were taught. They actually did a lower third on the fact that the lights were dimmed. I'm not kidding you. They're desperate, like they are with Nancy Guthrie, to say something new. Blah, 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 blah. Somebody, a correspondent at the White House, who actually had some insight, an actual reporter, not a pundit that they bring on to give their opinion, which 3/4 of the people you see on cable television are not correspondents, they're pundits. But when they brought the actual correspondent on, she said the White House anticipated this decision, and his response will be one that had been sorted out before the decision was handed down today. They knew, as you point out, she's relying on her sources at the White House. She's not making this up from thin air. They fully anticipated that this was how, they may not have known the exact vote, but they fully anticipated that this was how it was going to go. And that's why he was ready to fire out, well, we have the authority under another statute. And it's an even better authority. And we can actually have more tariffs. This was his way of like thumbing his nose at the Supreme Court. But we're going to even throw in higher tariffs than we did before. In fact, I could have done that originally, but I decided to be a good boy. And by the way, that's a direct quote from the President of the United States. I decided to be a good boy. That's exactly what he said, not that inflection. He didn't say a good boy like that. That's my sarcasm. But he did say, I decided to be a good boy. That's what he said. And it will remain to be seen. He's going to have to go to Congress after 150 days, which is what he should have done in the first place. And if he really truly believes, as he claims today, that he has the votes, which I don't know. When you say Congress, I believe that means the Senate as well. Am I right about that? Anybody know? Maybe it's just the House. I don't know. If he just has to go to the House, he may be right. If he has to go to the Senate, he's got a real problem. But if he thinks he has had the votes before, then why didn't he just go to Congress? And let Congress approve the tariffs, and that would have provided him cover from all this criticism. But of course, again, I circle back to his response that I articulated a moment ago. When he was asked by the reporter, he says, because I didn't have to. That was really a good analysis, Brent. Thank you. Come back again and join us. Very good, very well done. Okay, we'll go to Dark, followed by Christian.
Well, I'm a little bit relieved that we have 6 Supreme Court justices who understand justice and will not just kowtow to the president. The other 3 are so conservative and compromised, 2 sexual assaulters and Alito, I don't know, Christian nationalist, whatever. Anyway, the Prince ranting like a child, embarrassing as usual, really disgraceful. I mean, if you don't agree with me, the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, and if they don't agree with him, he uses every term in the book. The world now really is watching because he's been so disgraceful, and I can only imagine what the newscasts around the world are saying, watching this performance and denigrating them. I think he wanted to come down on them really hard because he doesn't want subsequent decisions to be like this, but I hope they hold strong. They kind of are our last resort because obviously the Department of Justice is completely the Department of Injustice at this point, pardoning complete criminals and definitely pay for play. It's really atrocious where we are in this country, and the world is seeing how bad it is as other countries are letting people that are in the Epstein files fall like flies, and nobody's going down here at all. So constant embarrassment. But as I say today, it's a little bit of a relief, but I don't understand how, they told him, he's just defying them, right? He said, oh, now I'm going to have a 10% global tariff. So I'm not sure how that's happening and how that's
there are different sections in the trade code, one of which he can utilize as president, but it's only for 150 days. After that 150 days, he has to go get permission from Congress. So it's a short-term application of tariffs. One he can do unilaterally, but one which has to be reviewed after a set number of days.
Okay. So whatever he can do, the baby will do. Okay. Anyway, it's, as I said, embarrassing, but.
Oops, I think she dropped off in the middle of a sentence there. Thank you, Doc. We'll go to Christian, followed by Alzane, followed by Monsef. Christian.
Yeah, thanks. So I look at this more so as a way to slow down Trump, just because under the other sections and under the other federal statute, it's one separate federal statute, the other sections, that basically he has to go through an investigative process, like basically an administrative process. Some other agency has to go through a process. And so that's just a way for Dems to tie him up in court through an administrative process. And then the other part of it is there are certain there's certain texts that he used in the original 2025 executive action or order or proclamation that he probably will not be able to use. And so it accounts for over almost 75% of the actual tariffs that he wants to impose. So as far as the value of the goods or products. So that is really what will probably end up happening. Is what I see is just Dems will just figure out a way to run back to court and tie him up, throw it through another court, take it to a ninth circuit, take it to a second circuit, get the ninth or the second circuit to rule against him, and then I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
I'm a moderator and I'm trying to get a question in. So thank you, I appreciate it. Don't Republicans do the exact same thing when they're in power?
No. So I'm still talking. So basically,
hold on. We took the Biden administration to court all the time.
Okay, do I get extra time since he's cutting me off?
I'm a moderator.
Do I get it?
All right, he's not starting an argument. He's not cutting you off. He's simply asking you a question, which you may answer or you may decline, and then you can continue. It's no big deal. Don't make it bigger than it is. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, all I was going to say was we did this under the Obama administration. We did this under the Biden administration. How can you say the Republicans don't do this when they're in power, despite the fact that we did?
Yeah, I'm moving on. So, the other piece.
You don't get how this format works. It's a question, Christian, and you're
Okay. Well, I disagree with you. So now, can I continue or not? Or are we moving on to the next person?
Oh Lord, dude, you don't got to do that.
Can I continue, or are we moving on to the next person?
Christian, you could give me a serious answer to my question instead of just telling me you don't agree with me.
I don't agree with you. You're taking me down the road I don't want to go down. So can I continue, or are we going to move on to the next person? You're wasting time. You guys are moving on to the next person.
Okay, first of all, Christian, you're not running the room. I am. So I don't know why you're taking such an attitude toward a simple question. Can you explain that?
Because it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about right now. And I wasn't done talking.
Okay, I don't see how it has nothing to do with what you're talking about. I think it was a legitimate question, but go ahead.
Okay. So, where was I? Oh, so they're going to run to the Second Circuit or the Ninth Circuit, get one of those courts to rule incorrectly, then tie Trump in court for a year, up to a year at a time. But essentially, the whole thing is designed to effectively stop Trump from issuing the tariffs, because the tariffs have been very, very successful as far as protecting the U.S. citizen jobs, because that's the only thing that matters at the end.
All right, I have a question now. Who are you referring to going to court to do what? Who's going to go to court to challenge what? You've really confused me.
Well, I mean, it's not confusing. The Democrats, the rhinos, the people who support China-based companies, foreign-based companies outside the United States, any type of foreign adversary that could fund a lawyer or someone to go into a court to challenge it.
To challenge what specifically?
To challenge the next set of executive orders, actions, or proclamations concerning the tariffs.
Okay, but the president cited specifically a law that he would employ that it was mentioned by Kavanaugh in the dissenting opinion, which, as Marshall correctly pointed out, allows him under certain circumstances to employ tariffs for 150 days, after which he must go to Congress to get them extended. So if he actually does follow that law as he implies that he will, what is there for them to challenge?
But number one, there's certain things that he cannot challenge, such as challenging a specific company or sector of companies. He can't do it on an emergency basis.
I don't know anything about the investigatory process. All I know is basically what the court ruled today is that
we're not talking about the court today, though.
But you're talking about moving forward, and when we move forward,
conversation.
I'm talking about the other stat. I'm talking about the other.
When we move forward, hold on a second, Christian. And I'm not arguing. You have the right to express your opinion that tariffs are good. That's great, and I'm not arguing that point. The Supreme Court ruled today that the president improperly, unilaterally imposed tariffs, and the majority pointed out, that there is a process which requires approval by the United States Congress, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore, if the court is to be followed in the future, when the president or any future president wants to proclaim the need for tariffs, with the exception of a short period of time, beyond which he must have, or in the future maybe she, the approval of the Congress before they can remain implemented, correct?
I mean, that's not in totality, no, because if you listen to the oral argument and read the text of the opinion, it basically just says that the IEEPA doesn't provide a vehicle to do a tariff, a fee, or some other, or you could call it a tariff, or you call it a fee, or some other revenue. There's a license term that you probably could use, a regulatory license or something to that effect. But basically, that they hit at the heart that the text of the law doesn't have specific language on it, and they use that against Trump being able to do it. That was the outcome as far as the IEEPA is concerned. But what I'm saying is the narratives that we're hearing out there in the public telling people, well, Trump could just do all these other federal statutes or federal sections on tariffs, that's not 100% completely true. And all of his executive order or action or proclamation is not 100% transferable. Parts of the text cannot be written under those other sections or federal statutes. Also, he's going to have a process, months. Some are 2 or 3 months. Some are 6 months. Some are up to a year. Then when you get into these administrative procedures, you then can face legal hurdles because people can drag you up in the court under the APA, just as one example, the Administrative Procedure Act. So all that I am saying is today's ruling was really the first step to stop Trump from being able to essentially ensure that U.S. citizens have jobs and that U.S. citizens can have good paying jobs and good income as a result of his policy. That's what today was all about.
So are you suggesting that the only way to achieve what the president wanted to achieve, and that's the use of tariffs to, in your opinion, in agreement with the president, create jobs for American citizens, is for the president to unilaterally do so because only he is capable of doing so? Going through Congress is too arduous?
No, I wouldn't say that it's too arduous because the reality is Congress, by all uncertain terms, has been rendered useless, and all they do is just write checks. They don't actually do anything but write checks. So I don't see Congress stepping up for U.S. citizen workers, given its history of being able to get things done to protect U.S. citizen workers. I don't see that happening.
So because, in your opinion, Congress has been lax in its duties, it's imperative that the president step in and take over and get these things done without the balance of powers of the three branches of government, as we have been led to believe, are co-equals?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just simply saying that at the end of the day, because people are making the claim that Trump can use the other three federal statutes, even by that omission, you're admitting that he does have the authority to do the tariffs. It's only that that people who don't want to have U.S. citizen jobs protected or want us to be able to do these tariffs, that they'd rather Trump go down the other pathway. Right, wrong, or indifferent, at the end of the day, all that it is about is stopping Trump or making it appear that Trump's policies do not work or that they're not effective. That is the end goal. That's what it's about.
So it's not a matter of law, in your opinion. It's a matter of politics.
It's all politics. Everything is politics. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you, Christian. And we'll now go to Al Zane. See how a little question and answer sometimes helps clarify. Let's go to Al Zane, followed by Monsef. You're very low, Al Zane. Let's hear those melodious tones.
Can you hear me?
Push them on out. Push them on out. Yeah, we can hear them now.
Good. I'm glad that I'm listening to this conversation as not an American, but as a non-American, I don't have a comment on this this question, but I do just believe that it's just as I think Brendan said, it's just sad that you have to ask this question, that the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, is it independent or not? That's a very sad question. But from my perspective as an outsider, this question, these conversations or these behaviors from Trump, from the Supreme Court, from the Dems, from the whatever, we are still talking about constitutional law. We're still talking about election laws. We're still talking about passing laws through Congress. We're still talking about actual written laws, precedent. This is a very healthy conversation. But my question, as an outsider again, what's going to happen when the conversations are outside of these written texts? When Trump now wants to use just Steve Bannon or whoever just recommended a phony or whatever legal base or unlegal base or a text or illegal text, or just he wanted to do it as another king. What's going to happen? How is there any other vehicle other than the
answer to your question? The short answer to that question is that if, in fact, what happened today with the Supreme Court holds for the future, you and we in the United States have nothing to worry about with regard to this president or any future president. Monsef, you get the last word.
Hey, thanks, Gary. The thing I forgot to mention when I was on stage the first time is the 150 days, but people beat me to it. I wanted to say that the attitude of the president when he was talking about this, he clearly got a defeat for whatever he wanted to do. Whether they expected the Supreme Court, anticipated it or not, it was a defeat. But it was a page out of the Roy Cohn kind of thing. Even in a time of defeat, you have to go out there and pretend that you won. And that's what he did. I mean, he, again, gave false, whether these were good promises or bad promises, but he did promise that this was nothing to worry about. There are other alternatives. He even went into length in reading, Chief Justice Gorsuch, that he said, this is nothing. He has other ways that he can do it. Well, the other ways that he can do, even on emergency situations, like the 150 days that he can do an executive order, even for this new 10% global tariff, it's a short-term thing that Congress has to approve it. If they agree, then yeah, it's a Congress thing. That defeats kind of the idea that he can do it without Congress. Again, like I said earlier, he's proven again and again and again that his executive powers do have limits. And I'm glad. I hope you have a good weekend, Gary. At least today we'll let you go a little bit ahead of time. And thanks for the time again.
Thank you. And yes, the president came out madder than a wet hen, as the saying goes, and then turned it around to say, but this is a win for me because they even said I could do anything I want. And so I'm going to issue an executive order adding 10% tax and future tariffs, and in the future there'll be even greater tariffs. So this is a win. And so somebody pointed out something about this in text in the main chat, which is linked above, folks. And I thought, well, wait a minute. If he sees this as a win, why was he so pissed off? Doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, never accept defeat. I mean, that's from the 4 or 5 rules of Roy Cohn.
Yeah.
Never accept defeat and always turn a defeat into a victory. Right. Anyway, some breaking news about this story. Scott Besson just talked about the Trade Secretary. He said any refunds to corporations, I guess that had to pay tariffs, would be considered corporate welfare. That's not something that he thinks could happen or he thinks it could take years or months or whatever, and that consumers necessarily are not going to benefit from that. So they're already shutting down the idea that a refund is something that they.
There's not going to be a refund. It's not
exactly. It's not. So it's,
no. There won't be a refund. At least not to you and me, folks. Before I say goodbye, I just want to say, well, I'll say goodbye this way. We're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So until 5 p.m. New York time on Monday, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and go USA! USA! 8 o'clock, Sunday morning. Hockey. USA versus Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, this may be the last time USA faces off against Canada because by the time the next Olympics roll around, Canada may be the 51st state. So until Monday,
Howard, Scott, Garrett. Oh, there it is.
I thought I closed the room, but I left instead of closing it. Here we go. For real. Bye-bye.
It sounds like this app's more important than we're actually realizing, y'all.
It's like a gusty stock and going up on this thing, man.
Who owns this app and everything that they have their hands in? This is not some, like, they're learning.
Well, you make it a Spencer. I don't know, man. I'm in the dark.
A16Z.
Okay.
Anderson Horowitz. Just go to the website.
Can you put it in the chat? Hey, thank you.
Hey, put one in the chat. I'm late. What's going on?
Just Trey's following the money, Kev. Seeing, who owns this app.
That's what's up.
Yeah, and why certain people were the king Zionists, trying to be a provocateur in every fucking space they could, like they were being paid because they were being paid.
That's a fact.
And that's the only reason why, between that and the updates, the unnecessary, incessant updates, turn of service, bullshit, just to slow us down from organizing. That's all it is. I was literally this today thinking, like, you know what? How come we don't have a food bank? Like, if we're not all going to agree to farm, I get it. The people are in apartments doing this and that. We could at least close the gap on the food deserts and give free groceries to those want to deliver maybe 2-3 houses some groceries. You go to meet up at the Costco once a month, get a pallet, divvy it up, and everybody goes home, fed. It's like, why don't we do this nationwide instead of relying on religious organizations to dangle a carrot in front of our community's faces? That's not anymore. So we need some more boots on the ground. Actually, I was thinking, we could do this, a nonprofit, and if we literally, anybody that wants to get involved, do a little bit of work, right? We could equally own it together, create this nonprofit that's tax-deductible donations received, and we can all live in large off the hog. We don't need to own Clubhouse. In fact, creating a union, right, essentially, that is bigger than Clubhouse, and will incentivize other developers, web developers, app developers, to make a better Clubhouse that's more comfortable, more peaceful. Everything that these sellouts were trying to do with Chatter and fucking fan base, and without sharing, without breaking bread with their people.
That homie was fitting to say, you're the man.
We the fucking, hey man, we all got here together. Thank you, thank Ambassador.
Without your voice to your text skills, how we gonna go?
We got it.
Around your backside like a camel to the text.
Let's go.
We overdo it. Ike Hayes can do it, Junior. Ike Senior did it better than all of us. Goddamn, we can do it too, and we can do it better than all of us. We put our minds together. Damn it, we're the real deal. We're the reputation.
It's the new day.
I'm gonna take my land back. Let me tell you something. I'm standing on land, brother, and I'm straight up. It's got 10,000 year history on my own land. I'm not gonna bullshit you. Before I bullshit you, I would stop and talk with you. How you gonna tell me I built this shit and I'm not capable of managing the shit I built? Get out of his fucking mind. He's just like the pedophile that taught him how to do that shit. Y'all mean? That's the real deal. Yeah, well, I'm in D.C., but all the noise, a bunch of ice, a bunch of jump outs, and just people just abusing the tax, not making no headway, but setting themselves up to really espouse. That's what they're doing in D.C. That's what they're doing in fucking Minneapolis, St. Paul, and places I've been lately around here, seeing what they're doing, what they're up to. The Homeland Security was the first setup. That was the brainchild, the brainstorm of George W. Bush, governor, and Tom Ridge of Pennsylvania put together that homeland to override Colin Powell, another melanated brother. But you got to just look at all of that, and you see the Trump files, Epstein files, and goddamn Harvey Weinstein files, the Anthony Cohen files, files and just miles and miles of fucking files. You bound to figure me left there. Yeah, you gotta make sure man, they just killed my nephew in the penitentiary. I'm about fucked up with these folks, yeah. And that's still on my land. Got me fucked up for real. And they murdered him and they tortured him to death. And you Google a couple of things, Malik Carter, and they did that to him, bro. You know, sometimes you're unforgiving, man. And that's the thing they've done, this unspeakable heinous hate crime. And I'm gonna land my plane on the backside, the Poindexter nose and truck. We'll put it all in place, make a left there. Yeah. Yeah, give me the Uber to the bishop, man. I'm gonna call that bishop for my nephew. Stop right here and let me roll. You let me roll from right here, so I'm headed to win it. I'm gonna call it my heart. Yeah, but this is fine. That's fine.
I deepest condolences, brother.
Yeah, thank you, man. But shame on them no good bastards that did that. And they feel they're gonna get a pardon. That's why they did. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what we do. I'm gonna get pardoned anyway. That's one of them smart ass ice type fellas. So we about to do this for real. Yeah.
Yeah, that means something.
Life's work and hard work. And I'm gonna get with it, man, and give y'all the update. You know what I'm saying? But that's real shit that you broke down on them files. And I remember when Augustus was working on that shit and trying that. And I remember when y'all broke the ice and you stayed on that many hours because they didn't believe we'd go that long. And if you play that joint back, you know I'm on there somewhere. You can believe that. So keep it strong, focused, and committed. Yeah, you can hear my people in the background saying, yeah.
Shout out to keeping that land, Ambassador. Shout out.
Right, keep that land. That's right. West Virginia, Virginia. We got 10,000 year land. Don't let them play with you. That's your land, man. That dude just here, Charlie come late. He's a goddamn squatter. I'm telling you straight up, he's a squatter. And he had no rights on the land. And my great ancestor told him to leave. He said to go. Once he did that, he told him to go, meaning leave the land. But they're still staying as squatted anyhow. So now it's time for them to go on my mind.
Man. I wanted to switch my PTR one more time, y'all, because it was this picture that reminded me, you know, as soon as I get that photo, I gotta make it my fucking PTR because they're dropping with drones right now. Spy recruitment package, like somebody was saying, I think it was Ambassador saying that they really data collected and spying on us hardcore right now because of this war, and they want to know how to draft us, how to, corner us into a war. And over Gaza, they're dropping drones with just some fucking dates, cigarettes, and a card with a phone number, trying to recruit these people as spies against their own people. It is just the most heinous. It just don't stop. It just don't stop until we say stop. So we gotta say stop.
I got a link I'm breaking down right now. I'm gonna put it in the chat when I'm done. But I find it very interesting. They're talking about the Iranian hackers are threatening to release never seen Trump videos and the Epstein files, and Iran hackers and the Ayatollah are talking about another island that the American citizens don't know anything about.
Oh my God!
And the government has been covering it up. And they say Iran says they don't give a damn what America does. They're going to release the real Epstein files, and it's probably going to start on the dark web. I'm going to get a hold of my hacker buddy, and I'm going to get all this information as much as I can get without having somebody knock on my door.
Right, so, amen. Yeah.
This is a real thing. It's happening right now.
Yeah, and the whole reason why we're going to war with Iran over these fucking Epstein files.
Well, it was
oil or reason the thing?
Well, it was already rumored that Vladimir Putin and the KGB bought the files from Epstein back in 2020. And then Russia sells the files to China and Iran. Okay? Now look how the BRICS nations are moving together. Basically what's happening is you're going to get a look into seeing how Jeffrey Epstein has pretty much everybody in the U7 by the balls. Him and Maxwell and Bibi are running one of the biggest scams and charades in this world's history. They've got the whole government with their pants down. If they work with children, they were participating in snuff films. If they weren't in snuff films, they were participating in organ trafficking. If they weren't in organ trafficking, they were participating in child trafficking. They weren't participating in that. They were in weapons trafficking, crimes against humanity, cloning, gene splicing, and
investing in it.
Yes, and listen, this is war. See, everybody thinks because we got this big-ass bad military that we can stop information with a missile. Hackers, and you guys have heard me say this before, if you don't have hacker friends, you're not even in the war for information. You want to get the information given from the messengers. I'm not even brave to put that VPN on and browse the Torah and go into these spaces. The guys that I deal with, their shit pings from every country on this earth. You won't find them. You ain't gonna, the FBI ain't gonna get them. The CIA's not gonna get them. I'm dealing with some of the best. But I will say this, I would not tell anybody, there's no need for you to go looking for it, because Iran and China and Russia, they're gonna drop the real Epstein files right on top of the American citizen's head.
The EU,
all of corruption, okay, because, you know, it's just corrupt all the way around, because, and it starts in the above, it starts with the president, you know, in the United States, no matter which one has been there, but particularly as we're experiencing this presidency, guy is pardoning criminals up to wazoo. People have like Americans out of serious amount of money, and he's just giving these dudes pardons because they like him, they champion him, and he's just pardoning criminals left and right. As a matter of fact, one of those January 6th rioters that he pardoned, you know, these people who ran up in the Capitol, killed Capitol Police and beat up Capitol Police. You know, the whole law and order crowd. Whenever black people riot, they scream law and order, but they're, you know, perfectly fine when they do it, and they want to put spin on it and try to divert attention and say, no, it was really Antifa, but as if we didn't see the videos, we didn't see the pro-Trump hats and the Confederate flag. I didn't see Antifa. I've never seen, quote, Antifa, anybody that even claims Antifa, whatever that is, carrying the Confederate flag. But I've seen plenty of Confederate flags running up in the Capitol, attacking Capitol Police. And one of these guys, and I'll pull it up, I'll pull the source up, okay? One of these guys, who Trump pardoned, but pardoned all of those criminals, okay, that's what they are, that destroyed the Capitol and rioted. He pardoned all of them, for those, you know, and then he gave them jobs with ICE. And people talk about law and order. This guy went back to jail for child molestation. It fits nicely with this Trump dude and all of these in this cabal that he's a part of. The Democrats are complicit too, so don't hit me with the partisan shit. I'm talking about the guy that's there right now, outside of the whataboutism. Okay, people want to switch the turn to the whataboutisms and instead of focusing on their dudes, okay? They like to turn a blind eye to him. But he's pardoning so many people right now. Just look right here. Look right here, okay? And then, Adriana and Andres Camberos, January 2026, offense, convicted in 2024 of a wire fraud scheme involving counterfeit bottles of 5-hour energy. They were ordered to pay $49 million in restitution. This was Adriana's second pardon. She was previously pardoned in 2021, okay, for a similar fraud conviction. Okay? So I'm sorry, somebody's yelling and screaming. So they pardoned her. So this is her second pardon, okay? So she was pardoned once under Biden, I guess you could say that. Yeah, that's Biden, right? Yeah, Biden. So Biden pardoned her ass, okay? That low down bastard. And Trump pardoned her. Now here, Jason Galenas pled guilty to securities fraud and investment advisor fraud victims. He was convicted of defrauding Oglala Nation. Okay, the Oglala is spelled Oglala nation of approximately $60 million. He defrauded this, I guess they're Native Americans. Defrauded this Native American nation of $60 million, stealing from people's personal funds. Clemency. His federal sentence was 2025. So Trump commuted that sentence. Michael Fiora, okay, offense, convicted of 6 counts of fraud and conspiracy. Victims, Michelle Fiora, 6 counts of wire fraud and conspiracy. Victims, she was convicted of stealing over $70,000 in charitable donations that were specifically intended to build a memorial for 2 slain police officers. She used the money for personal and political expenses. Source, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. Okay, Todd and Julie Chursley, May 2025, offense. Convicted of multi-million-dollar bank fraud conspiracy. Victims, they defrauded community banks of more than $30 million and engaged in tax evasion. Julie Chrisley was also ordered to pay $4,740,645.04 in restitution. Source, Office of Pardon Attorney Justice.org, .gov. So that's a .gov. Devin Archer, 2025 is March 2025 as well. Offense, convicted of conspiracy to commit securities fraud and securities security. They got it twice, and securities fraud. Restitution. He was ordered to pay back approximately $43.4 million to victims. Source, House Committee on the Judiciary Staff Memo. Trevor Milton, March 2025. Offense, convicted of 2 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of securities fraud. Victims, he was convicted of lying to investors about his company, Nikola Corp Technology, to inflate stock prices. He was sentenced to 48 months in prison before being pardoned. Source, Office of the Pardon Attorney Justice.org. Chapter, this is the last one. Chang Ping Zhao, I guess how you say it. Offense, pled guilty to enabling money laundering and violating the Bank Secrecy Act on his crypto platform Binance. Fine. He was ordered to pay $50 million as part of his sentence. Source, House Judiciary Committee / NBC News Analysis. Okay, so the bottom line is this here. So many people that have robbed the American people of their money, this guy literally pardoned them. So he is the anthem of protecting corrupt people. So no wonder this dude was fighting so hard to keep the Epstein files from coming out, because Marjorie Taylor Greene connected dots, people. Isn't that what this rule is about, connecting dots? I'll land here. Marjorie Taylor Greene just did an interview, and it wasn't a fake out. I got faked out, and it was so embarrassing. I must admit, it was so embarrassing. Okay, it won't happen again, but it was so embarrassing. But she just recently did multiple interviews, and she talked about a private conversation. Now, nobody was more of a supporter of the president than her. She said that when she talked to him on the phone during the height of him trying to block the files from coming out while saying he has nothing to hide, he said she told him on the phone, and I quote, that no, you cannot vote to release those files because it will hurt a lot of my friends. So he's more concerned about protecting his corrupt friends who are implicated
to back up what you're actually saying, the clear statement of that Congressman is, if all of this is divulged, the entire United States government and global government collapses. That's how bad this fuckery is. So that's one of the reasons that this shit out, like, fully. Also, Germany, it's rumored that Germany has the unredacted files. They've released it. Haven't found anything on it yet, but if I do, I'll bring it back here for you guys.
Well, listen, I got homies, I got friends, I got family members that had lost their life in the system and came back not knowing what to do with society over less shit. Way less shit. So, at the end of the day, man, I want to see these motherfuckers get what they got coming to them. Because maybe shit will change for real. Maybe shit will actually change. Unless they got successors and shit. And that be the thing, too. Like, all right, we get rid of them, but they done already trained and tooled their fucking sons and daughters into this shit, too. So, like, that's the other part of the coin that I'm looking at. Like, damn, like, okay, so who's going to take over? Is we going to take over at that time? Like, if I was the bad guy, and I'm thinking like the bad guy, would I allow the people to still take over, even if they did find out, and even if they did to everybody? I don't know. I'm put Junior in line. Like, Junior, when I get out, I might not make it through my sentence, but if I get out, make sure that everything's still going on.
All of them, guys. All of them. Like, all of it. I know it's gonna sound sinister. I know it's gonna sound bad. I didn't say this shit. But the entire lineage needs to be eradicated. That's the only way you're gonna stop this shit. Because guess what? As you said, they're just gonna have ears. And those ears, and all of those fucked up kids fucked up. Guess what? It's not the kid's fault. I understand. I'm not saying the kids are bad. It's not the kid's fault. But guess what? Hurt people hurt people. So all of that gotta go. Whole shit. You gotta at least strip them of their wealth. Yeah.
You noticed how we're negotiating? Have you guys noticed how we moved these? We moved in position around Iran, right? And they're moving pawns on the chessboard. But unlike Venezuela, for some reason, he's not quick to go in there. Now, what I'm getting from this link is telling me that Iran's hackers hacked the files and are using them in the back channels to the shadow government as blackmail. And they are threatening and telling them that they are going to release this information. They have people that are already on the ground because we've got an open border policy where we brought in terrorists all around the fucking world. Right. They got the people that Iran is talking about are already in the United States.
Correct. Yep.
They're saying, drop a bomb, America. Get to blowing shit up over here. We want you to. Because after we drop these Epstein files, we're going to... Listen, hold on, Doug. Hold on. Because I tell you what I see was coming. You see, after you drop those files, you're going to see taxpayer dollars paying for Iran to be rebuilt. These people are going to sell the American people out just to keep the real files, the 302 files, from coming across your computer screens. I'm telling you, I've been getting information that says in September, something so big is going to happen, it's going to shake the foundation of the world. And I believe it's directly attached to these files. Yeah. People are down. They're downplaying this shit, and they have Most people are Johnny-come-latelys to this information. They get worse and worse the more they release. The more you get the redacted things unredacted, you get to see some truly sinister shit. And this is what I want to land on. For all my black people that were saying this dumbass shit, that why should we worry about it? Because Epstein didn't like black girls. That's a lie. Do you guys know they were holding? Do you know they were holding hunting parties for the black children? No. They didn't want to take your kids and make them sex slaves and put them in just snuff films. They used code words for black people in the Epstein files, like animals or monkeys or beast. And that's our code word, black Americans. Our code word is something out of the animal kingdom. And people are paying millions of dollars to come and hunt the black children.
Like
diabolical.
But grape soda, whatever the fuck they use. That's the real Epstein file. That's the real bottom. And that's what we need to fucking get to.
Grape soda. That was another one, Water. Good shit. That was another one. Grape soda. Fried chicken and watermelon. Pay attention, man. Y'all, black community, he's been tearing our community to shreds for 30 years. All those missing black boys and black girls, I would say 75% of them ended up on either that ranch, that island, or the secret island, or Mar-a-Lago, or you know, the golf course that didn't even allow black people to golf there while Trump owned it. I'll land on that.
Or you forgot one, or the organ list. Because it's so ironic that every single time someone just runs up to one of these hospitals and throw a bag of kidneys or a few hearts or some shit.
Right. And then the Guinness World Records just gave them the world records for the most organs donated, not harvested,
Is it me or is it him?
May I ask a question? One question.
Trayvon Martin. Remember Trayvon Martin?
Yes, salute to Trayvon Martin.
What's his name?
100%.
His briefly had been saying for years
that his heart was taken and put it in Dick Cheney.
Yeah. Wait. I just wanted to ask you a question, James. Are you saying that you thinking that Iran had sleeper cells in America ready to act if need be?
250% out of 100%. Iran warned the United States and Israel after we bombed them in 2025 directly from their ministers of defense, not from the Ayatollah, but you guys know how Iran works. They don't let information out unless it comes from the head of the period. They don't hide from it and they don't run. They said specifically, we are not worried about the United States of America at all. With their open border policy and corruption, we have been able to put sleeper cells in all 52 states. You've got a sleeper cell in your jurisdiction right now. But you had these sleeper cells, salute James, but you had these sleeper cells since the first census. You know, wars are wars, and we follow the money. Understand what the Statute of Liberty says. Read what it says. Premier poor. These are people that got on the so-called welfare, but where their allegiance were.
So you have dual citizenship. Understand, this stuff has been planted. They said we've been here 400. No, this stuff has been planted a long time. This is the problem, and this is my country. You dig, my land, you dig. So I just got to speak on it and be real about it. I ain't gonna be false about it. I ain't gonna tell you no fallacy. What you see it now, you think it happened yesterday? I told y'all your enemy will lay on you 100 years, 200 years, 1,000 years of art war, whatever it needs to set up a new beginning. Understand waters and wars. Why you had the World War I, why you had the World War II, why you had people coming heavy and up through Ellis Island. Where they was plugged in. See what America what the government done. I won't say the land, salute to the land, love the land. But what the government has done is shutting the people that was already here, that built up and never repaired that. You dig? Never repaired that wound. Never, you put a Band-Aid on it, but you took care of everybody that came here. And your history or how they move, tell you, oh, you the so-called people on the welfare taken from the government. We start getting to the grits. We start busting the mountain down to a pebble. We're like, nah, we never, anything that was a saloon that taking care of the people that was indigenous to these lands, it got destroyed. Look at all the massacres. Look at the towns that got flooded. Look at Rosewood and all that there. When we were just like, yo, we're going to do our thug dizzle on a nizzle, and we don't need nothing because we from here. We understand the soil. We know how to grow crops. We know what the trees do. We know how to heal ourselves before medicine came in. You dig? Understand, they didn't take care of the people that was already here. They put all these people from all over the land. Now it's biting you in the back. Now it's biting. Somebody said something about, not here, but soon to the ancestors saying the roosters come to, I'll leave it right there. Y'all can pick that up and follow that. So now what you see, so you've been having these cells that have been here for a long time. You think this happened yesterday? You don't have no thing built up. But back to the title, I came in for the title, so the title and the family. So for me looking at it, you dig? For me looking at it, and I'm not above reproach. I just want to put my little %, on the board, on the chessboard, you dig? So when I move my pawns, you dig? When you get people saying, they're going to strap themselves, and blow up themselves to blow up something, that's a whole nother thing going on. That's part of what's going on. But if you train that pawn, it can become a queen, a rook, a king, whatever, once it gets on the other side. The thing is, those pawns are already on the other side because the government didn't take care of the people that was already here, right? You're up against that right now. So a lot of us just sitting there watching the game plan, you dig, with popcorn, but not just watching. We moving too at the same time. We're like, okay, we understand this here. We understand this here. But if you think this happened yesterday, I think you're way behind the 8 ball. You know what I'm saying? It'll be something quick. So again, we done seen this before. Ottawa, we we're seeing this gameplay, and I don't see nothing new. I just say get yourself in position if you understand. You know what I'm saying? But I'll mute right there and I'll come back because someone want to say that I don't want to hold up room. I just want people to know that this ain't nothing new. The game don't change. Go ahead, family. Change the play. We're going to switch the ball. We've seen it before. We've seen it already. Go ahead, family. Shit. They don't know nothing about that. My nigga said Omaha. But no, look, I want to say something real quick. We got a whole bunch of hysteria going right now. I'm not even interested in seeing any of this play out like that. But what I do know is real, is that unless China and Russia is in the mix, there ain't no real mix. Because Iran couldn't motherfucking spray motherfucking deodorant under their ass.
because it's just not, they ain't got the strength to do nothing. So I'm not worried about Iran at all.
They can take Israel.
Iran laid up there. When they got their mother, hold on. Y'all been talking. I thought he called for Omaha, so I came on as an audible player just to say that Iran just got 3 or 4 bombs dropped on them in the last 13 months, and them motherfuckers didn't do shit, but they ain't even dug out of that mountain that had all their nuclear shit in it. All their nuclear work was buried under a mountain of rubble, right? And they didn't do shit about that. They didn't make no motion. And what they doing over there with their own people, the most they can do is string them up and rope them up. They not really doing anything.
Jamal, they already rebuilt those facilities, bro. Those facilities are already rebuilt.
I thought he called for reserve.
I thought he said time out.
Hold on. So now let me get mine off. Because I've been listening for since New York, and I'm in motherfucking Pennsylvania, damn near out. But all I'm saying is, I just don't see it going the way that you guys are creating this mass hysteria. And then the other thing, as far as these Epstein files is concerned, I mean, the reality of it is this. If you had every member of the United States government, and you had every motherfucking member, 150 Congress people, 100, however many there is, if you had all the senators, and they was all fucking on tape, it ain't gonna change a goddamn thing. If you had the president and Pope Louis fucking each other on tape, it ain't gonna change a motherfucking thing. If they go over there right now,
you've been a little bit.
Blow a hole. Hold on. And they blow a hole in the middle of Iran, it ain't gonna change a motherfucking thing. These motherfuckers don't want no. Ain't nobody trying to die. Point them out if they are. And we got a bullet for their head and they can go solo. These motherfuckers don't want the smoke that you keep describing. And it ain't got nothing to do with no fuck tapes. And I don't give a damn if they fucking 8 to 80, blind, crippled, or crazy. It don't matter who they fucking. It ain't gonna change a goddamn thing.
Children included.
Blind, crippled, or crazy.
Children included. Children included.
I can't say a number.
Children included.
You can show a tape of your Congress people, senators, your
children included,
and it wouldn't change a motherfucking thing.
Okay, Jamal, you said that 50 times. Now, what you're saying, hold on, Dunn. No. First of all, let's get these goddamn. I hate when people do that, and the only research they do is Fox News. When you only go to Google because you're so aired and glamorized by Donald Trump and the Republican Party, you really give a fuck. Now, let's tell the truth. These men weren't just having sex with other grown men and women. I noticed you didn't say it wouldn't matter if they got caught on tape with children. I guarantee you, if it was footage released of Epstein, Trump, and the whole shebang with children, the American people revolt the next fucking day. Our country is not filled with fucking pedophiles, Jamal. Our country is not filled with
pedophile. No, Jamal, it wouldn't change anything for you. Okay? But body does not think like you. Some people actually do care about children, and we know what's in the Epstein files. Now, hold on. I've got something here from the Halfway Post. Iran is reportedly warning that may have found some interesting photos of Donald Trump hanging out Jeffrey Epstein and children in compromising positions. If Israel bombing Tehran, our fingers might slip and we might accidentally publish them all over the American World Wide Web. Okay? So listen to me. 300,000 views. 5:25 p.m., 6/17/25. So people can call it mass hysteria. Why don't you tell that to Prince Andrew, who they just went and snatched it, who they just went and snatched his ass up, threw him in a paddy wagon, and told him, bitch, you're gonna tell us everything. What are you talking about? Tell that to the people that are being brought in and questioned. Not just questioned. And questioning is you get to leave. The people that are being brought in, they're not able to leave.
And Nick, what you want to say real quick? I'm gonna get out the way. I'm gonna say get out the way with this, because this was my second point.
Wait, hold on.
I got you
I just wanted to say something right after.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say real quick that hey, you might want to check that halftime post, James, because he kind of popped me on that that was a satire piece from when I was playing the other day, and he was right about that shit, okay? Because that was a AI channel, and I didn't realize that it was an AI channel. So you might want to double check that, brother. I'm just to be clear, man, we got to double check this shit, dog, because a lot of satire going around out here on both sides, and people are rage baiting and just creating just for the sake of distraction, just for the sake of chaos. They don't care, okay? So you gotta double check shit, man. But I just want to say that Jamal is saying, yeah, no doubt. Jamal is saying, like I get it, they're saying, and I don't disagree with you, brother, that they are. But I don't think it's so cynical to the point of where you're saying, like, because he asked you a valid question, saying even with children, if there were children on the video, you're like, it wouldn't make a difference, Jamal. I'm like, I don't believe that, because when they got enough people to sign a petition, and the bill to force the DOJ to release the file passed the House because they got enough signatures. Only one Republican was willing to vote against it. All the rest of them, now they fought it the whole way. But when it finally, when Mike Johnson could not stop it from coming to the floor, as the speaker, he has the power to bring whatever bill he wants to the floor. Because of the petition, and they got enough signatures on the petition, the petition forced him to bring it to the floor. And when it came up for vote, none of them Republicans, except one idiot, he wasn't finna. They were not gonna forfeit their political career, or no matter how they felt. They voted to pass that bill. Then when it reached the House, the United States Senate, you know what happened? Chuck Schumer stood up in the Senate and asked for unanimous consent, meaning that if no senator stands up and goes against it, it automatically passes. All they have to do is just remain silent. That's it, and it passes. Not one senator says anything. So we just talk about a piece of legislation, brother, to pass to pass so the file can be released. Now, you want me to believe that if Donald Trump was calling a compromising video with children, let alone with Epstein, that like these people would listen, bro. I don't believe they're that cynical, bro. I get it. They have their own personal interests. They're concerned about their own welfare. They're lining their pockets. I don't believe. I'm landing here. I just don't believe that they are cynical. Well, I just want to land. I keep landing, brother. I'm landing the plane. I'm landing. I'm right on the runway, G. I'm right on the runway. All I was saying was, I get they're in it for lining their pockets, both sides. They're in it for lining their pockets. They're looking out for their own personal interests and their buddies. It's cronyism, the nepotism, you name it, okay?
Now, there was a statement.
The only thing I can say, and I'm going to say it to make it clear so you can hear my statement. If Donald Trump was fucking every Nickelodeon child star right now, do you think that the U.S. government...
That's crazy, bro.
Do you think that the U.S. government is going to start a nuclear war over some kids? You must be out of your motherfucking mind.
Wow. Jamal, you should stop talking, bro. You should probably go on mute, bro. You should probably stop while you're ahead. So you're saying that you still would support. I'm getting you on record with this. So you're saying, okay, Jamal, I get it. No, I don't want to hear that. Would you still support them if they were caught with children, Jamal? Yes or no?
They don't put their asses where a child belongs. You don't got no evidence of that shit, James.
Jamal, calm down. Jamal, calm down. I want you on.
And put them where chomos belong. But the reality of it is, you don't got no goddamn evidence.
Jamal, there's plenty of evidence. There's so much evidence as no hearsay. It's truth say. If it's hearsay, then why haven't they released unredacted? Why didn't they just release it with nothing blacked out? Why didn't they just show what all the congressmen have seen? Why haven't they shown what China and Russia have seen? See, you don't get what's really going on, bro. And it's okay. You support Trump, and I get it. But when you make statements like Donald Trump and them could have had sex with every Nickelodeon, Disney Channel children, it wouldn't change anything. What kind of fucking
nuclear war, James?
Nobody, listen. I'm not saying if you would drive your truck and stop yelling.
Can you let the man talk? Shit.
Would you drive your truck and stop yelling Donald Trump's number one fucking...
She's talking about let me talk.
No, I'm talking about you let him talk.
Oh, I thought you were talking about me.
No, you've been screaming about Disney stars and Nickelodeon stars.
James, you're blowing this shit up in your own brain. The U.S. government ain't going to war with nobody over no goddamn changes to no kids. It's not going to happen. Now he's to go to jail. Absolutely.
No, you're acting like you're a part of the real Republican Party. They hate your black ass. So first, stop. You have done no real research on any of it. You've only came on Clubhouse and found talking points make you sleep well at night. The truth of the matter is that we don't have to worry about starting a fucking nuclear war. That's the dumbest statement ever. That is a very dumb statement. What you need to worry about is that people hearing you making these statements, and when it comes out that it's all true, what the fuck are you gonna do when you took a stance and sided with pedophiles?
I'll tell you exactly what I'm gonna do.
Because
I'm gonna tell you exactly what I'm gonna do.
Listen, listen.
Just let me know when you're ready to do it.
Hold on. This
my Apache and get up in the air.
Yeah, okay, and I got a UFO. I'm gonna shoot that Apache down if I hear that bullshit. Now listen, I'm with you. I heard you, and I know you're not heartless. So, I'm with you when you say they should be locked up. All I'm saying, Jamal, It is goddamn. Eugene then gave you the prodigy badge, and you don't do research to go against what you feel you're indoctrinated into. That's not a prodigy. That's a one-sided person. And that is diabolical when we're having these intellectual conversations. I don't support the Democrats, the Republicans, the independents. I don't have a pony in the race. And I will tell you this. The American people aren't going to have to worry about a nuclear war. What you're going to have to worry about is all these goddamn parents and grandparents and people that don't support that kind of diabolical behavior turning on the government. I don't think you remember.
It doesn't make you
let me land on this. There's some people that will remember what really happened during the Revolutionary War. There was some similar shit going on. Okay? It's very similar, right? And they took their congressmen and their senators and their judges, their corrupt officials, and they hung them from light poles. I'm telling you that this is the same fucking America. We all might not agree on everything, but when you talk about hunting little black kids, when you talk about sex trafficking and snuff bib of children, I don't care if you're black, Asian, Latino, it doesn't matter. None of us support that kind of fucking behavior. And most of us are willing to die to protect the children. Because I know if they could snatch up IAM's child, or they could snatch up AC's child, and we could be on different parts of the United States, and I could say selfishly, maybe it doesn't affect me today. If I don't stand up against this kind of bad behavior, it might affect.
And be done with it. Make your point, brother.
Jamal, first, you don't control what the fuck I say, how I say it, when I say it, how long I say it. What you do is you come on this app screaming, yelling, crashing out, and people let you just be you. Don't even try to touch my fucking crown. You can't wear it. Calm down, sir. My UFO will land on this. People that think like you are going to have to go in a hole in the next few years. You are going to be ostracized for your diabolical stances for these pedophiles. I'll land on.
Yeah, you alienating yourself.
And the next few years, hold on, excuse me, it's my go. And then I'm going to land quick because I don't have a lot to do. And I just fly an Apache. I just shoot at niggas and land my shit quick. I don't have to float all around the sky. But here's what I'm going to do. Let's first talk about the files. I've already told you these are emails from decades that were subpoenaed. So this spooky bullshit that you guys keep talking about, everybody being on Epstein files, well, it was his Gmail account. These are fucking emails. If somebody were to take your emails from a decade and you've got millions of old used emails and they were to subpoena Google and say, we want all of Rashad's emails. Well, the reality of it is a million motherfuckers could have emailed you. Does that affiliate them with sex crimes? No. I'll go to my next piece. The Prince. The Prince was a motherfucking pedophile just like Epstein. That's why they took his ass to jail, because they got video footage of his dumbass fucking with children. And he's where he's supposed to be. The same way Epstein was where he was supposed to be. They carted the Prince out because they had his ass dead to motherfucking right.
Then they released him.
Now, hold on. Let me finish. Now,
absolutely nothing to do with Epstein. So why you mix that into the mix when you were talking about African Bambaataa earlier today? Bullshit. It had nothing to do with no goddamn Epstein. Now, let's get to this Iran thing, because I have to take notes with this nigga. Iran.
You were taking notes. You are on bullshit. That wasn't the context of the conversation. And you can't even reach. You can't reach my crown, sir. Stick to what the fuck you know. Talk about trucking. Talk about trucking, sir.
Where's Eric at? Because you said African Bambaataa, nigga, and tried to mix it in with Epstein.
Yo, y'all niggas is crazy, big.
Here we go. Let's get back to what I'm saying. Now, let's get to this Iran.
Land that 9/11 plane ASAP.
Motherfucker, I'm in an Apache, and I'm shooting at niggas. Hold on. Now, let me tell you this. As far as Iran is concerned, Iran couldn't even defend itself the last time we went over there and put boot and belt to ass. They couldn't do a motherfucking thing but sit there quietly. And you know what they're doing now? What I would call, and what any other motherfucker with a brain would call, is propaganda. And they do that every day with their people on the news channels that they control. So can an Iran motherfucker make a video? Do they have computer engineers? Well, I guess if they know how to make a nuclear bomb, I figure they know how to work ChatGPT. So Iran is motherfucking pushing propaganda. If they release anything, I wouldn't trust it or believe it, and most Americans wouldn't, because it's coming from Iran. So ain't nobody gonna tear this country apart because Iran releases propaganda from its computer engineers. Because everything is fucking AI now. Excuse me, let me land my Apache, and I'm gonna drop this one on you to go. You ain't shooting. I'm dropping bombs on your motherfucking African Bambaataa ass. Now hold on, let me get to this. Let me get to this real quick and address this shit. Because this brother keeps talking, and he's talk about children. This ain't about no goddamn children. This is about oil. This is about money. This is about propaganda. This is about manipulation.
It is definitely about manipulation.
Hold on. And let me just say this. Let me say this. As far as these babies are concerned, I'll be the first to kill a motherfucker over a child. But the reality of it is, we ain't seen no proof of nothing. It's a whole bunch of talk. And this is why I wrote down talk at the end of my sheet. Because we haven't
just talking. Land that fucking plane, Jamal. Land that shit.
Hold on. It's a whole...
You said the same thing 10 times.
Come on, I gotta be fair now. Come on, I've been holding on for 10 minutes.
My Apache's coming for a landing strip on James's bald ass head. Hold on.
You said that 5 minutes ago.
Man, shit. Yeah. Now let me get to my strip. Now here I go. And I'm about to come on and bring it down with this. In America, in the States of America, just saying somebody fucked you in your ass, somebody raped you, somebody this in me or that in me. Just saying this stuff.
Long enough, he started exposing that.
Excuse me, RJ. RJ. Just saying that does not rise to the level of a crime. You're going to need a little more than that. Even if they take physical swabs and evidence of you looking for some DNA. They want to see a tape or a video or some type of recording or something. We got to be able to line shit up. You can't just tear people's lives apart because this girl, and I remember just 7 months ago, there was a white girl who said she was with Diddy and with Jay-Z, and they were at a party, and it was a club, and it was after a music award show. By the end of the time they got done questioning and chopping her little white ass up, they figured out very, very quickly that she was in it trying to get paid. And you got to understand this when you're dealing with big money players. That a lot of times people will say shit because they want to get extra money. And not only will they say shit for money, some people are just crazy and just want to be fame. Right? I'm going to live forever type shit. So hold on. Wait a minute. And here's where I say,
what are you doing on this stage, bro?
As I drop my last bomb, please don't.
You've been dropping your bombs. Land your plane.
As far as the talk is concerned, talk is cheap. And anybody that's just talking and bumping their gums, look at them with a side eye. I land my
looking at you with a side eye.
Don't crank that motherfucker.
I don't even know what's wrong with you.
Winnie the Pooh Bear, Disney star, that belly trucker, you nasty motherfucker.
And we can't allow nobody else to go that far. We can't allow nobody else to go nasty treatment.
He's telling y'all who he is. Just believe that nigga, okay? And just let that shit go.
Hey, listen, real quick, y'all.
Two things. They had Matt Gaetz, who was trying to get a high-level position within the administration when Trump first got elected his second time. And those accusations started coming up with him about underage girls. They pushed his ass up out there, Jamal. They pushed his ass up. Hold up for a second. Hold up, brother. They pushed him up out of there. Now, if these are as cynical as you are portraying, then it would have been perfect fine if Matt Gaetz wouldn't have got pushed the fuck up out there, okay? Because when people in their own party started backlashing, their own voters started backlashing against the Matt Gaetz situation, said, dude, this shit ain't cool, okay? Guess what they did? They broke to the pressure and they quietly got rid of his ass. No Senate hearings to confirm him, any of that shit. Go look it up. Not a hoax, okay? Number two, and this is the last thing I'll say. Well, you listen here, bro. You said, well, we haven't found any, no evidence yet, and this. Well, here's the thing. It's kind of hard, good brother, when the top of America, Pam Bundy, who is the United Attorney General, is spending more time talking crazy, suspecting, and calling people out of their name. She's saying all this to the people who are simply asking questions about what type of investigation are you doing to bring any justice to the victims. And she's like pivoting to other things. Somebody just simply asked her a question. It wasn't even a gotcha question. I seen it. The guy, one of those Congress people, put Republican, Democrat aside for a second. It wasn't even a gotcha question like, yeah, I'm going to get her with this one. No, the guy just simply asked her, say, well, can you give us an update on, are you going after any of the people who are indicated to have done wrong in the file? What is the state on that? Any steps you're taking? She started the stock market is up right now. The stock market is up. I'm like, well, that tells us everything. You're uninterested in bringing justice to the victims. You don't care that you have victims and that they were, all this stuff happened to them. So, you talk about no evidence. Well, you need to ask her why she ain't doing her job. Do your goddamn job. That's simple. Okay? That's why you don't have no evidence. And how are you redacting? This is the last thing I'll say. Hold on. This is the last thing I'll say. Wait. This is the last one thing I'll say. I was just about to go. This is the last thing I'll say.
Do this shit.
Hold on. This is one thing I'll say. How you, goddammit, release the files, you slip up and end up letting some of the victims' names out. You redacted names in the files of people who have committed crimes. Asking to do don't hit me with the open investigation shit because there isn't one. You redacted names of people who have committed crimes. And they say it was an accident. Wait. You said it was an accident that those victims' names got out that you, quote, accidentally allowed to get out. I call bullshit on that. I'm sorry. I just call bullshit.
Right. Yo, mind you, bro. She's the fucking attorney. Chase, listen. So look, real quick, man. I just want to observe some stuff right quick. So I did some research a couple days ago, right? I don't know if y'all know, but the average empire lasts like 250 years. Y'all know that?
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, we already did this already, bro.
So
So when we look at this, right? So I was diving deep on what is the process of like the stages of collapse, right? So it says that it's 6 stages of an empire. Stage number 1 is rise through hardship, right? Right. That's when they first got here, right? Expansion and conquest is stage number 2. Number 3 is commerce and wealth, right? Mm-hmm. Number 4 is intellectual peak. What is intellectual peak, right? For America, that Silicon Valley. That's what intellectual peak look like, right? And then it says number 5 is moral financial decline. What is happening right there?
I mean, financially, we still have the strongest GDP. We still account for
No. You gotta bring up that he brought up intellectual peak.
Moral. That's what I said. Go ahead. What I'm saying, moral and financial decline. This is what they're saying. So it's not even just simply about the money. It literally doesn't say and. It says moral. It says moral slash. It says moral slash financial decline.
Yeah, but
so it's not even an and or.
But we haven't declined financially.
No.
Hold on, brother. Let's wake this up. If we haven't declined financially, why are politicians using economics, jobs, and import-export as a talking point when it's time to recruit votes?
Because every presidential candidate has done that.
Currency debasement.
Wait, hold on. Every president has used that as a talking point. Name one that didn't.
Right, but the talking point is the decline and how everybody is going to level it up. That's the common ground for both sides, whether you blue or red.
Please let RJ finish. Stop interrupting him. Go ahead, bro.
So yeah, and then the 6th step is the collapse, and I feel like this is really this is the decline. When we talk about even like the intellectual peak, yeah, you got Silicon Valley, but what's really fucking it up is the AI. Like it can't get no higher than that. And the intellect, so that's dead, right? So now what is on a decline? I actually just seen a fucking article that's saying that people are, at one point they was like money is in tech and everybody should get in the tech field. Now they're saying that everyone should start getting back in the blue collar and shit that you can't be replaced when it comes to intellect. So they're saying that humans should start being more proficient with their hands. Crazy. If you don't feel like that's a decline or collapse, then what the fuck is?
Right. You don't think that's just standard innovation?
Calm down. RJ, look, yeah, exactly. Shout out to RJ, but let's talk about intellectual decline. Let's talk about that. Like intellectual decline. It's not just about companies and stuff like that. Intellectual decline is about the fact that Americans are not really that bright, bro. They're just not. They think they are. They think they are because they're American. But no, they're not. Period.
Bro, we adapted math systems from Chinese high school.
You said what again?
We at the point where we're adapting to math systems that's created in China and how they teach their kids.
Right.
They elementary school kids is more advanced in math than our high schoolers.
That's a fact. That's why I said, RJ, I said to you the other day, when I went over there, I'm going over there. I want my kids to be educated over there. Our education system is garbage, and I said this multiple times. Our education system is garbage or whatever. We do not teach the American public to be smart people. We teach them to be workers. That's it. That's it. Shit, it's in decline, bro. We are gonna collapse. If you read about the collapse, if you read about the collapse of the Roman Empire, the Roman Empire ran shit forever. But if you read about the collapse of it, it was because the population, they became dumber. And that's what's happening now. It's happening now.
like I said, we got a monkey for a president, and people actually take Trump seriously, bro. Like, they actually think this, like, this nigga is some business. No, he's not, bro. Like I don't. Yeah, I'm out of here, bro. I'm out of here. Like, America is not the greatest country, bro. It's not. We just got a bunch of money, and our military is wild. But now, even the Chinese are outdoing the American Navy. Like,
stop making up stuff. That's why your ass can't talk.
You just don't know what you just don't know.
Hold on, I'm a Navy vet. You gotta relax.
We back to this fear-mongering shit. We twerking for China again. I told y'all about this shit. We go back to it every time.
Wait, listen. Okay, so who said they were a Navy vet? Who said that?
Meg, RJ.
What difference do it make? What you saying is not true.
So RJ, let me ask you.
Like, where? How?
Wait. Let me ask you. So think about it. RJ, you're a Navy vet. Be honest. Don't be emotional about it. Like, how long does it take the United States to build an aircraft carrier?
What do you mean?
Why does that matter?
No. See, here we go.
You say some shit on Instagram. I seen that same post you talking about on Instagram. You gotta stop letting that Chinese propaganda fuck you up, man.
Not no Instagram post. I actually look at the shit, bro.
I wanted to debate that intellectual decline point, but then Jay started talking.
Come on, let's have an intellectual conversation, bro. So like how long does it take?
You need an intellectual to have an intellectual conversation. This is painful.
No, it's not, because it takes the last carrier in this country. It took 10 to 8 years to build it. The Chinese, they building them shits in 3 and 4 years. It's like, you should know this. This is simple shit. Yeah, like, this is simple shit. So how the fuck do we not build this shit? We gotta think about it. Because like even building buildings, like, it takes years to build buildings in New York City. But they can build them shits in a year. They can build cities in a fucking year. So, like, we gotta think about that shit, bro. RJ, we gotta think about this shit, bro. I was in China, like, and I told you this the other day, RJ. Like, they could build better than us. Like, they build better.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
To be a buck, like, bro, like, the meat was like a I don't want to say an experiment, right? But when you look at the foundation and when this was, like I said, it's only been 250 compared to like all these other empires that's been around for so long. You can't possibly even think to imagine that this is like the stronger entity. Like, it's all an illusion. Like, how can you have a country that's been around empire that's been around for 3,000 years, bro? 3,000 years? What the fuck? It's like this. Like, America is a baby, an infant, and it's an experiment. And they just every 4 years they experiment with some new shit and hoping some shit stick to last longer. Like, that's what we do over here.
Yo, I want to say, right? Hold on, wait. No, hold on. No, wait. Let me say something real quick. Hold on, because one of the things you're saying, and I'm gonna tell you how this is propaganda, and anyone can look this up, is China has about 3 active carriers, aircraft carriers, right? The propaganda, and I know what you've seen. You've seen that on the internet. You know what I'm saying? America has 11 actively right now. The difference is we're doing training rotations. It doesn't matter how many vehicles you got.
I'm entertaining him talking like that. I don't care about, bro. You know one thing about us that we got when it comes down to the Navy? A lot of people don't know. America has more aircraft in the Navy than in the actual Air Force.
I mean, he wouldn't know that, though. He wouldn't know that.
Right, so I'm not even like, when we start talking that shit, it's like, hey, even them niggas, they may have aircraft, but they ain't got that much aircraft coming off that motherfucker off the carrier.
RJ, I'm not talking about aircraft carriers.
That's the Navy, though, brother.
They only got 3. Oh, you gotta look it up. They only have 3 in service. They only have 3 in service.
Bigger now was the.
No, Gotham. That don't matter if they're not even in service. That's like you telling me you got 12 cars, but only 3 of them can get on the road.
Chase, listen to what we saying, bro. If I got boats, you got boats, and we going at each other in the war, who you think gonna win? The nigga that got the more aircraft coming off the boats, or the nigga that don't?
The one that has the more aircrafts coming off boats.
Okay.
You gotta stop this fear mongering, gang.
No, I'm not fear mongering. I'm not pointing to that.
I'm just saying, bro. Like if you do some research, it'll show you that China has more aircraft, but only 3 of them work right now. So what does that matter?
No, listen. RJ just asked me a plain question. If you have more aircrafts coming off a boat, you win. Period. And they got more aircraft carriers than us. They can build them in 3 years. So like that's a problem, bro. That's a problem.
How many pilots they got?
I don't know that.
You know they send their pilots to the U.S.
Man, just let this nigga be Chinese, man.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying, bro.
Yo, bro.
Bro.
Yo, bro, go look up Pearl Harbor and see how we got busy when they tried some dumb shit.
You know what I'm saying, bro? Listen. It's not even that, bro. We are the most trained, bro. We be training like a motherfucker, bro. The idea that just because you have all of these.
Don't start history with me talking about Pearl Harbor, bro. I know all about that, so like, you're not gonna win that battle. So calm down.
Wait. The same way, RJ, like he was saying that the decline of civilization, and he was looking at how civilization declined, and taking some of those lessons and attempting to apply them to what could be possibly happening with the United States. I would say one of those lessons you have to take, at least in the western side of the decline, brother, is how Greece and particularly Rome, that would be the better example for me. Greece too, but Rome. Remember, Rome was known for taking territory. Like the whole empire was about constant expansion, taking territory. But if you remember, and history is undefeated, okay, even though, the history goes to the victor, but it's still undefeated, okay? It was the European Germanic tribes on the mainland, Europe, not the outsiders coming from outside territories who they took. It was mainland Germanic tribes who they conquered and conquered over, like their exterior, foreign territories. But it was the mainland European Germanic tribes that ran up in there and basically make their ass bold. So, in my humble opinion, I think that it's not going to come from the outside. It's going to come from the inside. Because if you just go back to, and this is the last thing I'll say in our land, if you just go back to the 2020 uprising, when the whole George Floyd situation happened, they had their hands tied all across the country. They had to literally concede to the anger and say, okay, let them get their shit off. Don't shoot nobody. Let them get their shit off. And they'll calm down at some point, which they were correct. It eventually happened. But that doesn't stop the fact that they couldn't stop it, okay?
Right.
They could not stop it.
Exactly.
It was an inside thing.
Hey, look, real quick, I want to add one more thing, right? Because they cut me off about this. So check this shit out, right? So, like what the brother was saying. Now, one thing that we got a problem with is every time we talk about destruction or us being like conquered, we mention other countries like what Chase did. We talk about what Russia got going on, what China got going on. Another statistic that I found out is not only is the average 250, but 70 to 90% of the ones that die is self-destruction.
That's what I've been saying, RJ. That's what I've been saying.
So the fuck worried about what China doing and all that? That shit is a smoke screen. The self-destruction is going on in Congress right now.
And I ain't taking the mic from you. There was a song in the 80s that was all about this. Self-destruction. You're headed for self-destruction. That's America.
90s, bro. That was the 90s. That was
80s, 90s. I'm an 80s baby, so I know it had to be early 90s. But the song is very much so relevant to the time that we're living now.
All those East Coast rappers came together for that song.
And let me pick something up.
What he was saying. Go ahead, Prince. Go ahead. If we talking about the destruction of the Roman Empire, like whoever brought up he brought up the Germans or whatever. Yeah, of course the Germans were attacking them from the east or whatever. Yeah, but the main part of it was they destroyed themselves. So like whoever said that before, like that was RJ. They destroyed themselves. And that's what's happening right now in the United States. Yeah. Like what? Like when I went to and RJ, I brought this up to you multiple times. Like in the last hold on, calm down. I brought this up to you multiple times. Like I came from China or whatever. God damn, bro. Some hating ass nigga, some jealous ass nigga coming off the mic talking to me right now.
Okay, we're gonna move away from him, okay? Shit here, I keep talking. I swear to God, this shit painful.
That's Diet Coke.
I keep buying the wrong thing.
Soon as Totem Pole hear my voice, he gotta speak, y'all. That's just what it is.
Ain't nobody heard your voice, nigga. Damn.
We wasn't talking about you. Go ahead.
He was talking about God.
Do me a favor, Prince. I know you didn't just came in, but I want you to speak on what we got going on, man. We got Iran. We got alleged hackers talking about they're not worried about the United States of America. That they've got the Epstein files and they're willing to release exactly what Congress has seen, what Pam Bondi has seen, etc. What I'm hearing, and I'm going to pass it to you, Prince, is I'm hearing that Israel is blackmailing us to bomb Iran, and Iran is threatening us that if you bomb us, we're going to release all the files. And I've got hacker friends. I'm going to get the information first. Go ahead, Prince. Speak.
Well, I mean, I agree with that. The whole thing is, what's taking place, in my opinion, has to happen. Israel is pretty much running the earth, or the Israeli people. And they do it by blackmail. This is the second time they're using the United States. They did it with Hitler. Britain and France and all of them pretty much lost the war. Then the United States got involved. That was through the Jews, the Jewish people. So it's not new. It's just new.
What war are you talking about?
It's new to us. World War II. It's new to us.
I mean, what does World War II have to do with what happened? What's going on with Iran?
Let him finish his bill, and maybe you'll get it. Hold on. Go ahead, Brent. Finish your bill, brother.
I'm gonna say it again. The whole that point that I was making is just that the Jewish people did this before. The way that they're blackmailing behind certain information, they did it before. That's how they got the United States involved when the U.S. was not. It was the USA at the time. It was not involved in World War II. We came in at the end. I can't hear what I don't. So anyway, y'all know that the nukes. Was it the Japanese? Y'all know that the nukes that agreement that you can't create no more nukes. That shit is up now. So it's gonna be another race, an arms race at this particular time. So to me, it's like all this stuff is bound to happen. It's not like it's not gonna happen. It's got to happen. So to say like we're not supposed to be worried, I don't know about fear mongering, because how you fear stuff that's bound to happen. You know, you gotta go to school to bully them. You gotta face them, or you're gonna get punked out or whatever. You're gonna be that silly fool. But I mean, I don't think it's fear mongering. So, you know, I had somebody lot of things to say, but I don't know. I've been working all day, so
it's a fear mongering or not, bro. Like when you say fear mongering, like here's the thing, bro. Like I know all about like what happened with World War II or whatever, and it's also like so you're not talking to a dummy in it. Like these niggas don't know about this shit, but like I actually studied this shit for years. Well, but here go the thing. Like, what do you mean by who's fear mongering? I mean, because like the only people I think people probably call it is Israel. No, listen. I was saying from what I just said, we're gonna enter an arms race, 9 out of 10, because the document against it is if the time is up, blocking it. So now people can create nukes. See what I'm saying? No, I don't. Okay, so me saying that, I'm not, okay. I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. Me saying that is
him. Go ahead, Prince.
What I meant by I'm not I don't feel like it's fear mongering. I'm just saying what I see. Do I know the future? No. Y'all know what I believe. I feel like this thing has to happen. You see what I'm saying? And the United States has a lot of enemies. And with Trump in office, and ever since he came, our allies, it's shaky ground. It's not the same. It's not like before. So to puff our chests up, I don't see why we would do that. I think to stay ahead of what's going on would make more sense than to just poke our chest out like, man, nobody can't fool with us. Look at Pearl Harbor, yada yada. You know, I had other things to say, but I don't know. And nobody really did nothing bad, but my mind went blank, so I'm gonna mute up. Yeah, I know. Okay, so if we're talking about an arms race, there's not gonna be a nuclear arms race. Like we already got mad nuclear weapons. So does the Russian Federation. Israel, they won't even admit that they got nuclear weapons or whatever. Like, and they're all nuclear weapons. Why we know everything? Why do people come off like we know everything? Because we know they
I mean, let this man finish so we can move the mic around.
So, like, if we're talking about an the new arms race money is AI. That is the new arms race. The nuclear weapons is not. Nobody. A nuclear war is not going to happen, bro. It's not going to happen because we know that ends the world or whatever. That's not going to happen. We already know the Soviets got nuclear weapons. We got nuclear weapons. You know, we got the Minuteman weapons and all that. That's not going to happen. The new arms race is AI, bro. That's the new thing. Period.
Thank you so much. It's so interesting listening to some of y'all talk. I mean, y'all act like y'all got a seat at the table and shit. Like y'all really be doing what y'all talking about. Go ahead and go on mute, Gotham, because you don't have no self-control. You just keep coming off mute. We don't know what they got going on. I mean, it's a possibility. I guess if they can get to us first, then I guess they win. Because here's the thing: we can both have a weapon, right? But if I can get to my weapon before you can get to yours, then guess who won? I did. Okay, so we don't know anything, honestly.
You know, that's why Trump was pushing for agreement and stuff to get that dome built and through the being put in place and stuff like that. It'd be like a line of defense and stuff like that, so we can see who's doing what first and be able to counteract it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why the push for Greenland was so imperative. You know what I'm saying? And they still pushing for it. You know, so I just thought I'd throw my 2 cents in. And you know, another thing. One thing I know about China, even though they build these infrastructures, they got a history of their infrastructures collapsing. They had a building that they built up in Ghana that collapsed just last year. So if you shoot them up to the moon, you always need to know that they got loopholes in infrastructure issues and stuff just as well.
And so do we, Gigi.
Can I speak? Sorry, I'm an Iranian, and I wonder if I can share my own perspective with you, because I don't think any other Iranian person is here on this room.
Iran.
What? No, I'm not inside Iran. I'm not inside Iran, but I'm Iranian. It's weird that I'm not living in Iran. But just as many other Iranians, the majority of Iranians, I would encourage the United States and Israel and any other democratic country to bomb the Islamic regime occupying Iran. But I would appreciate if I can have 1 or 2 minutes to give my reasoning to you.
I mean, you've already been talking. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go on mute, Gotham.
Yeah. So the first point is, in an ideal world, I wouldn't have had to make the rationale is why it is in your own benefit, in your interest to attack Iran. It's because they have the Islamic regime has committed genocide in Iran. The Iranians are not like any other Middle Eastern countries. Okay? Because I hear a lot in the mainstream media that they make those false comparisons between Iran and Afghanistan and Iraq and efforts by the United States to change the regime in those countries. Such comparisons lack the logic and the context. The Iranian people are a progressive nation, and we have been fighting for democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of thinking, equality between men and women, LGBTQ rights, all those values that you mean to hold dear. But I don't want to make that rationale, that just because they have committed genocide, it is in every nation's responsibility to come to Iranians' help, because we are fighting with them with our bare hands. But the point is, it is in your own interest, because as an Iranian person, I'm telling you, from age of 7, they teach us in the schools. You might not know that, but from age of 7, they teach us in the schools to chant death to England, death to America, death to Israel. And when we reach to death to Israel, we have to increase our voices every single day. They chant the same thing every Friday when they pray in the mosque, and they have in every single missal they write a sentence that this is meant to destroy Israel. But they have one very famous slogan. They say Israel is little Satan, United States is the great Satan. So one thing that you want is that even if you don't attack them, they will someday attack you. That's their ideology. And one day they will speak to you in nuclear language or ballistic missile language. And by the way, the nuclear program has been their cover-up. The main thing is their ballistic program, about which they never negotiate, because the whole global community considers the nuclear program as the main threat, and they always negotiate about that. And sometimes the Islamic regime compromises, sometimes doesn't. But the main threat is the ballistic missile program, which right now it reaches beyond 2,000 kilometers, but they are very, scientifically working on it. So it is in your interest to attack them.
Let me ask you, Velvet. Like, what
thank you, God. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you go ahead and go on mute, just give me a second. We're not going, yeah. So you said you're not inside of Velvet. You're not inside of Iran. You're on the outside.
It's been a year. It's been a year that I'm not living in Iran. So up to last year, I was living in Iran.
Okay. Well, I wanna. God, let me help you out, because for some reason you can't control your mic, brother. I'm just nicely asking you to control your mic. They're protesting. I mean, I don't know if, honestly, we don't hold, not everyone here holds the ABC community dearly. We don't want that, right? Us going over there, I'm not quite sure why we would go over there. I don't think we should really be over there. You all pose no threat to us. Whatever they're teaching, I personally think that you all, as the people, need to stand up to your government. It's more of you than it is them. How is it that you all can't stand up to your government? No, we don't need to bomb them. Y'all need to quit encouraging this violence. Because if you're concerned about them killing people now, imagine what war is going to do to your country. It's going to kill more people. Why would you be championing that? That's crazy.
But Erica, here goes the real question, right? So now that we know the average empire lives 250 years, 70 and 90% self-destructs, how is it going to end? It want to be the next in charge of this land. Like, who's the next, I guess, to step up and, I guess, cause some calm during the destruction and lead, and then everyone elects that person as the leader? Like what the fuck does that look like? Like, what's next? Is it going to be a black messiah? Like, like a Jew? Who is it? Like, who is it going to be?
Respond to what Erica said. So Erica, 2 points. First, I would say it is very cruel. You say, quote unquote, you have to stand up yourself, because we have. But since 1999, this was not our first time that we fought with them. This was our sixth time. In 1999, 2009, 2017, 2019, 2022, and now in 2026. It was our sixth time that we courageously Iranian people took to the streets, fought with them, but they massacred us. They massacred us. And it is very cruel that you say you have to do this, that. Who employs you? I understand, because you are American. But okay, I understand. Okay, you are American. Who do you work for? Let him finish. Because my English is already not as good as you. Let me finish, please. So the first point, very cruel that you say that. It just gives him that you don't care the massacre in Iran. But putting that aside, it is very, I don't know, irresponsible for your own country that you don't see that this regime wants to destroy your country. Yeah. You don't see that threat. We are black in America. Go on mute. I'm going to move you down. Control your emotions. Go on mute. Go ahead. Velvet. Okay, I thought you were speaking to me. Okay, yeah, I mean, these people, Erica, want to destroy your country. For instance, take 11th September as an example. Al-Qaeda, those extremist Islamists, I hear a lot that people criticize the United States for attacking Afghanistan and Iraq, but no one says that it was Al-Qaeda that first attacked the United States. I mean, Islamism, especially extremist Islamism, is against every value that you hold, such as women's rights, such as LGBTQ rights. So gay men are executed in Iran or under Taliban in Afghanistan, under Al-Qaeda, under ISIS. All of them are the same. So is this about gay people? You gay? Absolutely. It has nothing to do with me being gay or not. So you are gay? Okay, so I'm going to ask one more time. It's not your concern, but I'm not. No, it's not your concern, but I'm not a gay man. No, but it's about their right. It's about women's right. Women in Iran get imprisoned for not wearing enough hijab. And 3 years ago, a woman got killed because she was not wearing enough hijab. Masajina Amini, and it gave rise to the woman life freedom movement. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Bell, I'm just trying to figure out, we black in America. I don't know if you read the room, literally, but this is a predominantly black space. Your concerns has nothing to do with us. We don't give a fuck. Like, we don't care, bro.
Okay, well, let me do this. We do appreciate you sharing, though, Velvet. But I don't feel bad that I don't feel like we should be going to war with Iran. It makes me feel like maybe Iran isn't your country. Do you have family that's still in Iran?
Yes.
Velvet. Okay. Why would you want them to go to war then? You ought to be anti-war.
Because, for instance, no, I'm not anti-war. Like majority of Iranians are not anti-war. We actually urge the international community to come to our help. Just look at the 12-day war. How many people got killed during the 12-day war 7 months ago?
So you okay?
Please, good God Almighty. Oh my God, sir. Please.
How many people got killed during the 12-day war 7 months ago? 1,200 people. Most of them were our killers, the IRGC commanders.
They really want to beat you up on the stage. So I'm going to let you go ahead and finish this last minute or whatever, and we're going to move on so they don't beat you up, okay? I don't want you to leave 40 acres and a mule with a bad taste in your mouth. But I promise you, the sharks are circling in the water, okay? But I do want to make this very clear, Delvin. I really do believe that you might have the wrong audience to be appealing to. And because in America, you may not know this, but the so-called Black American, not the import, but the people that's been here, them Black folks that they be telling y'all real bad and stuff. They say they be killing our children, have been dying in the streets due at the hands of what is supposed to be our law enforcement police. I mean, it's a lot of shit that's been going on in our community for years, and no one, not Iran, I don't even think Africa, Russia, no one came to our aid to say, you people, stop doing them people like that. Stop doing them people like that. So I'm sorry, but I really do believe you have the wrong community that you're trying to appeal to, Velvet. But go ahead.
No, I don't have any further arguments, just except that you have the privilege of, I know that because you are living in America and you have not lived under Islamist regime or communist regimes, you consider your country to be so bad. I know that there are prejudices against the Black people. I understand the sense of hatred that might have caused. I totally understand. But the point is the privilege of living in a democratic country. So, for instance, even now that I'm not living in my own country, just because my family members are here, I'm even afraid to give my real name, to put my real picture on my profile, even though I'm not living in Iran. But you are in the United States, and you can criticize everything about the government, including Trump. You can't say anything about him, and no one can touch you. So the point is, if I was you, I totally understand that, you say Black people have been under prejudice, and I totally know that it is true 100%. But the point is, if I were you, I wouldn't have made the revolution in America for this, because you have the legal, instruments. You can demonstrate on the street. You can, criticize in social media, in newspapers, in the mainstream media, whatever. I know you might say no.
So you talking down on our experience, so that way you can make room for yours. Yo, my nigga, you got to go, man.
He did not say anything down on us.
That's pretty much what he said. Yeah, he's saying press, but not like him.
That is not what he said. Y'all gotta work on your comprehension. That's not what he said, bro.
Hey, come on, man. Hey, let's get a thumbs up in the audience in the chat if that's what he said.
Please, thumbs up. Because that's not what he said.
In so many words, that is what he said.
No, he did not. Y'all ass can't comprehend. That man ain't said no such thing.
I want to listen.
He said that shit you should know.
I want to listen.
It's the black struggle, but y'all gotta understand, ours is more important.
Right.
No, he did not say that. Y'all making up stuff. He did not say that. Y'all making up shit. Whatever.
He said, this is what he said. Listen to what he said verbatim. He said he understands that we've been oppressed. He's aware of that. But the difference is we have a legal system for protection and we can protest. That's what he just said.
Okay, but how did he defeat say your shit?
He's saying that us niggas ain't got no rights over here.
Shit is worse
That's
because
not
they don't got the right to fight.
Hey, yo.
Shit is worse because they don't have the right to fight.
Hey, yo.
Please go to war.
Hey, Erica, didn't I tell y'all this shit?
What? What you tell us?
Dog, the bitch Lizzo and Paris Hilton are cousins. All right.
You said Paris Hilton got cut.
Yes. No, Paris Hilton and Lizzo, they're cousins, right? So all this shit is coming out of the files. All right, I gotta make sense of a lot of this shit. All right. So they saying in the files, per the files, motherfucking Joe Biden been dead since 2019. That's some crazy shit, right? Then Paris Hilton and Lizzo are cousins. Lizzo is a fucking American Indian. Lizzo's family and Paris Hilton family are cousins because her granddad. Listen. I know, but the shit is crazy because the shit is unearthed for a lot of shit. Lizzo is American Indian. Paris Hilton and the Hilton family, they're related to these people from Virginia named the Hugh family. And the Moore. The Hugh family and the Mason family. These motherfuckers own Lizzo's great ancestors, great grandparents. These motherfuckers are enslaved only indigenous Americans. How do we know that? Because in the files, these motherfuckers didn't have no Africans. They didn't want no Africans. Africans couldn't work like the indigenous people. They needed people to till the land. Like, bro, this shit is crazy how much shit in these files. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Okay.
I'm doing it. I'm kind of speechless.
For what reason?
So what's going on with Iran? Oh Lord.
Hey, Trump said we going to war with us. That's what's going on. I'm saying if they don't fucking choose right, then he gonna go in there and handle that. He gonna take care of the business. That's what he's saying, for real.
But the young man that was just in here, it sounded like he was saying that's what the people in Iran want.
He ain't in Iran though. He say he's from Iran, but he ain't there.
Exactly.
Oh, so how do you know that's what the people want?
Thank you. He's been gone for a year, and this is what happens when you don't get what is truly happening before a war, right? Now, before we went into Iraq, the CIA is already there running a coup on Saddam Hussein's regime. Check that off the list. Before we went and got Gaddafi, the CIA and the Mossad were already on the ground in Libya running a coup and propaganda. Check that off the list. Now, in Iran, what he doesn't know is that the people that he's saying are being genocided by the government are actually being led by the Mossad and CIA agents who are looking to get America drawn into a war with Iran. And Iran has never shown any sign that they want to attack America. As a matter of fact, Iran don't want anything to do with America. So this is all warmongering, and I don't want to come to the aid of Iranians. I want to do is I want to come to the aid of these missing children and these missing people all over the United States of America that are being sold worldwide. That's who I want to come to the aid to. I don't want to go to war with another country. If I'm going to go to war, we should be going to war with this sick-ass government that has literally found itself in a situation where it's being blackmailed by Israel, blackmailed by Iran, blackmailed by Russia, blackmailed by China. And honestly, what I was hearing back in was that Maduro had some of the files also. But that's another subject.
Yeah, but James, right? Are you saying that it's the IRGC, the people of Iran? Because to say that, the government of Iran doesn't want to smoke with the United States is just patently false.
Hold on. So name 1 second. Name the one time in American history that Iran attacked America. I'll wait.
Did you not see what they did to the embassy?
I said name one time that Iran attacked us.
10 years ago, they took hundreds of the United States citizens as hostage, and they kept them for 444 days. That's their nature. That's what they did.
We don't know who took them people. The people that took them had ski masks on their head. Hold on. Let's wake up something real quick, because Velvet said something earlier. Really triggered.
That nigga agent. He a gay agent.
Hold on, RJ. He brought up 9/11. And he brought up Muslim terrorism, and he tried to put Iran in the front of that. First of all, anybody who's done any kind of research in the 9/11 knows that there was only one in the Middle East that participated in 9/11, and their name is Israel, along with the Mossad agents. Let's go.
Yeah. And that's what they say. They say in Velvet, he's a Mossad agent. You gotta look in the chat. They say he go in the rooms with Iran in the topic. He literally run this rhetoric.
Hey, can I say one thing? And this
like
is
literal, like test. We dropped test bombs on a bunker busters and they didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
let me say one thing, and this is going to dehead a lot.
Somebody come and shoot up your block, and you don't get no get back.
Can anybody hear me? I want to say one thing.
You're talking while somebody else is talking, so I mean it's kind of crazy. Conquest, you done?
Yeah, I was asking Conquest if he was done.
Yeah. No, you wasn't.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. Yeah. All right. No, what I want to say, and people need to keep this in mind. And the interesting thing is, I was just watching Fox News for a minute, and it all came to me once they started talking about Barack Obama and the alien. He slipped up and said that there were aliens, but they weren't kept here or there, right? So, and then they went a little deeper into it. And this is what you have to understand. Anytime we're at war, you really got to understand this. We don't share the planet with just humans. We share the planet with other people who like to live in the water. But here's the thing, and this was the most beautiful thing that brought it to my mind. They showed the Senate grilling this guy from NASA, and what he said was they have the ability to turn off our nuclear weapons. They've done it to us, and they've done it to Russia. Not once, but several times. All right, so then I thought about James, and I said, well, James is talking about nuclear war like we live on this planet by ourselves. Well, we don't, James. And the other beings that live on the planet with us, that they haven't admitted are here, but are here, have the ability to turn off the fucking nuclear weapons. So I'm not worried about a nuclear war starting anytime soon. I'll land my fucking Apache.
Hey, so this nigga don't believe that our politicians are raping our children, kidnapping our children, eating our children. He don't believe that Jay-Z don't have anything to do with this, even though he's been mentioned. But this nigga believes that aliens live in our oceans. Just want to point that out there. Just want to point that out for everybody listening.
Yeah, we heard the contradiction, the crazy ass shit. We heard it.
We don't share the planet by ourselves. And I'm having dinner now. And the aliens will turn the fucking nukes off anyways.
I can't agree with that, brother Jamal. That's one thing I can agree with. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe the aliens gonna let us nuke each other. I think you know, that's their sole purpose, to stop us from self-destruction. You know, I think they let these little, you know, missiles, you know, TNT and them little shits, I think they let those go off because we're not fucking with the solar system. But, you know, when we launch, you know, hydrogen bombs, you know, we send a ripple effect through the solar system. So, yeah, I agree with you on that. But, you know, with Iran, brother, what I'm saying is Iran doesn't want any smoke. No country in reality wants smoke with America. I think the only country that could probably phase America in terms of cyber warfare and physical warfare is probably China. They're literally the only country that can you know, cause some harm right now, to keep it a stack with you, family.
We'll start a nuclear weapon. We'll start a nuclear war, which I do not believe. I'm not authorizing sex or anything with a child. But I'm going to tell you this. It ain't going to start no motherfucking nuclear war. I can guarantee that. Now, motherfuckers might go to prison. But it ain't going to start no nuclear war. And I don't give a damn who sends the Epstein file.
Well, what's going to kick off World War III is China's annexation of Taiwan. When they take Taiwan, that's going to kick off World War III, because we got to have no chance to respond.
I mean, you know what God told me? If the motherfuckers can't turn them on at all, they don't even have any control over whether they go on or off. Every time they're turned on, they're turned off. So I think it's a bunch of cap. I think people are talking like they got nukes, but they really don't got the smoke that they say they have. If you can't turn it on and off, and you ain't control over it.
No, I believe China and Russia really have nuclear weapons, brother. I believe they actually really have nuclear weapons. I'm not sure about the, you know,
nuclear weapons. Yes,
what does that mean, though, right? Like, to what magnitude are you saying that China doesn't have them at all, or they don't have as much as us?
No, America by far has the most advanced in terms of efficient, most modern day nuclear weaponry on the planet.
Okay.
You know, that's my argument here. We have the most advanced nuclear weapons. Russia has the most. Russia has the most nuclear weapons, but they're Cold War era nukes. They probably just began refining to get newer. They probably have a few modern day nuclear weapons, you know, but not clear.
Let me ask you something.
Arsenal wise, I rather like efficiency over quantity is what I'm saying. Like, and in terms of efficiency, America has the most powerful, efficient nuclear weapons capable of causing mass destruction. If you want to talk about quantity, okay, yeah, maybe Russia has the most nuclear weapons. But you know, if a chemical reaction can't happen in that warhead before it hits the road, before it hits the ground, it's just an explosion. It's just a TNT. Chemical reaction.
Do you think China has less technology than us?
No, that's why I said I think and I'm gonna yield to Brother James, but I said China. I believe China is really the only country on this planet that can actually, like, you know, affect us, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I think China is our true competition.
Iran can also harm you. That's what.
Bro, why would they talk about Iran, bro? We don't give a fuck about no Iran. What the fuck wrong with you, man?
Right.
You keep trying to convert home to talk about that shit.
Yeah.
He ain't got it right there. Submission, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all so mean. Y'all like
he want all of us in the room. He want to go kick it in the hallway.
Whatever you want. Shit. The man should be able to make a submission.
Is the illest shit to everybody. It's the worst thing in the world. Whoever's with Iran, vote against them. That's what you want to tell us?
I didn't understand. So please let me
listen, because I know what time is it over there? Because I know once it gets towards the evening, I know the weekend is coming in, and I know once it gets towards the evening, you got to write your report right back to the main office. So I just want you to let you know that your mission is accomplished, my nigga. You could go on to the next room when it comes down to this space.
Let him go. Let him talk.
He is going to talk. Go ahead, Velvet. RJ, leave that man alone. Go ahead.
Yeah, the argument that I was going to make was that Al-Qaeda was not a country, it was only an organization, okay? Only an organization could cause such a crisis like 9/11. So it is very, I would say, pure ignorance. I don't mean to offend anyone, but it is pure ignorance to consider that only China can damage your country. No. Iran can also damage your country because they have a lot of resources and it is part of their ideology. Again, I'm telling you as an Iranian person, they teach us to hate you.
You know what? I hate this focus shit, man. I hate this type of shit because at the end of the day,
let him land.
Is he talking about mainland, like what is he talking about?
Bro, there's nothing advanced. There's nothing advanced. In 9/11. Hold on, Jamal. It ain't nothing special. At a time where nobody's on high alert and everything is at ease, anybody could have took over a fucking plane and did whatever they wanted to do with it. Anybody could have did that. So let's not act like you had to be some masterful fucking organism to do that. It's not like the motherfucker took the plane and went on to another country. The nigga crashed. He probably wasn't even dope at being a fucking pilot. He was a fucking crash dummy. The fuck is we talking about?
Well, they didn't come from Iran.
That's like this was some masterful shit just to take over a plane and aim it right when you coming out of the fucking local airport.
I mean,
the tallest building in the skyscraper. That's not, it don't take no fucking.
Man, let the sand nigga finish talking.
Well, we appreciate that, but we know that Israel has something to do with it.
Velvet, you got to
finish, Velvet.
Yeah, you ain't gonna
Were you finished? Velvet is wrong with you, Nick Gross.
Yeah. But I will later on if anything comes up. Yeah, thank you so much, Erica, for letting me speak. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You ain't gonna do shit.
Like, come on, man. You might shut the plane. A nigga took the plane along. After the shit got in the air, the nigga took over the plane and rammed it in the tallest building that was close by. It ain't take no fucking genius to do that.
Welcome back.
Like, why y'all be acting like it took some masterful plane?
But they wasn't from Iran, though.
The fuck, man?
Man, these guys, funny.
No, they not funny. They ass missing brain cells, bro.
Don't do that.
The pilots didn't come from Iran.
You know what it is? This is what they do, though. They take it's like mysterious occurrences, right? They take that shit and everybody joins in on it.
I'm talking about you, RJ.
Everybody joined in on that shit. The media, the politicians, like this whole shit be crazy.
Like y'all be wanting to fight people for no reason at all. That man said go help his country. All you gotta do is say no and move on. But it's y'all want to eat them up and do all kind of stuff.
But it's the nerve for him to even ask us to like what the nerve of this?
We ain't even in charge of our own fucking neighborhoods. How we gonna help his ass out?
I don't know shit. Help come most unlikely places, damn it. I'm gonna ask you.
Don't start that shit, Erica.
Because past black people always jumping on
The caucasity.
We some new niggas these days. You talking about them old niggas?
Right,
we ain't hearing these saying niggas.
They don't know the new ones yet. They think we
don't but what happens is though,
I don't like saying it. It's Jesse Jackson. They think it's Jesse Jackson era, man. Come on.
He's still alive.
But what a lot of these organizations do, they tap inside neighborhoods, right? And they spread ideas, but they make it to our self-interest, right? Like I know y'all found out about Yvette Carnell being part of that anti-immigration reform board that's ran by white folks, right?
No.
Yeah, so like that's a prime example of a brilliant mind, charismatic leader that's amongst white folks, and their whole focus is immigration, but they can't, black folks never cared about that.
It wasn't ever that deep to us. You get a sister like that to start creating content and a whole movement around Black identity and separating Black Americans from Black immigrants. And it just starts spreading wildfire and going viral over the internet. No, I'm just saying, I'm just giving you an example on how niggas is being played with.
But that's a good idea, though.
For political interest.
We should separate from Black people.
But them folks ain't in our way doing shit. But they want us to believe that.
No, this is what I'm saying, though. Right? So, it is a thing when other people come over here that are melanated people. See, it's easy for people to say, well, yeah, they don't identify as us or this, that, and that third, but these same people still come up here and, like, it shouldn't be certain shit immigrants shouldn't get, right? Like, immigrants shouldn't get food stamps because they ain't paid into it. They shouldn't get it. They should at least work for some years until they get food stamps so the shit can accumulate to where they can get food stamps. They shouldn't even get food stamps right off the bat. So when motherfuckers say, well, they ain't coming over here taking nobody resources. They ain't coming over here to listen. Free food is for us, and we paying for it with our taxes, and these haven't even paid into they shouldn't get no motherfucking food stamp. Right? The money that's supposed to be going to retirees. Listen, hold on. They shouldn't give these motherfucking immigrants $2,500 voucher checks, $5,000 checks, and they can't even pay the retirees who've been working for the goddamn nation for 45, 50 years. They can't even get them $1,100 a month. But they can find money to give these motherfuckers $500 and shit and food stamps every month. Right? So when you ask me, or when you say to me, or when you say shit to me like, oh, but these people ain't taking advantage of y'all benefits and the shit that y'all can get, yes, they are. And that's why they should separate Black melanated motherfuckers from other countries from goddamn Black people of America. So that when it's time to get shit, they can't jump in our line and say, well, hey, I'm Black like y'all. So, we not, you're not Black like us. Just because you are Haitian or you are Jamaican or you African, you got the same skin color as us, you shouldn't get the same benefits as us. You shouldn't benefit from the shit that we benefit in this country. Especially not right away. So when you're saying to me that, these people ain't a problem, immigrants are not, them people ain't in our way, yes, they are. Yes, they are.
You saying they in our way?
Because listen, RJ. Listen, RJ. If they're giving these people money, right? And I'm talking about, if the money that's supposed to be going to your grandmama, your grandmama been working for goddamn Georgia Power for 47 years, and when she retires, she's supposed to be getting goddamn $35,000, $4,000 a month plus some more shit, right? But when she retires, she can't get that. Because of the simple fact that the money that's supposed to be going to these people are going to fucking immigrants. The money that's supposed to be going to our retirees who've been working and goddamn paying in taxes so that we can have food stamps and shit, right? They can't even goddamn live when they retire. And that's an issue for me.
Bro, niggas is duping you, bro.
No, they not, RJ. They not duping me, RJ.
Bro,
because you can't. That's not happening, and that it hasn't happened to. It's happening to my mama right now.
Bro, you know what's crazy? I remember back when Trump and Hillary had a debate, right? When they was both running up against each other, and Trump said some slick shit. They tried to bring up Social Security, and he said that shit is a Ponzi scheme. Right? And everybody was like, oh my God, look, he's so disrespectful to the infrastructure and how America works. And I was like the only nigga that was thinking like, he got a fucking point. Right? Because what is Social Security?
But it's not a Ponzi scheme.
Social Security is a bunch of people, right, that's getting a little bit out they check. Everybody, from the time you fucking 16, 15 years old, they start taking money out your check. And all of that is supposed to go into a big ass pool of money, and then they disperse it in percentages as people get older. Bro, you don't see how that's designed to never really like be a thing?
It is designed to fail. Listen, it's not. It's designed to fail, my auntie, my Uncle Willie, my Uncle Benny, my Auntie Ann, my Uncle Mike, all of these people, especially my auntie before she died, and my grandmama, because my grandmama worked for the city for damn near 30 years. All of them, when they retired, they still lived off of their retirement pensions that they've been paying into since they started working. So, no, hold on. Listen, again, this is what I'm talking about.
Bro, you were just talking about government funding. Listen to what you were just talking about.
No, RJ, again,
that
right, and when I mentioned Social Security and when we retire, the money that we supposed to get, because that's Social Security money, the money that your grandmama them supposed to get, they can't get it because they gave that shit away to the fucking immigrants. That's what I'm saying, RJ. Brother, the money in the pool for all them years. That's why my mama can't get her shit. Mama been working. She was 16. She's 56, and she can't even get her retirement shit because of that.
Bro, you just said your people living off their pensions.
Bro, I said my grandmother them did. My mama them, which is her daughter, she can't get hers.
For real, yeah.
She can't get hers. Because of that, I said my auntie, my great auntie, my grandma, when they retired in the 90s, right, from General Motors and shit, they were working in the 70s, right? They got their retirement shit. The money was still there. 25 years later, almost 30 years later, that money is not there anymore. So when it's time for my mama them to get their pension, to get their retirement and shit, to get all that shit is not there.
Doesn't your mom have to wait till she's 60?
So let me ask you something, bro. When you think
the money not gonna be there?
Bro, the money is coming from the people. You think the government is giving that?
No, what you don't
understand. You know where the elders is getting their money from? The babies that's working at McDonald's and shit like that.
RJ, let me explain. RJ, give me a minute. Let me explain. RJ, what's happened is the Social Security that we're paying as we work, their retirement money that we put into it, they're already paying the retiree. It's like and then you have people, let's say in 20, 30 years you turn about 60, you're gonna get the people behind you, and the people behind you is not working like the older people has worked. So you have to put money into it for Social Security. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's not like all the money from your Social Security is put in your little slot and is held there until you retire. No, your money is being paid to somebody else because they don't have the money.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is it's not, but he's saying the issue with Red is making it seem like Red is saying the money is coming from somewhere else, and I'm trying to get him to understand that it's coming from the babies. And guess what? As far as we go, more and more people.
It's coming from the people that's working on it. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, these babies don't even want to get no job. These babies want to be social media influencers, entrepreneurs, all kinds of shit. It's about to get even worse. It's about to get even worse, bro. It's about to get even worse. It's about to be even less money for us when we get old.
Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to summarize. I'm not going to give you all of the details, but see, when President Roosevelt brought in the Social Security Act, that was actually part of his new deal to save America, because America was on the verge of total failure at the time, and they brought in the Social Security thing as an easement to satisfy the public. But see, one thing when they did the actuary table, I hope you understand what an actuary table is. When they calculated how long the average American people live, they figured out that the average person does not live, at that time, did not live until 62 years old. And this is why they came up with the age of 65, because the average person would not live long enough to collect Social Security. But due to medical advancements and things of this nature, people taking better care of themselves, people are now living past 70 and 80 and beyond. This is what has put the Social Security system under such thrust and duress, because people are living longer and they have to pay out more money. Now, once I go off mic, I'm going to share a video with you, which was recorded back in 2003 on Lou's Jobs, which is CNN. And what happened is that the FICA, and people don't pay attention to how much FICA, they look at how much they're paying taxes to the IRS and things like that. This is how Bush, with his crafty ass, financed the Bush tax cut back in 2003. Remember, people got the $300 or the $600 tax return? Well, what they did was they increased the FICA that people paid, on their check, because it went unnoticed. So this is how they were able to increase the taxes on the poor people and give the rich people and everyone else a tax break. And this is how they've been financing it. Now, since then, they've been robbing from the Social Security. See, the Social Security funds was supposed to be a separate fund outside of the general funds of the United States. They was not supposed to touch these funds at all. It was purely for the retirement of the people, but they started siphoning off the money and using it for other programs, and this is how come the Social Security system is broke. And this is why a lot of people will not receive benefits when they become of age to join it. Now, I'm landing here, and I'm going to post a link next.
No, I don't want you to land because you're cooking. I just want to ask you one thing. Off of everything that you know, can you honestly say immigrants are getting in the way of that money?
Now, that I don't know, but I can tell you this, back before when they were having those people, caravanning to the United States and stuff like that. Well, see, I don't know if you understand how the DNS servers work on the internet. Well, see, the way the DNS servers were working was that if you went to a certain webpage, a government webpage, it would show you something. And when people outside of the United States went to the government webpage, it would show them something else. They were invited here to the United States. They said, come here and receive this type of money. Whereas we went to that same site, it says, work hard. It gave us a different message. So yes, somebody, I don't know who, invited these immigrants to come here because of the benefits that Americans get.
I'm not too sure if that is correct, that the money from Social Security is given to the immigrants. I don't know about that part.
Right. That's how the debate started between me and my brother Red, because he was saying how the money that we're using to fund for, the immigrants being over here, he's saying that that's taking money out of the Social Security pot and our elders. So that's how that came about.
Yeah. Our elders who are getting paid now are taking our money that we work for now. And it's supposed to be by the time we turn elders, the teenagers behind us, we're going to get their money, but they're not working. They don't want to work. How many times
it's a Ponzi scheme. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. How many times do you see them literally have a job and they only last about 7 days or until their first paycheck? Say, I'm not doing that no more.
Right.
They don't work like the elders used to.
But it's the illusion. See, that's part of the self-destruction, right? Because the media and like society is pumping images of young people being highly successful way beyond working a regular job or just being normal. So this is part of the self-destruction and the self-implosion of America. The images that's presented to these youngins, it's more like shit back in the day. You used to have to be like in a certain area to be around like the top, dope boy with all the flashy money and all of that. Like that was like you may came across one or two in the neighborhood that was doing their thing. Now, everybody on social media is quote unquote doing their thing. This is like all of these babies, no matter where they at, they could be in the suburbs, they could be in the hood, they could be in Africa, they could be in Brazil. These are the images that they looking at. They want to have the big chains, the foreign cars, the yachts, private jets, and, may sell a course on some shit that they never did before.
Maybe we get lucky and Trump pull a plug on Social Security.
Well, yeah. Well, see, they were trying to defund Social Security for a while, meaning that you can start up your own retirement, but it never got passed. So it's under the chopping blocks, and they really want to get rid.
But not in the beginning. What are you retarded? What the fuck? We need universal basic income. We don't need a decrease in our salary. We need a fucking raise. Are you kidding me? Are you getting paid right now to be here? Charge your phone?
Okay, come on.
What are you talking about?
But bro, that in the beginning though, that's when I quickly understood. I can't listen to everybody's perception on Trump and what he said. Because that very first time, bro, during that debate, now mind you, I'm saying this is the Hillary versus Trump debate when they was running against each other, and when he said that shit, they used that to make him sound like he was bugging. Straight up saying, yo, that shit is a pyramid, it's a Ponzi scheme, it's a pyramid scheme, and they was like, oh my God, I can't believe. That's when I realized, I'm like, oh, okay, the media, they want to keep everybody asleep.
Was this the debate when Hillary said that when Hillary blurted out, he doesn't pay taxes? And Trump said,
I think it was the same one. I think it was.
You're right, I don't. He said, and that I don't, just like you don't, because
right,
you don't have the whole thing rigged.
I think it was the same one. Facts. Yeah. I think because they only had, did they have 2 or 1?
I just remember that one.
I think it was the same one though.
They shut her down. Yeah. She was stupid.
Yeah, and that's when and out of that whole shit, I realized, I'm like, yo, the media, they just running game on us, because that's exactly what Social Security is. And that, I just connected with him with that. I'm like, oh, okay, he just gonna say whatever's on his mind, and the media just gonna make him look like he bugging.
Well, but RJ, I think it's a little unfair to say that it's a Ponzi scheme or Ponzi-like, right? It's essentially a government-backed sort of insurance pool, right? So Richard made a great point. They took money from it, which is why it appears that it will be insolvent, but I don't think it will. But you got to be careful with Trump, right? And this is not TDS, right? What you got to think about what he's saying. He's a billionaire saying Social Security that many poor, middle, working class Americans benefit from, right? So the whole goal of it, right, is to privatize or get rid of it. What does that mean? That means that either the monies you were saving, you're probably going to, put it into what the coffers of some of these Fidelities, these Vanguards, these other companies. That's all this really is. It's a play to privatize and get more money into the billionaires that run these mega warehouse, these mega wirehouses. So we got to be careful, right? We have to be careful with this. And then
but even if that's the situation, it still don't take from the fact of what it is, though. I feel like that you added emotion to the logical side of it.
No.
Bro, have you ever been in a network marketing company?
I've heard of that.
Like prepaid legal and shit like that. Bro, it's the same concept. We talk about Social Security, bro. It's a bunch of people that's pouring money up to the top in hopes that one of them make a certain rank to get a percentage of that every week or every month. It's the same shit. But they know that it's not sustainable. The brother just broke down the history of how the system even came about and how they expected it to last. They already knew off the rip that the average person wasn't even going to live to start getting it. Bro, they already knew off the rip that the average person wasn't even going to live to get it. So how can you not view that as a Ponzi scheme?
Don't do that. I get what you're saying with that, right? I do, but I think maybe a more meaningful solution would treat it more like an annuity. Whatever you put in is what you get. So when it stops, it stops. But I don't think that people who run out of money should be destitute and indigent, right? That's just not the American way.
You have so much energy for this and not the, 19 billion we gave ICE? We're giving stupid amounts of money to Israel, and you're not talking about any of that.
I mean, we can talk about it. That's just what the fuck. Brother was Brad, the one that brought up the Social Security.
But yeah, anybody can put money up for annuities. I mean, I don't think we need the government to do that. I mean, if you, but that's the thing. Like not a lot of people are even aware enough that they need to do that, or they don't do that. You know what I mean? So I guess it's there for a safety net. situation.
Yeah,
but the information is out there, though, right?
Real quick, I'll make it real quick, okay? One point of clarity. Social Security was never meant to be a total income. It was just meant to be a safety net, for social safety net, okay? So they never intended for it to be your only source of income. You had to have, retirement or something that you did. You saved up money or something like that. So it was never intended to be the only source of income, although it has become because of economic times and things to that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think to argue to get rid of it is just you're just not serious, right? We see what's happening. Wages are stagnating. People aren't making enough already. They can barely survive. So do you think they're going to have the extra liquidity to be putting away into a retirement fund? Probably not, right? So we need to make sure we preserve this social safety net for a lot of Americans, right? I'm going to leave.
And then you have the 401k and the 457, and they're saying that they're getting ready to take that money too.
I done paid over 20-something years of Social Security. So you think that is not important? Still won't mind. You see what I'm saying? And I plan on living over 55. So if they don't want to pay it out anymore, they can just run me my money back. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people and stuff that paid off into Social Security and stuff like that, the purpose of it is to provide a foundation of income for retirees. So see, I don't plan on working full time after 65. And so I want my money back. And then plus I get letters on how much I have paid in. And I have paid in a very, very, very substantial amount. So I ain't gonna play games with people sitting up here and talk about I don't need it.
I think people are going to be in for waiting if this is.
Nita, what's your rate? Where are your people from? Because you have some very aggressive stances on social welfare in America.
What's that got to do with where I'm from? I don't understand your question.
Are you Hispanic? Latino?
I'm everything.
All right. Just because you was the first one.
He's every woman. It's all in her, nigga.
What's your ethnicity, Walt?
I'm everything.
No.
Hey, Flawless, did you guys already talk about the Supreme Court's ruling on the tariffs?
The tariffs is that something new that just happened?
Yeah, today they pretty much said his tariffs were illegal and unconstitutional.
Yeah, I seen something about it online, but I didn't really get into it. Did they say why? And has he backed off the tariffs? Or did he
trying to make it seem like it's the Democrats that shot the shit down, but it's only the Democrats when it's some bullshit like that. Nah, this country is compromised. That's why you wouldn't shoot the tariffs down the way that they did. They're just fucking up.
Facts, Erica. And while you guys just mentioned that, I'm going to drop a link in the chat. I got a live feed right now. One of my good friends, Dabu777, he's running a live feed right now called the Trump Tariff Scams. Trump Tariff Scam. See, I knew that this shit was a scam from the beginning. The big, beautiful bill of bullshit was a scam from the beginning. All of this bullshit that the Democrats and the Republicans are doing is to deflect and create an illusion and smoke and mirrors for the American people to focus their energy into something that was never meant to work for the other 90% of the United States of America. Those tariffs were only put in place to help the 1 to 10%, the elites that have always played this game with the rest of the sheeple 90%. I'll land on.
But James, I don't think it's fair for you to say the Democrats were on the tariffs. Like, this is wholly, squarely on the Republicans, on this administration. They sold it to high heavens. 100%, the administration was completely wrong. Anybody who knew anything about math could tell you that these tariffs didn't make any sense, but everyone said, oh, we were crazy, we had TDS. No, these tariffs are squarely on the Republican-led administration. Now we know they're unconstitutional, they were illegal from the beginning, and now he's going to devise some other plan. He should have went to Congress from the very beginning to get these tariffs passed. He didn't, and you guys allowed it. You guys cheered it on and said everyone else was crazy. So you son Democrats, no way, no how. We can't allow it.
Hold on. First, I'm not a Republican. I don't give them about Donald Trump. Nobody on this app has exposed Donald Trump and the Republican Party more than me. Nobody's exposed the Democrats more than me. Nobody's exposed this fucking dirty ass government that looks to keep the American citizens at war. Meanwhile, their children get to go hide on vacation in another country, and it'll be us that picks up the bill. The average taxpayer and the average American citizen who will have a child go into the military because they are not financially stable. I don't support this fucking government. Okay, so when you say when you say you guys cheered it on, I don't cheer for this government. What I do is I cheer for the people, and I pray that the people wake up and see that your government is fucking compromised. Okay, we've got a man running around that's allegedly dead, that's got his co-conspirator and co-defendant being moved from a maximum security prison as a pedophile to a club fed down in Texas. Okay, America is being blackmailed right now. I don't give a damn how idiotic you want to be for a Democrat or a Republican. They're both compromised. They both have put the American citizens in one of the most diabolical situations we've ever been in. Now we have to choose if we want to vote for a devil or a pedophile. Jesus Christ, what is going on? No one has exposed this more than I have. So when you're saying these narratives, there's a lot more people that think like I do than you're led to believe, especially when you enter these spaces. This is not an echo chamber. Most people know that their government in America is a bald-faced liar, and it has done nothing but drag us into war after war after war, and the people get poorer. You're working more hours. Inflation is through the roof. God damn it, property taxes. Properties taxes are through the roof, and your masters are telling you in Agenda Project 2030 that you will own nothing and you will like it. I'm going to land on this. As I look around at America right now, we've got a lot of NPCs, and I'm not listening to an NPC. If the first thing you do when you go to research information is turn on Fox News, you're an NPC. If the first thing you do is turn on CNN, MSNBC, you are an NPC. You are not important to the bottom line of what is going on in America. And Donald Trump and the Democrats, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, they would agree with a freedom fighter and have more respect for me because I challenge the narrative. They laugh at you guys that support them. They think you're stupid. They think you're sheep. They think you're blind. And they think you're a pussy.
So the tariffs, the only thing that they ruled on the tariffs that he can't use emergency powers to level the tariffs. And what the administration and Scott Pacin is saying is that they're still going to keep the tariffs in place using Section 232 and Section 130, which is just laws of the economic code that govern like tariffs, like the Tariff Act of the Trade Act of 1974, and
Trade Expansion Act of 1962. So they're saying that tariffs ain't going anywhere. They're going to keep the tariffs on and keep getting that revenue.
So, where's the revenue coming from? Can you share that with the audience?
Where's the revenue coming from?
Yeah, where does the revenue originate?
You mean, like, what specific industries is the revenue coming from?
No, like, who's paying the revenue? So the government's taking in billions of dollars, right? But who's actually paying those tariffs? Where's that money coming from?
Oh, I think part is on, some of it's coming from the consumer, some is coming from the suppliers. I don't think that the tariffs are all put on the consumer. We will see sky high prices, and that's not all being the suppliers are definitely eating some of this off.
And when you say supplier, are you talking about internally or externally?
Internally, you mean like in the country?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be then the companies that are importing products into the United States are paying those tariffs.
Yes, they're eating some of the costs. Yes, they are. I don't know what percentage of it off the top of my head, but yes, they are eating some of the costs.
So fundamentally, American companies, small businesses,
countries that are bringing in products to the United States.
That's not true. But yeah, that's just not true. That's not at all true at all.
Yeah, Franklin, finish your submission.
If you're importing from the countries by which a tariff has been placed, right? The companies that are importing those goods into the United States, so not foreign companies, but domestic ones, are the ones paying those tariffs. And then those costs are passed along to, i.e., you and me. So it's not China paying the tariffs. Like, we have to get clear on that. It's not Mexico paying the tariffs. Am I wrong on that? I am.
No, you're not wrong.
So, for an administration that's talking about...
But, I mean, you're not wrong, but it's an oversimplification, and I think it's really missing the mark on what the aim of it is. And I think you're missing the point that the tariffs have brought in revenue. Even when we go back and talk about, and I don't know, I'm not saying it's for tariffs or against tariffs, and I was only bringing up the point because y'all were talking about like the Supreme Court knocking it down, so I was just giving the news on what they're saying. But if you even think back to the recent government shutdown we had last year, they used the tariff funds from the tariff to fund WIC to keep that program afloat. So, I mean, we can see that tariffs, and they're going to use this tariff, they're using some tariff revenue to supplement with is being cut from the tax revenue that's coming in since people are getting larger tax returns. So it's not just cut and dry like, oh, we're just paying this or paying that. I think it's a lot more that goes into it. But in theory, in general, yes, you are right. It's more Americans paying the tariffs than it is foreign entities.
Just one additional thing. From my perspective, the tariffs was designed to make American products look more attractive versus imports. So, if you look at the price tags of an import and American products, the American products are more expensive. So, the additional tariff was to make the American product look more attractive to the consumer. Let's face it, most shoppers buy their pocketbook, okay? They buy the cheapest product that they can afford.
What I'm hearing from this, and correct me if I'm wrong, so once again, the average American taxpayer is footing the bill of tariffs, correct?
That is correct.
And that's why it's there from day one.
Wow. What? So y'all telling me that this administration is raking in billions of dollars? I've heard the man speak. Oh yeah, those tariffs, we're making so much money. Oh, America, we are getting to the bag. That's Donald Trump. So confident. I think we forget as American citizens, when he says we, he's talking about the elite. That is not you. You are not elite. You are not part of the 1 to 10%. You don't have generational wealth to pass down 100 generations down the road like Trump and his predecessors. So once again, the Agenda 2030 states you will own nothing and like it. Inflation through the roof. We've got proxy wars all over. Who's funding that? Taxpayers. Who's funding Ukraine? Taxpayers. Who's funding Israel? Taxpayers. Who's going to fund this new bullshit war inside of Iran? Taxpayers. But you guys told me that he was making America great again. This is the worst shit show that I've ever seen in my fucking life. I thought George Bush Jr. was the worst president ever. Hands down, I didn't think it was close. But now he's got a tag team. Bush is the best racist president we ever had. No, George Bush Jr. is probably the worst president. Oh, he is the best racist.
I concur.
And James, James, you ain't hear what I said. I said, nigga, Bush was the racist president we ever had. Oh, yeah, well, we see right off the bat. Well, we can see right off the bat he knows what he is, and he ain't faking the phone. Hey, I'll give you that. See, Trump then sucked in so many black supporters that I must agree with you on that. That's why I respect Bush more than any of them, because that nigga told us, I don't like y'all niggas, I don't fuck with y'all niggas, and he showed that. Yes. And he ain't cut no corners with it. He showed niggas he didn't like niggas. He ain't make no promises to niggas saying, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. He told niggas, I don't fuck with y'all, and showed y'all niggas doing Katrina, he don't like y'all. So that's why I respected Bush. He didn't make no fake promises on saying shit that he was gonna do that he wasn't gonna do. He told y'all niggas he wasn't gonna do nothing for y'all, and that's what he stuck to. One thing, that's why I respect Bush. He was
also illiterate and ignorant as fuck.
One thing he did do, Rodney King got beat and the police got off. He's one of the only presidents that made the federal government go after him, and that's how they got arrested. It was George Bush who put the federal government on those people who beat Rodney King. So Barack Obama didn't do nothing like that when these cops got off. Nobody else did. George Bush is the only one that did something like that.
He must have owed somebody a favor or something.
But again, I think that the tariff situation is too simple to say that, it's just the American consumer, because again, this is driven more investment into the United States. It's provided ways for us to supplement things that we wouldn't have otherwise had when the government was shut down. And we needed to readjust our trade agreements with these other countries, right? And the only way to do that is economically. We can't just expect to be like, hey, China, we want to have a new trade agreement with y'all. And China be like, oh, yeah, sure, America, let's do it. No, that shit don't work like that. So it sounds simple to just say that, but there are other things at play here that we aren't taking into account.
I'm wondering, are y'all saying that eventually this will help the average American citizen? It's just going to take some time? And if you are saying that, then what I'm hearing is that it's going to take some time, meaning I'll be gone out of office when the American citizens figure out that none of what I was doing was going to affect or help the average citizen by 65% in America that is living paycheck to paycheck. Now that leaves, outside of the 1 to 10%, that leaves another 30 to 35% that are not living paycheck to paycheck, but they are one job loss away from being in the situation of the other 65%. So once again, we go around on this merry-go-round that these people in our government give a damn about the other 90% of the population. So Trump's going to build up this mini little empire that he has created, and whoever comes in next is going to tear everything he did down, just like they did to Barack Obama, just like they did to Joe Biden, just like the Bush and Clinton. You know, I'm wondering, when are we going to stop letting these people play in our face? Deutsche, with Elon Musk, uncovered hundreds and billions of dollars of slush funds, corruption, etc. So much so that in the genesis of Elon coming into the White House, right? Remember when they called him in? That man suggested that every American citizen should get $5,000 right off the bat. This was the first 2 weeks. Think about what I'm saying. There was so much corruption, stealing, and slush funds, wasteful spending, money laundering, corruption, that his first number was everybody should just get $5,000. Damn, their tax shouldn't pay any taxes on it, because the people that you are voting in office, they are walking in the door with a smile, because they know that overly ambitious people are able to get around other overly ambitious, corrupt people and turn them corrupt. Which means that, once again, we get back to average citizen, which we should be more focused on. There's no way I'm just going to focus on the 1 to 10% when they have all of the fucking resources in America by a whole, by the biggest number. 10% of our population damn near owns everything. Okay? So we put another administration in that does not benefit the bottom line of the average tax-paying citizen. So what are we doing? We're still supporting levels of corruption that are, you know, this is unprecedented. Listen, I know this government's been corrupt, but I don't think I've ever seen so many men in an administration that have turned themselves in a year. These people made 30, 40, 50 billion dollars in 2025 in the Trump administration. They are getting filthy fucking rich. I mean, when they said the rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer, I don't think people totally get who these people consider poor people. So let me tell you. See, you might think they consider poor people the people that are in tent cities or on Skid Row or in low-income neighborhoods. No. They consider poor people anyone who is not, who don't got $1 million in their savings account. You're poor. You're considered a useless eater. And for far too long, you know, we've been divided with this racism, classism, etc. This is a game that's been played on us. And listen, regardless of how people feel about it, this system is not based in righteousness. It's not based in truth. They tell lies with serpent forked tongues every time they get on that damn television. Every major empire has crumbled. The difference between our empire now and the other ones is that they lasted far longer, a lot longer. They didn't see these problems for another 200-300 years into their empires. This place is crumbling. And I think the people are the ones who are going to have to remember. Erica said something important earlier when she was talking to that gentleman from Iran, that you and the people outnumber the police, the military, the government, their technology, everything they have, we outnumber them, and it's not even close. But if we keep staying divided, well, it's the Democrats, yep, it's the Republicans. I'm telling y'all that they're building these detention centers. A lot of y'all in this room are well versed on this information. They started this shit around 9/11, with the FEMA coffins and the FEMA camps. Well, it's happening right now. The detention centers are being built all over America. And they've already stated with the contract from El Salvador, right, that this is not just for illegal immigrants. It's also for American citizens. If you don't wake up, you're going to find yourself on the wrong side of a totalitarian state overnight. We have pretty much, in a sense, opted into our own demise. I'm just wondering when the people are going to wake up.
I'm working the class. I'm part of the working class. And he made good on paying, getting the credit for overtime in court. And it'll show up when you file your taxes. Even if you went over 50,000, it doesn't even matter. Overtime is overtime. You're going to see it in your income tax refund and stuff like that to provide for your family material. This shit just kills me. But see, we was just cleaned up months of work. These people have been fleecing billions and billions of dollars going to illegal immigrants and everything like that. But, this man is a villain. I disagree. I really disagree because I haven't seen this. It's been a very long time. The first year out of 5 years that I haven't seen up trying to piece together before the 15th day having to pay back state returns and stuff. But see, the state I'm in is tax. We have to pay state tax. I don't know what city or state that anybody else is in and stuff, but we have to pay state tax. And it was a very big break for me. You know what I'm saying? And it should be a break for a lot of individuals and stuff like that. I mean, I've been hearing that he's going to send us back to the plantation and all this other kind of stuff. I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing relief. So, I don't know.
I didn't say you're sending us back to the plantation system, Gigi. It's a bit disingenuous for you to state that you're getting a few extra dollars, and that is affecting the bottom line.
Listen to what I said. I said I was hearing some people did not identify who you were. See what I'm saying? I never said that you said it. I said I have heard it before. You see what I'm saying? So don't pencil out because I disagree with what you're saying. Because see, at the end of the day, when the first rollout of the 120 some days and stuff, I saw nothing but fleecing from from the Democrats. That's what I saw. I saw what our tax dollars were paying for condoms in Africa. So I'm sorry I don't get along with everybody's get along. I don't. I like to see what's in my wallet. That's what I need to know. What What you finna put in my wallet? What can I get? What kind of grants am I going to get? I don't care what you think about me. I want to know what can I do to provide for my folks. So, I don't mean no harm, brother. You take it how you want it, but I didn't say that you said that. I said I've heard that. So I'm gonna land my plane there.
Well, like I said, Agenda 2030 says you'll own nothing and like it. At the end of the day, if people are happy with a few extra crumbs from an administration, I mean, that's okay. I look around at the bottom line of the average person that's coming out of these low-income neighborhoods in these tent cities, and their reality hasn't changed at all. I see these shelters that are full to the brim with people that look like their bottom line has not been affected at all. So if you're just worried about yourself, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, you got to feed your folks. Some of us are actually worried about how this affects the community as a whole and a totality. And there has been no change with that. And Donald Trump has not changed that narrative. And he can't and he won't. And if he had the power to do it, he wouldn't.
I tend to agree with Gigi. The write-offs on the taxes for me, I was just very thankful that I was able to write all of the stuff off that I was for my taxes this year. This was, it was interesting. And as a business owner, I think that there were some good advantages to having a C Corp is what I have. I have a couple of C Corp now. I just opened up one today, and I'm really excited to start working in it. But like I said, I would advise get an LLC, get a C Corp, and 1099 if you can. Whatever work you can do, 1099 it. Don't pay them no taxes. And then at the end of the year, do exactly what they do. Write everything you can write off. Buy everything through your business bank account. And write it all off. And I wouldn't pay them shit. Unless it's a sales tax. And so I did bad. I got. I'm expecting a return. Whether I get one or not, I don't know. But the tax preparer said there should be a return coming, and I earned over $100,000, well over it, and so. I would advise anybody, whatever work you're doing, if you can work as a consultant or do the job as a 1099 employee, get you a C Corp or an LLC and write shit off and get paid through your business. That's the way to go as far as I'm concerned. And Moss, whoever saying dick eat nigga, kiss my motherfucking black ass. I land. I'm sorry, Moses. If you weren't talking to me, I apologize. I'm just reading and speaking at the same time. But yeah, anyways, stay strong. We got to stay strong. And I like to stay present. Stay present, stay strong, stay positive. It's hard to stay positive when you got James King in the room talking about World War III all fucking day. I land.
Well, Jamal, at the end of the day, it's hard to even put myself in your shoes because you think you're a white man.
And you got some fat ass shoes.
The first thing you do is you support pedophiles, and when you get out of your little dirty ass truck, you turn on Fox News at one of your truck stops when you're not fucking with a lot lizard. You're nothing like me, son. Keep your hands off my crown and stop trying to troll somebody that you don't compete where you don't compare, son. You are absolutely diabolical. I've heard you with narratives where you have ran with pedophiles. You ran with 16-year-old, 15-year-old consent laws. We're not the same kind of man, brother. You're willing to sell your soul for the Republican Party, and I'm willing to fight for the people and give them the truth about what's going on. I didn't say anything about World War III kicking off right now, you dummy. If you know anything, World War III started on 9/11 when the United States sold Israel. But you don't know anything about that because level of knowledge and intellect doesn't go above a fucking ant.
Round one.
Okay. Hey, well, you know, ants is smart, nigga. They can build pyramids.
It's crazy that a lot of people didn't know about the terrorists and stuff like that. A lot of people are affected by it, but a lot of people are affected by immigration too. You know, so at the end of the day, all of this stuff that's going on, it's bad on both sides. Either way you kick it, it's bad on both sides. And as soon as we stop voting and giving them the power and giving them permission to rule over us, the better. That's all I wanted to say.
You need a mic cover on your shit. Like one of them little
phones. I don't need nothing. I'm good. I don't need shit from you. I'm good.
Put some cotton balls over your mic.
Put some cotton balls down your throat so you can shut up.
See, you went there, you didn't have to go there. But anyways, let me get back to
you didn't have to say nothing to me.
Let me get back to James King's black ass.
Because I don't want to hear y'all argue. That shit is fucking worthless. We get you. We get it. That shit is fucking retarded.
Hold on.
Well, in case y'all care, I'm making me some baked chicken right now.
I heard that.
With some onions and some green peppers.
Move out the way. I want to hear this. Now, what you got with James King?
Another piece of James King, a spitball shine head. I wanted to smack him on the back of his head. But before I do
it's Friday. Gladiator out.
I got some more that I want to talk about. Because, first of all, you believe in aliens. Now, you sit up here for 2 or 3 hours talking about aliens.
Now, what's wrong with aliens?
I don't have no problem with that. But
Jamal just stated that he believes in aliens because fucking Fox News told him. Jamal, you are slow. You are slow.
Can I land? Can I let the mic breathe for a minute, James? Now, then, on the other hand, you know and I know that the aliens can turn off nukes. You said it. I've heard you say right out your mouth that the aliens can turn off nuke weapons.
They can.
But then you sit up here for 3 hours talking about a nuclear war. Now, isn't that crazy how James can put a story together to tell you, they go in the ocean, they come out the ocean, they'll turn off the nuclear weapon, they'll do this, but then when we need the aliens to be around and turn off nuclear weapons, I guess they're not here then, right? They're not in the ocean no more, right?
No, they're at Trump's house.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. No, they might be at African Bambado's house getting dug out. Like you say, African Bambaataa was on the Epstein files. Now I said, well, wait a minute. I never remember African Bambaataa. No,
brother. Connected. Yes, he is. He definitely is connected to it. But you haven't read it because you only watch Fox News, Jamal, while you're jacking off in your truck. Keep going.
I'm going to call you Shaquille News because you got some tall-ass news that you be coming off the top with. So I'm going to call you Shaquille from now on. I'll land right there. Go ahead, Shaquille.
Yo, that's the same nigga that last week talking about, last week he was talking about aliens is outside of Texas, they flying over Texas, they shutting down the airport.
Your mic sounds like you in the back of a motherfucking spaceship.
Michelle, dog, like for real.
Your mic sounds like
that electricity jumping through my body.
Okay, so I'm in the car. Yeah, so I'm in the car. So, well, like I said, you the same niggas up here talking about I believe the aliens was flying over Texas when the motherfuckers literally told you it was a goddamn drone for the fucking cartel. Oh no, it's aliens. Oh yeah, you the same nigga talking about I seen a vision today, y'all. I seen a vision. It was niggas with afros going up on a mothership. We motherfucking about to get the fuck up out of here. They about to come and take us away, y'all, and take us away from here. I said the same nigga that said that same shit. Man, stop.
Another box over here.
I'm gonna need you
to hush. I've been up here trying to talk, and you up here yelling about nothing. Shit. And you just found out. And he just found out that the goddamn motherfuckers can turn off the nukes anyway. You is late as fuck on all this information. I'm gonna need you to stop tomorrow. Chill the fuck out.
And James is speaking about nuclear war.
Thank you, Flawless, because when you only watch Fox News, the first thing you do is you get out of your truck and you watch Fox News. That lets me know that you are an NPC. You're not important. You realistically have got most of your great talking points from coming in 40 acres and listening to some real intellectuals that know what the fuck is going on. I didn't say anything about a fucking nuclear war kicking off. First of all, if you know war, nuclear bombs don't have to be dropped for a war. America is at war right now with itself, and the American people are at war with each other. And I'm telling you, people like you, I'll be at war with when these goddamn people in America are at a war for instance. And if they listen to people like you, they will be led down the wrong road. You will get somebody sent to a FEMA camp. You will get somebody hurt with your bullshit narratives. Let me land my UFO on this. You didn't know enough not to take that motherfucking vaccination, sir. Don't reach for my crown. I'm a pure blood. You are corrupted and a property of the federal fucking government.
Lift off on my Apache, because I'm about to start Dustin is shooting up niggas.
He got vaccinated. He got that shot in his head, y'all. He said he pulled over to take the shot so he could go on a cruise.
What?
So you ain't even an original no more, nigga. You done got the shot.
You might as well do some Morris code.
You ain't even an original no more.
He's a transhuman. He's a transhuman. That's what he is.
You're a trans nigga, man.
A trans negro.
How the hell you gonna be a trans nigga, man?
He's a trans negro.
Hey, James, he an asset.
He belongs. Listen, I get it now. He belongs. 100%.
Hey, James, do not lean on your own understanding, okay?
Exactly. So hold on. Hey, y'all, hold on. Y'all just hit something on the head. Hold on, y'all just woke something up. Now, when you don't listen to that voice that's in your head telling you, don't go into a doctor's office, bend over and take a shot up the ass, that's what happens to you, son.
Lean not, my brother. Just lean not to your own understanding. Because we already see your understanding is out of this world. And what I've already figured out about you, James, you are one of the best campfire storytelling black ass niggas I've ever met in my life.
No, nigga, I'm the best campfire telling nigga story in here.
Ray, let the niggas go in it, man. Stay out of this shit, man.
Shit, I like to instigate.
He's a campfire storytelling black ass s'mores making nigga.
The man I really snapped the shit out of Jamal.
Damn.
Let's get some logs and let's get around the fire and listen to Uncle James tell us some stories. We ain't got no TV. We all got is look up at the stars and listen to James talk old fable tales about U.S. government and Epstein files.
Hey, cool. We'll get around the campfire. First, I'm gonna start 2019, 2020, COVID-19. When these people came on television and told you to take a goddamn shot for something that you never needed in your body. And what you did was you didn't do what the motherfucking average black indigenous American, we didn't take that shit. We knew about the Tuskegee experiment. We knew how they created HIV. We know how they sprayed the black community with chemicals. We know what happened in San Francisco with the fog machines and chemical warfare. We know about the Mississippi River being used with those same fog machines to put in chemicals in the black community that produce cancer. See, these are things that you wouldn't know because you turn on Fox News and you said, hey, Donald Trump said the vax was okay. Let me go in here and see my doctor, bend over and take a shot up the ass. You are not a human being anymore. You are actually a patent of the United States military industrial complex. Hold on, Red. Jamal bent over and took his COVID shot straight up the ass. These are his words, not mine. He took it right up the ass. Okay? And 100% a position that I think he's very familiar with.
All right. James, wait a minute. Ain't that called an asset, James? When the government own you, ain't that an asset?
Oh yeah,
they own that ass.
He's the top asset. He's the top asset.
They own this set of ass.
Nigga.
They own that set of ass.
You wouldn't know how that would look because your face looks like ass cheeks. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Now, as far as your
she said your face look like ass cheeks. I wouldn't take that, James.
I look better than Jamal. All five of his boys put together. Jamal is a actual. Don't compete where you don't compare. Sorry, sir.
All right.
Sorry. Try again.
James ain't light skinned.
Hold on, Red. The woman Jamal married would have been a woman I would have called at 2 in the morning and never called her again.
once these files are revealed by the Iranians, we was going to have World War III because every American is going to go crazy over seeing white kids getting assaulted. That's what you said. Everybody heard you say that.
That's the lie.
That's what you said. You said the whole country was going to go to hell.
We don't give a fuck about white kids.
That's right. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Because that's what I was saying. Well, if you got every Nickelodeon white kid in America and have them videotape, I don't think that would fuck with my day at all.
It wasn't just white kids out there. There were black kids. So stop acting like that.
I seen them.
You know, it just lets it made you do that shit every time. It ain't nothing but white kids on the Epstein Island. Go. Did you just
listen, I told you that we was on the island, but they wasn't doing the same thing to us that they were hunting us.
They was hunting us, Red.
Yeah, they was hunting us. Yeah, that's what I said. They was hunting us, but they was doing all the little sick sacrifice and shit to the white people, but they was hunting us.
And I'm gonna do this like this. I know white folks like you know white folks. If white folks ever got the gumption to hunt a nigga, shoot a rifle, or hang a nigga's neck, you know one of the things that they always want to do? I know whiteys. I know a white motherfucker. He gonna want to videotape it. And I ain't seen no videotape footage of it, so I call that.
Hey, so look, hold on. Let me say this. Hold on, Jamal. Let me say this, right? Because that was the stupidest shit that you could ever fucking fathom in your mind. That to think that if I'm a sick motherfucker, right? If I'm a sick ass nigga who doing shit, and I want to do this in secret, right? And I don't want nobody to know. What the fuck make you think I'm gonna film it and put it on tape so that one day somebody could possibly get a hold to it and watch it? Why, Jamal? Why would you think just be, hold on, Jamal. Why would you think just because, hold on, Jamal. Why would you think just because a sick motherfucker don't film it that it ain't going on? That's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
No white folks. Hey, have you ever heard of taxidermy? I don't know if you've ever heard of that before.
You know what? No, hold on. Listen, Jamal. Jamal. I know niggas. Now, niggas film everything because niggas want everybody to know that they was involved, they was somewhere, I'm here. Now, niggas film everything. You talking about white folks filming their crimes. Why, Jamal? Why would they do that? Listen. That shit crazy to me.
You still ain't said yes or no.
That ain't got shit to do with what you just said, Jamal.
A taxiderm. You know what that is?
You know what an epiderm is?
Yeah.
Hold on.
They stuff
You know what an epiderm is, nigga?
Hold on. Let me make my point.
You know what an epiderm is?
Put yourself in the line.
Shoot, nigga, I said that shit was stupid.
Let me shoot you back to the wall.
I can handle my own.
All right, well then let's
I can take your big back. I can take your big back ass out.
let's
I don't need no help taking your goddamn grunt, taking your ancient mama ankles ass out. I don't need no help.
You can handle this. If a white motherfucker kill a deer and taxiderm it and put it on his wall, if he was able to put niggas,
why would he put a nigga head on his wall though, Jamal?
Wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute.
I'm trying to make sense of this shit.
Able to hunt a nigga and have him chase him and send dogs after him and run and get a shotgun and shoot a nigga. I guarantee it'll be some belts. I guarantee it'll be some shoes. I guarantee it'll be some video. Because that would be the most adventurous shit that a white man could ever do. And I guarantee you there would be some evidence of it.
No, it's not.
And for all of this shit you talking.
Why? Listen, Jamal. Listen. Why would you think that someone
would leave or record evidence of some gruesome ass murderous shit that they want to be a secret. We ain't talking about a nigga who want to get caught. We ain't talking about a nigga who want to leave breadcrumbs for the FBI to find him. We talking about people who don't want to be found, who don't want people to know what they doing. Why in the fuck did they film themselves, Jamal?
Talking about it.
That don't even make sense, Jamal. Okay, so let me ask you this, Jamal. Let me ask you this. Hold on, Jamal. Let me ask you. If you committed a crime, listen, hold on, Jamal. Listen. If you committed a crime, would you record it?
That's what I thought.
If you committed a crime, would you record it?
Black ass.
If you committed a crime, would you record it, Jamal? See, this thing ain't answering me. If you committed a crime, would you record it, Jamal?
The crime when niggas on this stage be talking about.
That ain't what I asked you. That ain't what I'm asking you. I said if you committed a crime, Jamal, would you record it? If you went out and you murked a nigga, you shot a nigga, would you record this shit? And keep the video in your phone? Would you do that?
Exactly.
That's what I thought, stupid ass nigga. Stop saying dumb shit, because you wouldn't even do that. You would not do that, Jamal. You wouldn't do that.
Instagram Live.
But you wouldn't do that, Jamal.
But here's the thing that I'm trying
and anybody that does that is stupid, Jamal.
If a white motherfucker had a private island, and
why would he film it?
Why wouldn't he?
See, now I know what they be saying about your freaky ass. Yeah, I see what y'all be saying now.
You see now, Red? You see?
I see that.
My nigga.
That's my.
Because ain't no way in the hell you would figure the much private of these people is. If they wanted to be known, nigga, they wouldn't have went to an island. If they wanted us to know, they wouldn't have went to an island.
I mean, to be fair, they do have videos out there where they have recorded stuff like that. Y'all, what is that? Who was that? Matter of fact, I think that was Cece that was telling us about a video. And that was going around the industry where they sacrificed these, and she knew it was real because it was a friend of hers. Yeah. So I mean, they do. I mean, to be fair, they do record shit.
Yeah, and then Isaac Cappy, when Isaac Cappy released it, you seen those little girls in that ceremonial room, dressed in those little rags.
I've seen a bunch of videos,
yeah,
right?
so they're still out there.
But I'm talking about,
what you
be quiet. Hold on, Jamal. But see, I seen all of the video because I've even seen like kids sitting in tanks with the water filling up. I seen kids been hung upside down. Like you can see the silhouette of it. Nigga, shut up.
Auntie James.
I didn't necessarily see the child, but you can see the silhouette of the child hanging upside down. You can see somebody that's standing there with like an electric probe shocking the child, right?
This nigga want to make my point.
Shut the fuck up, nigga, because again, I haven't seen a video, Jamal. I haven't seen a video of what you're saying. Some sick shit where they're actually a child on camera. That I haven't seen, Jamal.
My motherfucking point.
That I haven't seen, Jamal. I ain't seen no child get murdered on camera.
But why would you want to see that?
No. That's what Jamal said. Jamal said that that's what they filmed. Jamal said if they did it, they gonna show it.
You fucking idiot. I'm telling you that's some bullshit. I'm telling you that's some hearsay. I'm telling you
that's some hearsay. But you just said. This nigga just said.
Anybody doing that, you fucking imbecile. They would be
imbecile because we literally just told you, and there's all types of evidence out there, and you're still looking for it.
Still arguing.
Like the shit, if it was a snake, it would have bit you in your ass.
Exactly. See, let me say something real quick.
That's the only
and listen, I never said that they wasn't doing it. What I said was the shit that Jamal talking about, they not putting that shit on film.
Hey, Red, let's put it in its proper context. The reason, hold on. See, this is what we missing. And I'm not gonna let this pass. The reason why these people were going to that island, to the ranch, and to these other places was for a level of secrecy. These people did not know that Epstein had the whole place wired with cameras. They did not know. That is the whole point of counterintelligence, dummy. You have to be stupid to not know that this has happened in the past.
And that's not them doing it, that's him doing it. Because most of the people didn't even know that their ass was on camera. So how could they knowingly say, well, yeah, I'm about to go in here and film me doing this to this girl? Boy, like, that's what I'm telling Jamal. They are not filming shit like that.
But I thought that Jeffrey was so that he can blackmail him now. Wait.
Right, and that's our point, Erica. And what I'm telling Jamal is, he is saying that the average person, hold on, Jamal. Jamal is saying the average person that's going to the island, they are the ones who deliberately putting this shit on film, and that's not true. They are being filmed.
You don't got to translate what I'm saying. I know exactly what I'm saying.
And you was wrong.
Are idiots. If you think that people is out here chasing people, black people around with guns and killing them.
Nigga, they been doing
this.
Nigga, they been doing this shit, nigga, since, nigga, what the fuck is nigga, look how many police officers done chased niggas down and shot niggas in the back with no gun. What they talking about?
Other motherfucking Neanderthals word for it.
This nigga. So you mean to tell me in 2011, the worst year since Jim Crow, nigga, 500 and some fucking murders is the result of fucking police brutality, and you gonna tell me that what niggas ain't being hunted? You are fucking retarded.
Take you and James's word for that?
You ain't gotta take my word for it. Look it up.
I'm not going.
Look it up. Look how many niggas died in that 1 year in 2011 from police brutality.
I'm done with Jamal. He is slow as Yogi Bear. I'm done with
him. I was slow enough to take two motherfucking mean ass imbeciles, head buckling ass motherfuckers.
Nigga ain't spell imbecile.
Motherfucking imbecile.
But your ass can't spell imbecile.
FBI data crime stats, good brother, and independent.
You want some smoke too?
Wait, brother. I'm telling you. Let me finish. You gotta
he gonna let you answer.
Right. That nigga mad. Why you mad at Don? Damn.
I just popped back up. I was in the room just now hanging out with some Christians and having a discussion with them about
well, you better go back with the Christians. Because niggas is...
Let me finish.
You're not winning this debate.
To the father from the child and yada yada yada, from the father to the child, yada yada yada. And the guy started calling me a dummy and an idiot, and I'm just like, bro, we having a conversation, man. I'm not trying to be rude, and he's like, you're an idiot. But here, the point I want to say, Jamal, is this here. Hold on, Jamal. The point I want to say is this here, to the point that R9 made, because that's something when he said it, I was like, oh, I've actually looked at that. I've actually looked at data from reputable organizations that track the stats, man, as well as FBI. I know people are going to say, well, Don, you trust the FBI? Hell no, I don't trust the FBI. It's just something to look at to gauge where things are at. Yeah, we take it all with a grain of salt. But there is data to show that there is a disproportionate, brother, when it comes to cops shooting black males and black women. It's proportionate. I
haven't said nothing about no cops. I'm a victim of police brutality.
But you said that they not out here hunting black people in the open, and I said they've been hunting us. And that's the proof, Jamal.
You was a victim of police brutality. We don't believe your vaxxed up ass. Keep going, Doug.
Yeah, I got money in the bank to prove it, nigga.
So your money proves you got an ass whooping?
Hold on,
Don, trying to finish. Go ahead, Don.
Personally, I'm gonna say, because that's just the stats, and that's just the I can pull those stats up, bro. I can do that. Okay, listen, I'm not picking that up. I looked at that shit, but personally, when it comes to what somebody was saying about the blackmail, that's what I always thought it was personally, because I don't believe that
like Bill Clinton, whatever this freaky ass nigga, this weird ass nigga was doing. I don't believe that his weird ass went there and was like, yeah, videotape this.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no.
That's what I'm saying, Don.
It's like what you were saying that this motherfucker Epstein nigga. I mean, look, this dude was high level with that shit, bro. Worldwide, he's got cameras in the wall that you'll never find.
He got cameras in faces and pictures and shit, all type of shit.
So you in there, you thinking it's private, you think you finna do this fucking low life, the hold up.
The same as this.
Bro, just let me land the plane, bro. You think you in that room, you think you finna do some low life, disgusting ass shit to where you need to rot in hell for it to eternity, and you thinking nobody's gonna know. Meanwhile, this nigga videotaping you, and he's got found like what did Nino Brown say? I'm putting all you niggas in jail. He got found with all you niggas.
And that's the point that I was making. The average nigga who's going to the island, not going to the island like, hey, where the cameras at? Y'all come on, so let's. No, that's not happening. Epstein is filming every fucking body unbeknownst to them. He got everybody on film. So the films that we're seeing is not in the persons who's doing the act. It's they not are the ones who like, yeah, let me get this on my good side over here. Let me stand in the light. Like, they're not posing or the ones that's saying, let's put this shit on camera. Because if they knew that this shit was on camera, they wouldn't even do certain shit. If they knew that they were being filmed, none of the shit that they was doing that was caught on camera would be on camera. And that's a fact, because that's just like if motherfuckers is.
And I'm gonna be as calm as I can. I just want you to explain one thing to me. All of that shit was redacted, right? So it was shit that you basically had to read and leave to your imagination, because most of the shit, 90% of it, was redacted. Now you read this redacted shit on the internet. And then you and James get together and roast marshmallows behind the campfire. And y'all start talking about shit for hours. Yeah, they did this. Yeah, they was doing that. And I think this. And I think that. And then, when you get into a court of law, they punch you motherfuckers out the goddamn door like you was a Green Bay Packer with a cheese head on. You motherfuckers ain't got a motherfucking sliver of evidence. You or James. Cheese head.
The same motherfucker who said they put it on videotape, so where are the videotapes?
I never said they was shit.
Lets me know.
You did, nigga. You just said they filmed it.
Because they accidentally released
they filmed it, Jamal. That's what we arguing about, Jamal.
You don't know what you're talking about.
That's what we arguing about, Jamal. You the one saying that they filmed it.
You would have heard me say that it's no way in hell any of this shit took place, and if they did do it, there would be some video.
They filmed it. If you saying they so where the films at, Jamal? Because you said that.
I'm asking the two imbeciles who say that it happened. I say it didn't happen at all.
It just lets me know you didn't go look in the files and you.
Yeah, that mean you didn't read nothing, Jamal.
That's a dummy right there.
Yeah, that mean you didn't read nothing, Jamal. Now listen. Now I don't agree with everything that they saying that happened or the shit that they putting on people, but come on now, it's some shit in there that is unrefutable. It's some shit in them files that just unrefutable, bro.
You know what they did? I'm gonna tell you something. Now, this is what I agree to. I agree to this. When they carted that Prince, whatever his motherfucking name was, when they snatched his motherfucking white ass out of there, you know what that was for? That was for pedophilia. That's because they had some evidence, proof, and videotape footage.
Nigga, we seen the little naked boy jump out of the window.
And that's why they put his dumb ass in jail.
That ain't. I still remember that. Hell, if I had to listen, if a nigga asked me that I seen it, I'ma testify and say, yeah, nigga, I seen it. I seen the shit on TV when the nigga jumping out the window.
About Jay-Z. And Jay-Z ain't did shit.
How the hell you know that?
You don't know that. It's in the files, and I got the FBI investigation.
Because that ain't what Foxy. Listen, hold on, Jamal. That's not what Foxy Brown said. That's not what Charlie Baltimore said. Right? That's not what. Okay.
Hold up for 1 second.
Now what Aaliyah said.
Yeah, we're gonna kill this right now.
Say too much or nothing.
Hold on, right here. We're gonna kill this right now. He said, hold on, right now. We're gonna kill this right now. I want you to hear this, Jamal. I want you to hear this. It says the evidence regarding Jeffrey F. I asked specifically objective evidence. I say the evidence, this is what it says. The evidence regarding Jeffrey Epstein's surveillance habits have moved from rumor to objective documented fact. Through the recent mass release of millions of Department of Justice deal outs under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, we now have evidence, including internal emails, police records, and released video clips that Epstein maintained an extensive secret recording network across his properties. The objective evidence of secret recordings, Palm Beach hidden cameras, and an email exchange from February 2014 shows Epstein explicitly instructing an aide to install 3 motion detectors, hidden cameras. The aide confirmed the installation, stating he was hiding the cameras inside Kleenex boxes. Newly analyzed video from the DOJ dump shows grainy footage from Epstein's Palm Beach office, including interactions between a man believed to be Epstein and various women. New York townhouse surveillance. Police and FBI records confirmed that at least 3 cameras were mounted in Epstein's New York bedroom and adjoining rooms. A ground floor command center contained monitors displaying real-time feeds from throughout the mansion, the island, Little St. James, while full blackmail tapes involving high-profile guests.
He's reading this right now.
Hold on, bro. Let me get it, bro, because we're going straight to the island with this one. While full blackmail tapes involving high-profile guests have been released to the public, the DOJ files include drawn footage and over 2,000 videos seized from Epstein's devices. Expert testimony and survivor depositions have long maintained that cameras were integrated into the infrastructure of the island's property. Evidence item 1B60, document released in early 2026, revealed a major controversy where the FBI authorized the destruction of the master recording 1B60 of jail surveillance from the night of Epstein's death.
God damn, nigga, what you read?
Oh, I'm sorry, no.
Hold on for a second.
ChatGPT. Hold up for a second. What these guys try to do, you give them something, they try to act like, what does that mean? What does it have to do with anything? No. What it shows is, at least based on what I just read, it is beyond a rumor now that this dude definitely had surveillance, hidden around all his properties, including that island, and he had everything wired up in surveillance. That is not a rumor anymore. So your idea that he wasn't videotaping people, I know what you got.
We got you done. So now, if that was the case, now everybody on this stage, there's about 150 people in this room, at least 100 in the room right now, and all of us heard you stutter and skip through all of that you just read. And what I heard read that island. You damn right. Yeah, you read clearer than a motherfucker as far as I'm concerned. Look, you can almost be a newscaster, but you can't do no freelance talking because that's the stuttering problem. Forget it. Never mind. Look, what I read is that there was cameras all over the island. There was cameras in different places.
That the people who were being filmed didn't know about.
Please do not interrupt me, brother. Please. Lean not to your own understanding. Hold on, brother.
Because your ass don't understand what was just read.
Hold on, black brother. And now, what I heard you say was it was surveillance all over the islands, even in code word James's ass Kleenex box. All right. Now, because there was Kleenex boxes with cameras in them and code words everywhere, cameras all on the walls. Now, with all of this video and a lot of redacted statements, why? And I want you to think about this before you answer it. Why has no one been carted in
Because they got to get through looking at all the evidence. They got to get through looking at all the emails.
That's his question.
Hold on. They had the evidence for 10 years. It's been 10 years. Well, excuse me, 8. They've had it for 8 years. That's 2 president terms. They've had the evidence. They've looked at the videotape footage. They went into the island, scoured the island. They ain't found a bone yet. Nothing that we know about. They scoured the island and the videotape footage. They ain't arrested Jay-Z or Beyonce or any of the other motherfuckers. You know what else they haven't done? They haven't shown the thing but a bunch of redacted fucking paperwork. But imaginary motherfucking campfire ass niggas. You campfire s'mores making ass niggas. Love sitting on Clubhouse. Love cooking it up.
Nigga, you do too, cause your ass on here.
Ain't you in here right now?
Retarded ass nigga.
Making the thing
and you are right now. Regular up in this thing. You a regular, nigga. You a regular. You a subscriber ass nigga.
You some makeup artist.
And your ass is a hairdresser.
And I'm gonna give you that.
And that's a double with that black strap molasses. Stop.
That's a double entendre. When I say makeup artist, I'm not talking about
my hairdresser calling me a makeup artist.
That's her question. Did you finish asking the question?
There's top makeup.
Nigga, ask the question.
So my question to you two makeup artists,
man, Winnie the Pooh, get your fat ass off the mic. You are slow as fuck.
I land.
That was a crash landing as fuck.
Alright.
Fat ass.
It's a bunch of powerful people, good sir, and they're protecting each other. That's why nobody's in jail.
That's why nobody went to jail.
First of all, Lexer's all up in there. They had the fucking the integration, the engagement shit. I played the video earlier. The fucking Bath and Body Works, Victoria's Secret's motherfucker, off man is all up in there. These motherfuckers, and they threw him under the bus. They throwing everybody they can under the bus, especially what's her name, Pam Bondi. Yeah, threw that ass right up under the bus because she didn't know what to do at the damn hearing. But look, he ain't got to believe it, but the shit has been happening for a very, very long time. Very long time.
Ain't talking about niggas been had the evidence. The reason why ain't nobody went to jail, because you can't send niggas to jail with half a story. All of the files and the videos and shit, they didn't go, nigga. It's still, listen, man. It's still, listen, hold on. It's still evidence and people still coming forward. New evidence is still being found today. So how in the hell they gonna prosecute a motherfucker? That's just like they would have locked a nigga up, then some more shit come out 4 years after this nigga in jail and in prison and come to find out, well, damn, he didn't have everything to do with what the fuck we locked him up for. It's some more niggas out here that's doing it too. And we done locked this nigga up.
James, check your back chat right quick. I'm gonna send this to Eric.
That's why ain't nobody went to jail.
Hey Jamal, I got a question, man. Do you believe that back in the days that they fed babies to alligators?
Absolutely, I believe that. Yes, I do.
Okay. Okay, hold up, bro. Do they have videos up?
There wasn't no video footage, but we know it was evidence of that.
The same tyrannical people that did that are the same ones that go on that island and hunt these kids, man.
And your standard right now that
you only got half a story, brother.
Wait. Your standard right now is that,
you just have a storytelling.
Hold on. Your standard is that, nobody's in jail right now. Why is anybody in jail? Well, there's a problem with that because the bottom line is just because people are not in jail don't mean that people are not guilty of a crime, sir. There are plenty of people who need to be in jail right now, but
parents aren't mad enough. People aren't mad enough. Shit ain't stopping. People still being able to make their money. People still being able to do what they want to do. When y'all shut this shit down because of the children, then heads will start rolling. But ain't nobody mad enough yet. 100%. Ain't nobody mad enough yet. Everybody just want to talk about it and read what's redacted and what's not redacted. But when you shut shit down because of these children, then maybe you'll see some justice.
100%.
Real quick, you make people think about who the fuck be organizing all these protests and shit. Because how the fuck there's organized protests for everything fucking else except for this?
That's a great point, I am. Great fucking point. And listen, I just want to go ahead and seal this up real quick. Because this is real information. You want to know why ain't nobody in jail? I'm going to give you an example. So the young lady that won her lawsuit against the Trump administration, I believe her name was Virginia, starts with a G last name, right? So she wins her lawsuit. She commits suicide. She commits suicide in 2025. Her mother had spoken to the FBI back in the late 90s, mid-90s, early 2000s. With her mother being the only survivor able to testify to this information about Donald Trump. 24 hours before she's set to testify, someone kidnaps her from an assisted living place. That woman is still missing today. That's not a campfire story. That's a fact. Now, to a Neanderthal and a vaxxed up person, this stuff sounds like Chinese or Mandarin. But I'm speaking clear fucking English. There are people that are coming up missing behind these Epstein files. There are people that are ending up on posters behind these Epstein files. There are family members associated with those women whose names weren't redacted. You would think the government would try to protect the women, but they didn't. They put their names out there, and then they blocked out all of the people that were said to be abusing them. That's why nobody's going to jail right now, because witnesses are being silenced, people are being killed, and if you don't believe it, just go see what Fox News said. How do you not know this information, Jamal? All you do is turn on Fox News. Fox News stated this, ran a whole story on this woman's mother being kidnapped before she was set to testify and give her statement on Donald Trump again. Wow.
Hey, Jack, hey, Jamal, check this out. Epstein, check this out, Jamal. Epstein was in, man, miraculously hung himself. Miraculously, both guards miraculously sleep at the same time. The cameras in the jail, there's no camera footage in the jail. There has been no autopsy, and there was no funeral for Epstein. What about that?
All that, I don't have. I actually agree with you.
That's how you know he ain't fucking dead.
I agree. I think he's alive. I do.
Because who the fuck went to it? What famous person you know? Out of all these bitches that hang with him, friends, which one grieved and went to his funeral? Did anybody? Because that would have been the biggest story ever. No, he got friends now. But I'm just saying, which one of those sick motherfuckers grieved openly?
They're not showing up.
He still got family members, y'all.
I believe who in their right man gonna go to that man's funeral, bro?
His family.
Nobody.
Epstein got family, y'all.
Who was his family?
The Epstein. He had a brother.
Epstein got family. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all think the nigga just an orphan?
Did they come in the
I think, what the hell's wrong with y'all?
He's an incubator baby. He's an incubator baby.
Okay, that's fine, but that don't mean that he don't have children and he didn't come from somewhere. So he still got a family.
Nobody knows who his children is, though.
Of course y'all don't. Why would he tell y'all? That still mean that he don't got kids.
You didn't hear about the ranch? You didn't hear about the Zorro Ranch?
Yeah, listen. So from my knowledge, Shia LaBeouf and Shia LaBeouf's sister are Epstein's children.
And the Island Brothers.
No. The Island Boys was motherfucker that he doing stuff too, but
those are
Shia LaBeouf and Shia LaBeouf twin sister are said to be quote unquote Epstein's children. Because actually I think because it's Epstein's father is Epstein daddy had a baby by his daughter or some shit. However that shit go. However that sick shit go.
Island Boys, them two boys is his sons. Those two twin brothers is his boys. Those are his boys.
The Island Boys are his sons. Come on, man.
Yeah, I ain't saying that, but Shia LaBeouf and Shia LaBeouf's sister. Shia LaBeouf even said himself that him and his sister are Epstein's children.
Yes, so don't even watch the video earlier that was posted in the room about Zorro Ranch, where it's a lab that he had there. And he was doing genetic and cloning and all types of experiments out there. Y'all didn't watch that video?
Yeah, definitely checked it out. And this ranch is alleged to be connected to the Dulce base. And it has the underground tunnels. It's alleged. I'm telling you, this is why. And now listen, this is why they're saying let me backtrack. First of all, there have been no Kidabra dogs that have been taken to Epstein Island, Zorro Ranch, the mansion, or Mar-a-Lago. That has been blocked. So when you talk about they search that, yeah, because Kidabra dogs find dead bodies, dummy.
I know.
Exactly. So my point to this is that until you can get some Kidabra dogs on these residents, because it's more than rumored that there are two girls that are their parents are in the files, and they speak about how they hired a private investigator, and it led them directly to that ranch and their bodies being buried there. They've been blocked from having Kidabra dogs being.
Why you don't think that?
When you watch the video that was posted in here earlier, they was excavating up there too. They had excavators, so some shit was going on. It's a big ass cover up. The motherfucker is not dead, and motherfuckers is acting like everything is okay.
Yeah, the FBI was up there. They was up there. And that's why I don't understand with James, with all of his back shadowy internet shit that he knows, you would know that the FBI was up there scouring, tearing up shit. They had
Kidabra dogs. They had Kidabra dogs.
What would they bring? Why would they?
She said excavators. She didn't say Kidabra dogs. See, that's how I know you're slow. You are fucking slow.
Because those dogs specifically look for corpses.
He is dumb.
Fucking dumb. What was they doing?
Man, you lost before you ever came in this room. You're one of the dumbest people on this app. You took a shot up the ass. Don't compete where you don't compare. You fat Winnie the Pooh looking motherfucker.
That's the best you've been doing all night. Big brickhead motherfucker. Look, I've been tearing your ass up all day long.
Yeah, you and that
Jamal, don't say that out loud.
Pause. You see how he does? He loves to bend over. You love to bend over for men and take shots, don't you, Jamal? Tell him about it, Jamal. See how Jamal.
Hey, told you, Jamal, some shit you just can't say now.
Cadaver face motherfucker.
I told you, Jamal, some shit you just can't say.
Wide nose cadaver face ass motherfucker.
All right, that's nice. I mean, you just said that Jesus Christ. Can we please get back? Anybody got anything on the topic?
Jesus.
Oh, that
lean not. And lean
I don't understand. Jamal, that's gonna go to the coup.
I'm still my shit.
Jamal, go on mute. You got something on Iran? You got something on the war? You got something on the safety of the country? What we should be doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Where we're at with Iran, in my opinion, is that Iran don't have a leg to stand on, and they ain't got no muscle because the Russians is basically in talks right now with Ukraine. They trying to end the war over there in Ukraine. You haven't heard much about it, but the Russians have been in talks for the last 2 weeks with Mark Rubio. So they over there trying to settle up that other shit. So the Russians ain't gonna jump into nothing with Iran. The Chinese is hot because they need that oil. And I think what they're going to be forced to do is they're going to have to, well, here's a big word for you, they're going to have to capitulate. That's almost like spelling, but capitulate. And they're going to have to break down. I could spell it. If I wanted to, I just ask Google.
gang motherfuckers.
I got a phone. I got a smartphone.
Niggas ain't gonna use his tools on y'all ass. He gonna ask Google that.
Nigga said, I can speak.
I'm talking about Jamal. That's not the same video game.
These motherfuckers is gonna have to capitulate and buy the oil from us because they need that Venezuelan oil. So they're going to have to go ahead and capitulate and work with us. And we're not going to sell to them at the low price that they was getting it at, but they're going to still get it, and they got the money to get it. And so I don't think that is going to cause a world war because they have to pay a little more for the oil. I don't think that's going to affect it the way that, Campfire James might think. I'll land.
Y'all still let Jamal talk in this motherfucker, man.
And hey, Jamal is the only one on stage who is not a human being. He is just
He's a bear.
He's an overgrown Yogi Bear.
The nigga's a bear.
Negroes are not gonna go back to this bullshit.
That nigga's an American Christian.
Please talk on the damn topic. Y'all be messing with Jamal all day. Ain't gonna come back around. I promise you.
Hey, I've been shooting.
You know, it ain't Eric. That's the one person that ain't gonna come back around.
If anybody look like a bear, it's this nigga AC.
There you go. Jamal, you already distracted.
And what you was scaring the camera when you took that picture of Jamal with your hands up like that.
Across the head. That's me blocking all them punches y'all be throwing. In motion.
You need to block that fat, nigga.
Nigga, you need to block that funky breath of yours and put some Colgate on that brush.
Nah, you got gingivitis.
Nah, nigga, please. Nigga talking with gum disease gonna talk to me about some gingivitis.
That's why you ain't pussing all them years.
Here you go.
I just cannot. Y'all so nasty.
They don't want to let them bum gums touch that pussy. They got bum gums.
And that is the thing for real.
Every time that is a thing for real. They got bum gums.
A urinary tract infection fucking with you.
Nah, fucking with you.
I left this bitch for an hour and came back, and y'all still.
It's Jamal. Nigga got a life, bro.
What Jamal talking about, man?
Nothing. Trying to drive a life.
I'm a land right here. Catcher's mitt.
You ain't saying that shit for the last hour and a half. It still ain't landing.
Jamal look like E40. It's E50.
Nah, that nigga look like he's 7.
Hey, who said E50?
Nigga look like E47 and a half.
You want to keep cracking, man.
Yeah, the big weeble wobble. Call that nigga big weeble wobble.
That nigga look like Long Johns. That nigga
gonna call your ass big weeble wobble from now on, Jamal.
Them damn Long Johns talking about you got some jeans, some denim.
Hey, but your ass wear Route 66 jeans.
Hey man, but what kind of what Erica was just talking about though, for real, man. I had a friend, man, and he all of a sudden just out of nowhere got deployed. We don't know where he went to. There's been a lot of soldiers that's been getting deployed, man. So then we got these carriers going over here, and so. What do y'all really think about this war, man? Could World War III really be drumming up? I mean, we talk about it, but could it really be happening now?
I got a couple of homeboys in the military, and they getting deployed too, man.
Did y'all niggas go join the fight, or y'all just don't watch it on TV?
I'm gonna watch that shit on TV, brother.
Yeah, because I don't plan on helping nobody.
So you guys,
did I hear that right? That's two different people who have said they got people and friends or family in the military or being deployed.
Yeah.
And they don't know where one of LeBron said he didn't know where they went. I want to ask the other brother who said that, do you know where they're being deployed to?
No, when his wife told me about it, she said he don't know where he going. So
Iran.
And they probably sent his ass to goddamn Iran or Israel.
Okay, now when you can read the tea leaves, you can see that once you see that military personnel are moving all around the fucking country and around the globe in secrecy, there is something going on.
No doubt.
Do not listen to anyone in this world that took that goddamn vaccination. I'll land on that.
Okay. So just the other day, I did read to y'all that Israel is drafting. It's another class in their society. It starts with the H. I forgot what it's called, but if you go look it up, or I'll drop a link for y'all. But they are already drafting as well. And also, I just seen press conference with Trump. Y'all, he's doing a 10% global tariff right after. I thought they said he couldn't. It was unlawful. Didn't they say it was unlawful or something? Because he just said he's about to do a whole global tariff.
Yeah, no, they only said that he can't use the emergency protection clause to tariff everybody, but they still have the tariff we already have, and that's what he said he's going to use.
Well, it's a 10% global tariff, y'all.
I was thinking, bro, fuck Carnival, you can go ahead over there and be a platoon cook. Get over there and get you some work in that way.
So are you guys not concerned about what could possibly happen here in America with the suicide bombers that are already on our land here now?
Absolutely, brother.
I mean, listen, bro, what else can we do other than retaliate? Shoot back, what? What else we gonna do?
James did have the mic. Y'all go let James finish.
I thought I heard somebody ask a question.
James was answering it.
Brother Kenny, to answer your question, brother, and to answer it in a way that we can all understand. Listen. Brother K, do me a favor. I had to take that. Do me a favor. Ask that one more time. What was your question? Never mind. I got you.
Okay.
Are we worried about the war that could potentially break out on our soil? Correct?
Right.
Now, I spoke about this earlier. That, listen, you have Iran, right? When we dropped, the low bombs we dropped on them in 2025, which absolutely did nothing. They rebuilt those facilities. And if you know the logistics on Iran, they have deep underground military bases just like we do. And we did not destroy any of that. Now I'm going to go to what was coming out of Iran and what they specialize in. Specialize in hacking and hackers. They've got a hacker group called the 113 that works directly for the Ayatollah. They hacked Trump's Real Truth page in 2024. They hacked Microsoft, had to tell the rest of the world that our country is compromised and under cyber warfare that we are very weak. Now, what was Iran's response? That they were not concerned about the United States of America because we're the only dumbass country in the world that has had an open border policy where we bring in people from all around the world, known pedophiles, known gang members, known terrorists, known terrorists in general, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood. Every one of these factions has been identified by the FBI counterintelligence agency inside of the United States of America. So, Iran says they have sleeper cells inside of all 52 states in the United States of America. Americans shouldn't be worried about anybody from the outside doing anything to America. They're not dumb enough, but they don't have to be, because our country's sold out. Your government has let millions of terrorists in and out of this place. That's how they were even able to do 9/11. They were able to run the Oklahoma City bombing. That's how they're able to run these sleeper cell, what I would call, one more example. The gentleman.
I got a question when you do, James.
I got you. The gentleman that was down in New Orleans, in the area that the Mardi Gras is, right? What the average person doesn't know is not only was he under some kind of, I don't know who gave him the orders. Some say he just flipped out. I think it gives a look into what Iran was saying, right? Was that he killed a few people with his car. But what they didn't run in the media a lot was the fact that that street, for almost, I believe it was 800 meters, maybe a quarter of a mile, it was strapped with C4 on both sides of the street. Luckily, we had some good law enforcement that was down there that was able to stop that from being just maybe 4 or 5 people murdered to high traffic time where we could actually seen a couple hundred people be killed. So I'll land on this. You don't have to worry about Russia coming in the United States because they're already here. You don't have to worry about China because China's already here. You don't have to worry about Iran because we already let them in. You don't have to worry about anybody not smoke for the United States of America because your sold out ass Democrats and your demon ass Republicans for the last 50 fucking years have been letting these immigrants in and letting them do whatever the fuck they want to do as long as they do the government's bit. You're at war.
So look, y'all, I got a question, y'all. Listen,
let me state, the Iran hasn't touched a motherfucking thing where that Midnight Hammer bombing took place. They ain't touched shit. They have not dug out of nothing. I just Googled it and they have no proof of that.
Okay.
Anyway, Red, go ahead. Ask your question, brother.
Changing the subject. So I've been seeing this shit for like the last 2 months of this anomaly supposed to happen where the Earth is supposed to lose gravity for at least 7 seconds or some shit. They're predicting that it's, and I'm just going by some shit that this is what they're preparing for. You can say that it's fake news or this or that, but they ain't preparing for shit for nothing. So they are estimating for it to be between 40 to 80 million casualties, right? After this event happened. It's supposed to be later on this year in August when this event is supposed to happen. And the Earth is supposed to lose gravity for about 7 seconds. And then everything that's not held down to a certain point will be in its field until the gravity, come back or however this shit's supposed to go. But they are preparing for this shit, and it's supposed to happen this year in August. And I'm wondering, have people heard that or heard of this anomaly or this anti-gravity shit that's supposed to be happening all around? To where after this is when they saying, okay, after this event happened, society not gonna be the same no more. Stock markets is gonna crash. Economies are gonna crash. All this in the third, but all of this is supposed to be after this event happened. But I'm thinking that this is something that they're gonna plan to make it look like some other shit to cause this, little fake calamity and shit, and then usher in what they've been trying to do, like what I just said, economy crash, this, crash, that. But they're making some things orchestrated, making it look like some kind of natural event or some other shit.
Red, I appreciate that, but listen. I'm trying to get a clear understanding from knowledgeable people. Y'all changing this shit, man. This is why I can't really kind of stay on board with y'all.
I just said I'm changing the subject.
Oh, don't change the subject. We trying to stay on one subject right now.
You heard me say I'm about to change the subject.
Hey, I was trying to stop you, but you just took off, dog. Took off with this shit. But listen, so James,
it's impossible.
There's no way to prepare for what we know to come.
It's impossible. Only time the Earth loses gravity is when your big bubble head.
I believe in gravity, so we not talking about that right now.
Anyway, we were talking to James, and we were talking about preparing for what's to come, if there's anything to come. Do you have something to add in that realm? If not, please go on fucking mute.
Kev was just talking and they interrupted him.
I know.
That did.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
I think he's on the phone now.
Are you still there?
Hey, talking about Earth losing gravity.
Go ahead,
Jamal. We not talking about that, Jamal.
Go ahead, Kay.
Jamal, Erica just said we need to stay on topic. Stop that shit.
Kay, was you saying something, bro?
Nah, man, I got a call. Y'all go on.
No, but you go ahead. But we're trying to answer your question, bro.
No, I was just saying, I think it's a situation where we have to take things serious at this point. I remember earlier back doing we talked about this thing happening and what was to come with these sleeper cells in the U.S. I mean, I don't know. I've had an experience just the other day with one of those Iranian guys. I went into his store. He was very upset for no reason. Threw my goddamn money. Red flag for me. So I'm like, what the fuck is this guy? And I began to just notice around Memphis, man, they're throwing up these fucking bomb service stations all over the place. So are we crazy enough not to think that these things happen to our people and we don't prepare to fight back this soil? We just allow them to just do whatever. I think that the Bible says that we must stand watch for these things that we know that's to come. But we don't stand watch because we sit on this fucking app. You got intelligent people that give out good information, but we play all fucking day rather than prepare. So when do we begin to have conversation about preparing for what we know to come?
That's interesting you say that too, bro, because I've been noticing more and more that seeing these things where they're saying, make sure you're stocked up for at least 3 days. And, get prepared. It's a lot of prepping, supposed prepping that's supposed to be going on. And then when I start seeing these troops move, and they don't even know where they're going, and they can't say where they're going, man, there's something going on behind the scenes that we do not know about.
And then you're talking about preparing for what?
I tell you something else that I noticed. They talk English deficiency on trucks, right? They did not remove that was an immigrant out of these trucks. They only removed the raghead, the turbo tiles. That's what they removed out of the trucks. They didn't remove everyone. All those people that has this crazy shit on the side of their truck from the Middle East are the people that they removed out of the trucks. The rest of the immigrants are still going on with their day.
Okay, when you say that, right, I wanna make sure I gauge you correctly. Are you saying that they have left that they targeted a certain group and let the rest of the illegal immigrants just go on about their day. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Now,
yes, sir.
I'm so glad you woke that up, because I've been talking about this, how illegal immigration is not the fucking reason why they wanted ICE going around all your cities. You want the fact? You want to know what the truth is? They used ICE to go into these cities to train niggas and you freedom fighters and you pure blood that didn't take the vaccination. So when he's talking about preparing, first you got to understand the time that you're in. This government, this shadow government, doesn't see outsiders as the enemy. They see American citizens who are patriot as the fucking enemy. You're the enemy. And you know what the problem is, Kay? When you're preparing for things like this, you have to be around like-minded people. You can't be around somebody that's on CNN all goddamn day long. You can't be around somebody that enjoys Fox News narratives with their popcorn and their TV dinner and pot belly. You cannot be around these people. You have to be around people that know what's going on in this world, and they are willing to take action, even, Kay, if it's just your block. You understand what I'm saying? Even if it's you and your extended family who are like-minded, you be blessed in your endeavors and what is to come in the future. But I know that they're building these detention centers all around the United States of America. They have started building them effective immediately about 2 weeks ago. They are not building these detention centers for illegal immigrants. They're bringing in illegal immigrants as we speak right now. Those borders are wide open, you dummies. Bunch of dummies who thought that we would.
Let me interrupt you real quick. Okay, and you still got it. Support. This ain't Bible thumping. It's just telling you what this says in Army. The foreigners who reside among you will rise above higher and higher, but you will sink lower and lower. Will lend to you, but you will not lend to them. They will be the head and you will be the tail. They will pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you obey the Lord your God and observe the commandments and decrees he gave you. Alan.
Wow, bitch. That's what I'm talking about.
Who will be the tail, though? Because right now, I feel like we're the tail, because we don't run a damn thing.
Yeah. And I have a little take on that.
I mean, I honestly sincerely want to be the head one day or something. Head of the household, head of the country, head of everything, head of the community. But I don't think we are the head as a whole.
That's what it's saying. It said the foreigner is going to rise up above you. That's what it said. But I'm just going to say this, and this is just me. I personally perceive that if you look at the blessings in the first part, because we talk about who wrote the book and who's benefiting from, kind of like it was a blueprint, if you will. If you wrote the story, then you narrated it and you acted the shit right. If you look at verse 1 through however before it starts going into the curses, who's benefiting from these blessings? Okay, it's the Zionists, right? That's because if that's me, they obeyed the God of this world, who was rewarding them with these things. Because we've been taught, proselytized and indoctrined to the fact that we are cursed because we did not the Lord our God. I don't believe that. I think that it's because we said, fuck you. We're not to ascribe to that. We're not trying to
receive the earthly reward and shit like that. We said we're not doing it. And so we were cursed by the God of this world. And I'm just creating this narrative, when the person who they called Jesus Christ or Yeshua came on the scene and opening up the minds and the consciousness of the people and showing how you can detach yourself and remove yourself from these individuals, you will no longer be up under the curse. You got to free yourself from this world. You are in this world, you are not of it. You ain't cursed because you disobeyed the Lord your God. Allegedly cursed, and this is my thesis if I was to be Tertian, you are cursed because you are continually trying to follow the Lord their God. And that system was not created for you. So it ain't for you. Our ancestors said, no, we're not doing it. That's like, cool, fuck you then. This world is ours. But we have a greater inheritance that is not rooted and grounded in this earth, in the material, third dimensional, temporary things, which is why we are under attack, because we have eternal life. Okay? We're not earthbound. These motherfuckers cannot ascend. They are chained to the earth. You are the battery pack. You are the technology. And you the cure. That's why they sampling your ass like a smorgasbord. Your body parts are being donated, black marketed, your melanin, your blood, your children. Come on. Stop thinking you cursed because you didn't obey the Lord, your God. I'm going to land with that.
Hey, Kay, I don't know if you're still there, Kay, but when you said what you said about the truck drivers, you know what it made me think? That they were picking up sleeper cells. Those people, they either from Afghanistan, Iran, all of those type of people, those were the sleeper cells that they were picking up.
I'll give y'all this real quick, because this stat was taken, I believe it was last year, by the FBI. I think they documented 22,000 known terrorists. Now, I don't know how they identify them. I don't know if they're directly monitoring.
I know, them because they work for them.
And that's crazy.
They work for the government.
It's crazy that you said that, because I was thinking thing, but this is my point about it, is that there is not one country that is willing to sacrifice their people to attack America, right? There's not one. There's not even a shred of evidence that anybody wants to deal with America. Hold on.
Oh, my bad.
The problem is that America, which has sold its people out time and time again, envies China. America envies Russia. They envy North Korea. They envy the Third Reich. They envy Joe Stalin. And that's because they had total control over their slave-ass citizens. You'll get a credit score. If we don't think that you're saying the right things, you won't even be allowed to spend money outside of 5 miles of where you live at. This is how these places work. Where if you even speak out against the administration or the family that's in power, you have now sentenced your whole family, not some of your family, everybody will be going to a rock camp. And that's the least you might get is you all might just be executed as threaten the state's national security. I'm going to land on this. The United States of America, the shadow government is only at war with one country, and that is the United States of America itself and its people. And if the people don't wake up, and if you keep on with these Democrat and Republican narratives, and you keep on being happy that Caesar sprinkled some crumbs down into your hands, and last year you made 100,000, and this year you made 101,000. Oh, thank the Lord. Meanwhile, the world is on fire. People are going to fucking prison. People are being locked up for sex trafficking, organ trafficking, pedophilia trafficking, killing, hunting humans down, cannibalism, etc. It seems like the only country that is asleep is America, and that makes this actually the most dangerous country to be in the world.
Hey, when I say I believe you 100%.
Hold on, so look, Johnny.
Check it out. Hold on, Red.
Nigga, I was next.
I was already on point, fam.
Nigga, I was smoking my mouth, but go ahead.
But even though they done drafted us in every war and couldn't win, never win any war without the black man. When they get ready to have this war in America, they won't win this war without the black man.
Nigga, we ain't gonna fight that war.
Look like they lost every war. And if they do start doing all this, locking up people in smart cities and locking up people at Walmarts and executing people, sure, I guess I'll execute. It'll be the good day. I'm gonna get the big man. Yeah, it'll be a good day to die. Death is sweeter than tyranny. Why should up there be suffering and crying for another 2, 10, 1,500 years? Man, I'll get this shit over with 48 hours, man. Fuck you.
Period.
Hey, I'm telling you, you better not be in the march charge. Okay, that's a lot.
So, Jane, to the point of what you were saying of why, like, all those other countries like Russia, China, why they won't invade America, why they have to have sleeper cells over here to weaken us from the inside, because America is the only country in the world where if you invade America, you won't be dealing with the with the army when you hit the shores. You will be fighting the American people, because we have more guns than said some nations' armies. The American population has more guns
48
armies, right? So when we talk about why other nations haven't invaded America, because they know that to be a fact. Nobody else population around the world is armed more than your average American. So outside of the military,
Big name, bro. I'm getting the big name.
So outside of the military, bro, you can't talk when I'm talking. So outside of the military, right? The American population could stand on its own. When it comes to them trying to invade us, and the population coming outside, every other goddamn house, neighbor got a chopper, pistol, shotgun, or whatever. Yeah, it's gonna be some shit. And that goes from coast to coast, from California to the coast, and definitely in the South. So I don't know how and where they would invade where they won't encounter resistance. That's why they have to have those sleeper cells and people on the inside to weaken us from the inside. Because if they don't, they can never defeat America.
So how do you prepare again, Red?
Say what?
How do you prepare?
Stay the fuck out the way. Keep your ass in the house. And then whoever is still standing, when they get through fighting, you either make a deal with that motherfucker or you take him out. Period. There's only two options.
Well, I don't think personally that Russia is militaristically, they're using old ass rockets and old ass. Yeah, they got a lot of nuclear weapons, but
shit that they got from us.
Yeah, it's old and it's not even like the latest they sell. I don't personally, this is my personal opinion, nobody with it. I don't buy the Russia cookie band personally. I just think like, you gotta give me something better than that one. Because what I've seen, especially with these Europeans, they'll stop fighting each other to team up on melanated people. They'll do that in a minute. They did it to Gaddafi. They did it to Mubarak. Saddam Hussein. They did it to him. They did it in Afghanistan. The list goes on and on. They'll stop fighting each other to team up against melanated people. I don't think that we have any friends here or abroad. I don't think we have any friends. I think we look. We'll find relationships individually, maybe 2, 3, 10 people, but everybody has their own interests at this point. That's the way every country got their own interests, and the idea that, listen, if this happened, that means that your interest probably aligns with that interest, or they say, well, y'all can work with you on that because I'm trying to do this myself, and your thing is leading into my thing, and yada yada yada. But outside of that, I don't really see it. But I just personally, I just don't see it. And as far as on the American front, I'm just like, for me, there's too many white people who buy into white supremacy. Because I hear what you're saying, James, about, well, Caesar's throwing down a few crumbs, and, you know, you guys are happy with a few crumbs, and you're fighting over the Democrat and Republican, which is true. Listen, I'm more progressive thinking, so, hey, look, no matter how much I try to distance myself from establishment Democrats and things like that, just the fact I think in that way, as far as I identify with policies that some would categorize as progressive. So I get the point you're making. I'm just saying personally, and I'll land here, that I don't really see it with white folk, because, you know, I'm more inclined to what R9 is saying, believe it or not, just stay out the way, because because too many white folk, they buy too easily into the whole, when the elite white give them some group to hate, those whites at the bottom, they easily buy into that shit, like, too easily. Like I'm not saying that there wasn't immigrants that came over here from Latin America that did, you know, stuff that needed them to be locked up or deported. I'm not saying that. But the idea of just, you know, shithole savages and everybody's a savage, them white folks at the bottom were losing our country. They were full throttle into that shit, dog. Like, and for me, that's always gonna get it, okay, with them, because they buy it. It happened with Virginia back in the 1600s. And you know, it happened with those people fighting in the Civil War. The vast majority of those white dudes didn't own slaves, but they were fighting to preserve a way of life that they wasn't even more than likely profiting from. It was an elite planter class that was profiting from slavery, but yet they convinced those lower level peasant poor whites to fight on behalf of this cause because you're just a little bit better than a nigga. Okay? He's a nigger, you're a white man. No, you ain't one of us. No, you don't have our wealth. No, we don't look at you as the same as us. No, you're not in the same parties as us. You don't venture in the same circles as us. But yeah, you're still white. And they buy into it, and they picked up guns, and they're fighting to preserve a lifestyle they wasn't even profiting from.
I was going to say, they try to appear as though they're trying to reverse flooding this country with immigrants. That's also a facade and an illusion. They have to look like they're making efforts to do that, or they know that the United States of American citizens are going to lose their shit. I'm talking about the white folks. Going to lose their shit over what they think is their country. We do not have to be validated, approved, or assimilated into their bullshit. And that's what we...
That's why I said stay out the way.
Stay out the way, stay on the porch. We continue to think, I get it done, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? You still part of a generation that just kind of think that the system just might possibly work. It wasn't created for us. It was never created for us. But as long as we had the illusion that we could make a difference, the people who were supposed to be making a difference, what did they turn out to be? Ops, boule, conspirators to commit murder to people who truly were trying to help. Y'all better wake the fuck up. stay on the porch. If you go stock up on your popcorn. I land.
Hey, we could be like, hey, Don, hold up, fam. With that said, we could be like Scatterbones on too. But when these winds blow and we get pulled on so hard and we get forced to do something, like I want to know who.
Bro, the only country that got a problem.
Hold up, fam. This plane flying higher than yours. Only thing I want to say is, what will make us all move to the Midwest? Because that's what we all going to end up at anyway. We might as well just get prepared for it.
Well, why the fuck would we go to the Midwest?
Hold on, still fly high, fam. All I'm saying is, we watching the world being destroyed. At the same time, we got to build one. It's happening right in front of our eyes. I'm just feeling like, when we going to catch it and say, yeah, we might as well get ahead and relocate and start farming and really go to the Midwest and just build something that they can't take and defend it. That's what it
farmland is in the South.
I'm saying the Midwest is the safest as far as like weather, infrastructure being attacked, et cetera, versus you being on one side and everybody being on the other side. Winter, spring, summer, fall gonna catch all them seasons in the Midwest. We can't lose.
It's flying high, bro.
What I want to say is what I'm gonna keep saying, right? Stay out of the way. We, us, black folk, we prepare, but we prepare for, again, because even when we say to prepare for some shit, we could be preparing for some shit, then some other shit happens. So we don't even know what we're preparing for, right? So, again, that's why I be saying we adapt like we do in most situations. Because we niggas could prepare for the end of the world, and that don't happen. Niggas could prepare to go to war, and then that don't happen. Niggas could prepare for a economy crash, and then that don't even happen. So it's like all that type of like, and I'm not saying don't be aware, don't make, preparations, but to totally be preparing or focused on some shit that might not even happen in the first place. That's why I say for us, we just stay out of the way. Just motherfucking, read the playing field. See who because to be honest, the only country outside of America that really has a problem with black people is Israel. China don't got a problem with black folk. Russia don't got a problem with black folk. You know what I mean? Other countries ain't got a problem specifically with black people. The only country outside of us that got a problem with us is Israel.
But they know
no other country. And so when we up here thinking, like, oh, it's some shit jump off, white people in America, the government is who these other nations have a problem with. That's their enemy. The white man represents, right, all of Western ideology, of the Western ideology. That's what the white man in America represents. So that face to the other world is their enemy, the white man, not us. Because remember, the white man is the same one who the world is seeing over here, hanging niggas, shooting niggas in the back, beating niggas, treating niggas, discriminate, all this other type of shit. So they seeing that it's not us that's doing the bullshit. We the ones under the thumb. So why would they have a problem with us? It's the system that the white people in this country represents. That's their enemy. So when they come over here and they come looking for their ass, they come trying to check. Now, we stay the fuck out the way. And once the competition or the opposition is weakened or taken out, then we take out the motherfuckers that took them out.
Hold on.
But we put ourselves in position of power in the midst of the chaos.
Yeah, that's what he don't want. He don't want you to gravitate to an enemy that might come against him. Why would he want you to gravitate towards China and you and China, the white man? He's looking for that blow. That's why he won't get you no grocery store. He won't get you no warehouse because he know that China is gonna help.
Because I've seen some of these videos, and I get it. You gotta say, son, those are just videos. I hear you. The black folks in China, they weren't getting treated real good, you know. So, you know, listen,
There must have been Africans.
No, I'm talking about Black Americans. I don't want to play that game. I'm talking about black people for America who were giving their own testimony saying when they went there, they weren't treated that good by those Chinese people. I wouldn't expect them to treat them good, period, either. Okay? I'm just not naive to think that, oh, well, it's just those people in America who they hate. I don't know about that, okay? Because I remember some dudes, some people. Now, you can say, well, it's a conspiracy done. Okay, fine. But I'm just going with the official report, just the way to make this point that I remember that some people ran some planes into some buildings and they wasn't thinking about, well, you know, well, is it just those crazy ass whites who we hate up in there, or is it other people up in there? You know?
Well, Don, we know that was an inside job. America did that.
That was our own fucking government.
That was our own government that did that. Don.
And guess what?
Israel, right? That's what I'm saying.
Back to sleep.
Rock myself to sleep.
We know that's an inside job.
The only point I'm making is I try not to be naive. Okay?
No, Don, I'm not saying that it's not. Listen, Don. So I'm gonna be fair, right? I'm not saying that it's not people because you got niggas that don't like niggas, right? So I'm not saying that it's not people that are in all of these countries, right? That don't have a problem or don't like black folk, don't like white folk. But we're talking about the whole of the country, of the nation. When you talk about because I done talked to people from these countries, and this is why I came to this conclusion. Most people are talking about we don't got a problem with black folk. And just like the Korean man told me, I don't got a problem with black folk. You know what I'm saying? But shit, I prefer my daughter to marry within her own race. He said, he said, I don't want my daughter to marry no white man.
Wait,
that what a Korean nigga told me.
So right now, when you I'm not talking about one individual, Don.
No. But he was telling me how their people are. Like he was saying, their people in general don't necessarily have a problem with black people.
Right, that's one man, and I don't know if one man can
No. And he can't. But what I'm saying is that he's not the only person who's told me that. Don, I spoke to people from Russia.
So why don't you guys apply that same logic? Because what I hear a lot. Now here's the thing: that logic that you're fighting for right now, which is well done. You can't judge a book by a few bad apples, okay? I'm talking about a country versus individuals within the country. I'm like, that's a fair point you're making right there. And that's often what I say. But apply that same logic when you guys are talking about Africa, because I get generalities. Those Africans don't give a fuck about us. That's what I
No, I ain't gonna say that. Some of them do. Because I done talked to some Africans, right? And they feel like, we need to wake up. If we wake up, then that's the key for everybody else to goddamn. Then I done talked to some Africans who think we lazy, who think goddamn we can't do this and all this other type of shit. So I don't put that blanket on all Africans. I know all Africans don't feel like that. Even when I be talking shit, I know all Africans don't feel like that.
And I'm not saying that sentiment isn't true, that they don't give a fuck about us. I'm not saying that it isn't true. I'm just saying
they don't give a fuck about us.
Yeah. Well, that was one of my favorite Michael Jackson songs right there. And there was a lot of messages in that video, Michael was putting you on to it a long time ago. That's why, they had to come, now he didn't do himself any favors by, having the kids back over there after he, got through the case or whatever. But they had to come at him because, as far as I'm concerned, the dude was smart. He was putting it out a long time ago. He was exposing, who that run the industry. I don't need to say it. And it's true. They do treat black people like, NIGG, hard, stay in your place. They do. Let's just be honest about that. They'll try to act like solidarity. The Holocaust in the slave trade, solidarity. But we know what's up. And there's a thing with them that I've learned because I've debated these people on the street from Moody College. A lot of them, they call themselves Christian Jews. They're very arrogant people, and they assume that you don't know what they know.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what now.
Hey, Don.
Sure.
Recall any Black history since we in Black History Month
where it was a period of time where slaves had a hard time protecting America or being submissive towards the laws. Like it was just a real rebellious time for a slave or descendants of slave to operate under white control or under white power. And then over time, it became kind of like natural or somewhat natural, because anybody that got to work for somebody else, you're going against your nature. It's not against your nature to work for a living, but it's a nature to work for somebody else, if I can say. But do you recall any time?
Yeah, can you cite that for me, please?
But do you recall any time in our history in America where we were just kind of like just rebellious as hell? Was it really at the beginning?
What do you mean when you say rebellious as hell? I don't understand what you mean.
Like we was always killing the slave master. We ain't taking these orders. We finna come find
yeah, that's always,
we ain't staying in the army, but like, you gonna better give us our freedom or we gonna kill you. When was we like that the most? When did we stop being like that? So, okay, I'll just be here. I'll be the army. I'll join your military. When did we become docile? That's what I'm trying to get.
You've always had black people in the military. You've always had black people who were willing to fight to like the idea where America said, well, who they wanted to fuck the made up idea about black people. Now we're the ones doing the work. But we wanted to buck that idea that, well, black people, they don't have minds, they don't have agency, they don't think. You always had black people who were standing up willing to buck that. Like during the War of Independence, Dunbar's proclamation, he basically came and told those black people in the southern states basically that, hey, look, if you fight on the side of the British, this is like choosing the lesser two evils. I don't really hold it against these people. I mean, when you're under slavery, I've never been under slavery, so I can't sit here today and try to like judge them. But the point I'm saying is, he said, listen, if you fight on the side of the British, because our children over here in America, they're being a little naughty right now. We need to bring them back in line. But if you fight on the side of us, you'll have your freedom. And those black folks stood up and ran off those plantations in South Carolina and Virginia. And they ran over to the side of the British and said, hell yeah, we'll help you fight to stop this goddamn, to end this slavery shit. That's what they said. They ran over there, and a whole lot of them. And so now you can say, well, they're running from one plantation to the other one. I'm like, and look, you're correct in a sense, but I understand why they did it. They're like, okay, I feel like you're the guy that's going to end this slavery shit. I'm tired of watching my wife being taken advantage of by this guy, and I'm trying to stop him, but I keep getting this guy here and his buddies. They double
damn boy.
I'm sorry if I'm being long-winded. I apologize to Erica in particular. I am sorry. Okay, all I'm saying is that black folk have always been fighters in this country, sir. Since day one, we've been running away. We never accepted slavery.
Independence. Okay.
The whole time, from the beginning to the end, black people never accepted slavery. That's a lie that we were just content and happy. Never accepted slavery. I got at least almost 2 shelves of books just on slavery books.
I'm sorry, I must have missed some. We on slavery now?
He asked me a question and I was just answering him. That's all.
Oh, okay.
But that's
we off of Iran. I'm sorry, I had to come back. We off of Iran.
Wait, we was talking about Iran?
Yeah, they were talking about Iran and all of that. I know Trump cursed out Israel on the White House lawn, after he bombed them on the behalf of Israel. Israel sending planes over there again, and he told them, you motherfucker, you get those planes back right now. And Israel was like, oh shit, daddy's mad. And they had to turn those planes around. So he flexed his power on that one. I'll give him credit. I don't really like the guy, but I got to give him credit on that. He cursed their ass out. And I was like, damn, I ain't seen no president do that.
That might have been more theater because he's realizing that people were saying,
I don't know, bro. He cursed their ass out.
That's like your dad saying something to your mom after your mom said you could do something that your dad is okay with too.
We had a guy in here earlier, his name was Velvet, and he basically was saying he's from Iran and that he wants us to go to war with them and help
kill his people.
Oh, yeah, pretty much. They want to be saved. Oh, they want us to help save them from their government. And that's what I told him though, right? So he's not currently there, but he has family there. And I'm saying, what person in their right mind wants a place to go to war and their family is there to die? So anyway, yeah.
Coons do shit like that all the time. There's a lot of Iranian coons in America and all over the place, right?
I didn't know they had Iranian coons. What other kind of coons they got?
So there's like people that was like pro the Shah, right? The Shah was like a U.S. puppet, right? And he would give away like, a bunch of concessions to U.S. corporations, which is basically the same playbook, right? Give a bunch of shit to U.S. corporations, and the people weren't benefiting from those things, right? And when this new guy comes in that runs the IRGC right now, the current country, he basically goes against that. So now he's able to fund different things. Maybe the people might not necessarily like it because he's kind of strict, right? But at the end of the day, they feel like this is their resources. So if he was African, that would kind of be like like a move like Ibrahim Traore would do, right? Kick out the coon and put in place where the country and the people benefit from these things. You know what I'm saying? But there was people in the pockets of the Shah in the U.S. that stopped getting money from the U.S. and the Shah because they weren't in power. And those people either got a chance to move to California, Michigan, and other places, Florida, right? And now they're speaking up against, hey, go help kill our people, help, bring down the terror because they want that money back. They want those contracts back. Maybe not them specifically, but their parents want that money back. And their parents can't go back to that country because obviously they betrayed that country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, America, everything he's saying, yeah, because America is the one that created that situation to where they had to have a revolution. Because you know what they do, they come in your country, set up puppet government, because they're like, what are you going to do about it? Basically. And basically what it comes down to, what are you going to do about it? Okay? Everything else, it's just theater. It's all about what are you going to do about it? And they had to have a revolution, and, they're like, well, our resources, it's pretty much the same thing with every country. They say, listen, we'll deal with you, but it's got to be a fair deal on, even where we're getting, proper compensation for what we're trading for you. And America ain't with that. They want to, take it and plunder and exploit and all that different stuff. And that's the whole reason why they had to have a revolution and blah, blah, blah. Now, it's like, well, you're the bad guys because you won't let us come in and do what we've always done.
Steal your resources.
Yeah, steal your resources. You're the bad guys because we won't, they're doing it in Venezuela right now. It's like, say whatever you want about that guy. It's like, well, we know what this is, man. It's coming in to exploit for resources.
Hey, Erica.
Well, let me play this real quick before y'all get too far along. And we ain't on the topic no more, because you know how y'all do. Here.
She got a clip.
I got one. Oh, here we go.
Trump just told the Pentagon, be ready. We are officially on a 48-hour countdown. Word from the White House is that he's considering a formal declaration of war against Iran as early as this weekend. And this time, the world isn't just watching, it's picking sides. In Tehran, state TV just announced full combat readiness. They're moving mobile missile launchers to the coast right now. But here's the real trigger. The Geneva talks just collapsed. Diplomats spent days in Switzerland trying to bridge the gap on nuclear missiles, but they hit a brick wall. Trump's response? No more talking. In Israel, Netanyahu just held a 5-hour emergency session. The entire IDF is on high alert, waiting for Washington to give the green light. Look at the flight paths. U.S. refueling tankers have been circling the border for 72 hours straight. You don't keep dozens of tankers in the air unless you're preparing for a massive multi-wave airstrike. The Abraham Lincoln Strike Group is in position. The missiles are locked. Is this the ultimate art of the deal bluff? Or are we about to see the biggest explosion in Middle East history? Trump just told the Pentagon.
Damn, art of the deal, god damn. Now that's a good one.
Or terror. Basically saying, hey, if you don't do what's good for you, we're just going to kill you. right? Because nuclear weapons, or not nuclear weapons, nuclear energy has like a bunch of things to do with like energy security, things like dams, things like the pharmaceutical business, right? Hospitals, you know what I'm saying? Like when women are having kids, you need constant, power. Um, Agriculture, you need, some type of, source aside from solar, and protection, right? I mean, if you see Israel, they having a muck. They bombing the fuck out of every country that surround them. And the one country they can't just bomb like they do the other countries is, Iran, because of the fact that they have power. They have, ballistic missiles that can, clap back and hurt them right back. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I mean,
from the Epstein file, anything that just
yeah. I knew we was gonna go to war when the Epstein files, came out. I just thought maybe we just gonna take Venezuela and Cuba, but shit, why not? Make sure we get Iran for Israel, because that's really who that war is gonna be fought for, Israel. I hope there's no American or Black American that perishes because of that shit either.
idea about you can't have a nuclear weapon. It's been over, too many people talked about it. It's like, Israel won't even acknowledge whether they have the nuclear bomb or not. But yet, it's like, Iran can't have a nuclear.
They got 80 plus nuclear bombs.
Well, there you go. They got 80 plus, and it's like Iran, it's like, they can't have one. Well, who are you to say they can't have a nuclear bomb? Who are you to tell them what they can and cannot do? Okay, I didn't see where Iran attacked Israel. Now, what they'll claim is, those were proxies, those were Iranian proxies. I'm like, okay, listen. I think everything the United States and their allies say with a grain of salt, because I know what they did to my own people in the United States, okay, and setting them up, okay, with lies and slander and all of that stuff. So there you have.
You know what's interesting? I guess, for like a Black American, like listening to some things that like America's done, right? You get so many that understand that, yeah, this shit definitely sounds like what America would have done, because this is the shit that they've done to their people, right? You get that sentiment. But there's also another sentiment saying, oh my gosh, everything, why do you always blame us? Why do you always blame us? No, they're not blaming Black Americans. They definitely are blaming, the U.S. for like a lot of the shit that's being done. I mean, think about it. If you had, let's say there was like a territory that Black Americans had outside of the United States, and that territory kept on getting bombed repeatedly. At what point would you say, yo, I don't like what the U.S. is doing to my country? Or will you always like what the U.S. is doing to your country because of the U.S.? How does that work? Does anybody know?
It doesn't work because that hypothetical doesn't exist. It's a hypothetical.
But do you understand what I'm saying, though?
I totally understand, but it doesn't exist.
Okay, gotcha. Yep. I shouldn't
think that it's an imminent threat from Iran. Do you believe it's an imminent threat from him that will warrant it, even if it's a targeted strike, that will recently strike them? What was it, early this year? No, last year, excuse me. Last year, they just recently struck them. Do you think it's a warranted, that it's warranted because of some imminent threat or is this just all another distraction to distract from the fact that the Supreme Court shot down a large portion of its tariffs, particularly ones dealing with Canada and other allies, and also the Epstein file, which isn't going away anytime soon. And do you think it's a distraction, or is there a real threat there? Because you've had presidents past who have long, drawn-out negotiations with Iran, and they've been able to come to some type of agreement to where they got, nuclear accords, if you will, with Iran. So, like, now he's like, well, if they don't come in 48 hours, hey, maybe that part is just more news, drummed up by the news to make it sound more fanciful. But, on face value, if you don't come in 48 hours, consequences, and you got the Pentagon on alert, well, the imminent threat, right, to go strike this country a second time in less than a year, what's the imminent threat? Because it can all be a distraction.
Threat of Epstein,
Have we declared war yet?
No, he can't just do that yet.
Okay, exactly. So we're just talking hypotheticals.
Yeah, but there's other ways you can do it, though, and still bomb them, right? Like, literally, we just did that. He didn't declare war in Venezuela, right? But he still bombed and killed, like, 80 of their people and stole their president, right? So this
absolutely did that. That was an excellent move. Yes, you did do that.
Well, to be determined.
Well, it's an excellent move. It keeps China and Russia in pocket. Excellent move.
Well, to be determined, but
to be determined with this war y'all keep talking about too.
Yeah, but we do know that today China and Russia, or Russia specifically, has deployed their ships to the Middle East. Maybe they're just going to be there just to hang out. Maybe they might be there, for protection.
There's been movement of warships from everyone for the last 3 months. For the ones who didn't know that.
Yeah, but this large.
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, but this large amount, as far as like a few hours.
We can have the room when the United States declares war on Iran, and we can talk about it. Until then, it's a great clubhouse, though.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, Mr. Wilson, I hear what you're saying. Nothing has come out of it yet. That's a fair point. But also to be fair as well, Trump is the one laying his cards on the table, and we're just analyzing the cards he's laying on the table, good brother. I guess nothing came out of it.
I'm not disagreeing with anything y'all are saying. I'm just asking questions. It seems like another great power play, and we're talking about power. I'm always going to go to that point, power. I don't want to talk about morality, integrity, and who's doing this and that, because everybody does it. We just do it the best.
I don't know if everybody does that, right?
Every nation.
Not everybody goes. Yeah, not everybody goes.
What nation doesn't do this? They don't do that?
What nation doesn't just goes to steal people's presidents?
Okay, I'm not talking about stealing people's presidents. I'm talking about listen to me. No, I'm talking about power. Every nation.
That's part of the power you're talking about.
Okay.
Because remember you said it was a good move.
It wasn't a good move. It was an excellent move.
Okay, so you agree that it was an excellent move.
Yes, exactly. I like what we're doing. I'm a proud American. Let's stay on top. Let's stay on top.
I got you. All right. So
I don't change on that.
Yeah. I think you said that you agree that stealing the president is kidnapping.
I love what we did. Yes, I agree.
Other people's countries is good.
Yes,
so
I do.
If other countries do that to like America, would you also support that?
I would. Look, listen, it's pretty simple. It's called power. So if we make an action and you retaliate, that's fine. Then we just see who wins. I'm not against that. I'm not against anybody trying to do anything to America. You know why? Because they try to do it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That is nothing new. We stay on high alert. You didn't know that, Brother Lonnie?
Yeah, I think that's more like fake news.
Wait. How many?
Now it's fake news.
Wait.
The Americans not on alert? Okay.
Wait. How many planes do we know of that have been ported? And I hope I'm saying that word right. where some other country has tried to take out an American president. Just going off the last 26 years, we've had 2 Bushes, 2 Obamas, 2 Trumps, and 1 Biden. Now, give me the list of plans that have been ported where other countries tried, just in the last 26 years, where other countries have tried to take out
I don't have the list. I don't have it. But I know United States president has been killed. So United States president has been killed on this soil.
Yeah, Kennedy.
Is that? Huh?
Kennedy.
Okay, so have presidents not been killed on this soil?
Yeah, Kennedy.
Okay, it was not Trump.
Some people say
okay, and that's why it's called foreign or domestic. And that's why another reason we need to close the borders. Y'all not going to get me to budge on this, gentlemen.
Wait, what does that have to do with borders?
It's foreign or domestic. Yeah. We're on high alert, foreign and domestic. You know that, right? You know that, Brother Lonzo.
Yeah, so
protect America at all costs. Foreign and domestic.
I got you. Yes. So at the end of the
long live America.
You want to go, bro? Or you just want to go when I go?
No, I'm still talking.
You sure?
I haven't landed my aircraft
crash it.
Yeah. Okay, crash it. Thank you. So I love when these people talk about these anti-American sentiments. So what would you like America to do? Would you like America to be nice and cuddle and just be, a good old sweet nation and operate with all this integrity and morality that you speak about and y'all talk about? And I hope that you operate with the same integrity and morality in your own lives that you want the United States of America to operate in. When you're on top, you have to be vicious. You have to be, violent. That's what happens when you're on top. That's what happens when you're the top dog. Everybody can come from the top dog. Everybody. You win a championship, you come after you. So that's cool. And I love what Donald Jatavius Trump is doing. He's operating in power and he's making it clear and plain. So I land my my spacecraft carrier right now. Thank you.
Got you. All right. So,
Hey, we love Mr. Wilson, man. Regardless if you agree with him or not.
Oh, man. All right. So, yeah. So, as it relates to Iran, I think that's not our war. I think that's Israel's war. And I get it. A lot of y'all want to go fight for Israel. Mike Huckabee basically said that Israel is in need of reparations.
Nigga, who want to fight for Israel?
Well, a lot of people, brother. A lot of people.
Like who? Who's entering the draft?
I heard people say that ICE is over there training them.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm saying, though. But what Americans are entering the Israel draft?
I'll probably make a room about it. Put some names to it. But yeah, I would say that a lot of people believe that, like Ike Huckabee this morning, that Israel is in need of reparations for October 7th. And we should pay for it. American tax dollars should pay for it. He also says that Israel's land, because of the Bible, should be the whole Middle East. So guess what? Great news. We're in the business of fighting for Israel and their expansion. Something tells me that there's going to be people in those countries that's going to say no. Right? And what's going to happen? Right? Going to strike back at Israel. And then a lot of Black Americans are going to be deployed to those spaces. Right? Maybe
just no Haitian. There's no Haitian Americans going. Just Black Americans. No Haitian Americans. So the Haitian Americans will say we're going to sit this one out because we're strong Africans.
There might be like a lot of protests on that portion.
No. Are there any Haitian Americans?
I don't know any Haitian Americans like Mr. Wilson.
No. I'm asking you a clear question that you
do I know Haitians Americans?
Are there any Haitian Americans?
No.
Are there any Haitian Americans that are in the armed services? Any?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Yeah, but protests, happen pretty skillful.
I mean, protests are fine.
Historically,
protests are fine, but you still going to go. So that's when.
That's not always true. That's not always true.
And guess what?
That's not always true, bro.
Maybe that's what Pan-Africanism will come in. When the Black Americans and the Haitian Americans get deployed to go over there and kick some ass. There's your
Pan-African. Well, you did land your spaceship. Your spaceship a while ago, right? But again, like many Black Americans, when America wanted to occupy Haiti, they said no. They protested. They just didn't go. Many didn't go. Of course, a few went, and some got killed. But many did not go. They opted out. Right?
Many didn't go, but was the job completed? Was it done?
Well,
was Haiti not occupied? Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You wanna go, bro? This weird shit that you gotta do, man. I gotta stop doing that shit. Shit's lame, bro.
But you made a good point, though.
Yeah, but
you're asking to let him land his UFO, though.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate you, brother, for being honest, brother. But yeah, so at the end of the day, did America still do what racist things that they did? Yeah, right. But there were less Black Americans that died because of that. You know what I'm saying? Because they opted out. So historically, that's been the case. Right? People have the right to opt out and protest. That's all.
What's the mental?
Just derailed me from my topic, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Mr. Wilson a question.
That should just lame, bro. You better than
I
expect.
Okay, gotcha. Y'all
hold on for a second. I want to ask you. Hold on.
Y'all niggas quit whining. Shut up.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. You cut me off, brother. I'm gonna be speaking after you.
Mr. Wilson, he's done. It's on done.
Mr. Wilson, you have to hold on, brother. I was speaking, brother. You have to hold on.
Go ahead.
No problem. But okay, well, you have to allow me to do it.
Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, you got feedback. Thank you. You allow me to do it. Because you say you like power, and I'm hearing you say, well, Don, I like power. Do you know, they're just bad because we do it the best. We gank through our shit. Well, here's a power move for you right here, okay? I was just reading recently, and I'll pull it up, where Trump, he's talking about buying all Greenlanders, seeing that they won't. They don't want to be a part of America. They've made that clear. They say we don't want to be a part of America. Now he's talking about giving them $100,000 up to $200,000. I believe up to $200,000 each of our tax dollars to Greenlanders to buy them. Now this is a flex of power. Okay. You can't look at one form of power and try to pigeonhole power to how you describe it. No, this is a flex of power. My question is, do you agree with this flex of power? He is seriously.
Let me answer your question.
Let me finish, brother. Let me finish the same way you said, Landry. If I get it, you're anxious, brother. But you gotta allow people to get the thought out. Do you agree with this flex of power? Because he's talking about giving up to $200,000 of our tax dollars to each Greenlander to I hope I'm saying that right. Each person from Greenland to buy them off, to make them a part of America when they don't want to be a part of America, period. Now, he don't got money to give to us. It's our money. He won't give each one of us $200,000, but he's willing to give it to them to flex his power. Now, I'm asking you simply, do you agree with this or not? Now, I don't want the pussyfooting and running around.
Can I answer the question now? Because you answered the question.
Well, I know you're eager. I know you're eager. So I know you're eager. So I know you salivating and get at it and rip it apart. So,
nigga, are you done asking the question?
No, he's not.
Here's the thing. The more he showed me he's eager, the more I'm not willing to get off this mic. But go ahead, ask the question.
So you want to be petty, Don?
It just don't work.
Okay.
Man, ain't nobody talking to your nickel bottle head ass nigga.
Can I answer the question, or y'all want to still talk? I can answer the question now.
Round face ass nigga. Go ahead.
So once again, y'all are talking in hypotheticals. Yes, he said it, but I don't see anything drawn up. I didn't see no documents written. I didn't see anything written passed by the House or Senate. I just hear hypotheticals. I don't hear anything else. That's a hypothetical. So I don't deal in hypotheticals. He's talking, and he talks a lot. He says a lot. Now, to answer your question directly, because you hate when I do that, no, I don't agree with it at all. If he's going to give another group of people money other than us. And let me continue with that. This country has given a lot of other groups of people money other than us. So for you to say that, you're not being too sharp. There's many groups of people other than Black Americans that the United States government gave money to and skipped us. So I'm not with that at all. I want us to get what we deserve, and I want to get it now. Does that answer your question, sir? You have any more hypothetical questions to ask me?
Yeah. I got you. I'm going to say straight up and down, you answered the question, and I appreciate that. But I think that you trying to say, and this is the only thing I'll say to it because I respect your answer. Although I would say that I thought you like power. You say you like power, but now you're like, well, he's going too far with the whole powerplex thing. That's basically what you're saying to me. It's at least what I'm getting from it. But you said that wasn't too sharp there. I didn't know that I had to that in order for me to bring that up, I would have to have listed every time America gave other countries money and didn't give money to either Black people in America or Americans in general. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was the standard, that I had to do that for you. So you're saying it wasn't too sharp. I didn't get that point. Okay, like, I didn't know I had to mention every single time America has ever done that in order for me to be able to mention that point. I was just mentioning that point, good brother, because you said you like the power whole game. I like the power game. You guys, you need to, like, man up, basically. It's just the way of the world, man. It's how it works. People just mad because we do it the best. But even your whole power thing, I see there's limits to it. You're like, nah, that's a little bit too far now. You're going a little bit too far. Yeah, I'm cool with you taking the dude off the throne in his own country and locking him up in our jails. I'm on board with that. But the minute you start trying to give our money away, like here, I'm gonna give each person from Greenland $200,000. You're doing too much now, brother. You're going just looking too far with that power shit. Am I contextualizing your thoughts on that properly or improperly?
Bro, they got trouble.
Okay, so once again, you're talking more about a hypothetical that I already answered the question. So I don't know why you're running down the hill with more hypotheticals. So let me ask you the question then, sir. Would you like America to be a nicer country and with more morality and integrity? Would you like that? That's what please answer the question.
Of course.
Yeah, I would. Because here's the thing, why I say I would. Because America already has the largest military. It has one of the most trained militaries. It has one of the most covert spying agencies, CIA, et cetera, So there's no need to bully people, okay? All right, you understand what I'm saying? It would be better for relations around the world. It would be better for everybody here at home in America. And then, now I get it, people gonna say inside job. I hear you. But you see embassies, American embassies around the world, they get blown up. American people are dying. Why? Because they don't care that, these particular people in the embassy may not have had nothing particularly to do with the bombing of my country, but their embassy is in my country, and America is bumming the hell out of me. So I'm going to run up in here with a bomb strapped to me and blow all these son of a guns up. So, if we treat people with respect and treat them as human beings, just as a starter, I don't think that's too much to ask for, okay? And try to use diplomacy, okay? Sometimes you're going to have to just go in with the gun. That's just the way of the world. I'm not naive to that. But the idea that we're just going to bomb our way to safety, I don't buy that idea, okay? Like, if you just bomb everybody, we'll be safety.
Yeah. Can I play a clip of, a U.S. politician talking about giving reparations to Israel for October 7th? Since we're going to talk about, U.S. tax dollars, to talk about this.
With Ambassador Mike Huckabee. Well, just in case you missed it, Mike Huckabee just announced announced Israel should not have to pay for any of the reconstruction in Gaza. The American taxpayers, you owe Israel reparations.
Should Israel be expected to even pay one penny to rebuild Gaza at this point?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll tell you, if anything, there ought to be reparations to Israel for the extraordinary fight that they have had to conduct to get their hostages back, 252, including many Americans.
My message is directly to you, the American taxpaying slave.
Hey, man, you know, if this notion goes further, right, there's going to be U.S. tax dollars at risk and paying them even, you know, reparations. Interesting, man. What is reparations, dog?
I mean, who was that on that, Mike? I mean, because, I mean, you got a couple idiots. Who were they?
Yeah, this is, what's the guy's name? He's a U.S. politician. What the fuck is the guy's name? Hold on.
Mike Huckabee?
Yes, Mike Huckabee. There you go. Yeah, and you know,
Mike Huckabee, he's what? And where? What state is he in?
What state he's from? But he's one of those older politicians. I don't even think he's more of a /analyst now. I don't even think he's even holding any public office right now.
Oh.
Yeah, he's the U.S. ambassador to Israel currently.
Okay, there you go. Oh, yeah,
you would look for him to say some stupid shit like that. Okay.
Wait, that's a fact. Wait, that's a fact. It literally says United States, U.S. ambassador to Israel. So he got some clout. And for like a lot of the Christian Zionists, he's like a Lord and Savior to them. He's a big deal. So like when we talk about like, you know, Christian Zionists, there's a lot of them in America. He's like one of the leaders. He's a big boy in that community. He ran for president. He ran for president a couple times too.
Yeah, he did. You're right about that. And you see why a lot of those young people at Turning Point USA, probably the vast majority of them, they are America first. They're Republican, but they say America first because of statements like that.
Yo, imagine if Americans have to pay reparations to Israel for October 7th. Wouldn't that be crazy, yo? They say they don't got money.
These people will go and remove all of their politicians out of seat, or at least they should anyway. That is the hope that would be the final straw, and you stand up and tell your politicians that they work for you, not you work for you.
And most of them are Republicans that signing on to it. AIPAC has been hooking them up big time. And Democrats, so. AIPAC has done a real good job.
Don't leave out those Democrats, okay?
Oh, yeah. No, I said them too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. They're going to try to, Hakeem Jeffries, he's going to come out there and try to act like he ain't for it. But you follow the money. You follow that.
Don't they call him AIPAC Shakur?
Shakur. You got exactly what the hell his ass did. Oh, yeah. And he does the whataboutism so well. Him and Cory Booker. What about the Sultan and the Council?
Yeah. They asked him about. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, they asked him about. Hey, will you stop getting money from from Israel? Will you stop taking AIPAC money? He said, but what about Sudan? What about Congo? The fuck does that have to do with your fucking answer? But I guess that's power, right? I mean, that's the U.S. flexing their power, and we're supposed to love power. So if American politicians and Trump wants to pay Israel reparations, why not, right?
Oh, make America great, America first ideology shoots that in the foot. I don't know how that's making America great. Oh, America first. Hell, we need to pay for them to belong to a whole other group of people, folks, and because they got attacked on, they ain't got to do with us. Okay, one thing I respect about them America First Republicans, a lot of stuff they say crazy, but that part I respect about them. They gonna always get my respect for that. Like, that had nothing to do with us. And yet, we're supposed to come to these people aid, and then this guy, he's like bumming everybody. He's the one bumming everybody. Go look. This dude, Netanyahu, is literally he's bumming people in Lebanon. He's bumming in Syria. He's bumming.
That's power, though. That's power.
There you go. And we're supposed to help this guy out.
We got to pay for all those everybody. To get rebuilt.
Yeah, I agree with Tucker Carlson and all of them on that. Now, I'm not sitting up here, caping for these dudes, but I agree with them on that. They make perfect sense with that. Like, why should our tax dollars go to help fund this guy's wars? You know what I'm saying? That's why Trump did that whole first bombing that he did to Iran, just to stop this guy, because this guy was such a damn war hawk on Iran. Trump was like, okay, all right, I'll pay it. This is my opinion. Trump was basically like, okay, dude, I'll fucking do it. But listen, man, this is it. Like just go away after this, okay? And what happened? He bombed them, and the minute that dude went and put those planes back in the air, Trump came out on that White House lawn and got the curse of that nigga out. Like, dude,
but
turn those
planes
around.
Billions of dollars, too.
They go in.
Billions afterwards. You give him like $50 more billion.
Yeah, man, they never stopped that funding. Okay? Like that whole shutdown.
They got it right, bro.
Man, I don't agree with that, but I love that. You know what I mean? I love that.
Well, and that's why Russia and China need to eventually tag team up and hit the United States hard as hell at this point. Because if you don't tackle the United States, Israel keeps getting their funding. Both parties is aligned with Israel. AIPAC then bought Republicans and Democrats off. The far left and the far right are the only ones that say cut and stop the funding for Israel. But if you do that, you wind up being dead like Charlie Kirk, and nobody's not bigger than the program. So only how to be able to solve this situation, this Sodom and Gomorrah scenario, Russia, China need to give Iran the biggest nuclear weapon to hit the United States, bomb Israel, and to be able to take this motherfucking completely off the grid of the map.
Oh, shit.
And this is somebody that voted for Donald Trump. And this is me telling you how to be able to beat the United States fully and finally put the final death nail to the situation of the American regime. Israel needs to be hit hard as hell.
Oh, shit. Now, let the record show it wasn't an immigrant that just said that.
No. Because you guys essentially want Jews to stop getting paid, right? Well, in order to do that, you got to be able to hit Israel, hit the United States, and be able to take them out of the equation. Correct.
No, to me,
when it comes to this situation, let Iran develop a nuclear weapon. Let Iran develop their nuclear weapon. Let Russia be able to help the systems when it comes to logistical power. And let China take Taiwan so they can get the semiconductors so they can finally get robotics to kill Americans on U.S. soil.
Yeah, no, to me, that's not what it is, right?
No, that's exactly what it is. You guys said stop funding Israel. Can I talk? I'll let you guys
I thought you landed. Go ahead, brother.
Like I said, Alonzo, you got to be for the United States. Hell, it's raping and eating your children. So why do you want to assist the United States to keep on this? Huh? Why do you want America to keep winning? The United States literally showed their hand in Haiti, the Clintons, hell, Bush era. Why do you want the United States to keep on rotating? Huh? All the crimes and all the murders and travesties, eating kids, draining the bloods of children. Why do you want the United States to still keep rotating? Hell, Israel is the biggest problem. You guys have literally stated how Israel is the biggest problem. Why do you want America to still keep running and rotating? Why do you want Israel to still be powerful? Israel involved both sides of Congress having people in the illusions. Having people in the illusions of thinking that we are free United States citizens. Okay. Let Russia take this motherfucker out. Let Vladimir Putin say, man, I'm going to take gloves off and bomb this bitch. Let him bomb New York City. Let him bomb LA. Let him bomb Chicago. Let him bomb Houston, Atlanta. Take out all the communication systems and destroy the grid. Because the United States shouldn't be really rotating. If it wasn't for the military, respectfully, this motherfucker would have been went belly up. So let Russia win. Let China win.
So sorry,
I'm glad you're not in charge. Glad you're not in charge.
Well, I'm playing devil's advocate. Because
glad you're not in charge.
Let the record show that was a black American that was speaking.
I voted.
That's right. That's right. There is no devil's advocate.
Let me say this, bitch. I voted for Donald Trump.
Excuse me.
I voted for Donald Trump, but at this point, United States.
Are you better than that?
If you,
he's not better.
I've been waiting for us trying to go to the goo.
Like I said, man.
Come on, Sean.
If you guys have a real problem,
send that Negro to the goo. I've been
if you
waiting.
have a real problem with the United States,
Shut up. Nah,
you supposed to be anti-United States.
Shut up.
American
Hey, shut up, geek. So you say you started to
let America die.
Hey, go on. You didn't let Sean land this mic on me.
What you calling him?
Y'all been talking for all this minutes. Y'all was saying how Trump fucking up, Trump doing this. Okay, let Russia win. Let Russia win. Why is we keep on saying that we got a profit America, and America with 3 Ks, and you're allowing America to still rotate situational defense? We can still get niggas to join the military. We can still get niggas to be able to join the system. We still got niggas fighting over other niggas about politics that we don't even appreciate or don't even like. So fuck it. Let China and Russia win. That's all. Let Iran get that nuclear weapon. Let Iran get that nuclear weapon and hit Israel motherfucking hard. And we can see on the TV and say, damn, they actually did their thing. Israel gone. The Goyim. Mind you, they call us Goyim. For Christ's sake. So I gotta say, what we defending, folks? I'm done.
All right, thank you. So you made a statement about Hillary. Yeah, she could rot in jail for all I care, right? So could he, the husband, right? Every 40 seconds in America, a kid is missing. They're never found. Every 40 seconds. It's a lot of kids. It's a lot of kids that's never seen again. Let that sink in. So, I don't know if he was taking a shot at kids in Haiti being like...
No, I'm talking about why we defending the system.
Bro.
If that happens.
Interrupting you. Right? So when people make fun of, kids or African descendant kids being taken or that weird shit, I think that's like a bridge. That's like a weird bridge. I don't think many people should cross. You know what I mean? Considering every 40 seconds a kid is being kidnapped. Many of those are black American kids in America. Right? So let that sink in. And also, I was just so happy that there wasn't like a Caribbean or African person that said what you said, because had that been the case, the whole room would have been in the uproar. Now, I'm not telling you how to speak to women. I don't know if you're 30 or 40 or 50 years old. So you've had a good go at life. So I suspect, right? But calling, random women bitches is kind of crazy, bro. She didn't even say anything to you. That was weird, right? And for the other guys in the room that heard that just stayed on mute, I think that was also weird, right?
Man, I said something, but I got muted.
No, shout out to you, brother.
He posted you got muted, but I don't know what happened. I guess he got a funny story. So.
Oh, so you got muted for that? That's crazy. But, yeah. So shout out to Mister. Shout out to me, and any other brother that thought about even coming up.
Man, he think he the morality police.
No, I mean, what you mean, bro? You
think he the morality police?
That was weird.
The higher standard.
That was weird.
It dwells with black excellence, Sean.
That's not.
I mean, your etiquette can be perfected, but you so fucked up about numbers.
Hey, John, nobody can hear you, John. Nobody can hear you. You in the Matrix.
What did I say wrong? American Israel needs to go. We talk about AIPAC all the damn time in this damn room.
I know boots, man. Shut up. You got this stuff in my life.
Hey, John, nobody can hear you.
You ain't even got no army boots, Sean.
That's why I said let Russia take this bitch over. And China,
you ain't even talking about that.
Hey, look. Stop talking. Hey, listen,
Hey, Mox, you out there?
I'm watching Red Dawn right now. Well, in the movie Red Dawn, China and Russia invade America, right? And this is the same conversation where they talking today about Russia and China, supposedly teaming up to take over America. But this movie actually shows the invasion of China and Russia teaming up to invade the west coast of America. And the people, like I said, being armed like they are, they fighting these motherfuckers back. In the movie, the army is not even fighting these folk back. It's the people in the town that is resisting the invasion of in Russia. So that proves what I'm saying about it. If anybody invade this motherfucker, that's exactly what's gonna happen. They're gonna meet the resistance of the population of the people.
Yeah, but I think the next war, the next world war, right, is gonna be. It's not gonna be like hands-on, right? This is gonna be a war of drones and robots. I don't think y'all saw. Hope y'all been paying attention to like we have our own in America.
Yeah, we got a lot of shit. America got a lot of shit, of course.
Yeah, and you know, like
we just showed some of the shit we got when we did that shit in Venezuela.
Right. So I'm talking about like formidable armies, right? Like China, people like really underestimate them. Russia hasn't even used their real shit yet. They're just like kind of refreshing their Soviet, old shit, right? And you see what they're doing to Ukraine, and it's really Russia against the world, right? Because you look at all the major powers, they've all been giving the Ukrainians money and fucking weapons for like years, and Russia's just been basically, besides the Orshnik, which is fucking insane. I don't know if anybody knows about that. This shit goes like Mach 12 or plus, right? And even without putting the nuclear warhead on it, the fucking holes that shit is putting in the earth is fucking insane. It can't be shot down. America's tried, Israel's tried, the world has tried, and nobody can shoot it down. It's like fucking imagine lightning strike. If you put a nuclear warhead on that shit, game over. But the fallback from that is the radiation and the nuclear blowback is going to go into Russia. That's the only reason why they didn't drop it there. But if a place like Russia gives the AOK to let an Orshnik off, or China has a similar weapon, that's really gonna hurt. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what Sean was talking about.
Well, I'm just saying on this aspect.
Hold on.
You said you didn't.
Hold on.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know what the brother was talking about when he was talking about these things should happen. I disagree. I think there's different ways of doing it, and yeah, I do think that we're smart enough to talk. Right? There's power. Right? There's but there's brain power. Right? Brain power needs to take control. Right? Reining in places like Israel needs to happen. Reining in the people that's helping Donald Trump, in this administration needs to happen. They need to rein those people in, because if you give these people too much power, people like Mike Huckabee, he'll have his way. And if we have to pay them reparations, oh man, this is gonna be bad, Joe.
So tell me what you think it is.
Say it again. Reparations. It's going to be billions and billions of dollars. Maybe hundreds of billions. Some people's going to say that's nothing, but they say they don't got money for Black Americans, so a penny is too much.
Hey, tell me what y'all think it is.
Strike Iran by February 28th. Let's speculate. I want to make something very clear. This is pure speculation. Trump is moving to take Iran to eliminate the militant threat from Israel, because China is now growing influence in that specific region. Based on the telegraph that just came in, the U.S. military has assessed that it would be destroyed, I repeat, destroyed, in a competition over Taiwan. You see that blockade around Cuba, turning Venezuela into a puppet show. That's all the evidence that you're going to need. This is now becoming a regional game against the three superpowers, China, Russia, and the United States. They speculate that the U.S. military is believing This is their last chance to take out Iran before Chinese military and Chinese influence take over that region. If that militant threat is not taken care of now, it will never be taken care of. Chinese weapons and drones will flow into Iran if this is not resolved. After America takes out Iran, you're going to see China signal its regional dominance by taking over Taiwan. The United States will then refocus its efforts on Greenland, Panama, Cuba, and Colombia. You know, clearly the U.S. depends heavily on Taiwan for its super chips and its AI. We're going to see how this shakes in the coming days.
And that's why I said you need to let Israel fight their own fight. The problem is neither party in America is going to do that because they're not going to let a non-APAC leader run the country. They're never going to do that. Because even the funniest part about it is Democrats and Republicans both fight back and forth, act like they got real issues, but they're both paid by Zionists. They're both paid by Zionists. That's why essentially let Russia and China do their thing and let Israel get bombed to smithereens. At this point, for all the people that say fuck Israel and free Palestine, only how you're going to get free Palestine is if Israel's taken out the equation. Simple as that. That's only how. Ain't no situation of, well, we're just going to get Netanyahu out of office and that's going to be hunky-dory. No. You got to cut it from the head. Most of the emails that you done read has situations of Mossad activity, Israeli intelligence, and all that being used in. So when it comes to this situation, let Israel fall. Then when Israel fall, let the United States get hit. Because America keep giving them the weapons, regardless of who's in office. As critical as possible on Donald Trump as possible. I voted for the dude, but at this point, America shouldn't be breathing no more. America shouldn't even be rotating no more. The foul shit that they have done to everybody across the damn world to be able to do this, to do that, get this, secure that. Essentially, this motherfucker shouldn't even be breathing. None of us, all 400 million Americans should be dead. All the 5 million Israelis need to be dead. Let Russia, China, Iran, Venezuela, let them be the new world power. Let them take over the keys.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
But, well, like I said, I'm being devil's advocate. I'm playing devil's advocate to the T. Because when I mentioned about how we were supposed to stop Iran last year, getting a nuclear weapon to hit us, everybody said, nah, let them develop it. Let them develop it. They're not doing it for weapons. Okay, let them develop a weapon now.
Yeah, but Sean, they weren't doing it for weapons because if they was, because if they was, they wouldn't have that treaty. They're the only country that's being watched 24/7 in their laboratories, like while they're enriching. Because there's more usage for nuclear.
Yes, that's for the data centers, 24/7 baseload energy. Like I kept telling everybody,
electricity, like farming, like agriculture, hospitals, right? When women are giving birth, people having strokes, like there's like operations happening. I mean, there's a bunch of reasons, and also America is actually, I want to say a couple of days ago, find a link where we're also using like smaller nuclear
reactors
in different regions. Yeah, so we're using that now in smaller towns, right, to be able to power like I think it says something like 100,000 homes, right? So we know the benefits of nuclear. But we don't want other countries to have that. That's crazy.
And that's why it's going to develop the weapon. Like I said, let Iran just develop the weapon. Because if you're going to act so obtuse, mind you, Iran has cheap gas prices. This is all $1.75 in their country.
We can have that too, bro. We can have that too, but
we have environmental policies that people want to be able to put in place. Literally, California has lost all its oil refineries because we're going green.
Texas, look, you know what's so crazy, bro? And I just realized it. Texas has I want to say 20 or 30% of the United States oil. That's how much oil they got sitting in Texas, right? So with that being said, Texas should be the Dubai of the United States. The Dubai, like everything that you have in Dubai, you can literally have in Texas, right? And yet, it's not the case. right? You know why? Because the money that could be trickled down to the people, right? It's going into the pockets of a few, right? Now that's capitalism. That's the difference between capitalism and what goes on in different countries, right? You know, there's so much money that's being made, but only like a certain amount of families, and most of them aren't black, could really benefit from that. You know what I'm saying?
So what? We need socialism?
No, I'm saying we need either to find a way to spread that money, right, to like the black constituents.
Socialism. Socialism.
Well, if that's going to be the case, then yeah.
Like I said,
if you're going to pigeonhole me into that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't think maybe like 50 white families should benefit from those billions and billions of dollars when there's still schools in Texas that's being underfunded that black kids go to.
Well, that's across the country. We can talk about Los Angeles school budgets.
I'm talking about Texas specifically, right? Because
we're talking nationwide. This is not just singular to Texas.
Right. But you see how you mentioned you went right to Venezuela, right? Okay, and I go right to Texas, right? Right, because Texas is basically the Venezuela of the United States. When you look at just the fucking untapped amount of crude, sweet crude that's in Texas, right? But you have so many like black folks in Texas that's living paycheck to paycheck. Why?
Because they don't run business.
No, because that goes to white families, like 50 or 60 white families.
And all this distribution talk, bro, if you want a real solution to the black community, why don't you teach black people financial literacy, how not to get ripped off on contracts?
All right, so we pivot. Okay, so we pivot from the fact that 50 or 60 families in Texas are hoarding the fucking wealth that Texas.
Lonzo, what state are you from?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, because there's also cronies that's in Pennsylvania and also New Jersey, DMV area, where you're at.
Yeah, but I'm talking about sheer crude oil.
Well, Sean's a state crude in Pennsylvania too.
Sean's a statist. He's an
Franklin as well.
He believes everything the government tells him.
That makes sense.
Franklin, what is you talking about, dude?
Come on, Sean. Like we know
Franklin, you always the biggest captain.
Everybody needs to have this.
Franklin, I literally said, you must not have heard what I said. America needs to fall. Because if we're doing all this shit to children, doing all this human trafficking, eventually America just need to be able to finally get that final death nail. And Israel, because mind you, AIPAC is the motherfucker that's running this bitch on both sides of the political spectrum. Trump is bought. Then when you put in Gavin Newsom, he's even further bought. He then shook hands with Alex Soros, the biggest Jew kingpin. So at this point, when it comes to the scenario we're seeing now, if we're saying that America is the violence of evil and the bastion of Satanism, why do we want to keep that shit rotating? Hell, Russia and China is trying to stop the order. You saw how in the emails they said don't trust that damn Jewish dog in Epstein. It was literally blowing the fucking whistle 15 years ago. So I don't believe what the government has said. At this point, government has failed all of us. If we're going to come to that scenario where children is not taken care of and children is not safe, fuck America, fuck Israel, and let this bitch burn.
Yo, so I put a link
I thought we was anti-Zionist.
Yo, so I put a link.
I thought we was anti-Zionism here.
But you still go? Yeah, I put a link in the chat, yo, about China with their recent upgrades to their robotics program. Oh my god. This upgrade is fucking insane. In one of the videos, they had to literally cut the some of the legs off because it was moving so humanoid. They had to cut like the tissue around the legs to see if it was like somebody not underneath that shit. When I tell you that they're ahead of even Boston Robotics, it's not even fucking funny. So I put the link in the chat so y'all can kind of see it. So many people thought it was AI, but this shit is real. The next war, like if America and Russia and China and Europe goes to war, this shit ain't gonna be just like muskets, y'all. It ain't gonna be fucking regular fucking machine guns. This shit is gonna be fucking drone swarms. This is gonna be fucking millions and millions of fucking robots going up against each other, with the occasional, American or Chinese person like hopping in and out of the woods throwing fucking bombs. This shit is gonna be some real shit, and the people that got a lot of money, they're gonna be safely in their bunkers. The rich folks, the politicians, they're gonna be in their bunkers, and not just regular bunkers. I'm talking like 5-star bunkers. There's a company called Atlas, right? ATLAS, right? If you go on their Instagram, they're building luxury bunkers all over Israel and America, right? So these are for the wealthy Americans, the wealthy Israelis. And these people are just chilling. So while all those bombs are going across Israel, the settlers, they getting fucking